Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 758 to Chapter 831. Furthermore, after the battle began, Luo realized that Bai Xiuxiu had superb fighting skills. She also treated this battle as a form of training for herself, so she wasn't in a hurry. There was another reason why she didn't use more soul skills, which was that she didn't want to reveal all her strength too early. There was still the team battle later. From Lan Xuanyu's performance, the 7 of them were probably not weak, and they might even have trump cards later. As the strongest person in the team, hiding some of her strength while ensuring victory in the previous battles was undoubtedly very beneficial for the team battle. This way, she wasn't in a hurry. It was because both sides had such a mentality that this battle even looked a little dull. No one was in a hurry to break the opponent's defense, and no one revealed their soul skills too early. Bai Xiuxiu was waiting for an opportunity, while Luo was waiting for Bai Xiuxiu to exhaust her soul power. In the blink of an eye, they had already fought for 10 minutes. Lan Xuanyu stood in his team and observed the situation on the field. At the same time, he looked at the other opponents on the opposite side. He just saw that after Yan Kailuan returned to his team, the young man named Li Qiuqiu, who always seemed to be smiling, muttered a few words. Then, he handed Yan Kailuan several different colored food, which looked like steamed buns. That was a food-type soul master. A food-type soul master could be said to be the rarest among the various types of soul masters. To a team, the existence of a food-type soul master meant that their combat strength would last longer. A food-type soul master could provide all kinds of food that could increase one's strength, and these food could also restore one's strength. Especially during the exploration process, there was no need to have a food-type soul master around. A food-type soul master was a rare teammate. Among the 7 people on the opposite side, one of them was a food-type soul master. Then, in the following 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, it was unlikely that he would appear on the field. Then, in the following matches, they had to consider how to deal with the other people. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned to Lan Mengqin and said, "Mengqin, if Xiuxiu wins this match, you must win the next match. I don't think there will be a second 8-soul Douluo on the other side. If Xiuxiu loses, you will go up and test him in the next round, then admit defeat and hide your strength." Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, "How do you know that they don't have any other 8-ringed soul Douluo?" When Luo had released her 8th soul ring, many of the spectators had cried out in surprise. Evidently, not everyone knew that she was an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Since that was the case, the possibility of another 8-ringed soul Douluo was even lower. After all, it wasn't that easy to attain an 8-ringed cultivation. Therefore, if Xiuxiu can win this round, we won't have a team battle with them. In the following 1v1 and 2v2 matches, we'll take them all and end the competition. If Susu loses, you'll have to hide your strength and prepare for our team battle. Lan Mengqin nodded and said, "Okay, Captain Cannon." Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. What was the meaning of this nickname? But at this moment, he had to observe the situation on the field and had no time to refute it. Qian Lei, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that right? Previously, Lan Xuanyu was simply like an elemental cannon. His explosive power was no different from a soul cannon. This battle simply made everyone look at him in a new light. Only now did they know that under certain conditions, he already had the ability to fight against a 7-ringed soul sage. Right at this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Bai Xiuxiu and Luo exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed, and the 2 of them were constantly changing positions. Suddenly, Bai Xiuxiu stumbled, as if she had stepped on something, and her entire body leaned to the side. Luo naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. She opened the Tianluo fan in her hand and directly fanned it towards Bai Xiuxiu. Strong soul power immediately burst forth. Bai Xiuxiu rolled on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. She rolled far away, and at the same time, she released her second soul skill. The ice tight on her body surged and erupted forward, pushing her body away quickly. Luo paused for a moment. Her first reaction was that this was a trap. In that instant, Xiuxiu had already pulled away from Luo. After pulling away, the ice spear in Bai Xiuxiu's hand suddenly turned into specks of ice and dissipated in her palm. She clasped her hands together, and a ball of purple light accompanied by an orange-gold soul ring suddenly blossomed from her back. I've been tricked, Luo immediately understood. Bai Xiaoxiao had purposely revealed an opening to make her think that it was a trap, and used this short period of time to pull away from her. Clearly, Bai Xiaoxiao had to accumulate power to use the soul skill from the orange-gold soul ring. Luo didn't hesitate any longer. Her third soul ring suddenly lit up, and the Luo fan in her hand suddenly enlarged. She fanned it in Bai Xiaoxiao's direction. Suddenly, a purple light swept towards Bai Xiaoxiao. She didn't hold back anymore, and her powerful soul power erupted. The purple light behind Bai Xiaoxiao was even more intense than the light from the Luo fan. The purple light blossomed behind her like a giant wheel of light, and inside it were purplish-black vortexes. When the purple light from the Luo fan fell, it was drawn into the purple vortexes, and didn't land on Bai Xiaoxiao. After absorbing Luo's attack, the purple vortexes rapidly expanded. She's absorbing my power. Luo was shocked, but at the same time, she unfurled her wings and released her two-word battle armor. She could sense that Bai Xiaoxiao was accumulating power. In addition, in the previous battle between Lan Xuanyu and Lan Xuanyu had won by accumulating the power of 4 elements. She naturally wouldn't give Bai Xiaoxiao any more time. As her two-word battle armor covered her body, she rushed towards Bai Xiaoxiao. In the Soul Beast spectator stands. It was definitely the Demon Queen. This was the Demon Queen's heavenly demon domain. Luo had been tricked. Against the Demon Queen's soul skill, she definitely couldn't get any closer. At such a close distance, the Demon Queen's control was number 1 in the world of soul beasts. The heavenly demon domain isn't something that can be used at close range. In fact, as long as she stays away from the heavenly demon domain, she won't be able to last much longer. This is intelligence. That little girl used Luo's inertia to purposely reveal an opening, then increase the distance, then accumulate power. Everything is the same. The heavenly demon domain doesn't need to accumulate power, it can be used in an instant. Kids these days are really smart on the battlefield. Let's see if you can remember this. As expected of a student from Shrek Academy, Luo instantly appeared in front of Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. She condensed an ice spear in her hands and stabbed it forward. Luo snorted coldly. Her 5th soul ring lit up, and the Luo fan in her hand suddenly became abnormally bright. With the assistance of her two-word battle armor, she gently thrust her palm forward. In that instant, the surroundings were plunged into darkness, as if the entire space had been destroyed. This was the full power attack of an 8-ring soul Douluo, and it was unleashed with the assistance of her one-word battle armor and 5th soul skill. She was going to use her 5th soul skill, Luo Seal. She wanted to use this attack to interrupt Bai Xiaoxiao's accumulation of power. She wanted to use this attack to end this match. However, right at this moment, Luo felt as if everything before her had changed. What was even stranger was that she saw another version of herself. Everything around her had turned purplish-black, and her own palm was expanding in front of her. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, this is. Before she could react, her palm collided with the palm that she saw herself striking out. Boom! A huge shockwave, the explosive power of the heavenly Gauss seal, burst forth in an instant. This was Luo's most powerful attack, and she had used all of her enhancements, but it was as if she had encountered an exact replica of herself. All of a sudden, her mind went completely blank, and her suit of battle armor began to vibrate violently. The heavenly net seal compressed soul power to an extreme degree, and it was using the heavenly net fan to compress soul power to the extreme. But at this moment, when this attack landed on his body, it was as if a bomb had been placed on his body, and it suddenly exploded. Heavenly demon domain, heavenly demon reversal. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the situation changed again. When Luo's attack was about to hit her opponent, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly disappeared, as if she had been swallowed by the vortex behind her. Then, the purple vortex turned into a mirror, and in the mirror, there was another Luo. After that, Luo's palm abruptly turned around and struck her own body. Heavenly demon reversal could only be effective within a 3-meter radius of the heavenly demon domain. However, it was extremely effective, and it was worthy of being the Demon Queen's signature technique. Under the effects of Heavenly Demon Reversal, the more powerful the attack, the more damage it would inflict. In the next instant, Bai Xiuxiu appeared again in her suit of one-word battle armor and purple scales. A series of massive purple bubbles were enhanced by the Heavenly Demon Domain, and they instantly enveloped Luo, who was throwing up mouthfuls of blood from her own attack. Death and Decay, the Demon Queen appeared behind Bai Xiuxiu, and in the instant that she appeared, she even turned her head to glance at the Soul Beast spectator stands, eliciting cries of surprise from all of the spectators. Deming and Erming weren't the only ones who knew of the Demon Queen. Especially when she herself appeared, it couldn't be any clearer. She had once lived on Luo Star. The Infernal Queen's palms faced up as she held them up by her sides. All of a sudden, the purplish-black bubbles exploded, and a terrifying corrosive aura erupted forth. Bai Xiuxiu's delicate body instantly turned a deep purple, as if she had completely merged with the death withering. Luo had just struck her own chest with all her might, causing a crack to appear on her suit of battle armor. Now that death withering was upon her, she immediately rushed toward that crack. Luo still hadn't fully recovered. Her full power attack had landed on her body. It was too terrifying. That was the attack of an 8-ringed soul Douluo. A frosty aura enveloped her entire body, and her two-word battle armor was already letting loose an anguished cry. At the level of two-word battle armor, the armor itself already possessed its own emotions, and that was the life bestowed upon it by the spirit-refined metals. Stop. Luo admits defeat. A soft sigh sounded, and a ray of green light swept past, saving Luo from the purplish-black light. Lin Mahua made his move. No one had expected such an outcome. Without a doubt, Luo had been tricked. However, her opponent's soul skills were truly powerful. In that instant, Lin Mahua had recognized the Demon Queen and understood the significance of her two powerful soul skills. If Death Withering continued to invade her body, Luo's battle armor would be destroyed first. Then, it was very likely that her essence would be damaged. Even if she could recover and continue to fight and defeat Bai Xiuxiu, there was a very good chance that she would suffer irreversible damage. The corrosive power of the Abyssal Demon Dragon King was not something that could be easily withstood. Unless Bicky the Emerald Swan was here, who else could cure such corrosion? Lin Mahua naturally couldn't take that risk. He had to take responsibility for his student. All of the purplish-black light disappeared as the Demon Queen merged back into Bai Xiuxiu's body. Bai Xiuxiu's face was pale, and she squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from her forehead. His aura was a little unstable. This was because she had overdrawn her soul power. In order to reverse Luo's attack, she had raised her Heavenly Demon Domain to the extreme, and she had only barely managed to do it with the help of the Demon Queen. However, she had done it. She had actually won against her opponent. She had even managed to injure Luo. This would undoubtedly be beneficial for the team. Battle later. As for truly hurting Luo, she naturally wouldn't. Bai Ji, the Emerald Swan, could heal her. Xiuxiu is so awesome. Lan Mangqin had already rushed over, but there was someone faster than her. Lan Xuanyu, led by Qing Feng, arrived at Bai Xiuxiu's side even faster. He first took her wrist to confirm that she wasn't injured, then picked her up from the ground and carried her in his arms. You, put me down. Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she no longer looked like a cold female warrior. You're too weak, Lan Xuanyu said righteously. Hey, hey. I can actually do it too, Lan Mangqin said in annoyance. Ah? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Lan Xuanyu strode back to his side. Even when he returned to his own area, Lan Xuanyu was still hugging Bai Xiuxiu, and Bai Xiuxiu was so angry that she pounded his chest. Fortunately, it wasn't Shrek Academy that was the center of attention. Put me down, Bai Xiuxiu said in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu said, if I put you down, what if you fall because you're too weak? Can you rest for a while? There's a sofa over there, okay? Bai Xiuxiu said in annoyance. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Lan Xuanyu looked confused, but he hugged her tightly. Through his clothes, Bai Xiuxiu could feel the warmth of his body. Although the two of them had always had a good impression of each other, this kind of physical contact was rare. But she was indeed weak at the moment, and she really couldn't break free from this guy's embrace. Feeling the aura on his body, it was especially comfortable. The demon queen also gave up at this moment and didn't say anything. Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline was affected by Lan Xuanyu's aura, and her recovery speed was really faster. It wasn't so obvious in the past, but after fusing with the abyssal demon dragon king and the demon queen, the bloodline in her body was also soaked in the bloodline of the dragon race and evolved. Therefore, the intimacy with Lan Xuanyu's bloodline became stronger, and she was also strengthened by him. There's still a team battle later, close your eyes and rest for a while. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu carried Bai Xiuxiu to the sofa and sat down as if there was no one else around. Hey, that's enough. I can treat Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin said angrily. You're about to go on stage, and the opponent you're facing is definitely not weak. Are you sure you want to consume your soul power now? What if you're facing an 8-ring soul master? Can you beat him? Anyway, Xiuxiu won. If you lose, you'll be the culprit who caused us to have another team battle. Go, don't cause trouble, Lan Xuanyu said righteously. Qianlei stood at the side and chuckled at Lu Feng. I like to see boss spouting nonsense with a straight face. Lu Feng said indifferently, see no evil, hear no evil. Watch the match. At this moment, Lin Mahua, who was in the arena, had already called out the names of the contestants for the third round. Shrek Academy, Lan Mengqin, Federation Central Academy, Dark Feather. Luo had already been sent back to her team. At this moment, this great beauty was no longer as tranquil as before, and her face was a little pale. Depressing. She was really too depressing. From the moment the heavenly demon inversion had slapped herself, he knew that he had been tricked. She had always felt that Bai Xiuxiu was definitely not her opponent, the difference in cultivation was too great. Although she had been paying attention to the orange gold soul ring, she still had to hide her strength and save it for the team battle. Therefore, Luo had never thought of using her martial soul true body or her strongest 8th soul skill. But who would have thought that Bai Xiuxiu's scheme and sudden outburst would be so powerful that she lost without even having the chance to fight back? Bai Xiuxiu's 2 soul skills could only be used once. As long as she was careful and didn't get close to her when she used that soul skill, it was impossible for her to lose. Bai Xiuxiu was betting that she would definitely get close to her. After the battle, she understood that the demonic reversal was only effective at close range. Yan Kailuan was beside her, hugging her shoulders and comforting her silently. At this moment, their expressions were somewhat grave. In terms of individual strength, they were the top existences in the team. They had lost the first 2 rounds. Not to mention anything else, just the rustic aura of the team had been affected. One had to know that they, a 7-ring soul master and an 8-ring soul master, actually lost to a 4-ring soul master and a 5-ring soul master. What would their juniors think of this? Was Shrek Academy so strong that they could defeat them with a gap of 3 ranks? This was simply making them doubt their lives. Dark Feather. Yan Kailuan called out to Dark Feather, who was about to walk out to fight. Dark Feather turned around to look at him. Yan Kailuan had arrived. Be careful, please. I will. Dark Feather nodded vigorously at him and strode out. Remember to ask for the pavilion's error-free edition. The rest of the team had already quietened down. Li Qiuqiu silently handed over 2 steamed buns of different colors to Luo, not daring to say anything. He could feel that Luo could explode at any moment. After Guyuru and Luo looked at each other, a strange light flashed across their eyes. They also didn't speak and looked at the arena. At this moment, Lan Mengqin had already left the arena. Her long white hair fluttered gently in the wind, and her cold face was also very eye-catching. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Bai Xiuxiu, she had a special temperament that easily attracted people's attention. Opposite her, Dark Feather was also sizing up his opponent. It was a girl again. Could it be that the strongest people in the Shrek Academy were all girls? Both sides stood at their designated positions. Lin Mahua looked at Lan Mengqin, then looked at Dark Feather, and thought to himself, I can't lose this match again. According to the rules of the competition, if one lost in a 1v1 or 2v2, there would be no need for a team battle. If Dark Feather lost this match, then all the pressure would be on the following 2v2 match. If they couldn't even last until the group battle, it would be embarrassing. One had to know that he had high hopes for this batch of prospective graduates from the inner courtyard. Luo was an 8-ringed soul sage, and the other students were 7-ringed soul sages. In terms of cultivation, they should be able to put up a fight against the 6th grade students of the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. But he never expected that the 4th years representing Shrek Academy would be so strong. Lan Xuanyu defeated Yan Kailuan, who had 7 rings, with only 4 rings. There was also Bai Xiaoxiao, who had a strange orange-gold soul ring. He could naturally tell that Bai Xiaoxiao's spirit soul was the demon queen. The abyssal demon dragon was so arrogant, but she actually chose to become a human spirit soul. This was undoubtedly related to the beast god Ditian. Could it be that the beast god Ditian didn't die and also became a spirit soul? His gaze subconsciously swept towards Lan Xuanyu and the others. He didn't see an orange-gold soul ring on Lan Xuanyu's body before. Could it be that Ditian had the same soul ring on someone else? That meant that among them, there was someone more talented than Lan Xuanyu. That would be too terrifying. No wonder old Wang told him that after the competition ended, if this batch of children really won, they would be given the qualifications to compete for the Shrek 7 monsters. Judging from their talent, they really had the qualifications. Little junior brother's elemental affinity and physique, and the abyssal demon dragon as a spirit soul. These were all very rare situations. In the end, Lin Mahua's gaze landed on Lan Mengqin again. What kind of shock would this 3rd student representing Shrek Academy in the one-on-one segment bring? It would be best if she didn't shock anyone anymore. At least let us win 1 round and drag it out until the group battle. Not to mention the students, even he, the dean, was a little mentally broken. Meng Luo seemed to have lost the previous round. It wasn't because she was weak, but because she lost in terms of intelligence. Wasn't that a loss? Bai Xiaoxiao relied on her experience and intelligence to make use of Qing Luo's desire to hide her strength when there was such a huge gap between her and Qing Luo's cultivation. She lured Qing Luo into her trap and won in the end. This in itself showed that her overall strength was strong. Furthermore, they were all representatives of Shrek Academy, so they couldn't all be at the 4 or 5 ring level. There had to be someone even more powerful than that. Then how strong would a 6-ringed soul master, or even a 7-ringed soul master be? Begin. With such complicated feelings, Lin Mahua announced the start of the match. As soon as Lin Mahua's voice fell, Dark Feather moved. His entire body leaped out like lightning, and 7 soul rings rose from his feet. 4 purple and 3 black. He was slightly weaker than Karen in terms of soul ring combination. Remember to bookmark 0 begging 00G0, no mistake to read the refined version. From his instantaneous increase in speed, it could be seen that he was an agility-type soul master. A pair of black wings suddenly spread out from his back, and a pitch-black fog pervaded around him. His martial soul was the shadow demon bird, and he was a 7-ring soul sage. He was a 2-word battle armor master. Seeing her opponent flying over, Lan Mengqin didn't panic. Soul rings rose from her feet, 2 purple and 3 black. 5 soul rings. A cloud of icy mist sprayed out, instantly turning the surroundings white and misty. When the students of the Federation's Central Academy saw the soul rings she released, they finally had a normal soul master on the other side. They felt as if they were crying tears of joy. Although Lan Mengqin's soul ring combination wasn't bad, compared to Dark Feather, it was 2 levels lower. Furthermore, with the experience of the previous 2 matches, Dark Feather would definitely go all out under the premise of being careful, because they couldn't afford to lose. Dark Feather changed his direction in a flash and floated above the icy mist. The wings on his back flapped, and countless dark feathers shot down like sharp arrows towards the icy mist below. Every feather had a purple-black glow. Second soul skill, Shadow Arrow. However, at this moment, the green fence of the icy mist lit up. Something strange happened. The shadow arrows that penetrated the ice mist and even the wind that they created disappeared in an instant. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. At this moment, a dark blue giant sword soared into the sky and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Dark Feather's body tilted and he rolled horizontally to avoid the ice sword, but he found that the icy mist was rapidly expanding, and he couldn't see any trace of Lan Mengqin at all. Furthermore, the icy mist began to spiral outwards, and the surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. Dark Feather frowned. He couldn't even figure out whether his opponent was an Assault-type Soul Master or a Control-type Soul Master. Judging from the icy mist, she was more like a Control-type Soul Master. But what was with that powerful ice sword just now? Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Right at this moment, some strange zither music suddenly sounded in the ice fog. It was really disgusting and ridiculing. Dark Feather only felt waves of dizziness in his head, and the wings on his back tightened. He fell from the sky and fell towards the ice fog below. What was this? A sound-type martial soul? Shi Meng, who was in the Federation's Central Academy camp, suddenly exclaimed. Is it similar to yours? Luo turned and asked. Shi Meng frowned. It's not the same. The effect of this zither music seems to restrict the air. On the other side, Dark Feather was naturally unwilling to fall just like that. He instantly released his two-word battle armor, and his wings fused with the metal wings. He flapped them hard and slightly weakened the momentum of his fall. Then, he turned his body and glided to the side, not falling into the ice fog. But right at this moment, the ice fog in his eyes suddenly changed, and its original color changed. The originally white ice fog suddenly became a somewhat frightening light green, and the speed at which it spread increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had covered more than a third of the field, and it was still spreading rapidly. Could it be that she wanted to cover the entire field? How was this possible? She was only a 5-ringed Soul King, how could she have such powerful soul power? But right at this moment, the thick ice fog suddenly changed, and the air in the entire field began to become violent. The ice fog was like a huge beast in an instant, and it rushed towards Dark Feather. Was this a soul skill attack that could cover such a large area? Dark Feather was now somewhat doubting his life. Of course, he didn't want to enter the ice fog in front of him to fight, but with such a large area, how could he not enter just because he wanted to? Snow Lady Martial Soul's first soul skill, Blizzard. If Dark Feather knew that all the ice fog before was just a cover, and that it didn't do anything other than block his vision, who knew how he would feel? This wasn't Lan Mengqin teaming up with Bai Xiuxiu. It was just her. Her ice fog was just the prelude to her first soul skill, Blizzard. Relying on her control of Blizzard, she first made the ice fog cover a larger area. This way, once a blizzard erupted, the area it covered would be larger. What was the best way to face an agility-type Soul Master? The first was to make it impossible for him to lock onto you. The second was to use a large area of effect attack so that he would have nowhere to hide. Lan Mengqin didn't take her opponent's higher cultivation seriously at all. Among the 7 people from Shrek Academy, Tang Yuge was ranked first in terms of soul power cultivation, followed by Yuan and Hui Hui, and she was ranked third. In order to completely fuse with Bai Ji's spirit, she had prepared for a long time. In addition to the huge amount of energy she received from fusing with Bai Ji, Lan Mengqin's soul power had already reached rank 59, and she was only one step away from becoming a rank 60 Soul Emperor. Bicky's cultivation was above the Devil Queen's. Furthermore, she didn't specialize in combat. Her soul power was extremely dense and powerful. Even if she transformed into a spirit soul, the improvement it brought to Lan Mengqin was huge. Even Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know that when Lan Mengqin broke through to become a 5-ring Soul King, her soul power and spiritual power skyrocketed during the process of fusing with Bicky. Her current spiritual power had also reached the Spirit Abyss realm. In every previous battle, she was only a support force at the back and didn't display her own combat strength at all. The reason why she proposed a one-on-one match this time was naturally because she was very confident. Furthermore, she wanted to take this opportunity to feel her full combat strength. At this moment, Bai Ji's voice sounded in her mind from time to time, giving her some hints. To Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiuxiu, each of them having an orange-gold soul ring was a huge improvement. However, the biggest help with having 2 great ferocious beasts as spirit souls was not this, but their combat experience. Where did Bai Xiuxiu's combat wisdom come from? It wasn't just her own, but also the Devil Queen's guidance. Otherwise, how could she be so scheming and astute? At this moment, Lan Mengqin was the same. Cover him with the blizzard and slow him down. Don't stop the powerful interference zither music, keep harassing him so that he can't fly. Also, under my enhancement, your zither music will affect the other party emotionally, making him more and more anxious. Bai Ji's voice sounded in Lan Mingqin's mind. The blizzard finally descended, and Dark Feather also disappeared from the competition venue. At this moment, apart from those with spiritual power at the spirit domain realm or above, no one else could sense the situation within the blizzard. After charging into the blizzard, Dark Feather lit up his seventh soul ring without any hesitation and unleashed his martial soul true body. His entire body transformed into a massive black falcon with a suit of two-word battle armor. After entering the blizzard, his first reaction was surprise as he discovered that the power of this blizzard wasn't as fearsome as it appeared to be. It didn't seem to be particularly powerful. The blizzard was extremely cold, and fierce winds were blowing, and the large snowflakes were like sharp blades. However, he had the protection of his two-word battle armor, so these snowflakes were unable to harm him at all. The only problem was that his senses were severely affected in this place, and he couldn't see what was happening 5 meters away. Is it only interfering with me? Dark Feather's eyes narrowed slightly as he flapped his wings again, and a large number of shadow arrows shot forth. Not only that, but on this occasion, his body abruptly rose up into the air. Even though it was a little difficult for him to fly due to the powerful interference, he had already unleashed his martial soul true body, so Lan Mingqin's 10,000-year soul skill couldn't completely disrupt him. He was just barely able to fly. His fourth soul ring flashed, and all of a sudden, he abruptly accelerated. His body danced through the blizzard, slicing through everything in his surroundings. Eagle Wing 9 Revolution. He unleashed a series of revolving attacks, and his eagle wings were his most effective offensive weapon. In conjunction with his shadow arrows, he could also unleash a certain area of effect attack. However, he quickly caught sight of that green halo again, and on this occasion, he could clearly sense it within the blizzard. He discovered that after his shadow arrows struck that green light, they would immediately melt away without a sound. His martial soul, the shadow demon bird, was a type of eagle with a dark attribute martial soul. However, that green halo seemed to possess a purifying ability, and it just so happened to be able to counter his martial soul. I can't continue like this. Although he couldn't see his opponent, Dark Feather's attack changed again in the next moment. His body flashed, and he suddenly split into 7 figures. His 6th soul ring, Shadow Demon Doppelganger. Immediately after, his 4th soul ring lit up again, and the 7th Shadow Demon Doppelganger unleashed the Eagle Wing 9 Revolution at the same time. In an instant, the 7 figures crisscrossed, and their sharp eagle wings almost covered the entire blizzard. At least that was what he sensed. Just as he was soaring with his eagle wings, Dark Feather suddenly sensed something, and his eyes lit up. He found it. He had finally found his opponent with such an area of effect attack. The 7 figures instantly pounced on the figure they had found according to the direction of his perception. At this moment, Bai Ji's voice sounded in Lan Mingqin's mind. Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens. The third soul skill of the evolved Emerald Jade Phoenix Guqin, Phoenix Cry 9 Heavens. The sound of the Guqin instantly became impassioned, and turned into a loud phoenix cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Dark Feather felt his bloodline tremble. At this moment, he wasn't only unleashing his martial soul true body, but also other soul skills at the same time. However, amidst the loud phoenix cry, his bloodline actually had a tendency to flow in reverse. Just like how a true dragon's bloodline would definitely restrain an earth dragon's bloodline, a phoenix was the king of all birds. When the aura of a phoenix's bloodline was unleashed, it would have a huge impact on any bird-type soul beast. When Dark Feather unleashed his martial soul true body, his aura and bloodline were infinitely close to that of a bird's. His bloodline immediately flowed in reverse, and with a muffled groan, the 7 figures instantly merged into one. Right at this moment, a figure grew larger and appeared in the center of the snowstorm. The surrounding snowstorm spread out at the same time, as if it was all to set off her figure. It was an enlarged Lan Mingqin, and she used Ice Sky Snow Woman's 3rd soul skill, Descent of the Snow Woman. The blue sword in her hand slashed out instantly, bringing about a dazzling light in the air. 4th soul skill, Deep Blue Frost Sword. Dang, Dark Feather only had time to block the attack with his eagle claws, but he turned into an ice sculpture the moment he was hit by the Deep Blue Frost Sword. The appearance of the ice sky snow woman in front of him suddenly changed. A pair of huge wings spread out from her back, and her originally snow-white dress turned green. The deep blue frost sword in her hand disappeared, and with a smile on her face, she opened her hands by her sides and made an upward motion. Below the ice sculpture, that dark feather turned into a huge green six-pointed star condensed. Immediately after, a huge green pillar of light shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping the ice sculpture. The sound of the zither rose in spirals and reverberated around the pillar of light like heavenly music. Emerald Jade Phoenix Zither, 5th Soul Skill, Emerald Heal. Have mercy. A low voice sounded, and in the next moment, a green light flashed past. Dark Feather, who had already melted and was enveloped by the green pillar of light, was pulled out. Emerald Swan by Ji revealed a faint smile on her face. The light broke like a bubble and merged into Lan Mingqing's body. Remember to collect it, it's the most refreshing. The surrounding snowstorm slowly dissipated at this moment. In the air, Lin Mahua grabbed the pale dark feather and muttered, "It's actually Senior by Ji, it's not an injustice to lose. Twin martial souls, amazing. Shrek Academy really has another batch of amazing students." How could he not see that Lan Mingqing had twin martial souls and Emerald Swan by Ji as her spirit soul? It was the powerful Bai Ji that made Dark Feather have no chance from beginning to end. This was different from the previous round. Lan Mingqing, whose cultivation was close to 6 rings, relied on her twin martial souls and was at least at the level of a soul emperor. Furthermore, she had the evolution brought about by the Emerald Swan and its powerful soul skill as her foundation. The Emerald Swan's Emerald Heal had a powerful purification ability, completely restraining Dark Feather's dark attribute. From beginning to end, she hadn't given Dark Feather the slightest chance, not to mention that the Wind Phoenix bloodline had a suppressive effect on the Shadow Devil Bird bloodline. Lan Mingqing's own bloodline originally had a thin Phoenix bloodline, not to mention that her bloodline had fused with the bloodline of the Emerald Swan, which had at least 600,000 years of cultivation, and evolved into the Emerald Phoenix bloodline, which was not inferior to the true Phoenix bloodline at all. The difference in bloodline greatly narrowed the gap in strength between the two sides. As for the final Emerald Heal, it wasn't something that suits of 2-word battle armor could withstand. It wouldn't be able to kill Dark Feather, but if he were to continue to be purified within the Emerald Heal, then his powers would definitely plummet significantly. In order to protect his students, Lin Mahua had no choice but to intervene. Shrek Academy, victory. After Lin Mahua announced the results, the crowd went into an uproar. In this round, most of the audience didn't see the entire battle. The Central Academy of the Federation had lost again. The Central Academy of the Federation lost all 3 one-on-one matches. The Central Academy of the Federation sent out an 8-ringed soul Douluo and 2 7-ringed soul sages, but they actually lost to a 4-ringed soul ancestor and 2 5-ringed soul kings from the Shrek Academy. This completely overturned their understanding of the abilities of soul masters, and they even had some psychological trauma towards the strength of the Shrek Academy. Lin Mahua sent Dark Feather back to his own camp. Looking at the 7 students with ugly expressions, he sighed slightly. It's not all your fault for losing. The strength of the opponents you encountered this time is indeed beyond the previous years. Your luck is really too bad. Yes, when have you ever encountered so many monsters from the Shrek Academy in this competition? The Abyssal Demon Dragon's Demon Queen was a spirit soul, and the Emerald Swan by Ji was a spirit soul. Lin Mahua highly suspected that the beast god Ditian had also become a spirit soul and was in the opponent's camp. These 3 were here to cause trouble, right? Because they had different ideals from the soul beasts here back then, they deliberately came to cause trouble. Lan Xuanyu, who had an elemental affinity physique, was also very scary. He was only 4-ringed, but he already had such strong combat strength. When he matured in the future, he would be the successor of the School of Life. The School of Life hadn't had a successor for almost 1,000 years, because Master Shu had lived for almost 1,000 years. Such a situation where all these prodigies were gathered together probably wouldn't happen even once in 1,000 years. However, Yan Kailuan and Qing Luo had encountered them. If this wasn't bad luck, then what was? Dean, we haven't lost yet. Right at this moment, the tall and slender Changu Yuru suddenly stood up. Her eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. yes, we haven't lost yet. Xianxia, who was beside her, also stood up. This Soul Master with the nickname Almighty had a grave and stern expression. If one were to say that in the Federation among all the students in the Central Academy, who didn't want Dark Feather to win? Perhaps only the two of them would do so. The reason was simple. If Dark Feather lost, they would have a chance to turn the tide. On the Federation's Central Academy side, the two of them were participating in the 2v2 competition. Everyone had their own ideas, and they might also have ambitions. After all, who didn't want to study at the Shrek Academy? The two of them also wanted to do so. Previously, with Luo's support, if Yan Kailuan had won the competition, he would have had a high chance of obtaining the extra slot. Remember to bookmark 66, it's the most refreshing. However, Yan Kailuan had lost the 1v1 competition. Therefore, if the two of them could obtain victory in the 2v2 competition and defeat their opponents from the Shrek Academy, they would be able to obtain extremely high points in the final evaluation. At that time, it would be hard to say who would represent the Federation's Central Academy to study at the Shrek Academy. They were indeed a team, but they only had 2 slots. Luo had already obtained 1 slot, and the other was the target of everyone else. Luo's cultivation was the highest, while Yan Kailuan, Luo, and Xiangu Yuru's cultivations were about the same. Li Qiuqiu was a food-type tool soul master, while Meng was a control-type tool soul master. That's right, she was a tool soul master, so she wasn't directly qualified for combat. The competition was naturally between Yan Kailuan, Luo, and Xiangu Yuru. When the opportunity came, they naturally wouldn't let it go no matter what. Their fighting spirit didn't decrease at all because of the 3 1v1 losses. Lin Mahua looked at them deeply and prayed in his heart. If the beast god Di Tian really turned into a spirit soul and didn't die during the tribulation, then it'd be best if he didn't appear in the 2v2 competition. At least drag the competition into the team battle. He only had this bit of hope. On the Shrek Academy's side, Lan Xuanyu finally put Bai Xiuxiu down and let Lan Mengqin help her recover her soul power in preparation for the team battle that might happen next. He himself came in front of Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui. We still have to accept the challenge of the soul beasts tomorrow. We only have one goal, and that is to break the record. We have to break the record for the soul bones. Therefore, I don't want everyone to waste too much energy today. We must win this 2v2 match. This way, we won't have to participate in the team battle. Yuan and Hui Hui glanced at Tang Yuga. Isn't that too cruel? Lan Xuanyu said, this isn't our academy, and they're not even called the Shrek Academy's branch academy. They're called the Federation's Central Academy. We represent the Shrek Academy. What we need to do is to let the Shrek Academy shine. I know that the relationship between the two of you has always been a little awkward, but on the battlefield, you're true partners. You're not representing yourselves, but the Shrek Academy. You're representing our 33 Heaven's Wings team. Therefore, go all out and defeat them. Don't give them any chance. Let them see how strong our team is. Tang Yuga nodded. Yuan and Hui Hui waved her fist at Lan Xuanyu. Brother Xianyu, don't worry. I'll definitely let them know how strong we are. In the arena, Lin Mahua was already speaking. Below the stage, the 2v2 matches were about to begin. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui from the Shrek Academy's Central Academy, Luo and Xiangu Yuru from the Federation's Central Academy. The students from the Federation's Central Academy seemed to have been ignited by the names of Luo and Xiangu Yuru. Furthermore, they knew that if they lost this match, there wouldn't be any more team battles. In an instant, deafening cheers rang out once more. Dexiong, Yuru, Dexiong, Yuru. Luo's mouth twitched as he heard the cheers. He turned to Xiangu Yuru and said, why do I feel like they want me to die? Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. Xiangu Yuru glared at Luo and said, if you have the time to think so much, why don't you think about how to defeat them? If they turn the tables, we'll have a chance. Men, if we have a chance, I'll give it to you and you can go to Shrek Academy. Men, Xiangu Yuru was stunned, why? Because I like you, okay? Luo turned his head and grinned. Xiangu Yuru was shocked. Aren't you afraid of affecting my mood by telling me this at such an important time? Luo laughed. that's why I'm telling you. Firstly, we're in the limelight right now, and secondly, I don't think we'll win. If we lose, it'll be useless no matter how much I try to curry favor with you. Will you still be moved? Qiangu. Yuru's mouth twitched, then do you think I'll be moved now? Xianluo shrugged, I don't know, but I have to try. Furthermore, there's another benefit to confessing to you now. I think you're a kind person. At the very least, you won't reject me before the match ends. This way, I can look forward to it for a while longer. With this anticipation, I believe I'll be able to erupt with even greater strength. Qiangu Yuru took a deep breath, shut up and get ready to fight. Both sides stood still. Xianluo was tall, and Qiangu Yuru was tall and slender. Compared to them, Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui looked like children. Lin Mahua looked at both sides, then shouted, begin. This match was the deciding point for Shrek Academy, but it was the last chance for the Federation's Central Academy. The moment Lin Mahua announced the start of the match, both sides released their martial souls. Xianluo and Qiangu Yuru both had 3 purple and 4 black soul rings, and their soul rings rose from their feet at the same time. Xianluo's body swelled, and he was over 3.5 meters tall. Dark golden fur covered his entire body, and his palms became especially thick. Dark golden claws popped out of his hands, and he looked very aggressive. His martial soul was the dark golden terror claw bear, a top-tier assault-type martial soul. It was the king of bears. Among the 10 great savage beasts, there was a bear lord who was a dark golden terror claw bear. As for Qiangu Yuru, a 12-feet-long staff appeared in her hand. It was the coiling dragon staff that had been passed down in the Qiangu clan for generations. Back in ancient times, when the Qiangu clan was at its peak, they were the heirs of the spirit pagoda. Later on, the Qiangu clan fell, and some of its descendants wandered outside, resulting in the birth of her bloodline. Remember to add it to your collection. It's an excellent reading experience. The coiling dragon staff was undoubtedly one of the most powerful tool souls. Qiangu Yuru lightly pushed off the ground and jumped onto Xianluo's shoulder. She pointed her staff forward and her aura surged. On the other side, Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga also released their martial souls. 6 soul rings slowly rose from beneath Yuan and Hui Hui's feet. Out of the 6 soul rings, 2 were purple and 4 were black, emitting a strange light. A longbow fell into his hand. It was his purple star spirit bow. Tang Yuga's 7 soul rings rose from beneath her feet. A faint 5-colored light surrounded her body. The scales on her skin protruded and shone with a faint 5-colored light. When the spectators saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 6-ringed soul emperor and 7-ringed soul sage. If it were any other time, they wouldn't be so surprised. After all, they had 2 soul sages on their side, and they had an advantage in terms of cultivation. However, Shrek Academy's performance was simply too shocking. A 4-ringed soul ancestor and 2 5-ringed soul kings had defeated 2 7-ringed soul sages and an 8-ringed soul Douluo. At this moment, 6-ringed and 7-ringed powerhouses had appeared. How strong were they? Lin Mahua's expression stiffened. Not to mention what the teachers and students of Shrek Academy thought, even he wanted to raise them together. Could this be Shrek Academy's true strength? Or are their abilities relatively ordinary? Xianluo roared and raised his arms abruptly. Qiangu Yuru cooperated with him. She bent her legs slightly and bounced up. Xianluo's hands pushed against her legs. In the next instant, Qiangu Yuru shot out like a cannonball. She went straight for Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga. Remember to collect them. Pavilion Premium Edition Reading Experience. They also saw their opponent's soul rings. However, at this moment, there was only an intense fighting spirit in their hearts. In Qiangu Yuru's eyes, an intense fighting spirit seemed to be burning. The coiling dragon staff in her hand instantly elongated. She swung the coiling dragon staff in the air. Heaven and earth splitting her aura was majestic, as if she wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. A terrifying aura was also unleashed. Tang Yuga tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. She had already charged forward. 5-colored light circulated around her body. As she waved her right hand, a 5-colored light rushed towards her opponent. The two of them clashed almost instantly. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene. Everyone knew that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, the moment of battle would often be the deciding factor. There was no explosion. In the face of such a powerful attack like the coiling dragon staff, there was no explosion at all. Tang Yuga grabbed the front end of the coiling dragon staff, and Qiangu Yuru felt as if his all-out attack had hit empty air. In the next moment, Tang Yuga turned into a five-colored stream of light and disappeared. Qiangu Yuru only saw her sixth soul ring flash. Immediately afterward, the coiling dragon staff that was connected to Qiangu Yuru's aura suddenly changed. She could clearly sense a strange aura from the coiling dragon staff quickly surging into her body. What was this? Qiangu Yuru's heart jolted. Without any hesitation, she let go of the coiling dragon staff in her hand. At the same time, her two-word battle armor quickly emerged from her body. The wings on her back flapped as she retreated. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes lit up, and the purple star spirit bow in his hand quickly transformed. The purple bow instantly transformed into a large green bow, and the coiling dragon staff that Qiangu Yuru had let go of suddenly flipped around and landed on his longbow. Yuan and Hui Hui knocked an arrow, and light flashed in his eyes as he instantly released the bowstring. The coiling dragon staff shot towards Qiangu Yuru like a bolt of lightning. It was even faster than when Qiangu Yuru had arrived. All of the spectators were flabbergasted. Even Lin Mahua was stunned. At this moment, Xianluo had already caught up to Qiangu Yuru. He extended his right hand, and his arm instantly elongated. His sharp claws spread open, and he grabbed onto Qiangu Yuru's wings. He pulled her behind him, and at the same time, he abruptly swatted his left hand toward the oncoming coiling dragon staff. Xianluo was extremely powerful, but in the instant that the coiling dragon staff struck him, all of the hair on his left arm stood on end, and his two-word battle armor was activated. Even so, he was still sent flying by the attack. What was even more terrifying was that the two-word battle armor on his left arm instantly took on a five-colored hue. Furthermore, the five-colored hue spread across his entire body. Qiangu Yuru withdrew her strange coiling dragon staff. However, at this moment, on the other side, a huge lightning lotus appeared in front of her in an instant. In her panic, Qiangu Yuru swung her staff toward the lightning lotus. Immediately afterward, lightning crackled all over her body, and she came to a halt. In the distance, Yuan and Hui Hui was firing one arrow after another toward Qiangu Yuru. She had no time to spare, and she could only swing her coiling dragon staff with all her might to defend herself. Read well, smiley face, arg. Xianluo let loose a howl of anguish, and a peculiar turn of events ensued. His suit of two-word battle armor was abruptly removed from his body. Five-colored light flashed, and Tang Yuga reappeared. With her powerful five-elemental Dao, she could fuse with any metal. Two-word battle armor was an advantage to others. However, it was useless to her. Her body swayed, and her martial soul true body, the heavenly stem Qilin, appeared. She slapped out with her right claw, forcing Xianluo back a few steps. Xianluo roared, and his seventh soul ring lit up. A 5-meter-tall dusk gold dreadclaw bear appeared. Its claws seemed to tear through space as it slammed toward Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga's heavenly stem Qilin didn't dodge. She allowed the metal claws to strike her body. She also slammed her claws into her opponent's body. Bang! Xianluo was forced back again. When his claws landed on Tang Yuga, they transformed into five-colored light that flashed past. They didn't leave a single mark on her body. Anything within the five-elemental domain couldn't harm a five-elemental Qilin protected by the great five-elemental divine light. Furthermore, Tang Yuga wasn't a five-elemental Qilin, but an evolved heavenly stem Qilin. The heavenly stem Qilin's body swayed, and it split into 10. 10 huge Qilins of different colors pounced towards Xianluo from all directions. Hui Hui, fire spirit life bane, Tang Yuga's calm voice sounded. Yuan and Hui Hui's third soul ring lit up. Immediately after, a fire arrow shot out. It was the 30th heavenly stem Qilin. The third fire Qilin instantly abandoned its attack on Xianluo and used its soul skill, fire spirit life bane. It transformed into a streak of golden red light in the air and instantly merged with Yuan and Hui Hui's arrow. In the next instant, it was already in front of Qiangu Yuru. Blazing flames exploded. Qianguyuro let out a muffled groan. She was blown away like a fireball. This time, it was as if she had to endure both Yuan and Hui and Tang Yuga's attacks. On the other side, Xianxia roared and attacked with all his might. He wanted to repel the heavenly stem Qilins around him. Remember to collect O Seek O Exquisite Edition to read. However, every time his attack reached its strongest, it was the 7th gold Qilin and the 8th gold Qilin that rushed up. They used their bodies to block his attack, making it impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. If it weren't for the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear's powerful defenses, he would have been defeated long ago. Qianguyuro tumbled out of the flames in a disheveled state, and her suit of two-word battle armor was glowing brightly to protect her body, but her hair had already been burned away. Hiss. Another rocket was shot, but this time, it was the fire Qilin that pounced on the rocket. Qianguyuro's body instantly turned dark blue, and dark blueine flames burned all over her body, causing her suit of two-word battle armor to emit an ear-piercing screech. The bowstring of Yuan and Hui's elven king Bao was trembling incessantly as the 3rd fire Qilin and the 4th fire Qilin attached themselves to his arrows, forcing Qianguyuro into retreat again and again. Her coiling dragon staff was completely unable to withstand the barrage of attacks, and cracks were already appearing on her battle armor. It was only at this moment that she understood what kind of opponent her companions had faced. At this point, Xianxia's body was already riddled with wounds. The heavenly stem Qilins were attacking him one after another, and no matter how powerful his defensive prowess was, he was still forced into retreat after losing his suit of two-word battle armor. The Federation's Central Academy had more or less lost the previous 3 matches due to various reasons. Remember to collect Yu Chou Guyu Exquisite Edition to read. From the moment Qianguyuro's coiling dragon staff was dispelled by the great 5 elemental divine light, they had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even retaliate. Yuan and Hui's soul power was close to 7 rings, and Tang Yuga was the strongest in their team. Her heavenly stem Qilin martial soul, evolved from the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird, was definitely one of the strongest martial souls in the world. Although they didn't have suits of two-word battle armor, their advantage in martial souls and spirit souls was simply too great. Finally, Lin Mahua couldn't bear to watch any longer. He blocked Yuan and Hui's attack and saved Qianguyuro, who was already bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Stop it. The 10 heavenly stem Qilins merged into one, and Tang Yuga's figure reappeared. Yuan and Hui nodded at her from afar. The siblings walked back to their team. Compared to the hubbub from before, at this moment, the Federation's Central Academy's martial arts field was completely silent. Xianxia knelt on one knee and gasped for breath. His body was covered in wounds from the heavenly 1,000 Qilins. Li Qiuqiu rushed over and handed over steamed buns. Qianguyuro begged him for help. Xianxia shook his head and struggled to his feet. He staggered over to Qianguyuro, whose hair had been burned. The two stared at each other and smiled bitterly. My hair and eyebrows are gone. Do I look ugly now? Qianguyuro asked with a bitter smile. Tears streamed down Xianxia's face. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Qianguyuro kicked him. What are you crying for? A man bleeds, not tears. I'm already like this. Does what you said just now still count? Ah, what did you say? Xianxia asked in a daze. Go to hell. Qianguyuro pushed him away and turned to leave. Yes, of course it counts. Xianxia finally reacted and chased after her. His body didn't seem to be in pain anymore. He mimicked Lan Xuanyu and carried Qianguyuro up. Li Qiuqiu's hand stopped in midair. He thought that it wouldn't be good to give them steamed buns at this time. The competition is over. Shrek Academy wins. Lin Mahua's expression had returned to normal. In fact, when he saw that one of the soul masters representing Shrek Academy was a 6-ringed soul master, while the other was a 7-ringed soul master, he knew that the outcome was already decided. Among soul masters of the same rank, there was almost no soul master from other places that could compete with Shrek Academy. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu's group of soul masters was especially special. Xiaoqi didn't expect things to develop to this extent. The group battle hadn't even started, but they had already won. This was a little too fast. He felt a little embarrassed and looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu reminded him as if nothing had happened. Teacher Xiao, should we go up and greet them? Oh, let's go. Under Xiaoqi's lead, the 8 members of Shrek Academy arrived at the center of the arena. On the other side, the 7 members of the Federation's Central Academy were led by Director Xie Fuchuan, who couldn't smile anymore. Everyone shook hands with each other to show their respect. When Qianlei shook hands with Shi Chenluo, he asked in a low voice, "Is that your girlfriend?" His gaze drifted towards Changu. Shi Chenluo was probably the only one in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Yes, she just promised me." Qianlei was surprised. "Your confession was successful." Shi Chenluo said happily, "Yes, why?" I'm learning. Qianlei nodded repeatedly. At this moment, a push came from behind Qianlei. "Let's go." Sigh. Qianlei hurriedly agreed and walked forward. The person who pushed him from behind was naturally Lan Mingqin. Qianlei was wondering if he should find a similar opportunity when Lan Mingqin's voice sounded in his ears. "Damn fatty, if you dare to speak in front of the big crowd in front of me. What shouldn't you say to me in public?" Humph. Qianlei was shocked and turned to look at Lan Mingqin. Just as he was about to ask, "How did you know what I was thinking?" he saw Lan Mingqin use ice elements to condense a pair of scissors in her hand. She was drawing something in the air. "What are you looking at?" Lan Mingqin glared. "Nothing, sorry to disturb you." Qianlei smiled apologetically, feeling a little cold. Reading pleasure, smiley face. Compared to the pain of their opponents, Lan Xuanyu and the others weren't too happy. They represented Shrek, so they had to win this sparring match. After all, they had already won against the 6th years. After leaving the competition venue, naturally no one would send them off. Tomorrow's battle would still take place here. Then, everyone dispersed. As they walked back, Qianlei asked Lu Feng, "Frenzy, do you think the 6th years would be able to win against these people today?" Lu Feng thought for a while and said, "If it's a 1-on-1, they might lose 1 or 2 rounds, but they should be able to win in a 2-on-2. They will definitely win the team battle. Their overall strength is still slightly stronger. Furthermore, they won't be able to block that dual control of joy and sorrow. Shrek is Shrek after all." Lan Xuanyu thought in his heart. "What are you thinking about?" Lan Xuanyu heard Bai Xiuxiu's voice. "I'm wondering if you weigh 100 kilograms, Lan Xuanyu replied subconsciously. Then, he felt a murderous aura behind him. "I only weigh 96 kilograms. Bai Xiuxiu's voice was cold as if it came from the gaps between her teeth. Lan Xuanyu shivered. Too skinny. Girls should still have some meat. Generally speaking, women who are less than 100 kilograms are either flat-chested or short. Cough, look at you, you're more than 1.7 meters tall, but you weigh less than 100 kilograms. Bai Xiuxiu sneered. At this moment, Lan Mingqin also turned over with an unfriendly gaze. "I'm 98 kilograms. Do you mean that we're even?" No. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he really couldn't do such a thing. "Big brother Xianyu." Another aggrieved voice sounded. "Are you saying that I'm short?" Lan Xuanyu slapped his forehead. How could he forget that Hui Hui was also a girl at night? The 7 of them were in a good mood as they laughed and joked back to the encampment. There was nothing much to arrange for tomorrow's tactics. They would just go up one by one. He would defeat as many soul beasts as he could. He wanted to see if he could break the record. Today, he naturally had a good rest. The 4th level of the Heaven Fighter mission was now in his hands. Currently, they had completed at least 8 levels. The entire class. Lan Xuanyu and the others weren't worried about tomorrow's beast fighting segment. For them, this was more important in the process of tempering themselves, and also in the process of showing themselves. He wanted to show off his abilities to his companions. The record was 33 matches. This meant that they would have to face 33 10,000-year soul beasts. Whether or not they could break the record would depend on the strength of their opponents and their performance on the spot. After dinner, Lan Xuanyu gathered his companions in his room and prepared to discuss with them. "Let's arrange the order of appearance first." According to what the Academy's teachers had said, the soul beast should be stronger towards the end of the beast fights. If we want to break the record, each of us has to win at least 5 matches. In terms of individual fighting strength, I feel that everyone is confident in defeating a 10,000-year soul beast, but endurance is a problem. Therefore, in tomorrow's beast fighting segment, our core is Mengqin. Me? Lan Mengqin looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. Although she was quite confident in her own strength, she didn't think that she was the strongest in the team. At the very least, Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui should be above her in terms of individual strength. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "It's you. You have senior Baiji support, so your self-recovery ability is the strongest. Your endurance is also the strongest. Therefore, you need to persevere for a few more matches and obtain more victories. As for the others, each of us will have an endless life fruit, and we will persevere for as long as we can." Does anyone have any opinions on the order of appearance? Tang Yuga shook his head and said, "You're the team leader, you can decide." The others also nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Lan Xuanyu said, "The stronger the soul beast, the stronger its bloodline. Relatively speaking, Mengqin, Xiaoxiao, and I have a certain advantage in terms of bloodlines. Fatty is still alright in this aspect, but we can put him at the front to test the effect of bloodline suppression on soul beasts. So, let's arrange the order of appearance like this. Frenzy, you're first. Then, Fatty, Hui Hui, and Yuga. Then, Xiaoxiao, Mengqin, and I'll be the last." Hearing his arrangement, no one had any objections. Lan Xuanyu arranged for himself to be the last to fight, so he was undoubtedly going to face the strongest soul beast. More importantly, if his teammates in front of him couldn't achieve 33 victories, the final pressure would all be on him. This was the most important thing. As the team leader, Lan Xuanyu felt that it was natural for him to take the initiative to bear the pressure. Does anyone have any objections? Lan Xuanyu asked. Everyone shook their heads and looked at each other. The fighting spirit in their eyes burned, and it was even higher than when they faced their opponents from the Branch Academy today. If they wanted Lan Xuanyu, as the team leader, to not bear too much pressure at the end, what they needed to do was to accumulate more victories at the front. Lan Xuanyu only used the order of the formation to arouse his teammates' fighting spirit. Everyone, rest well tonight. There should be students from the Federation's Central Academy coming to watch tomorrow. To watch our match. Let them see our full strength and they will understand that their team's loss is not unjustified. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates all woke up in high spirits. After breakfast, they arrived at the martial arts practice field again under Shaoqi's lead. When they stepped into the martial arts practice field, they realized that the liveliness today was even more intense than yesterday. It was just that when they entered, the spectator stands were much quieter. Bai Xiaoxiao came to Lan Xuanyu's side and said in a low voice, "Senior Demon Queen asked me to remind everyone that the soul beasts here are different from the soul beasts we see on the elven planet. Because of the difference in philosophy, the soul beasts here cultivate differently from the elven planet. In a sense, they are more like human soul masters and not soul beasts. This is because they are all cultivating towards the direction of a human." Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment before nodding. Bai Xiaoxiao continued, "The theory behind this lineage of soul beasts is that humans can cultivate so quickly because the human body is more suitable for cultivating soul power. It's more suitable for improving one's self, and gradually cultivating a human form will make it easier for one to transcend their tribulations in the future. In fact, it seems to prove this point. Hence, there are many soul beasts who believe in this lineage. As for the soul beasts on the elven planet, they believe that soul beasts have their own traditions. The reason why they can't cultivate to become gods is because of the rules and oppression of the god realm. Once they break through the rules, they can truly become divine beasts. If they follow the cultivation method of Douluo planet, in the end, all the soul beasts will become humans and will no longer be soul beasts. That's not what they want. That's why there are differences and conflicts in thoughts." Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred and he immediately understood something. Back then, when he found out that the soul beasts were divided into 2 factions and beast god Di Tian took away one faction, he thought that they were the losers of the competition and couldn't defeat the soul beasts here, so they migrated away. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. If the soul beasts of Douluo planet had already proven that their cultivation method could make it easier for soul beasts to transcend the tribulation. In that case, who wouldn't want to succeed in transcending the tribulation, become stronger, and live longer? In that case, wouldn't even the soul beasts that were originally on beast god Dtion's side want to try the cultivation method of Douluo planet's soul beasts? In other words, the reason why beast god Dtion and the others left was very likely because they were worried that the soul beasts they belonged to would be assimilated by the other party, or even the entire race, right? At least, this should be the main reason. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but admire Douluo planet's soul beasts. He subconsciously turned his gaze towards the spectators' area. He immediately saw Erming and Deming sitting beside Erming. The two beast kings were also looking at him. Erming even nodded at him and gave him a thumbs up, cheering him on. Lan Xuanyu thought that after this beast battle ended, he would stay here for a month. He really needed to ask Erming for advice. This way, he would be able to completely understand the problem between the two factions of soul beasts. Today's referee was no longer Lin Mahua, but it was also Lan Xuanyu and the other's acquaintance, the assistant director of teaching, Qi Ruishuan. Qi Ruishuan had already arrived in front of them. He first said a few words to Xiaoqi, then came in front of them and said, "The beast battle will begin soon. During the battle, every time you defeat a soul beast, I will take the soul away from the arena. You will need to immediately face the next soul beast's attack. There is no time for rest in China until you are eliminated. After the substitution, the battle will continue. Let's see how many battles you can last. Remember to collect Ichoshu Pavilion and read it in the advanced edition. During the battle, I will do my best to ensure your safety, but I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. This is because you know your own body's condition the best. Therefore, if you feel that you are powerless, you can directly admit defeat to ensure your own safety. I will immediately stop the battle." Xiaoqi said in a low voice, "Don't try to be brave. Safety first." Lan Xuanyu didn't know how many times they had heard the words safety first from Xiaoqi. This was the teacher's concern for them. Lan Xuanyu still clearly remembered the scene of Xiaoqi rushing in front of him in time to save him. It was also from then on that he became especially close to Xiaoqi. If Lin Mahua really had bad intentions that day, Xiaoqi, who had rushed in time, could have saved his life. Facing a god-ranked expert like Lin Mahua, Xiaoqi didn't have any intention of backing down. Lu Feng stepped forward. "I'll go first." "Good luck, lunatic." Lan Xuanyu gave him a thumbs up, then turned it into a palm. Lu Feng reached out and high-fived him, then high-fived his friends one by one. Only then did he turn around and walk to the center of the field. Lu Feng's appearance made the teachers and students of the Central Academy of the Federation fall into a short silence. Remember to add it to Chioshu Pavilion. You can read it in an exquisite edition. On the other side, the door opened and a figure jumped out. It was a panther-type soul beast with dark yellow fur and golden stripes all over its body. It was over 5 meters long and had a muscular body. Its head wasn't particularly large, but it had 2 large fangs that extended beyond its lips. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light. 10,000 years blood-eyed golden leopard. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. This was a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. It seemed like the soul beasts here valued them quite a bit. Following the entrance of this blood-eyed gold leopard, the audience suddenly burst into deafening cheers. The cheers were for the soul beast. This kind of scene was rarely seen in the Federation. After yesterday's competition, the students of the Central Academy of the Federation were all holding their breaths. These Shrek Academy students at the very front had even caused their team to lose before they could even participate in the final group battle. They were truly unwilling to accept this, but the facts were right in front of them, and they couldn't change anything. They could only hope to see Shrek Academy lose in today's beast fighting segment. They even set a very low bottom line in their hearts. As long as the Shrek Academy students couldn't break the record, they would think that they had lost. Yan Kailuan, Qing Luo, Qiangu Yuru, and Shichen Luo were all in the stands. What was different from yesterday was that Qiangu Yuru was wearing a hat that covered his bald head. "Do you think they can break the record?" Li Qiuqiu asked in a low voice. After yesterday's battle, Yan Kailuan and the others were in a very bad mood. This was especially true for Yan Kailuan. He had hoped that this victory would allow him to enter the Shrek Academy. However, as the team leader, he had lost in the first round. Was he willing to accept this? Of course not. At that time, he thought that they still had a chance in the group battle. However, they weren't able to last until the group battle. Even Luo lost. The competition was just this cruel. A loss was a loss. There was no second chance. At that time, when Yan Kailuan saw the soul rings of his opponent in the 2v2 match, he already knew that they didn't have much of a chance in the final group battle. The students from the Shrek Academy this time were too strong. Every one of them had a top-notch martial soul. Remember to bookmark them. Xiaoxu Pavilion. In a sense, the abilities of the 7 people from the Shrek Academy this time had already surpassed the abilities of ordinary soul masters. Was this Shrek Academy? The Shrek Academy that only nurtured monsters and didn't accept ordinary people? At first, Luan didn't think much of it. He felt that his mother's giant elephant form spirit was also considered a top-notch form spirit. It was just that she was unlucky when she took the entrance exam for Shrek Academy and met Ku, who was too strong. Speaking of which, when he took the entrance exam for Shrek Academy, it was Jinglongjiang, who was very close to Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, in terms of age, he was 5 years older than Lan Xuanyu and the others. At that time, no one could compare to Jinglongjiang. Jinglongjiang was simply too strong. Yan Kailuan had also lost to Jinglongjiang in the last elimination round. He was the first to be eliminated by Jinglongjiang and lost the qualifications to enter the Shrek Academy. This had always been his regret. At that time, due to some reasons, Luo directly entered the Federation's Central Academy and didn't go to Shrek Academy. However, they were all adults and had a tenacious fighting spirit. After a night of rest, Yan Kailuan had already calmed down. He had already admitted that the students of the Shrek Academy were really different. 4th years, they were only 4th years, but they were already so strong. After the competition, Lin Mohua told them that the 4th years they were facing might very well be the strongest batch of students from Shrek Academy in hundreds of years. They had to be discouraged. Today, Karen and her companions were here as well. They all wanted to see if the strongest batch of 4th years from the Shrek Academy in hundreds of years could break the record. After all, they were only 4th years and didn't even have 2-word battle armor. In the arena, the moment the blood-eyed gold leopard entered the arena, its blood-red eyes were fixed on Lu Feng. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and the 5 soul rings beneath his feet rose one by one. The white dragon imperial spear in his hand was pointed at the ground as he waited quietly. At the same time, the characteristics of the blood-eyed gold leopard appeared in his mind. The blood-eyed gold leopard was a leopard-type soul beast that specialized in speed. It mainly had 2 innate skills, which were also 2 abilities that could appear when a soul master fused with a soul ring. One ability came from its blood eyes, and it was a very rare ability. It was actually very difficult to obtain this ability after fusing, unless the soul master's own martial soul was the eyes. This ability could instantly cause the enemy to fall into a berserk state. In a berserk state, the enemy would lose their rationality and use their soul skills at all costs until their own strength was exhausted. This was considered a spiritual-type soul skill. It required a soul master's spiritual power to be strong enough or a soul skill like the purple demon eye to be able to resist it to a certain extent. Also, if one didn't look at the other party's blood eyes, they wouldn't be affected. The other ability of the blood-eyed gold leopard was the golden stripes on its body. When the golden stripes lit up, its speed would instantly increase by 50% for 3 seconds. Although this wasn't the teleportation soul skill that agility-type soul masters yearned for the most, it was definitely one that they yearned to have. It was one of the best acceleration soul skills. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Although this wasn't the teleportation soul skill that agility-type soul masters yearned for, it was definitely one of the best acceleration soul skills. Countless agility-type soul masters drooled over this soul skill. After identifying his opponent, Lu Feng immediately chose to close his eyes. Yes, he closed his eyes. The white dragon imperial spear in his hand was still pointed diagonally to the ground. He stood there like a statue. He knew that his spiritual power might not be comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast, nor did he have the ability of the purple demon eyes. If he didn't want to be affected by the blood-red eyes, he could only avoid looking at his opponent. The blood-eyed golden leopard moved almost immediately after he closed his eyes. The gold pattern on its body flashed. From stillness to movement, it only took an instant. Everyone saw a blur before their eyes, and the golden figure had already swept past Lu Feng. Ding! A crisp sound rang out almost immediately after the blood-eyed golden leopard landed on the ground. Immediately after, another ding sound rang out as the blood-eyed golden leopard landed in a different place. The only change Lu Feng had was that the white dragon imperial spear, which was previously pointed diagonally to the ground, had now become vertical. Those who truly understood the previous battle couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a fast reaction! Yes, in that instant, Lu Feng had completely relied on his perception and judgment to react with the white dragon imperial spear. He avoided the important and focused on the trivial, using the white dragon imperial spear to borrow and neutralize the blood-eyed golden leopard's attack twice in a row. In yesterday's match, Lu Feng and Xianxia didn't appear, so no one in the Federation Central Academy knew what his ability was. Even though they had cheered when the soul beasts had appeared, they were now completely silent as they watched the match. From the bottom of their hearts, they naturally hoped that the Shrek Academy would lose, but they also hoped to see an exciting battle and learn from it. The blood-eyed golden leopard's attack naturally wouldn't stop. The blood-red light in its eyes flowed as it stared at Lu Feng. As long as Lu Feng opened his eyes, he would immediately be affected by the blood-red eyes and enter a bloodthirsty state. Ding 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 ding. A series of crisp sounds rang out, but Lu Feng still stood in his original position. The blood-eyed gold leopard seemed to have transformed into a streak of light, constantly pouncing. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that every time Lu Feng blocked the blood-eyed gold leopard's attack, his body would flicker and sway in a small area, trying his best to avoid the opponent's strongest impact. He would then use the white dragon king spear to strike the opponent's strongest point of attack, diverting it to the side. How difficult was it to achieve this with only hearing and other senses? After a few dozen consecutive attacks, the blood-eyed golden leopard paused for a moment. Continuously unleashing its innate ability took a toll on it. Lu Feng still didn't move. He was still standing there. Like a reef in the middle of the waves, no matter how strong the impact was, it would always stand tall. However, in the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Lu Feng moved. The white dragon king spear in his hand suddenly made an upward motion. Almost at the same time, the blood-eyed gold leopard pounced again. The moment its four limbs left the ground, the white dragon king spear's upward motion appeared. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, the blood-eyed gold leopard seemed to have collided with the white dragon king spear and was sent flying in the next moment. Then, the audience saw an illusory white dragon-like figure rise up with the blood-eyed gold leopard, instantly rushing into the air. A series of explosive sounds accompanied by a dragon's roar bloomed in the air. Rays of illusory silver light flashed. It was too fast. Lu Feng's explosive speed was actually not any slower than the blood-eyed gold leopard. Many people were dazzled, but they couldn't see what was happening. Suddenly, a silver-white light descended from the sky, bringing the yellow ball with it to the ground with a bang. Lu Feng rode on the blood-eyed gold leopard's back, holding the white dragon king spear in his hand upside down, the tip of the spear pointed at the back of the blood-eyed gold leopard's neck. It could pierce its central nervous system at any time. The first round, Shrek wins. Qi Ruishuan quickly announced. Lu Feng bounced up and landed to the side. The blood-eyed gold leopard resentfully got up from the ground and limped out of the arena. The moment it appeared, a second soul beast rushed in from the outside. There was no rest time, it was a tag team battle. Whoever lost would go down. The second soul beast to appear was a giant bear. It had a sturdy body, and when it stood up, it was more than 5 meters tall. Its majestic body was like a small mountain, and its entire body exuded an earthy yellow light. The moment it appeared, even the air seemed to have become thicker. A 10,000-year earth bear. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu in the resting area couldn't help but frown slightly. The soul beasts didn't give them the order of formation. Just like in the beast fighting round, they didn't need to give them the order of formation. However, in a situation where they hoped to win more rounds and defeat their opponent, the other party's formation would definitely be adjusted in the next moment. This 10,000-year Earth Bear was clearly targeted at Lu Feng's ability. Evidently, the leader behind the Soul Beasts had already seen that Lu Feng was an agility-type Soul Master, so they sent out this Earth Bear with extremely strong defense to fight him. This wasn't a good sign. Being targeted, it would be even more difficult for them to fight back. However, this was a competition, and competitions were cruel. It was all up to Lu Feng now. At this moment, Lu Feng had already reopened his eyes. Naturally, he also saw his opponent. This time, he didn't continue to stand in place, but chose to take the initiative to attack. With a flash, Lu Feng had already rushed out like an arrow. The Earth Bear opposite him let out a roar and also rushed in his direction. A yellow halo spread out around the Earth Bear's body. Those familiar with it knew that this was the Earth Bear's innate soul skill, gravity control. According to the Earth Bear's cultivation, the degree of gravity control was different. Weak opponents would be greatly restricted within its range of gravity, and might even be unable to move. There was no doubt that the Earth Bear with gravity control was a nightmare for agility-type Soul Masters who weren't good at long-range attacks. It was a complete restraint. However, Lu Feng didn't stop because his opponent had released gravity control. Instead, his speed became even faster. The distance between the two parties quickly closed. Right at this moment, a silver light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. In the next moment, his body moved. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he was already above the Earth Bear's head. Under gravity control, the increase in gravity naturally attracted him. Furthermore, he appeared 3 meters above the Earth Bear's head. The moment he appeared through instant teleportation, Lu Feng relaxed his soul power. It was equivalent to being pulled down by gravity control when he teleported over. He relied on his instant teleportation and the Earth Bear's gravity control to make a perfect combination. He held the silver dragon spear in reverse and stabbed it towards the Earth Bear's eyes. Without a doubt, the Earth Bear was a soul beast with extremely strong defense. However, no matter what kind of soul beast it was, their eyes were their vital points. The speed of this change was simply too fast, and speed wasn't what the Earth Bear was good at. The moment Lu Feng relaxed his body and was pulled down by the Earth Bear, his one-word battle armor instantly drilled out and covered his entire body. The White Dragon King spear in his hand let out a passionate dragon roar. He went all out in this attack without holding back. At the front end of the White Dragon King spear, a silver light flickered. That was the fusion of the Silver Moon Spear light and the spatial power of the Thorn Dragon. Wherever it passed, the air was pierced by a pitch-black ray. Show mercy. Qi Ruishuan's voice sounded again as a ray of light shot over like lightning. When he heard his voice, the White Dragon King spear in Lu Feng's hand paused for a moment and retracted the spear light. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. His White Dragon King spear was slashed to the side. Even so, the sharp tip of the spear still left a bloody mark on the Earth Bear's eyelid. One could imagine that if Lu Feng hadn't stopped in time, his White Dragon King spear would have pierced through the Earth Bear's eye. This was why instant transmission was said to be the most terrifying soul skill of an agility-type soul master. Unless the opponent's spiritual power far exceeded theirs, there was no way to judge. No one would have thought that in this second round, he would win even faster against the Earth Bear that was obviously stronger than the blood-eyed gold leopard and could restrain Lu Feng's ability. Lu Feng bounced up and landed steadily on the ground. The Earth Bear's huge body trembled slightly, and it looked at Lu Feng with a trembling gaze. In that instant, it really felt the threat of death. This human was too scary, too scary. The entire arena was silent. He won, and it was so hard. Divine agility-type soul skill, instant transmission. It was simply too difficult to obtain the instant teleportation divine skill. First of all, a soul master had to be an agility-type soul master with a certain spatial attribute. Secondly, to have instant transmission, one had to have a soul ring or spirit soul formed from a 10,000-year spatial attribute soul beast. Until now, the Spirit Pagoda had not been able to create a spirit soul with spatial transmission or teleportation soul skills. In other words, this soul skill could only be obtained from wild soul beasts. Spatial attribute soul beasts were the rarest, and it was easier said than done to encounter one. Therefore, this divine skill was extremely rare. Especially in today's situation where hunting soul beasts was not allowed. In the entire Federation's Central Academy, there wasn't a single soul master who could have such a soul skill. And this five-ringed soul king, who didn't appear in yesterday's sparring match, had such a powerful divine skill. How could it not be shocking? Lu Feng took a deep breath and took advantage of the Earth Bear's slow speed to quickly recover his energy. These two matches seemed to have been won quickly, but it hadn't been easy for him either. His mind had been tense from beginning to end, and he'd expended quite a lot of energy and soul power. Especially in the first round, the blood-eyed golden leopard's innate ability was really hard to deal with, and it took up a lot of his energy. The bear of the earth was in a better state. Although it had thick skin, as long as there was a weakness, there would be an opportunity to attack it. With the White Dragon King Spear, Tang Wulin was still able to barely break through their defenses, not to mention that he had the buff from his one-word battle armor. Even if that spear attack didn't kill the bear of the earth, it was enough to severely injure it. After all, this was a beast fighting competition and not a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for him to win. After the earthen bear left, the third soul beast entered. This time, Lu Feng's expression became serious. This time, it was an ape that entered the arena. It was about 2 meters tall and had a thick layer of white hair all over its body. Its eyes were emitting a faint golden light. As she looked at Lu Feng, her eyes flickered, and she was unusually quick-witted. This was a golden-eyed white ape, a 10,000-year golden-eyed white ape. Tang Wulin had only seen it in textbooks. The most terrifying thing about the golden-eyed white ape was not its ability, but its intelligence. It was an ape of the Herculean divine ape family. Compared to the Herculean divine ape, it was slightly inferior in strength, but in terms of intelligence, it was far superior. This was a powerful soul beast with both strength and agility. Furthermore, this golden-eyed white ape had 2 tufts of golden hair on its forehead. It was obvious that it had a cultivation of about 20,000 years. When it reached the 100,000-year level, all its hair would turn golden. It was said that it would become the strongest ape-type soul beast. But perhaps the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Almost no golden-eyed white ape could cultivate to that level. This 20,000-year golden-eyed white ape in front of him was already an extremely rare existence. The golden-eyed white ape grinned at Lu Feng, and the hair on its body suddenly stood up. It grabbed the air with both hands, and a long rod condensed from soul power appeared in its hands. It waved the rod around, then stretched out its right hand and hooked its index finger at Lu Feng. It was truly rare for a soul beast to make such a human-like move. Lu Feng stood in place, wary of the golden-eyed white ape in front of him, but he was very calm from beginning to end. He pretended not to see the other party's provocation, and took advantage of this time to recover. Seeing that its provocation was unsuccessful, the golden-eyed white ape didn't delay any longer. It tapped the ground with its long rod, and like pole vaulted, it used the long rod's elastic force to send itself out. In the air, it swung the long rod and smashed it directly at Lu Feng's head. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. The full power of a 20,000-year soul beast's attack was too powerful. It was definitely not something he could withstand. Just like the earthen bear from before, if it had hit him with full power, even if he was wearing a one-word battle armor, he would have died without a doubt. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the side. Golden light flashed in the golden-eyed white ape's eyes, and suddenly, an illusory figure identical to itself appeared on its body. The original figure still attacked in the same direction as before. This was due to inertia. However, the separated figure twisted its body in the air and smashed the rod at Lu Feng's foot. The golden-eyed white ape's golden eyes weren't used for spiritual attacks. It was an innate ability, clone. This was a powerful soul skill that many soul masters dreamed of having. It was just that the golden-eyed white ape was too rare. Not only was it smart, but it was also a little arrogant. In the early years, when soul beasts could be hunted, it was possible to obtain one if there was a chance. But now, it could only fuse with a spirit soul. How could the golden-eyed white ape be willing to become a spirit soul? It would rather die of old age than form a contract with a human. Therefore, this doppelganger soul skill could only make human soul masters envious. Lu Feng was also envious. If he could have this soul skill, his strength would definitely increase greatly. The golden-eyed white ape's clone had 60% of the original body's combat strength. If it could reach 100,000 years, it could even reach 100%. Moreover, the clone and the original body could be transformed. For example, the attack in front of Lu Feng was clearly a clone, but the attack that landed in the distance became 60% of the original body's strength. The golden-eyed white ape in front of Lu Feng became more solid. Silver light flashed, and Lu Feng instantly teleported behind the golden-eyed white ape's main body. He flicked the silver dragon spear in his hand. However, the golden-eyed white ape's reaction was also very fast. The clone and the original body switched positions again. The clone was sent flying by Lu Feng, but the original body was already attacking from behind. The long rod in its hand swept across. The person in charge of arranging the soul beast's formation was indeed powerful. After Lu Feng used instant teleportation, he immediately found someone who could restrain instant teleportation in a certain sense. After all, this was a one-on-one fight. The golden-eyed white ape's clone could transform and unleash its full strength. For a moment, two figures flickered in the air. Lu Feng's instant teleportation and the golden-eyed white ape's clone switched positions. For a moment, figures kept appearing in the air, but there were very few real collisions. The audience was dazzled. In terms of attack power, the golden-eyed white ape was definitely stronger, but Lu Feng's instant teleportation, coupled with his own spatial attribute attack power and the power of the White Dragon King Spear, was not weak either. The golden-eyed white ape did not dare to let its main body be stabbed by him. Therefore, the two sides became a guerrilla battle, and their speed became faster and faster. Beast fighting wasn't something that happened every year. Sometimes, the students of the Shrek Academy wouldn't choose to engage in beast fighting. This was because when it came to the 6th years, they had to go back early to prepare for the upcoming exam and strive to enter the inner court. Those who could represent the 6th years in the competition naturally had a chance of entering the inner court. As a result, it was the first time for many of the Federation's Central Academy students to see a beast battle. Only now did they truly understand how difficult it was to break the record of 33 victories. 10,000-year soul beasts were simply too strong. I'm afraid Frenzy won't be able to last 5 rounds. Qianlei frowned. They also felt the strength of the soul beasts. The key was that this kind of targeted arrangement would greatly increase their difficulty. Tang Yuga looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Why don't we make some adjustments and let me take the next round?" Among everyone, she was the one with the least flaws. No matter what kind of opponent she faced, she would be able to deal with them easily. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "No need, let's follow the original plan. Breaking the record is what we want, but the most important thing is to increase everyone's combat experience in the process of battle and hone our abilities. Everyone, just calm down and do your best." Tang Yuga nodded. At this moment, the battle on the battlefield suddenly changed. With a muffled bang, Lu Feng's instant transmission was not used at the crucial moment. The gold-eyed white ape's rod smashed onto the White Dragon Imperial Spear, and his entire body was instantly sent flying. The gold-eyed white ape's clone instantly rushed to Lu Feng's back, while the main body rushed forward from the front. A pincer attack from the front and back. Without a doubt, the clone would arrive behind Lu Feng first, and the main body would arrive a little later. According to battle habits, the gold-eyed white ape instantly switched, and the clone that was holding the long rod turned into the main body. The main body turned into a clone. This process could be completed in the blink of an eye. However, just as it was about to switch, a silver light silently appeared behind Lu Feng. This process was almost at the same time as the switch. Immediately after, the space behind Lu Feng froze for a moment. The gold-eyed white ape, who had completed the switch, immediately realized that something was wrong. It immediately wanted to switch back and let the clone switch back to the main body. However, this time it did not succeed in switching. Because a large number of fine cracks suddenly appeared in the space around its main body. Spatial rend. Dimensional slash. The silver figure that had split from Lu Feng's back swept out its large tail and instantly wrapped itself around the waist of the golden-eyed white ape. "I hate people like you who switch." A thought appeared in the golden-eyed white ape's mind. The next moment, its body was lifted up and smashed heavily onto the ground. Lu Feng's white dragon king spear drilled out from under its armpit and went straight for its throat. "Save me!" The golden-eyed white ape suddenly spoke in human language and screamed. Lu Feng's spear paused, stopping at its throat. The silver figure behind Lu Feng also revealed itself. It was his spirit, the thorn dragon. In this round, Lu Feng was unable to defeat the golden-eyed white ape with just his combat strength. The other party's doppelganger ability was too troublesome. Through the constant switching, he was unable to hit the main body at all. Even if he could hit the golden-eyed white ape, he would not be able to defeat it in an instant. As long as he gave the other party a chance to catch its breath, the other party would be able to switch and escape. After a series of battles, the thorn dragon finally made its move. It first showed a flaw, then used the moment of switching to seal the space so that it could not switch and leave. Only then did it win in one fell swoop. 3 consecutive victories, the thorn dragon released its tail and threw the golden-eyed white ape to the side. The golden-eyed white ape looked at it resentfully. The thorn dragon glared at it, and its thoughts sounded in the golden-eyed white ape's mind, "What are you looking at? So what if I'm looking at you? You don't even know how to speak." Humph. As it spoke, the golden-eyed white ape raised its head and strode away. Lu Feng's thoughts moved, and he hurriedly pulled back the thorn dragon that wanted to rush over. The thorn dragon's thoughts sounded in his mind, "This bastard, pretending to be so arrogant, but he's actually nothing much. What's there to be proud of? I really should have beaten it up just now." "You know it?" Lu Feng asked curiously. The thorn dragon nodded but didn't explain anything. It turned into a silver light and merged back into Lu Feng's body. The audience was very good at appreciating things. Therefore, many of them could tell what it was. That was a spirit soul, a 10,000-year spirit soul, a 10,000-year spirit soul formed by a true soul beast. A 10,000-year thorn dragon. No wonder Lu Feng could have such a powerful soul skill like instant teleportation. It was actually given to him by the thorn dragon. Were all the people from the Shrek Academy so terrifying? However, after winning 3 battles, Lu Feng's forehead was already covered in sweat, and his aura was clearly unstable. In particular, his soul power consumption was not small. After all, he only had 5 rings. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a 5-ring soul master, even a 1-word battle armor master, to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, he had won 3 consecutive battles. If not for the fact that the thorn dragon's spirit soul had given him a huge boost and that his bloodline had evolved into the White Dragon King, it was impossible for him to do this. At this moment, he already felt a little weak. Although the endless life fruit in his mouth continued to replenish his life force, it was still very difficult for him to recover the soul power he had consumed in a short period of time. The golden-eyed white ape ran very quickly, so his next opponent appeared very quickly as well. When this person appeared, Lu Feng knew that he was in danger. It was a giant lion with a fiery red body. Its fiery red fur was extremely dazzling. Just by standing there, it felt like its entire body was covered in flames. Raging Flame Demon Lion, Fire Attribute, 10,000-year Cultivation. An incomparably powerful flame controller. One of the king bloodlines in the world of soul beasts. Although it wasn't a golden bloodline, it was extremely strong in terms of fire control. More importantly, it was best at large-scale attacks. It also had a soul skill that would be very effective against Lu Feng, Fire Resistance Ring. Its own defense wasn't weak either. Roar, the 10,000-year raging flame demon lion let out a furious roar towards the sky, and a huge sound wave reverberated throughout the entire arena. Scarlet flames immediately rose up, rising more than 10 meters from its body. A large amount of flames surged out and quickly spread, causing the temperature in the arena to rise rapidly. Lu Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became resolute. I can't give up. At least, I have to win this match. Qian Lei, who was behind him, also had a hard time dealing with this kind of large-scale fire attribute attack. If he defeated one more opponent, his teammates would be able to relax a little. He slowly raised the White Dragon King spear in his hand, and a layer of fine white scales covered his 1-word battle armor. Lu Feng's eyes suddenly became exceptionally focused. In the next moment, he moved. Just like that, he charged towards the blazing flames. The raging flame demon lion was the king of beasts. With a roar, it charged forward. It spat out flames from its mouth, covering a large area and directly enveloping Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't use instant teleportation this time. He didn't have much soul power left. One instant teleportation consumed a lot of his soul power. He had to conserve his strength. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he didn't use any soul skills at all. Instead, he just charged into the flames. The surface of his one-word battle armor instantly turned scarlet red. The audience was stunned. What is he doing? Is he trying to commit suicide by charging into the flames? How can he fight like that? Lu Feng didn't stop. Even in the flames, his speed was still incomparably fast. His right hand emitted a dazzling silver-white light, and the White Dragon King spear broke through the flames in front of him as he strode forward. The raging flame demon lion seemed to feel the threat. It lowered its head and spat out a huge golden fireball at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with silver light. He suddenly jumped to the side and dodged the fireball. However, he instantly accelerated and charged towards the raging flame demon lion. The raging flame demon lion roared, and the flames on its body turned from scarlet to golden red. One could see that Lu Feng's one-word battle armor had turned red, and there was even smoke coming out of his body. However, he didn't retreat at all. His eyes were still resolute. Kill! With a loud shout, the long-awaited silver light erupted. The silver light shot in, and the thorn dragon suddenly separated from his body. Countless silver lights cut through space, and the cracks in space swallowed the surrounding flames. The White Dragon Imperial Spear in Lu Feng's hand suddenly rose up, and the huge raging flame demon lion was lifted from the ground. In the next moment, the thorn dragon turned into a silver light and merged into his spear. In an instant, the spear light from the Dragon Imperial Spear reached a meter long, and the spear danced, thrusting out countless times like lightning. Wherever the spear passed, cracks appeared in the space. Remember to bookmark the advanced edition. The one-word battle armor on his body showed signs of melting, but he didn't stop at all. A large piece of the raging flame demon lion's scarlet fur was cut off, and with a pu sound, the White Dragon Imperial Spear pierced the raging flame demon lion's shoulder. Lu Feng's body flashed with silver light, and his one-word battle armor suddenly emitted a strong light. Then, it exploded with an incomparably powerful aura. The White Dragon Imperial Spear that pierced the raging flame demon lion's shoulder suddenly let out a loud dragon roar. The spear turned into a white dragon and bit the raging flame demon lion's neck, flipping it to the ground. The dragon closed its mouth and was about to bite the raging flame demon lion's neck that had lost the protection of its fur. Stop! Qi Ruishuan flashed and held the white dragon's upper jaw with both hands. The white dragon flashed and turned back into a spear. It fell to the ground and stabbed Lu Feng, who was kneeling on one knee due to overexertion. Oh my god, is he crazy? Yes, he is the crazy Lu Feng. The raging flame demon lion rolled over and got up. Looking at the human in front of it, it still had lingering fear. It could clearly sense that this human was much weaker than it was, but it could sense a murderous aura coming from this human's body. If it really was a life-and-death battle, it might be able to tear this human apart at the last moment, but it didn't doubt that this human could cause fatal damage to it. He was too crazy. Yes, it was too crazy in the eyes of the Central Academy of the Federation. All of this was too crazy. This was only a sparring match, yet he was willing to burn his one-word battle armor in order to secure victory. Isn't that too high a price to pay? Moreover, this was a competition where it was almost impossible to gain any benefits. Was there a need to do this for the sake of the final victory? Most people couldn't understand why Lu Feng would be so resolute at the last moment. He even looked like he wanted to die together with his opponent. In the stands, Yan Kailuan frowned. Remember to bookmark it and read it for yourself. Although he had never faced Lu Feng before, and his cultivation was far above Lu Feng's, if he really faced Lu Feng, would he have the confidence to win? His answer was that he didn't know. They could all see that Lu Feng's strength was probably the weakest among the Shrek Academy students they had seen. However, a five-ringed soul king like him actually had such a strong will to fight. He was willing to do anything for victory. If it were them, would they be able to do it? Would they be willing to burn their battle armor for victory? If they asked themselves honestly, they wouldn't be able to do it. We didn't lose unjustly. Xianxia exhaled and sighed. On the field, Lu Feng held the white dragon king spear beside him and slowly stood up from the ground with difficulty. His mouth was pursed tightly. 4 matches, only 4 matches. In the end, he didn't manage to win 5 matches in a row. Furthermore, he was the first to fight, so the soul beast he faced should be relatively weak. Was he really that weak? If the Central Academy of the Federation knew about this, many of them would probably collapse. Under normal circumstances, how could a 5-ringed Soul King be a match for a 10,000-year Soul Beast? Even a 5-ringed Soul King with a battle armor would be the same. He had already defeated 4 10,000-year Soul Beasts in a row, yet he still had such thoughts. What should the others do? A tall figure walked into the arena and placed his hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. Frenzy, leave the rest to me. This brother will help you get back the match you owe. Lu Feng raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He said bitterly, I've embarrassed myself. Xianxia chuckled. How could you be embarrassed? You're an agility-type soul master, and you were suppressed later on. Under such circumstances, you've already done very well. Go back. Remember to bookmark the advanced edition. As he spoke, he hugged Lu Feng, then turned around and threw Lu Feng out. A golden-patterned blue-silver grass had been thrown out at some point and wrapped around Lu Feng's waist, bringing him back to the body breath area. When the golden-patterned blue-silver grass touched him, the almost exhausted bloodline aura in Lu Feng's body suddenly became active. He returned to his team and didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. With the life energy provided by the endless life fruit, he didn't even need Lan Mingqing's treatment. His problem was that he had overdrawn his soul power. Come, the 5th one. The tall Qianlei stood in the middle of the field, facing the direction where Soul Stop appeared, and shouted in a deep voice. The entrance on the opposite side opened, and a figure drilled out. With a flash of light, it instantly appeared in front of Qianlei. The other party's speed was so fast that Qianlei was shocked. Oh my god. Qianlei instantly knew who he was facing. It was the soul beast that had made great contributions to him, but also made him constantly vigilant. The 5th soul beast to represent the soul beast was actually a 10,000-year emerald demon bird. Seeing the emerald demon bird, Qi Ruishuan was shocked. With the speed of this emerald demon bird, he might not be able to save Qianlei in time. He hurriedly approached Qianlei. Qianlei shouted. 5 soul rings rose from his feet, and a layer of golden fur bloomed. He placed his right hand in front of his forehead. With a crisp sound, the emerald demon bird hit his palm and was bounced back, but it quickly flashed to the other side and attacked Qianlei again. The person in charge of allocating the soul beasts was clearly very experienced. Chihu remembered to collect X Chihu Pavilion X first time go home to see. From Qianlei's figure, it could be seen that he was a soul master who specialized in strength. At the very least, his body wasn't that agile. On the other hand, the emerald demon bird's agility and attack power were among the best among soul beasts. The cultivation level of the emerald demon bird that Qianlei had summoned in the past was far inferior to the one in front of him. This 10,000-year-old emerald demon bird looked similar to the one he had summoned in the past. But this one's body was even more translucent, as if it was carved out of jade. Its speed was incomparably fast, and it could defy the law of inertia and constantly change the direction of its attack. This caused Qianlei to be flustered, and he used his large hands to protect her. Protect your vital parts. He didn't dare to bet on whether his defense could withstand the emerald demon bird's attack, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Lan Xuanyu, who was watching the battle, had a serious expression on his face. According to this arrangement, not only would the soul beasts that appeared become stronger and stronger, more importantly, they would be very targeted. Qianlei didn't even dare to fully unfold the golden behemoth's body. Its body was too big, and it would be even more difficult for him to defend. This way, it would be too difficult for them to obtain at least 33 victories. But at this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Qianlei's left hand suddenly blocked the emerald demon bird's attack and bounced it away, but his palm was already slightly swollen. The 10,000-year-old emerald demon bird's attack power was simply too strong, and his rough and thick palm was somewhat unable to withstand its attack. But at this moment, Qianlei still maintained his calm, and his right hand suddenly made a seemingly meaningless movement. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, exciting, smiley face, but right after Qianlei did this, the emerald demon bird in the air suddenly slowed down by half a beat. In the next moment, Qianlei bent his left middle finger and locked it with his thumb. Taking advantage of the moment when the emerald demon bird slowed down, he suddenly flicked his middle finger. With a pu sound, the emerald demon bird's head was hit and its body was sent flying. The strength of the golden behemoth was enormous, and its hands were the most powerful part of its body. The emerald demon bird's body almost sank into the ground. Qianlei took a step forward and stomped on the ground, making a few muffled sounds. He suddenly waved his hands and made a hugging motion in front of him, forcefully pulling the emerald demon bird in his direction. It was as if there was a suction force in his palms. This was the Tongmen's secret technique, controlling crane capturing dragon, which the emerald demon bird could not resist. On the spectator stand, Shi Qinluo's eyes lit up. Looking at Qianlei, the dusk gold dreadclaw bear in his body was eager to give it a try. Chihu Chicho Pavilion's fastest read. He could feel Qianlei's valiance, as well as the bloodline in Qianlei's body that was somewhat similar to his. Even Lan Xuanyu did not know when Qianlei had cultivated the Tongmen's secret technique, controlling crane capturing dragon. Without a doubt, controlling crane capturing dragon played an extremely good role in this battle against the emerald demon bird. The traction force of controlling crane capturing dragon greatly compensated for Qianlei's weakness against agility-type opponents. Shi Qinluo suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I've decided, I want to join the Tangmen. I also want to learn controlling crane capturing dragon. This is too important to me." His ability was similar to Qianlei's, so he could naturally see that controlling crane capturing dragon made up for his shortcomings. After learning controlling crane capturing dragon, his strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Sitting beside him, Qiangu Yuru said indifferently, "I want to go to the spirit pagoda. What about you?" "This?" Shi Qinluo looked at the girl who had just become his girlfriend and had not even held hands with him, and began to fall into a dilemma. "Don't you know that?" Qiangu Yuru chuckled and punched him in the face. "Our family rules are to never return to the spirit pagoda." Shi Qinluo laughed bitterly, "I feel that I will be bullied to death by you in the future. Are you willing or not?" Qiangu Yuru frowned. Yes. No matter how violent I am, I have to carry the girl that I have chosen." Shi Qinluo smiled bitterly. "That's enough, you two. Show off your love quickly, show off your love quickly, show off your love quickly," Li Qiuqiu muttered. The battle on the field had already ended. The most terrifying thing about the emerald demon bird was its extreme attack power and speed. Otherwise, it would not have been able to injure Qianlei's hand after fusing with the golden behemoth. Remember to collect or seek RR Pavilion RR fastest read. However, after its speed was restricted, it no longer had a chance. It was caught by Qianlei, and the match ended. At this moment, Qianlei's second soul ring suddenly flashed as he excitedly completed his copy. The fifth match was won. The emerald demon bird was indeed ferocious. It was only brought back by a human-shaped soul beast from the spectator stand. Otherwise, it would have fought Qianlei to the death. On Huanlu's spectator stand, Erming said with a smile, "This kid is not simple. He can block the emerald demon bird's attack. He is not a brute. His spiritual power is quite strong, so he can make such accurate judgments. His bloodline is a little strange. I can't sense what type of bloodline it is. It is very strange. It doesn't seem to be from the mother planet. It might be a variant from another planet. However, with his strength and body, he is suitable to learn from you." Deming said in a deep voice. "Yes, let's see his performance first." The door opened once more, and with a loud rumble, a large soul beast charged into the hall. The moment it entered, the audience couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So strong, its eyes shone fiercely. It was about 12 meters long and 5 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in thick diamond-shaped scales. Its back was bulging, and its huge tail dragged on the ground, creating sparks from the friction. It was obvious how heavy it was. The ironback dragon was extremely strong and had an extremely strong defense among the earth dragons. It was obvious that the person behind the formation of the soul beasts couldn't see through Qianlei's abilities, so he sent out the 10,000-year ironback dragon, which was good at defense. The ironback dragon took large strides and rushed towards Qianlei, causing the ground to tremble. Qianlei smiled. He liked opponents with the bloodline of the dragon race the most. Of course, that was excluding people with the bloodline of the dragon race like Lan Xuanyu. Ao ao ao. Qianlei roared towards the sky. His body instantly grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, he grew to 10 meters tall. His majestic body was like an iron wall, and every strand of hair on his body was shining with a golden light. This was the true form of the fusion between him and the golden behemoth Fatty. He punched his chest with both fists, wantonly releasing the aura of his bloodline. The momentum of the ironback dragon that was striding towards him suddenly weakened. It actually slowed down its pace, and its eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. Qianlei opened his large hands. His palms were almost a square meter in size, and the claws at the front were about a foot long. They weren't in the shape of blades like the dark golden terror claw bear, but were like eagle claws. However, each of his claws was much thicker than an eagle's. Qianlei suddenly rushed forward, his body emitting a golden light. A powerful aura was released in an instant, and it actually suppressed the ironback dragon to the point that it wanted to retreat. A dragon-eating beast is actually a dragon-eating beast. In the spectator stands, Erming stood up and looked at everything on the field, dumbfounded. In the history of human soul masters, there were almost no records of the golden behemoth. However, De Ming and Erming had been around for far too long as they were beast kings. It was impossible for them not to know. Chihu was the fastest way to read it. In ancient times, when the Earth's crust changed, a crack seemed to have appeared in space, and some strange creatures that didn't belong to the Douluo continent appeared. There were many types, but many of them died as soon as they arrived because they couldn't adapt to the environment of the Douluo continent. Not many survived. Every single one of those who managed to survive was a powerhouse with extremely powerful strength. The dragon-eating beast was the true king among them. The reputation of the dragon-eating beast was really due to its eating. At that time, the golden behemoth, known as the dragon-eating beast, entered the world of soul beasts and started a massacre. It wasn't the kind of young golden fatty that Lan Xuanyu and the others had picked up, but an adult golden behemoth. Even 100,000-year soul beast wasn't its match in a one-on-one battle. At that time, true dragons were already very rare, but there were still many sub-dragon soul beasts. Who knew how many were eaten by the golden behemoth? It especially liked to suck the blood and brains of dragon-type soul beasts. It was incomparably cruel and brought about a very dark period for soul beasts. Fortunately, dragon-eating beasts were extremely rare and were suppressed by the few beast kings in the end. The only weakness of the dragon-eating beast was that it couldn't control its emotions, but it was invulnerable and had extremely strong combat strength. It was the natural enemy of dragon-type soul beasts. At this moment, the dragon-eating beast had reappeared, and it had even transformed into a martial soul that appeared in the body of a human soul master. How could Erming not be shocked? On the field, Qianlei rushed to the front of the ironback dragon. With a loud shout, he slapped the ironback dragon's head. The ironback dragon shrank back and used its back, which had the strongest defense, to block the attack. With a bang, the ironback dragon squatted down from the slap. Immediately after, Qianlei grabbed 2 pieces of armor on its body and exerted force, directly flipping it to the ground. Reading pleasure, exciting reading, smiley face. One had to know that Qianlei had even defeated a Class 7 origin dragon on the Dragon Source Star. This 10,000-year ironback dragon's strongest point was its defense, and it didn't have many attacking methods. It was a pure strength-type soul beast, and with the bloodline suppression, how could it be Qianlei's opponent? The origin dragon wasn't a real dragon race, so bloodline suppression didn't exist, but this ironback dragon was really suppressed. Then everyone saw Qianlei ride on the ironback dragon, pressing it to the ground, and then grabbing the back of its head with one hand. At that moment, a scarlet color flashed across Qianlei's eyes. This was an instinctive reaction from Fatty Jean. Stop. Qi Ruishuan blocked Qianlei's claw, but he was also sent flying back several meters. Xianlei's eyes became clear again, and he jumped off the ironback dragon's back. In the stands, Xianluo kept his mouth shut, he didn't want to speak anymore. This is a 5-ring cultivation base, this is a 5-ring cultivation base, this was the only thought in his mind now. Although his bloodline wasn't affected by Xianlei's aura, how could he compare to this strength and physique? This world was too terrifying. Geniuses, please remember to bookmark this book and read it. Not only him, but Yan Kailuan, Qing Luo, and the others were also shocked. They now fully understood why the dean had said those words to them before. They were really unlucky. Why did they encounter these guys with 2 consecutive victories, and it seemed much easier than when Lu Feng defeated Hun. Xianlei transformed back into his human form, and his face unconsciously revealed a proud expression. This time, the soul beasts came out a little slower. The 7th soul beast to come out was an extremely fast, wind attribute bird-type soul beast. This cyan bird had a cultivation base of about 30,000 years, it was extremely fast, and was a controller of the wind element. In order to avoid being affected by Xianlei's controlling crane-capturing dragon, it flew into the air as soon as it appeared, and various wind attribute long-range attacks fell from the sky. Since they couldn't win in close combat, they would use long-range attacks to deplete Xianlei's fighting strength. However, something that surprised the soul beasts appeared once again, a streak of jade-green light rushed out as Xianlei's 2nd soul ring shone. It was the 10,000-year emerald demon bird that Xianlei had just replicated. The emerald demon bird was the nemesis of almost all bird-type soul beasts, their defense wasn't very strong. The cyan bird had just attacked when it saw this demon bird. It immediately screamed in fear, turned around, and ran. 3 consecutive winds replicated again. This time, it was replicated the cyan bird. Xianlei was actually a little distressed. He still liked the emerald demon bird, which could effectively make up for his disadvantages. However, after his 2nd soul skill was completed, it disappeared after 1 use, and he had to replicate a new soul beast. A Xianlei's demon bird. Was Xian's. The green bird with a cultivation of 10,000 years had won the 7th match too easily. This time, the soul beasts paused for a longer time. They were clearly thinking of countermeasures against Xianlei. Xianlei was happy. The biggest problem for the soul beasts was that they didn't know how many times Xianlei's replicated emerald demon bird would appear. Therefore, the soul beasts they sent out had to be afraid of the emerald demon bird. Then, they had to think about how to deal with it. This was a dilemma. Please remember to bookmark it in the pavilion. The 10,000-year emerald demon bird was extremely frightening. Its attack power was terrifying. Even a 50,000-year soul beast wouldn't be able to block it if it was restrained. The emerald demon bird didn't care if this was a spar. It would attack viciously whenever it had the chance. After a full 5 minutes, the 8th soul beast appeared. It was a soul beast that emitted a faint golden light. It was very beautiful. It looked a little like a tiger, but its fur was longer than a tiger's. Its golden fur gave people a strange texture, and its body was bigger. It was over 7 meters long, and its eyes were dark brown. There was a faint golden light in its eyes, and on its forehead, there was a big king character that was very conspicuous. This soul beast's every movement carried the demeanor of a king. Those who were familiar with soul beasts could tell that this was a soul beast with a golden bloodline. A 10,000-year golden liger. It only had a 10,000-year cultivation, but with its 10,000-year golden bloodline, it was completely different from other 10,000-year soul beasts. Its eyes flickered with intelligence, and its steps were graceful and calm. It walked towards Xianlei step by step, leaving behind a golden light in the air. Xianlei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This golden tiger is really beautiful. The golden liger has a noble status in the world of soul beasts. Although it only has a 10,000-year cultivation, it has an ancient bloodline. Young man, let me ask you a question. The golden liger didn't rush to attack Xianlei. Instead, it asked, "You can speak human language?" Xianlei asked in surprise. The golden liger's eyes flickered. Young man, how can you speak so impolitely? Call me sister. It's a tigress. Xianlei was shocked. Bang! A golden light flashed. Xianlei only felt an unparalleled and terrifying force. In the next moment, he was sent flying. He didn't even see how the golden liger did it. Lan Xuanyu and the others, who were sitting in the resting area, immediately stood up. In that instant, they saw the golden liger raise its claw. A golden claw grew bigger and faster, and then it sent Qianlei flying. This was something that a 10,000-year soul beast could do. Everyone suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, Qianlei did not seem to have suffered any injuries. He patted his butt and fell to the ground. He stood up and said in surprise, "Why are you starting now, sister?" "I'll call you sister, okay? I'm teaching you a lesson. Let me ask you, is your Dragon Eater a martial soul, a spirit soul, or a soul ring?" Qianlei was stunned. "You're saying that Fatty Jean is a spirit soul?" The golden liger narrowed its eyes. "Then release it and let me see." Qianlei's eyes moved. He also felt that the opponent in front of him was very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could compare to. He didn't think too much about it. The third soul ring on his body flashed, and Fatty Jean separated from his body, begging for pavilion full effort. Fatty Jean was more than 3 meters tall, and this was under the condition that it didn't explode. Its whole body was covered in golden fur, and its body had a strong fierce aura. But when it saw the golden liger, it was slightly stunned. It subconsciously bent down, as if it was about to pounce at any time. "It's a spirit soul." The golden liger seemed to feel it for a moment. Its eyes narrowed, and it seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while, the golden liger said, "Is it the only one? Where did you get it? Let me answer this question." An old voice sounded. In the next moment, Master Shu was already on the field. He came to Qianlei's side and faced the golden liger. He bowed slightly and said, "Respected inheritor of the golden bloodline, this is what happened. Back then, this child and his companions obtained a coin with spatial attributes." Then, Master Shu described the situation in detail, including how he helped Fatty Jean revive. The golden liger listened very seriously. It only nodded slightly when Master Shu finished. "Do you know that you almost made a big mistake? If this Dragon Eater grows up alone, it will lose its mind once it reaches adulthood. It will become extremely fierce and its attack power will be very strong. Back then, adult Dragon Eater appeared on the mother planet and even hunted a few true dragons. The reason why the true dragons were almost extinct is related to this Dragon Eater. Fortunately, it became your spirit soul when it was young, and it's the only one. Otherwise, it might have been a disaster." Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Master Shu said apologetically, "I really couldn't tell what it was back then. Even in the Shrek Academy, there were no records of this dragon-eating beast, so I revived it. We didn't know it would be like this." "Is it still dangerous now?" The golden Lihu looked at Qianlei and said, "It's dangerous, but now that it's a spirit soul, you have to control how dangerous it is. You have to control your emotions at all times and guard your heart. Don't be affected by it. I can feel that your spiritual power is quite strong, so continue to work hard in this area. If you can't control your emotions, you must immediately find a strong person to control you. However, I can feel that this dragon-eating beast is a little afraid. It seems that there's a stronger bloodline by your side that's intimidating it. If you plan to separate it, I can help you. Then, I'll help you choose a strong enough soul beast as your spirit soul. How about it? No need." Qianlei looked at Fatty Jean beside him and said without hesitation, "Senior, no, sister, I will definitely control my emotions. Fatty Jean and I have a deep relationship. I can't live without him." The golden Lihu looked at him deeply and said, "I know you won't agree. Remember, a powerful spirit soul like Chihu is indeed very helpful to you. Moreover, it's in a state similar to a companion. It's different from a spirit soul, but it's also somewhat similar. It's still a little strange. When you come to the 7th ring, you have to come to Douluo planet again. We'll check again to avoid danger. There won't be any danger as long as he keeps following the word Xian." A low voice sounded. Erming came to the golden Lihu's side. The golden Lihu looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Erming Dao said, "Although the dragon-eating beast is powerful, as long as its bloodline is suppressed, it won't act recklessly. Young man, remember to always follow Xianyu. His bloodline is enough to help you suppress the dragon-eating beast's hostility. After a long time, when your strength surpasses that of the dragon-eating beast, there won't be a problem. Qianlei asked curiously, Senior, when will my strength surpass it? Dao said, at least rank 10. Level 10 divine. The corner of Qianlei's mouth twitched. When would he be able to cultivate to the divine level? The golden Lihu turned to look at and said, Second Daddy, is it really okay? Dao said, my feeling can't be wrong. Alright, why did you come to participate in this? Don't forget your identity. Go. Yes, but I can't lose. Young man, let's call it a draw. You can leave. I'm leaving too. The golden liger raised the Qianlei proudly and looked at it, then at wondering who the golden liger's father was. Even the golden liger was so powerful. How powerful would its father be? He would definitely be in existence that was over 100,000 years old. Lan Xuanyu, who was listening to the conversation in the lounge, was also dumbfounded. Senior seemed to be a Titan giant ape. It didn't seem right for a Titan giant ape to give birth to a golden liger. He was also full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Qianlei looked at Dao with a wronged expression. Senior, this isn't fair. I can still continue fighting. Remember to ask for the pavilion's elite edition. If this big sister tiger didn't come out, I reckon I could still win a few rounds. What do you think? Glanced at him and said. You can leave. This last can't lose. This concerns the face of the soul beasts of the Douluo star. Qianlei's eyes lit up, and he bowed without hesitation. Thank you, Senior. Senior is fair and just. I am the model of my generation. Said unhappily, you sly brat. You're not a good person. If I don't agree, are you going to scold me in your heart? Get out of here. With that, he waved his hand, and a wave of air rolled up Qianlei and blew him back to the lounge. Ming's way of handling things was very fair. Although Qianlei had a great suppressive effect on soul beasts, he needed to mobilize his soul power for a long time to use Fatty Jin's power. If he consumed too much soul power, he wouldn't be able to continue using Fatty Jin. He was satisfied with his victory. After all, Lu Feng won 4 rounds, which was equivalent to him winning 7 rounds. He had more than fulfilled his mission. On the field, Master Shu, and the golden liger turned into light and left. Qianlei was already standing in front of his teammates, and said proudly, Did you see that? This is called subduing the enemy without fighting. Ha ha ha. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, Go sit at the side. Hui, it's your turn. Okay, big brother Xianyu, I'm going up. With that, Yuan and Hui's figure flashed, and she entered the arena. At this moment, the mood of the Federation's Central Academy's teachers and students changed. Lu Feng and Qianlei used their strength to prove themselves, and also let the teachers and students deeply understand the strength of the Shrek Academy's young students. Not only did these students have fighting strength, but they also had the will to fight. Although Qianlei won more rounds in the end, Lu Feng moved them more. The scene of Lu Feng burning his battle armor was still lingering in their minds. What a thirst for victory! Yuan and Hui entered the arena. Finally, a soul master who had appeared in yesterday's competition took the stage. Yesterday, Yuan and Hui's bow completely suppressed Qiangu Yuru, and she couldn't fully display her fighting strength. Facing soul beasts this time, how many rounds could Yuan and Hui win? A green light flashed, and Yuan and Hui's first opponent entered the arena. With that, the green light arrived in front of Yuan and Hui. It was actually another 10,000-year emerald demon bird. Everyone in the Shrek Academy couldn't help but think, are there many high-grade emerald demon birds on Douluo planet? Are they able to coexist peacefully with the soul beasts here because they don't usually eat soul beasts? There was no doubt that the soul beasts in the back had watched yesterday's competition, so they had some understanding of Yuan and Hui's abilities. Yuan and Hui was equivalent to an archer, and she specialized in long-range attacks. Soul masters like her all had one thing in common, and that was her weak defense. If you wanted to suppress her, you had to first prevent her from displaying her abilities. How could you prevent Yuan and Hui from displaying his abilities? You had to make sure that he didn't even have the chance to shoot an arrow. However, the moment the emerald demon bird appeared, Yuan and Hui's eyes changed. There seemed to be a whirlpool spinning rapidly in his terrifying white eyes. The emerald demon bird that was rushing out suddenly stopped in midair. At this moment, a white ball of light suddenly rose from Yuan and Huihui's body and floated above his head. Collecting ZZ Pavilion Z Premium Edition. A bolt of lightning shot out and accurately hit the emerald demon bird. The lightning bolt didn't come from Yuan and Huihui's purple star spirit bow, but from the white ball of light. The emerald demon bird that was hit by the lightning let out a sharp cry and fell from the sky. It didn't suffer much damage, but its ability to fly seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Yuan and Huihui calmly nocked an arrow. At the same time, a white bolt of lightning separated from the white ball of light above his head and fused with his arrow. The arrow was shot out. The deep demon bird that had just recovered its ability to fly didn't even have the chance to dodge and was suddenly shot. At this moment, everything seemed to have slowed down. One could see a layer of white light pass through the emerald demon bird's body, causing its wings to go limp. Then, a ball of fire exploded on its body. It was the life nemesis of fire spirits. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, boom, the emerald demon bird was blasted away. The white ball of light above Yuan and Huihui's head continued to shoot out bolts of lightning that accurately landed on the emerald demon bird's body. It couldn't resist at all and continued to fall. Yuan and Huihui shot out arrow after arrow, forcing it to retreat. In the soul beast spectator stand, many human-shaped soul beasts couldn't help but frown. When did the emerald demon bird become so weak? It was simply being suppressed. Demon sealing fairy dragon, De Ming's eyes flickered. Interesting. Only 20 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Seeing that the emerald demon bird couldn't hold on any longer, Qi Ruishuan helped it block the attack. Illusory fairy dragon, fairy demon sealing after Yuan and Huihui broke through to six-ringed, the illusory fairy dragon had truly fused with Yuan and Huihui's body and began to display its powerful strength. The demon sealing fairy dragon could seal soul power, but it wasn't guaranteed to succeed. The sealing effect differed according to the opponent's strength. Remember, the fastest way to read a request is to read it. The stronger the opponent, the worse the effect. Although this 10,000-year emerald demon bird was strong, its cultivation was equivalent to a six-ringed soul master. Furthermore, Yuan and Huihui wasn't an ordinary six-ringed soul master. Yuan and Huihui's weakness was that it was afraid of agility-type soul masters. However, it relied on the illusory fairy dragon's demon sealing fairy dragon to win the 12th match. In the next few matches, the soul beasts tried to send soul beasts with extremely strong defenses and soul beasts that were good at area of effect attacks. However, they were all defeated by Yuan and Huihui one by one. After 5 consecutive victories, Yuan and Huihui's soul power began to decrease rapidly, and he was somewhat powerless. After winning another match, he lost the 7th match and used up all of his soul power. At this point, the Shrek Academy had won 17 matches. In the 18th match, the soul beast had used up almost half of its soul power. Tang Yuga went out and displayed the strongest strength of the entire team. Relying on the powerful heavenly stem Qilin and the decent self-control of a 7-ringed soul sage, she won 8 matches in a row before using up all of her soul power. This was the result of her not cultivating a soul core. If she had a soul core, she would definitely be able to defeat more opponents. A winning streak of 25 matches. 4 people had already won 25 matches. This was undoubtedly an excellent result for the Shrek Academy. As long as the remaining 3 of them won 8 more matches, they would be able to break the record. But was it really that easy to win 8 more matches? One of the reasons why Tang Yuga lost was because her last opponent had a cultivation base of over 50,000 years. He was extremely powerful and was comparable to an ordinary soul Douluo. If not for the fact that the soul beast didn't have a suit of battle armor, it would have been difficult for her to win. Xiaoxiao, come on. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was about to go on the stage, and encouraged her. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. It's okay if you can't win. Just call me, and I'll carry you down. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was walking out, stumbled. She turned around and glared at him. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao walked out from the team, a soul beast walked out from the team as well. It was a slender woman. That's right, she was a woman and not a soul beast. Unlike humans, she had a pair of erect ears and a long, furry tail behind her. Her fur was very fluffy, and under the sunlight, it shone brightly. She was extremely beautiful, had a sweet smile, and was extremely charming. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes focused. She knew that this match wouldn't be easy. Soul beasts that could transform into human form undoubtedly had extremely high intelligence. Lan Xuanyu placed Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, and himself at the end so that they could rely on their spirit souls and bloodlines to compete with their opponents. The soul beasts also had a countermeasure. They actually sent out a humanoid soul beast for this match. There was no doubt that this was a humanoid soul beast with a cultivation base of over 50,000 years. Facing such an opponent, Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline would naturally be affected, and it wouldn't be so easy to win. Little girl, hello. I heard that Senior Demon Queen has become your spirit soul. It's a good opportunity to see it today. I'm a heavenly fox with a cultivation base of 60,000 years. A 60,000-year-old heavenly fox. Bai Xiuxiu had never heard of such a soul beast before. She couldn't help but frown slightly. However, she didn't panic. In the next moment, her body changed. A faint purple light spread out, and the surrounding air became obviously cold. Bai Xiuxiu took a step forward, and in an instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from her body. Among soul beasts, Heavenly Gu's spiritual power was extremely strong, and it wasn't too affected by Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline. Otherwise, this Heavenly Gu wouldn't have been sent out to face Bai Xiuxiu, who had the Demon Queen's spirit soul. However, at this moment, this 60,000-year-old heavenly fox felt a powerful pressure from a powerhouse. It was a pressure that only soul beasts with a cultivation base of over 100,000 years could possess. This caused her expression to change. The Demon Queen had already become a soul ring. Was the pressure still there? Behind Bai Xiuxiu, a light shadow appeared. It was her evolved martial soul, the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon. Every scale on the purple dragon's body had faint patterns of ice flowers, which made it look cold and arrogant. The aura of her bloodline surged out, and the surrounding air condensed into frost fog. She took 2 steps back and looked shocked. You what? Bai Xiuxiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon behind her became clearer. Its eyes shone with blue light as it looked at the Heavenly Fox. Oh no, the Heavenly Fox screamed in her heart. At the same time, she realized that under the suppression of her opponent's bloodline aura, her movements were slowed down. In the next moment, an extremely cold feeling spread throughout her body, causing her to stiffen. Bai Xiuxiu used her second soul skill, and a wave of ice gushed out from her back, propelling her body towards the Heavenly Fox. At this moment, the Heavenly Fox's body was covered in a layer of ice, and its body was frozen. Who are you to call the Demon Queen? The Demon Queen separated from Bai Xiuxiu's body and slapped the Heavenly Fox's face, sending her flying. Layers of purple bubbles covered the Heavenly Fox's body, and pink fog gushed out. Xiuge read it immediately. Although large patches of pink fog disappeared in the bubbles, the terrifying death transformation did not fall on her body. If this was the Demon Queen's death transformation, 10 of her would have died. After all, the effect of Bai Xiuxiu's death transformation was limited. Although she blocked death transformation, she could not block Bai Xiuxiu's close-range attack. The pink fog that gushed out was instantly reversed. Heavenly Demon Domain, Heavenly Demon Reversal. The Heavenly Fox let out a soft groan and fell to the ground. Bai Xiuxiu pointed the ice spear at her throat. The competition ended. From the beginning to the end, the whole process only took a few seconds. The 60,000-year-old Heavenly Fox had lost just like that. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Bai Xiuxiu had done her best in this battle. She had used her bloodline soul shock technique consecutively to control these 2 great skills that came from the Infernal Queen. She also had the help of the Infernal Queen's true body. She had expended more than 70% of her soul force in a short period of time in order to defeat her opponent so quickly. This was Shrek Academy's 26th victory. However, on the Shrek Academy's side, everyone's expression turned grave. They all knew that if Bai Xiuxiu's next opponent was still this strong, she would be afraid. She was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to win. Her soul power didn't allow her to fight another battle of such a scale. The competition was incomplete. After Sky Arc left the stage, another human figure immediately appeared on the stage. This person looked a little thin and small, and even her appearance seemed a little shrunken. She grinned at Bai Shosho and didn't say anything. In the next moment, she pounced on Bai Shosho like lightning. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Bai Shosho stabbed out with the spear in her hand. The short human-shaped soul beast did not collide with her, but spun around her body quickly. A pair of 1 foot long sharp claws looked for flaws and attacked Bai Shosho from all directions. At the same time, countless phantoms appeared, not giving Bai Shosho a chance to lock onto her. The Devil Claw Rat has at least 50,000 years of cultivation. She is too fast, her attack power is very strong, and she also has wind attribute abilities. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. At this moment, the battle on the field was too fast. Bai Shosho's spear and the Devil Claw Rat's attacks left after images. Bai Shosho relied on her combat experience and kept waving her spear to block the Devil Claw Rat's attacks, but she did not have the ability to fight back. She could still use Deep Blue Gaze now, but she had to free up her hands. Because of the gap in cultivation, she could only control this soul beast with a cultivation of more than 50,000 years for a moment. The Devil Claw Rat was too fast. Bai Shosho had to at least find the right direction to have a chance to control it. But obviously, the Devil Claw Rat would not give her such a chance. Bai Shosho's lack of soul power was completely revealed at this moment. If Lan Xuanyu's team had the level of soul power of the Federation's Central Academy's team, Bai Shosho would have no problem defeating the Devil Claw Rat with her powerful spirit soul. But she only had a 5-ring cultivation after all. From this, it could be seen that Yuanxi Hui and Tang Yuga were very strong, especially Tang Yuga. She faced soul beasts with a cultivation of between 30,000 and 50,000 years in her 8 matches. Her soul power consumption was not small, but she was able to win 8 matches in a row. In terms of soul power, there was indeed a gap between her and the others. Under the continuous attack of the Devil Claw Rat, Bai Shosho was defeated in the end. At the last moment, she still forcefully used the demonic reversal, leaving a deep scar on the demonic claw rat's body, leaving behind an injured opponent for Lan Mengqin. Bai Shosho went to the rest area with her head down. Among those who had fought, she had won the least number of matches. She had only defeated 1 opponent. Although everyone knew that the following opponents were each stronger than the previous one, she still felt very ashamed that she had only won 1 match. "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." Lan Xuanyu gently patted her shoulder. Bai Shosho raised his head and looked at him. There was a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. "If we can get the soul bone this time, I don't want it." Lan Xuanyu understood her very well and didn't say anything to comfort her at this time. He just nodded gently and then quietly held her hand. Bai Shosho struggled for a moment but failed to break free. She realized that the moment Lan Xuanyu held her hand, she had been stunned. Her heart calmed down a lot. The demonic claw rat was in Lan Mengqin's hands. In terms of close combat ability, Lan Mengqin was definitely not as good as Bai Shosho, but she had the Jade Phoenix Guqin. Her playing had a strong interference effect, and the sound of the Guqin slowed down the demonic claw rat's speed. Then, she summoned the Jade Wind Phoenix. A large area of ice fog covered the arena. In the ultra-low temperature environment, coupled with its previous injuries, the demonic claw rat admitted defeat after 5 minutes. She had won 27 matches and was 7 matches away from breaking the record. However, Lan Mengqin's expression became serious. Bai Ji's soul skill could help her recover her physical strength and even soul power. But spiritual power was very difficult to recover. If every opponent, even a powerful soul beast like the demonic claw rat, couldn't last long. However, an accident happened at this time. Lan Mengqin stood in the center of the arena and waited for a full 5 minutes, but she didn't see any opponent appear on the arena. What was going on? It wasn't until the 10th minute that the Golden Lion Tiger, who had previously fought with Qian Lei, walked onto the arena. Lan Mengqin narrowed her eyes and recognized him at a glance. "Can you soul beasts fight again?" Lan Mengqin asked. The Golden Lion Tiger shook his head and said, "It's not like that. We have people on our side, but Senior Emerald Swan Bai Ji is a great benefactor to all soul beasts, and no one is willing to be her enemy." So, we have a compromise. We'll count your winning streak to the 33rd match, and then invite you to leave the arena. You have one last person. As long as he can defeat one of us, you will break the record. Lan Mengqin was taken aback. There was such a good thing? Only then did she realize how great Bai Ji's influence in the world of soul beasts was. Even the soul beasts of Luo planet respected her so much. However, she completed this task very easily. But breaking the record seemed simple, but it wasn't. The Golden Lion Tiger allowed her to tie the record with consecutive victories. Then, the soul beasts Lan Xuanyu would face next would definitely be particularly powerful. So she turned around and looked at the resting area. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already walked out of the physical breath area and nodded to Lan Mengqin in agreement. In fact, their judgment of Soul Lu's strength was still insufficient. A soul beast with a cultivation of more than 50,000 years was far stronger than they had expected. In front of a powerful soul beast, Lan Mengqin might not be able to last 7 matches. Remember to ask the pavilion for help. In terms of overall strength, Lan Mengqin was naturally not weak. But the Emerald Swan Bai Ji was not a ferocious beast good at fighting after all. Unless she was facing special existences with the dark attribute, her abilities were more inclined towards healing and support. Although Lan Mengqin's twin martial souls were very strong, she still consumed a lot of energy to unleash a martial soul fusion technique similar to the Emerald Ice Phoenix. Therefore, it was already good enough for Lan Mengqin to win 2 or 3 matches. And now that the Golden Lion Tiger had come forward to coordinate, it was equivalent to giving them a few more victories. Of course, the pressure was all on Lan Xuanyu. But as the captain, how could Lan Xuanyu be timid in the face of such pressure? He had to face it head-on. Thank you for your hard work, Mengqin. Go back first and do as the senior said. Lan Xuanyu came in front of Lan Mengqin. Captain. Lan Mengqin called out. She was arrogant by nature and usually called Lan Xuanyu by his name. She rarely called him captain. At this moment, when she called him captain, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but turn his head. Don't force yourself. Lan Mengqin nodded at him. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Don't worry. He was indeed good-looking. Lan Mengqin was stunned by this smile. She quickly retracted her gaze and walked quickly to her team. The Golden Lion Tiger looked at Lan Xuanyu who was walking closer and nodded. Next, I will send out the strongest among us. With that, it turned and walked out. The one it sent out. Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood. It turned out that all the previous arrangements of the soul beasts were made by this person. This person was indeed worthy of being the inheritor of the golden bloodline. Not only was he strong, but he also had outstanding intelligence. From the way he addressed Erming, it could be seen that his status among the soul beasts was definitely not low. Remember to ask for the pavilion's approval. Retracting his thoughts, Lan Xuanyu tried his best to calm himself down. No matter what kind of opponent he would face next, it would be a great test for him. In fact, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to win. To the soul beasts of Luo planet, if Lan Xuanyu broke the record, it would be embarrassing for them. Furthermore, the Golden Lion Tiger had already reminded him that the next opponent would be a strong one. If even the Golden Lion Tiger said that he was a strong one, he would naturally be very strong. He would do his best and treat it as a form of training. After putting down all his psychological burdens, Lan Xuanyu adjusted the bloodline vortex in his body and entered. On the soul beast stand, Deming turned to look at the back row and said in a deep voice, Chichio, you go. Yes. Boss. A figure in the back row stood up and took a step forward into the air. He opened his arms, and a pair of wings spread out under his feet as he flew towards the competition venue. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Lan Xuanyu naturally felt it too. The opponent he was about to face when he broke the record actually came down from the soul beast rostrum. It could be seen how high his status was among the soul beasts. Looking closely, the figure gliding in the air was very tall, at least 2 meters away. It was bald, and its right shoulder was bare. The strangest thing was that there was a single horn on its forehead. The horn was slightly curved forward, and its entire body was scarlet red. The wings. Under the armpit that connected the arm to the waist were also scarlet red. What kind of soul beast could cultivate into a human form? Before Qiqiu arrived, the fire elements in the air had already begun to become dense. The blazing aura caused ripples to appear in the air. Wherever he passed, even the air seemed to become light red. Lan Xuanyu understood that this was a sign that the elements had reached a certain level of density. With a flash of golden light, the golden lion tiger went up to the rostrum. With a shake of its body, it had turned into a 17 or 18-year-old girl with long golden hair and bright eyes. She looked at Deming and Erming with puzzlement in her eyes. Eldest uncle, second uncle, why did you let Qiqiu go? Isn't this a bit too much? Don't kill someone, right? We can't explain it to the Federation. She was very clear about how strong Qiqiu was. With a cultivation of 90,000 years, it would definitely break through to 100,000 years in the future. It had the bloodline of an ancient Qiqiu. The purity of its bloodline was very close to that of a true dragon. It had a single horn on its head, was born to control the fire elements, and had a strong body. Once it showed its power, it would burn the land for thousands of miles. Among the soul beasts under 100,000 years, it was considered a top-notch soul beast. Qiqiu was a direct subordinate of Deming and was one of the earliest soul beasts cultivated by Deming. It was loyal to Deming. The only problem was that it had a violent personality and would attack at the slightest disagreement. If not for Deming's suppression, something would have happened. Furthermore, Qiqiu didn't have a good impression of humans. If it were to attack, it might not be able to distinguish the severity of the situation. If it hurt Lan Xuanyu, the golden lion tiger didn't want to see that. Lass, sit down. Just wait and see. Deming smiled and didn't explain much. He simply gestured for her to sit beside him. He was very satisfied with golden lion tiger Jenny's performance today. This match was the most important, but there was no need for him to continue commanding. Lan Xuanyu's expression was solemn as he faced the golden lion tiger descending from the sky. He raised his left hand and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass instantly curled up. At the same time, the four elemental lights began to condense around his body. Qiqiu, who was slowly descending from the sky, really didn't think much of Lan Xuanyu. This puny human only had 4 rings. Although his control over the 4 elements was pure, his cultivation was still too weak. He had also watched yesterday's match. He recognized Lan Xuanyu's control ability, but when it came to pure strength, he felt that Lan Xuanyu was far too lacking. Little fellow, just admit defeat. Once we start fighting, I won't be able to hold back. Qiqiu said fiercely. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. He just stared at him with burning eyes. Of course, he could feel the enormous pressure that Qiqiu gave him. This was no longer the level of an 8-ringed soul Douluo. He probably had the strength of a 9th-ranked title Douluo. Just by descending from the sky and not attacking him, the powerful energy fluctuations made it difficult for him to breathe. It would be very difficult to defeat him. However, Lan Xuanyu not only represented himself, but also the glory of Shrek Academy. No matter what, he couldn't retreat without a fight. He took a deep breath and felt the pressure on his bloodline, which began to circulate faster. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. "Senior, please advise me," he shouted. Immediately after, the 4 colored lights around his body suddenly condensed and smashed down. Their target wasn't Qiqiu, but the ground beneath his feet. Immediately, the 4 colored halos turned into halos and rapidly expanded outwards. Wherever the halos passed, the originally hot air temperature immediately dropped, and the fire elements disintegrated. Elemental stripping. This was the special ability that Lan Xuanyu possessed after the 4 basic elements were complete. At this moment, he was incomparably calm. Without a doubt, Qiqiu's control and level of fire elements were far from what he could compare to. Once he used an area of effect attack, it would be difficult for him to withstand even 1 round. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate to use elemental stripping. He would rather fight hand-to-hand than compete with the other party in terms of elemental power. The difference in soul power level was too great. Sure enough, the moment elemental stripping was used, Qiqiu was also stunned. He instantly felt that the fire elements that he was so close to actually disappeared in an instant. Their bodies began to fall. Was this elemental stripping? With his cultivation, he could naturally summon fire elements from afar in an instant, but that would take some time. Taking advantage of the moment when his body fell, Lan Xuanyu moved. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his one-word battle armor instantly appeared on his body. At the same time, a 7-colored halo rippled out from his chest and 7-colored scales instantly covered his entire body inside the battle armor. The battle armor was also dyed in 7 colors. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd instantly jumped into his palm. With a loud roar, a huge golden dragon head brazenly appeared. The impassioned dragon roar caused everyone present, whether it was the teachers and students of the Federation's Central Academy or the soul beasts, to feel their souls tremble. Especially those humans and soul beasts with martial souls or dragon-type bloodlines, they all felt as if their entire bodies were about to go limp. Qiqiu's majestic body descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. His eyes instantly revealed a look of bewilderment, but Lan Xuanyu had already rushed in front of him like lightning. If he wanted to defeat Qiqiu, there was only one way. He had to rely on the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's ability to ignore defense and injure him unexpectedly. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation had already risen to its peak, and the dark blue body of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd became slightly transparent. Lan Xuanyu, who was in the dragon god's transformation state, had already raised his cultivation to its peak. Whether it was the bloodline vortex in his chest or the bloodline vortex in his spiritual sea, they had all reached their fastest speed at this moment. The unique aura of the dragon god's transformation surged out. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand pierced straight towards Qiqiu's chest amidst the dragon roar that lingered around Lan Xuanyu's body. At this moment, Qiqiu's eyes were filled with shock. The viciousness and strength from before had completely disappeared. It only felt that its entire body was limp and weak, as if its entire body had gone limp. Although the opponent in front of him was so weak, at this moment, he couldn't summon any fighting spirit at all. He subconsciously staggered back and raised his hands, but he didn't dare to release his powerful soul power. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was getting closer and closer, and he even felt the aura of death. His entire body trembled violently, and his majestic body suddenly fell back and rapidly grew larger. Spreading his wings, he had already transformed into a huge crimson dragon that was more than 20 meters long with a single horn on his head. As soon as his body spread out, his wings flapped on the ground and he quickly flew into the distance. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Qiqiu's anxious voice was even trembling violently. Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had just pierced his dragon tail. Hearing that the other party admitted defeat, Lan Xuanyu was also taken aback. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand slowed down by a beat. The Qiqiu had already flapped its wings with all its might and landed in a corner of the arena. The entire arena was in an uproar. What's going on? Why did he admit defeat before even fighting? The powerful human-shaped soul beast that was so imposing earlier, as if he wanted to tear Lan Xuanyu into pieces, actually admitted defeat in the next moment. Lan Xuanyu descended with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He vaguely guessed why the other party admitted defeat. It should be because the aura of the dragon gods that came with his dragon god's transformation had affected the other party. Dragon-type soul beast? Furthermore, a dragon-type soul beast with a very pure bloodline seemed to have no resistance to his aura at all and had no desire to fight. At this moment, the red dragon in the distance had already turned around. Its huge wings were flat on the ground, and its head was facing Lan Xuanyu. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was as if it was confirming something. At this moment, Jin and I had already stood up beside Deming. She looked at the sober Deming in shock, then looked at the calm Deming and Erming beside her. Eldest father, second father, what's going on? You knew it would be like this? Deming nodded slightly. I just wanted to confirm it. There's no mistake. Erming Dao said, I told you that I wouldn't be wrong. Look at his appearance carefully. Don't they look alike? Deming nodded, stood up, and said, let's end today's sparring here. We'll do it according to your plan. This is really a pleasant surprise. Eldest father, you haven't answered me yet. Seeing that Deming was ignoring her, Jean and I stomped her feet in anger. Deming smiled and reached out to stroke her golden hair. You'll know in the future. There might really be hope for the soul beast lineage. There might even be hope for Dtion's persistence. I'm sure now that the old black dragon either really died during the tribulation. As long as he didn't die, it must have landed on him. This completely explains why Bai Ji and the Demon Queen would rely on him. Lan Xuanyu held the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand. Although he won this battle in a baffling manner, he didn't let his guard down. With the soul beast's previous arrangement, they would definitely be able to tell that he was able to suppress soul beasts with dragon bloodlines. Then, as long as they sent soul beasts without dragon bloodlines in the next round, it would be very difficult for him to be a match. He was carefully conserving the energy of the dragon god's transformation, hoping that he could continue fighting after the next soul beast appeared. Right at this moment, Erming's loud voice sounded, Shrek Academy has broken the record for sparring, we admit it. Today's sparring will end here. It's over. Lan Xuanyu's heart relaxed, but he also felt a little strange. Was it going to end like this? However, he knew his own situation. If another 90,000-year soul beast came, as long as it didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, he would definitely lose. There was no chance at all. Naturally, he wouldn't insist on doing anything. He hurriedly withdrew the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, ended the dragon god's transformation, and bowed slightly in the direction of Erming. The battle was over, and the record was broken. Without a doubt, this made the Shrek Academy even more glorious. Yan Kailuan looked at Lan Xuanyu with a complicated expression on his face. Only now did he realize that Lan Xuanyu hadn't even used his full strength in the one-on-one duel with him. Even a dragon with a cultivation of 90,000 years was intimidated by it. He didn't know what kind of ability it was, but it was definitely very powerful. After the sparring session ended, Lan Xuanyu returned to his side and high-fived his companions one by one in celebration. At this moment, Erming arrived. He directly flashed to the resting area. Senior Erming. Lan Xuanyu bowed. The others also hurriedly bowed. Lan Xuanyu had already quietly introduced Erming, who was far away in the spectator stands, to them. Erming chuckled. Congratulations. This record that has been sealed for many years has been broken by you guys. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. This is all because the Soul Beast seniors showed mercy, so we were barely able to do it. However, if we can still represent the Shrek Academy in 2 years, we should have a chance to break the record with our own strength. Again? Don't come again. If you come again, I'm afraid the Federation's Central Academy will riot. No one will be willing to fight you. Erming teased. The others couldn't help but relax a little when they saw how interesting this divine beast king was. Erming narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Yuan and Hui Hui. He said with a pleasant expression, "You're from the Yuan clan, right?" Yuan and Hui Hui was stunned, then nodded. Erming Dao, very good. I've heard of you. Your mother is the princess of the Elven clan. Yes. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded again. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. How did this person know about her? Erming turned to Qianlei. Your dragon-eating beast is still a little dishonest. You stay this time too. I'll help you teach it a lesson. It'll be honest in the future. Although the dragon-eating beast caused a bloody storm in the soul beast world, I have to admit that it's very powerful. You haven't fully displayed its strength yet. Stay with Xianyu for a month. I'll give you some pointers. Qianlei was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. Erming Dao, what kind of soul bone do you want? According to the rules, every record breaker would receive a precious 10,000-year soul bone. Lan Xuanyu looked at his teammates with a questioning expression. Shrek Academy also had soul bones to exchange, but there was no doubt that no matter how strong the academy was, it couldn't compare to the soul beast world in terms of soul bones. Tang Yuga said, Xianyu, whether it's as the class leader or the captain, you've done enough for everyone. Don't refuse this time. Choose a soul bone that suits you. If you increase your strength, it'll be good for everyone. The others nodded without any doubt. Lan Xuanyu spent a lot of time forging for the sake of the class. He made battle armors for everyone, but it was all on credit. There was no interest to speak of. He was the one who led the Traistrumsa wings forward step by step. There was even hope that the class could complete the Heaven Fighter mission together. They even had thoughts of taking the inner court exam together in the future. Needless to say, most of their cultivation resources were bought with the Shrek emblems that Lan Xuanyu earned. No one had any thoughts about the 10,000-year soul bone this time. They originally wanted to give it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. That won't do. Winning is everyone's business. How can I take the benefits alone? Of course, he also hoped to obtain a soul bone. A soul bone could improve a soul master's strength by quite a bit. It would make the corresponding part stronger and also give an additional soul skill. Currently, among all of them, only Lu Feng had a silver moon wolf right arm bone. The others didn't have any. Therefore, no matter who it was, they all needed a soul bone like this. I'm talking about each of you. One for each of you. Erming said with a chuckle. Everyone was stunned, then became overjoyed. Lan Xuanyu said with some hesitation, but the rules don't seem to say that. Erming glared at him and said, I specially approved the rules. Is that okay? However, they all have one, but you don't. That's because there isn't a suitable soul bone for you. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt a little disappointed in his heart. But this disappointment only lasted for a moment. He was still very happy when he thought that his companions could all obtain a soul bone. It's okay. You've already treated us very well. Ming chuckled, there's no need to be depressed, there's no one suitable for you. The reason why there isn't a suitable soul bone for you is because the soul bones in our hands are not qualified to become a part of your body. But I know where there is a suitable one for you. Don't worry, some things are yours when they're meant to be. Your Shrek Academy's inner court has an academy treasure. That should be something that belongs to you. Lan Xuanyu was very curious when he heard this. What kind of academy treasure was suitable for him? Erming Dao said, you don't have to worry about this. I'll make a trip to your academy later and explain the situation. We were the ones who brought that thing. Back then, we should have. Forget it. These are all things for later. We'll talk about it later. You guys should think about what soul bones you want first. Lan Xuanyu looked at his companions, who were at a loss, and said to Erming Dao, Senior Erming, soul bones are really too precious. That's why we haven't really come into contact with them, so we don't know how to choose. I wonder if we can take a look at what soul bones you have, then we can choose. End of chapter. Erming chuckled, you're a smart little brat. Alright, since I've already made an exception, I'll make an exception until the end. Come with me. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a ball of yellow light appeared. Instantly, it enveloped everyone, including Xiaoqi. As the light flashed, their surroundings darkened. Tang Yuga blurted out, Earth Escape. Earth Escape was one of the 5 elements escape techniques. Of course, she knew how to use it too. However, she couldn't bring anyone with her, let alone so many people. However, Erming seemed very relaxed. It was as if he didn't expend much effort. Was a god-level beast king so powerful? Erming looked at Tang Yuga, whose eyes were sparkling, and said, you should be from Tong Yu's lineage. You've cultivated the 5 elements Qilin to such a level. You didn't embarrass your ancestors. Qianlei nudged Yuan and Hui Hui beside him and whispered, look, he praised your sister, but not you. Hee hee. Yuan and Hui Hui rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. When Erming heard this, he looked at Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui in surprise and said, are you siblings? If someone else had asked this question, Tang Yuga definitely wouldn't have answered. This had always been a pain in her heart. However, Erming treated them very well. Furthermore, he was a god-level beast king who had lived for countless years. It wasn't good for her not to answer. She could only give a concise answer. We have the same father, but different mothers. Erming frowned and muttered, it doesn't seem right that you have the same father, but different mothers. Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly spoke at this moment, Elder Erming, what soul bone do you think is suitable for me? Erming was a little perplexed at the sight of Tang Wulin's bright eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter any further. All of you are good at different things. Your soul bones have to be compatible with your abilities. Furthermore, it was best for soul masters to have a complete set of soul bones as they could greatly increase their strength, especially their physical strength. There are some things that you may not have learned yet, but you will learn them when you enter the Shrek Academy's inner court. It was not that easy for a human to become a god. The first problem that had to be solved was that the body's carrying capacity was not strong enough. To put it simply, your current body is like a cup. There is a limit to how much water a cup can hold. If you exceed it, it will overflow, and you won't be able to store it. If the cup was sealed, it might even burst. Therefore, you need to make this cup bigger, into a big bowl, or even bigger, into a pot. Remember to collect and ask the pavilion for help. It's the fastest way to read them. Although this description is a bit crude, that is the gist of it. Not only can a soul bone increase the strength of your bones, but it can also strengthen everything within the soul bone, including your flesh, bones, and so on. Therefore, possessing a soul bone is an all-around improvement to one's body, which is equivalent to making that cup of yours bigger and stronger. Furthermore, having all 6 basic soul bones will cause your body to undergo a qualitative change. Not all God-ranked experts need a complete set of soul bones, but it is much easier for soul masters with a complete set of soul bones to break through to the God-ranked realm. Do you understand? After hearing Erming's words, everyone realized the importance of soul bones and nodded, especially Lu Feng. He had a soul bone, so he knew his own situation. His right arm was indeed the most powerful and sturdiest part of his body. This was undoubtedly the benefit of the Silvermoon Wolf right arm bone. Different soul beasts produce different soul bones. The soul bones that you choose cannot all be produced by the same soul beast. The probability of a soul beast producing a soul bone is only 1 in 10,000, and only soul beasts with a cultivation of over 100,000 years are guaranteed to produce a soul bone. In the past, if you humans wanted to obtain soul bones, you had to hunt as soul beasts. That was also the period when the relationship between humans and soul beasts was the most tense. During the adolescent period, you humans were no match for us. You were even one of our food sources. However, after you invented soul tools, you gradually became stronger. At this point, Erming sighed and said, "Intelligence is the greatest weapon that you humans have." After that, we soul beasts were overly hunted by you humans, to the point where we were on the verge of extinction. The remaining soul beasts launched a subversive revenge against you humans, and almost succeeded. At that time, the master of the Tang Men, who was also the master of Shrek Academy's Sea Gods Pavilion, saved you humans in the end. Remember, the fastest way to read it is to bookmark TT Pavilion. He had great intelligence and set the principle of peaceful coexistence between humans and soul beasts, which was why you humans gave us this place to live. After 10,000 years of development, the relationship between us eased. Erming's lifespan was very long, and what he said was undoubtedly the history that he had witnessed. When Lan Xuanyu and the others heard this, they felt as if they had been brought back to that magnificent era. Soul bones are different from soul rings. They will not disappear because of the death of a soul master, but will remain. As long as they are not destroyed, they will be preserved. Therefore, there are actually quite a number of soul bones in the world. However, most of them are in the hands of large powers, and we have collected many of them. When you are choosing a soul bone, if it is your first time getting a soul bone, you must think clearly about the type of soul bone you want. This is because the fusion of soul bones will be the smoothest, and the effects will also be the best. Of course, if you can obtain some top-grade soul bones, then it doesn't matter. If a top-grade soul bone can make other soul bones fuse with it, there will be no problem of different types of soul bones not fusing with each other. As for how you choose, it is still up to you. You have to rely on your own experience and your perception of the soul bone. It is not necessary that the bigger the soul bone, the better it is. The one that suits you is the best. Therefore, don't be greedy when choosing a soul bone. I have already made an exception for you guys this time, but I will only open 10,000-year soul bones to you. As he spoke, the scenery suddenly appeared, and they seemed to have drilled out from the ground. The light outside was still a little dim, and when the yellow light around them disappeared, they discovered that they were in a cave. This cave seemed to be very big, and there were spots of fluorescent light on the stone walls inside the cave, illuminating this place. Although the light was dim, they could see the general situation clearly. Erming smiled and said, "This is our treasure cave. There are not many human guests who can come here, so I welcome you on behalf of the soul beasts of Douluo planet." "Thank you, Senior Erming." Everyone hurriedly said respectfully. Erming waved his hand and said, "Follow me." The reason why he decided to make an exception and give Lan Xuanyu and the others a soul bone each was not only because of Lan Xuanyu, but also because of the performance of these young people. What they displayed was not only powerful strength, but more importantly, talent and potential. For young people like them, as long as they continued on, they would definitely have a bright future. Although soul beasts and the Federation government were considered to be peaceful, soul beasts were soul beasts after all, and they were not humans. It was naturally necessary for soul beasts to be on good terms with the future powerhouses of the human race. Therefore, Erming made this decision after discussing it with Deming. Soul bones were naturally very precious to human soul masters, but to Erming and the others, they were just the property of soul beasts. Erming strode inside. This was clearly a natural cave that had not been excavated. Lan Xuanyu could sense that the fluorescent light on the surrounding walls was emitted by some special rare metals. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Lan Xuanyu was a blacksmith, so he was very familiar with metals. In such a cave, the content of rare metals was very high. How much stock was there? No wonder the Federation treated this place as an important resource reserve. If it was really developed, the amount of rare metals that Douluo planet could produce would be astronomical. Everyone passed through a natural tunnel and passed by a place with stalactites. Suddenly, soul power fluctuations appeared in front of them. After turning a corner, Lan Xuanyu and the others' breathing began to quicken. On the natural rocks, there were pieces of soul bones. These soul bones all emitted light, some strong and some weak. The soul power fluctuations were emitted from these soul bones. Xiaoqi followed beside Lan Xuanyu and the others and couldn't help but secretly exclaim in admiration. He could vaguely understand why the soul beasts looked at his students in a different light. In this competition and beast fight, Lan Xuanyu and the others' performance was really too dazzling. Even he, the teacher in charge, felt that it was unbelievable. These children were growing up much faster than he had imagined. In the first 3 years of Shrek Academy's outer court, the teachers played a very important role in imparting knowledge and guiding cultivation. But from the beginning of the Heaven Fighting mission, the students relied more on themselves and their own strength to improve. When they graduated from the 6th year, the gap between everyone would widen. Only the most outstanding people would have the qualifications to apply for the inner court. And with the ability that Lan Xuanyu and the others had displayed, almost all of them had a chance to enter the inner court. Among the 7 of them, only Lu Feng was slightly weaker, but this was only compared to Lan Xuanyu and the others. In terms of strength and fighting will, Lu Feng was also extremely outstanding in the class. Erming didn't stop and continued to lead them inside. While everyone was dazzled, they could also feel that the soul power fluctuations from those soul bones weren't particularly strong. Generally speaking, the lower the cultivation of a soul beast, the lower the probability of producing a soul bone. It wasn't that soul beasts with more years of cultivation would produce fewer soul bones. On the contrary, 100-year soul bones were the least. 10-year soul bones didn't exist at all. Comparatively speaking, there were more 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul bones. However, 100,000-year soul bones were extremely rare because 100,000-year soul beasts were too rare. Erming explained to them about soul bones as they walked. Naturally, the older a soul bone is, the more powerful it is. However, there are some special cases. For example, there are some soul bones with growth characteristics and external soul bones. These were all extremely rare and extremely powerful. Remember to add 1 to 23 pavilions for an excellent reading experience. However, growth-type soul bones usually only had one chance to grow. Once the host died, their abilities would be fixed. There were very few soul bones that could undergo a second growth. As for external soul bones, they are also very precious to us. There are too few 100,000-year soul bones. 10,000-year soul bones are the mainstream. If you're not looking forward to obtaining a 100,000-year soul bone in the future, I suggest that you consider the torso bone when you make your choice. The torso bone is the connection between the 6 soul bones, and it's also the core. A good torso bone can determine the direction of your soul bone fusion in the future. More importantly, the torso bone has the greatest influence on the torso. It's very good for nourishing and improving all of your internal organs. Therefore, even if you only have the chance to fuse with one soul bone, the torso bone will have the greatest effect on your body's quality. The knowledge that Erming gave them was undoubtedly very precious. Because of this, they knew that the most valuable soul bones were the torso bone and the skull bone. For soul masters who had a high demand for spiritual power, the skull bone was the most important. For soul masters who didn't rely too much on spiritual power, the torso bone was the most important. You need a skull bone. Erming pointed at Qianlei. Your spiritual power must be maintained at a sufficiently strong level. Only then can you completely control the dragon eater that you fuse with. Furthermore, with the protection of the skull bone, your emotions won't be easily affected by the tyrannical aura of the dragon eater. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Qianlei hurriedly said respectfully, his eyes full of joy. They really gained a lot from coming to Douluo planet this time. Not only did they complete the heaven fighting mission, but the academy would also reward them. Each of them would also receive a soul bone, which would be beneficial to their overall strength. It would be of great help to their future improvement, especially when they took the inner court exam 2 years later. With more soul bones, their chances of passing the exam would increase by at least 10%. The deeper they went into the cave, the stronger the energy fluctuations of the surrounding soul bones. Everyone felt that their eyes weren't enough. They looked around and almost drooled. Finally, Erming stopped and pointed up ahead as he said, "From here onward, you'll find 10,000-year-old soul bones. There aren't any 100,000-year-old soul bones here, so you can choose whatever you want from here. I won't interfere." Xiaoqi stood to the side tactfully. He was really envious of his students. Until now, he only had one soul bone, and he had spent a lot of emblems to exchange for it at the academy. At that time, he was penniless after exchanging. Even if it was a benefit, exchanging for soul bones at the academy was still extremely expensive. Lan Xuanyu looked at so many soul bones and was really envious, but Erming said that the soul bones here weren't suitable for him, so he couldn't say anything. Erming let the others choose soul bones while he pulled Lan Xuanyu to the side. He waved his hand and isolated all the sounds from the outside world. He asked Lan Xuanyu, "Beast God Di Tian, do you know him?" Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Erming treated him well and was very close to him, he could feel it very clearly. But according to what he knew, the relationship between the soul beasts of Douluo planet and the soul beasts of the Elven planet wasn't that harmonious. He didn't want to lie to Erming, so he didn't know how to answer this question. Erming looked at his expression and knew that his guess was close to his big brother's. Di Tian was definitely not truly dead, so he should be related to Lan Xuanyu. They could feel the bloodline of the character Zixin. Di Tian was the strongest dragon race among soul beasts, so how could they not feel Di Tian's aura? Alright, you don't have to answer me. You don't have to be troubled. What I want to tell you is that Di Tian will only help you and won't harm you. Remember to add him to your collection in RS Pavilion. No matter how he reached an agreement with you, you can rest assured and cooperate with him. If he is your spirit soul, he is very qualified, but your cultivation must be high enough to fuse with him. Gorilla, you don't have to trick him. A long sigh sounded, and then a voice sounded from Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu felt his spiritual sea surging. Even when facing Imo Hua, who might bring danger to him, Beast God Di Tian, who didn't wake up no matter how he called out to him, actually woke up at this moment. As expected, you're not dead. Erming looked at Lan Xuanyu and smiled. Di Tian said in annoyance, "In terms of age, I'm older than you and Big Ming." "Is this how you talk to your senior?" Erming said indifferently, "Age doesn't matter if you're ambitious. Without ambition, you can live 100 years for nothing. Who asked you to not make the right choice when it mattered?" Di Tian laughed bitterly and said, "You were lucky to have met Tang San back then. Furthermore, our dragon race is different. We have our own pride." Erming snorted disdainfully. "What's there to be proud of? You're still going to become a spirit." Di Tian said indifferently, I'm not a spirit. I won't become a spirit. Even with Master, I won't. In fact, I don't have the right to become Master Spirit. In this world, no soul beast has the right to do so. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face, you're not a spirit? Ming's curiosity was immediately piqued. Why are you here? The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and all the light outside was cut off. In the next moment, a dark golden light emerged from Lan Xuanyu's forehead and landed in front of Ming. It was the beast god, Di Tian. Di Tian turned to Lan Xuanyu and bowed. Young master, please allow me to speak to this gorilla alone. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand before Lan Xuanyu could reply. His conversation with Ming was cut off. Lan Xuanyu could only see the two of them, but he didn't know what they were talking about. After more than 10 minutes, the light screen finally disappeared. Lan Xuanyu realized that Ming was looking at Di Tian with a complicated expression. He seemed to want to say something, but he held himself back. Di Tian bowed to Lan Xuanyu again. After that, he turned into a dark golden light and disappeared into his spiritual sea. He seemed to have fallen asleep again. Lan Xuanyu was helpless as he faced this scene. The beast god didn't give him any other benefits other than the initial increase in his spiritual power. Frankly speaking, he was a little unreliable, Ming sighed. This guy has lived for so long, but he can still think so clearly. I have to give him a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. When the beast god first appeared, he didn't seem to be on good terms with Ming. Why did Ming's attitude towards him change so drastically? He didn't know what had just happened. Ming Dao said, you don't have to be confused. There are some things that you can't know yet. When the time comes, you will naturally know. As for your soul bone, wait until you break through to 5 ring. After that, it shouldn't be a problem to fuse them. When you break through, come to me. With the ice fire yin yang well protecting you, it will be easier. When the time comes, we'll talk about the soul bone. You don't have to be anxious. You heard what Di Tian said just now. With your bloodline, no soul beast is qualified to become your spirit soul. It's the same for soul bones. Otherwise, it would be very easy to give you a set of soul bones. I understand. Thank you very much, Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. He was a smart person. From Master Shu, Lin Mahua, Wang Tianyu, and Senior Ming in front of him, coupled with the attitude of the beast god and those soul beasts towards him back then, he could feel that he was different from ordinary soul masters. All of this should have something to do with his twin blue-silver grass martial soul, which was suspected to be the gold and silver dragon king's bloodline. He was prepared to wait until the next holiday to ask his mother if something happened to him when he was born. In terms of martial souls, other than his mother's water attribute martial soul, which was the same as the water attribute when he first controlled the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, his parents' martial souls seemed to be different. Lan Xuanyu had also learned a lot about martial souls. If his martial soul was a mutated martial soul, this mutation seemed to be a little too powerful. But if it wasn't a mutated martial soul, then how did his martial soul get inherited? This had always been the biggest question in his heart. When he returned home this time, he had to ask his mother what was going on with his martial soul. He had to see if there was any skipping of generations. At this moment, Lu Feng was the first to return. He was holding a soul bone in his hand. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, the soul bone in Lu Feng's hand wasn't the most precious torso bone, nor was it a skull bone. It looked like a leg bone. Frenzy, you chose a leg bone? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Lu Feng nodded and said, this leg bone is of the spatial attribute. It was born from a thorn dragon. Lan Xuanyu came to a realization. It brought you to find it? It was naturally Lu Feng's spirit soul. Lu Feng nodded and said, I originally wanted to find a torso bone. But after thinking about it, we will be taking the inner court exam in 2 years. I am an agility-type soul master, and to me, speed is the most important thing. If I want to enter the inner court, I have to be faster. A leg bone is the most obvious way to increase speed. And this soul bone is compatible with my spirit soul. Although my first soul bone was from a silver moon wolf, a wolf-type soul bone is a little weaker. I still want to get closer to a dragon-type soul bone. After all, my martial soul also has a dragon-type attribute, so it should be better. This is also the suggestion my spirit soul gave me. Good choice. I'm starting to feel a little heartache. Erming said with a smile. The thorn dragon had a rare spatial attribute among soul beasts. Without a doubt, this thorn dragon left leg bone definitely had a spatial attribute ability. More importantly, Lu Feng had a thorn dragon as his spirit soul, so he would definitely be more outstanding in terms of how to use soul bone skills. It was indeed very suitable for him. As for the silver moon wolf right arm bone, it wasn't impossible to consider taking it out in the future. Now that soul guidance technology was advanced, apart from the torso and skull bones that could not be taken out, the four-limb soul bones could still be taken out. It was just that it was very troublesome, and it might cause damage. Before there was a suitable replacement, Lu Feng obviously wouldn't choose to remove it. Senior, can I fuse it here? Even with Lu Feng's relatively calm personality, he was a little impatient at this moment. Fuse it. Erming nodded. At this moment, Xiaoqi had already arrived beside Lu Feng and used his eyes to signal that he was here. He was Lu Feng's teacher. Seeing that his student had chosen such a good soul bone, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he had to personally protect Lu Feng. Lu Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. He first adjusted his state before slowly placing the left leg bone on his left leg. His soul power circulated and a silver figure appeared behind him. It was his spirit soul, the thorn dragon. The thorn dragon also stretched out its left leg. With a flash of silver light, the thorn dragon left leg bone immediately fused into Lu Feng's left leg. In an instant, Lu Feng's entire body emitted a silver light and his entire body trembled in the spatial fluctuations. His body began to tremble slightly, especially his left leg, which was trembling violently. Lan Xuanyu understood why Lu Feng chose the left leg bone. As an agility-type soul master, his left leg was his strongest leg. He couldn't continuously use instant transmission. With his current cultivation, he couldn't do it, so the speed at which he activated it was especially important to him. With the left leg soul bone, Lu Feng's ability would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced in this aspect. Not to mention the soul skills attached to the soul bone could improve his bones, muscles, and meridians. After adapting to it for a period of time, it would allow his speed to improve. This was definitely a wise choice for Lu Feng. One could see that the muscles under Lu Feng's pants were constantly trembling, and there were even ripples from time to time. However, Lu Feng's expression didn't change. He sat there steadily and circulated his soul power to absorb the energy brought by the soul bone. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul bone wasn't that comfortable. It was like cutting open one's own bones and stuffing something inside. Unless it was a soul bone that was born with a perfect fit, the pain would be less. If Lu Feng didn't have the thorn dragon spirit soul, he would have to endure even more pain to fuse with this high-quality leg bone. But now, it seemed that his situation was still okay. The entire fusion process was stable. Of course, this had a lot to do with his own endurance. His body's endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. It was incomparable to ordinary people. Before Lu Feng could finish absorbing the soul bone, another soul bone returned. This time, it was Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui ran back excitedly with a light green soul bone in her hand. He didn't choose a spine either, but a skull. The green skull looked a little scary. Because of the light that it emitted, its eyes seemed to be burning with ghostly fire. Erming's eyes moved. You really know how to choose. Okay. Lan Xuanyu felt that Erming was looking at Yuan and Hui Hui very gently. It was different from how he looked at others. Elder, what soul beast produced this soul bone? The fairy dragon guided me and thought that this was the most suitable one for me. Yuan and Hui Hui asked curiously. Erming laughed. No wonder. So there was someone who gave you pointers. Speaking of which, this soul bone was truly a rare item. Among the 10,000-year soul bones here, the skull is definitely one of the best. It comes from a special soul beast called the demonic eye demon. The demonic eye demon has very powerful eye abilities. It's very powerful. Back then, the Evil Eye Tyrant King, who was ranked second among the 10 great savage beasts, was cultivated from the demonic eye demon. That's why it's also called the Evil Eye. This is the product of a 10,000-year demonic eye demon. It can greatly increase one's spiritual power. It's very suitable for soul masters with eye-type martial souls or soul skills. Your bow requires a lot of spiritual power, and it needs to be matched with elements. Furthermore, you seem to have eye-type abilities. You might mutate after fusing with it. It's a very good choice. However, when you choose other soul bones in the future, you have to focus on increasing your spiritual power. The demonic eye demon is a rare soul beast that only produces skulls. Thank you, Elder. I'll start fusing then. Yuan and Hui Hui said with a smile. She hugged the frightening skull and walked to one side to sit down. Take care to protect your consciousness. Don't let the soul bone's consciousness overwhelm you. Your spiritual sea must always be under your control. Erming instructed. Okay. The green skull turned into a green halo and drilled into Yuan and Hui Hui's head through her 7 orifices. Immediately, Yuan and Hui Hui's body began to tremble slightly. She frowned slightly, as if she was enduring a certain amount of pain. Looking at Yuan and Hui Hui's appearance, Erming sighed and said, "It's a pity that this child didn't inherit her family's ability. Instead, she inherited the elf clan's ability." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He already knew that this senior Erming in front of him was a mythical beast king cultivated from the Titan giant ape, and Yuan and Hui Hui was the descendant of the family Titan. Could it be that this senior Erming was related to Yuan and Hui Hui's family? Senior Erming, are you related to family Titan? Lan Xuanyu asked in a low voice. Erming chuckled. There is. It's just that I don't have the face to say that I do. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Lan Xuanyu was a little confused, but since Erming was unwilling to say, he naturally couldn't ask too much. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin returned together. The two women each held a soul bone in their hands. Looking at the soul bones in their hands, the muscles on Erming's face couldn't help but twitch. Bai Ji, Demon Queen, you guys are too ruthless. Gorilla, you can't bear to part with it? With a flash of light, the Demon Queen's figure appeared from Bai Xiuxiu's body with a sly smile on her face. Bai Ji also appeared beside Lan Mengqin and said apologetically, "We just chose the most suitable for these two children." Lan Xuanyu listened to them while looking at the soul bones in Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiuxiu's hands. Lan Mengqin also had a skull in her hand. She didn't choose a torso bone either. This skull was light blue, and there were ice flowers faintly discernible on it. The surrounding air was filled with a faint ice mist aura. The ice mist was strange and gave off a wonderful texture, as if it was alive. The most peculiar thing was that there were faint dragon patterns on the skull. Lan Xuanyu was sure that they were definitely dragon patterns. This was because he could naturally feel the changes in the aura. Lan Mengqin's martial soul was related to ice, snow, and phoenixes, but why did she choose a skull related to dragons? Lan Xuanyu was a little puzzled. Bai Ji happened to look at him at this moment and said with a smile, "This is an ice dragon skull with a cultivation of about 80,000 years. It is also a soul bone born from a true dragon soul beast. There are a few reasons why I chose it. Firstly, it will be of great help to increase spiritual power and ice affinity. There is a high chance that Mengqin will be able to have an effect similar to an elemental affinity physique. Secondly, this soul bone would greatly increase one's spiritual power, which was what Mengqin lacked right now. The most important point is that its dragon-type attribute will subtly affect Mengqin's bloodline. After I improved Mengqin's bloodline, it has already evolved to a certain extent. After adding a certain amount of dragon-type elements, there might be a special effect of dragon and phoenix. She has twin martial souls. The Jade Phoenix Zither gave her a phoenix-type bloodline, and with my bloodline, her Jade Phoenix Zither directly evolved. But the Snow Lady martial soul didn't change much. With this skull, the Snow Lady martial soul will have a dragon attribute, and it will be able to maintain the balance with the Jade Phoenix Zither, allowing her martial soul fusion technique to reach a perfect state again. Also, after she has a dragon-type aura, the effect of her being able to receive your boost will be even greater. Cultivating by your side will also be of greater help to her. Killing many birds with one stone, so after thinking about it, I let her choose this. Lan Xuanyu was enlightened and couldn't help but admire her. He was deeply happy for Lan Mengqin. With such an elder by her side giving her advice, it really allowed her to take fewer detours and choose the most correct path. Lan Mengqin didn't know that there were so many reasons before, but after hearing Bai Ji's explanation, she finally understood. She pursed her red lips, but the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. An 80,000-year true dragon soul bone was definitely one of the best in this place. Ordinary people might not be able to recognize it, but how could it escape Bai Ji's eyes? Lan Xuanyu turned to look at Bai Xiuxiu to see her choice. The first torso bone of the day finally appeared in Bai Xiuxiu's hands. The slender torso bone was light purple in color and looked like it was carved out of crystal. It was mainly made of the spine, and there were also branches that extended outwards like ribs. Normally speaking, one would first feel some fear when seeing bones, but this torso bone gave people an intuitive feeling of beauty. Inside the crystal clear body, there was a bright purple halo circulating, which seemed to be the spinal cord. The demon queen said proudly, "Ours isn't bad either, the torso bone of the infernal demon dragon. Good stuff. I don't know why you didn't put this in the list of 100,000-year-old soul bones. Although it's not 100,000-year-old, its effect is probably better than ordinary 100,000-year-old soul bones." Erming's expression was a little ugly. "We didn't put it in the 100,000-year-old side, but this one is buried underground. Yes, this soul bone was buried in an inconspicuous corner." The main reason was that although its effect was great, it wasn't at the 100,000-year-old level. Deming and Erming were both very law-abiding people. They left it here, but it was also buried. Only the brothers knew where it was. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly smoothed things over. "Senior Demon Queen, what is the use of this soul bone?" The Demon Queen said, "The infernal demon dragon is actually not a true dragon, it's a type of evil dragon. It's considered an anomaly in the dragon race, and it's very rare. I'm an abyss demon dragon myself, and I'm actually also a type of infernal demon dragon. It's just that there were some bloodline changes later on, and I'm not as evil as the infernal demon dragon. However, the infernal demon dragon's soul bone is definitely good stuff. Look, there's spinal fluid flowing inside, which means that this soul bone still has a strong vitality, and it can evolve. Furthermore, even if it doesn't fuse with a human soul master, it can still evolve. After a few more years, it'll probably be 100,000-year-old. Erming smiled bitterly and said, "I was originally going to put it here and bring it to the other side after 100,000 years. Can you exchange it for something else?" "Of course not. What's there to exchange for such a good thing? And it's compatible. It's not like you can't feel it. This girl's bloodline has completely merged and evolved with mine. She has my strong aura and is perfectly compatible with this infernal demon dragon's torso bone. In the future, the evolution of this torso bone will be of great help to her." Erming glanced at Bai Xiuxiu, then turned to Lan Xuanyu, "She's your girlfriend?" As soon as he said that, Bai Xiuxiu's face turned red. Lan Xuanyu's face didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. "Yeah. Alright, let's leave it at that. What a loss, what a huge loss. I really shouldn't have been hot-headed and let each of you choose. How could I forget that these two old witches are here?" "Who are you calling an old witch?" Bai Ji and the Demon Queen said in unison. Even with Bai Ji's good temper, her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Cough cough, go back, you two. Don't pretend to be obedient after getting such a good deal." Erming was really heartbroken now. Forget about the ice dragon bone. Although it was extremely precious, its value was constant. Moreover, to the Emerald Swan Bai Ji, almost all soul beasts owed her a favor, and Erming was no exception. But the infernal demon dragon's torso bone was different. This soul bone would evolve on its own. Deming and Erming couldn't tell to what extent it could evolve to, but it was definitely more than 100,000 years old. This kind of soul bone couldn't even be compared to an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul bone. It was truly a good thing. But it was discovered by the Demon Queen. There was no doubt that it was because the Demon Queen's bloodline was connected to the infernal demon dragon's bloodline that she was able to find it. In a moment of carelessness, Ming had lost a precious treasure. If it wasn't for his relationship with Lan Xuanyu, he would have kept this soul bone even if he had to be thick-skinned. Thank you, senior. Bai Xiaoxiao and Lan Mengqin bowed at the same time and thanked Erming. Alright, just consider it my bad luck. Let's leave it at that, Erming said with some irritation. Quickly absorb it. Once the rice is cooked, there won't be any complications, urged the infernal queen. Erming's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiaoxiao did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly found a flat place to sit down and began to absorb the soul bones. The two soul bones exuded a gentle light, but the aura they exuded became much more intense when they started to absorb them. The surrounding soul bones seemed to be trembling slightly. The infernal queen and Bai Ji did not return to their bodies. Instead, they stood guard beside them. The infernal queen smugly said to Lan Xuanyu, "Do you know what this soul bone will bring to Xiaoxiao?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "What?" The infernal queen said, "Destruction. The power of destruction. It's one of the most mysterious powers in this world. When her attribute contains the aura of destruction, everything will be different. The reason why your halberd is so powerful is because it's the source of destruction and possesses the most top-notch destructive power. When you can really unleash its power one day, you will be able to stand at the peak even among the god-rank experts." The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd possessed the power of destruction? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked, "Then how should I control its power?" The infernal queen said, "How would I know? I've never used it before. However, I can sense that its core is an extremely terrifying destructive power. It's extremely compressed. If it's really released, it'll completely explode and destroy a planet." "You know too much," Erming said in annoyance. "You should know the origin of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, but stop talking about it." The infernal queen glanced at Erming and kept quiet. As expected, she didn't continue. Erming looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Before you're strong enough, it's not a good thing for you to know too much. So, don't ask around and work hard to improve your strength." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then when will I be able to truly grasp its power?" Erming Dao said, "Initial mastery will probably require you to reach the Soul Sage realm. This is because your Soul Sage realm will be different from others. If you want to fully grasp it, you will need to be at least at the God rank. Of course, your God rank will also be different from others. Your current cultivation speed is very slow, right? Don't be impatient because of this. This is where you're unique." Lan Xuanyu roughly understood what Erming meant. Although his improvement speed was very slow, every time his soul ring broke through, there would be a qualitative change for him. He actually had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he wasn't too familiar with Erming after all, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too many questions now. A faint smile appeared on the infernal queen's face as her expression became richer. This was because she could clearly feel that Bai Xiaoxiao had stabilized in front of her. The process of absorbing the soul bone was much more stable than she had imagined. One had to know that whether it was a soul ring or a soul bone, compatibility was a very important point if one wanted to fuse with it. If it wasn't compatible and was forcefully absorbed, the body would have to endure a huge amount of pressure. If it was very compatible, it wouldn't be difficult to absorb it. Without a doubt, Bai Xiaoxiao's absorption was very compatible. At this moment, her aura was stable and long, and her entire body was rippling with a faint purple halo. That seemingly moving purple halo had a heart-palpitating aura fluctuation. Lan Xuanyu was happy for Bai Xiaoxiao from the bottom of his heart. With the infernal queen as her spirit soul, it was almost certain that she would be able to enter the inner court. With this soul bone, Xiaoxiao's future was definitely limitless. By the time she graduated from the 6th year, she would at least be able to break through to the 7-ring Soul Sage realm. Compared to Bai Xiaoxiao's successful absorption, Lan Mingqin's situation was much worse. At this moment, her entire body was filled with ice mist, and her pretty face was constantly revealing a painful expression. Her body was trembling violently. The faint cry of a phoenix could be heard. Vicky stood beside her with a calm expression. A gentle green halo was emitted from her body and enveloped Lan Mingqin, calming the throbbing during the fusion process. Lan Xuanyu wasn't worried about Lan Mingqin. Since Emerald Swan Vicky dared to choose this soul bone for her, it meant that she would definitely be able to absorb it. It was just that. She might suffer more during the absorption process. Compared to the Infernal Queen, Lan Xuanyu's trust in Bicky was definitely much higher. She was famous for being reliable in the world of soul beasts and was also the #1 support and healer in the world of soul beasts. There was definitely no problem with her judgment of Lan Mingqin's physical condition. At this moment, there were already 4 people absorbing soul bones here. Only Qianlei and Tang Yuga had yet to return. Qianlei needed to fuse with a skull, and he had chosen this skull for a long time. The reason why the others chose quickly was because there were people helping them choose. Lu Feng had the Thorn Dragon, Yuan and Hui Hui had the Illusory Spirit Dragon, Bai Xiuxiu had the Infernal Queen, and Lan Mingqin had Bicky. Tang Yuga also had the Yinyang Chaos Bird. What did Qianlei have? There was only Fatty Jean who didn't have high intelligence. Therefore, he ran into trouble when he was choosing a soul bone. After Fatty Jean arrived here, it began to constantly harass Qianlei with its thoughts. It only transmitted one thought to Qianlei. Eat. It was the kind of salivating desire to eat. Qianlei was so angry that he scolded it in his heart. Are you a behemoth or a dog? Did you come here to gnaw on a bone? How could he dare to let Fatty Jean out? If Fatty Jean ate some of the soul bones here, Erming would probably tear him apart. Therefore, he could only rely on his own ability to search for soul bones. However, how could it be easy to find a suitable soul bone for himself? He searched for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He saw a few skulls, but he didn't know what these skulls were. What kind of soul beast were they produced from and what their abilities were? There were no annotations beside the soul bones here either. Gradually, Qianlei began to sweat. I still can't find a suitable skull. What should I do? Which one is suitable for me? No, I can't go on like this. If I continue to search blindly, what if I waste time and don't find anything? I should go back and ask Senior Erming and Boss. Thinking of this, he walked back dejectedly. Seeing that Qianlei came back empty-handed, Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise, did you not choose, or have you finished fusing? At this moment, Lu Feng was the first to complete the fusion with the soul bone. He stood up with a face full of joy. His left leg flickered with silver light, and he was somewhat unable to suppress the power he had just obtained. If not for the fact that this was the treasure cave of the Sanluo star soul beasts, he would have been impatient to try the effects of the soul bone he had just fused with. This was different from the silver moon wolf right arm bone back then. This thorn dragon left leg bone must have given him a huge boost. Even his soul power had just risen by 2 ranks. This feeling was simply too good. It was precisely because Lu Feng had finished fusing that Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei this question. Qianlei said with a bitter face, no, I haven't chosen yet. I don't know what abilities those skulls have, and I don't know how to choose. Senior Erming, can you give me some advice? Erming glanced at him and said, are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you that you're choosing skulls to enhance and stabilize your spiritual power? That's why you're looking for soul bones that will be most beneficial to your spiritual power. Release your spiritual power and feel it. Choose whichever skull is most compatible with your spiritual power and has the greatest impact on you. Do you still need me to teach you this? Qianlei's eyes lit up. Is that so? Then I'll try again. With that, he hurriedly turned around to choose another soul bone. Just as he went to choose a second soul bone, Tang Yuga returned. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Yuga was not holding 1 soul bone, but 2. She was in a bit of a dilemma as she couldn't bear to part with the 2 soul bones in her hands. Lan Xuanyu looked at the 2 soul bones in her hands. One was as white as jade, while the other was as black as ink. One black and one white, completely different. He suddenly understood why Tang Yuga had brought back 2 soul bones. It was probably because of her Yinyang Chaos Bird. Senior Erming, I'm back. Tang Yuga walked over. Erming glared at Tang Yuga. You picked 2? He was still a little angry because of Bicky and the Demon Queen's unkindness. Naturally, he would not be in a good mood when he saw Tang Yuga bring back 2 soul bones. Tang Yuga handed the 2 soul bones to Erming and said, Elder, my spirit, the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird, told me that I have to maintain a balance between Yin and Yang when I fuse with the soul bones. Otherwise, not only will it not help me, it will also have negative effects. That's why I chose these 2 soul bones. It was the fastest way to read it. I'm willing to exchange something for the other one. Or if you have any missions for me to complete, I can also do them for you. After I complete the mission, you can give me the 2 soul bones together. Is that okay? After hearing Tang Yuga's explanation, Erming calmed down. He looked at Tang Yuga with a complicated gaze. Your father and Yuan and Huihui's father are the same person. Then, you can be considered a descendant of family Titan. Tang Yuga was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly and said, my mother and I have already left family Titan. We can't be considered a member of family Titan. Strange. Erming touched his chin with a strange expression. Senior Erming, look at this soul bone. Lan Xuanyu said from the side. Erming waved his hand and said, forget it, I'll give it to you. But you have to remember that you owe the limitless star vein soul a favor. When we need it, you have to help us do something. Thank you, Senior. Tang Yuga was overjoyed. She immediately threw the sad matter aside and hurriedly went to the side to fuse with the soul bone. The 2 soul bones she chose were both arm bones. The left arm bone and the right arm bone came from 2 powerful soul beasts. They were 2 soul beasts of opposite attributes. Erming was still deep in thought. Lan Xuanzhou couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there something wrong with Yuga's background? Erming Dao, there's a problem. I can't feel the aura of the Titan bloodline from her body. Could it be that her mother's aura is too strong and has covered up the aura of the Titan bloodline? But that's impossible. Although the heavenly stem Qilin isn't weak, our Titan bloodline is also top-notch. Strange. Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. This was Tang Yuga's family matter, so he wasn't sure either. At this moment, Qianlei had already sat down cross-legged in the middle of a pile of soul bones. He released his spiritual power and silently sensed everything around him. Spiritual fusion. He chanted silently in his heart as he sensed the spiritual fluctuations of every soul bone around him, especially the skull. Suddenly, a strange feeling entered his spiritual sea. His spiritual power subconsciously probed in that direction. Immediately after, a voice sounded in his mind, giving him a fright. Take me away. An old voice echoed, seemingly filled with unwillingness. Who are you? Qianlei asked curiously. I am the ruler of this world, the former king of beasts. As the other party spoke, a powerful spiritual force instantly spread out in Qianlei's spiritual sea. An old man with white hair and a white beard appeared above his spiritual sea. Behind this old man, there were 7 golden light wheels revolving around him. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Hello, Senior. Qianlei sensed this person's appearance in his spiritual sea and was pleasantly surprised. The king of beasts, what kind of powerful existence was that? I haven't asked yet. Senior, who are you? Qianlei asked. The old man said in a deep voice, you want to know what kind of soul beast I am, right? It's fine to tell you. I'm the beast god Dtion's teacher, the golden holy dragon, and I possess the golden bloodline. The golden holy dragon. Qianlei asked excitedly, how did you become a soul bone? The old man sighed. If you don't enter the god realm, you will eventually return to dust. I've lived for many years, but I still couldn't break the god realm's restrictions on soul beasts. I couldn't escape the blade of time. After Dtion finished his apprenticeship, my life came to an end. Only this wisp of spiritual consciousness is left in this soul bone. Remember to ask for it at home. It's fate that I met you today, so I'll go with you. Senior, where are you? Please guide me. Qianlei didn't dare to hesitate when he encountered such a good opportunity. I'm in a corner to your right. Walk over, and you'll naturally see me. Qianlei opened his eyes and impatiently walked to his right. Indeed, he saw a skull in the corner after walking a few steps. This was a skull that was completely golden in color, and a gentle golden light rippled around it. When Qianlei walked past it, the golden light actually formed 7 golden light wheels, which were exactly the same as the light wheels behind the old man in his spiritual sea. Qianlei couldn't recognize that this was the skull he was looking for. He hurriedly picked it up. A golden light flashed where the skull's eyes were, and 2 golden flames appeared. Elder Wan's voice rang out, are you willing to fuse with me? I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Xianlei nodded vigorously. Only a fool wouldn't be willing. This was the golden holy dragon, the king of beasts, and the beast god Tion's teacher. In the next instant, the skull turned into a streak of golden light and went straight into his nose. Suddenly, Xianlei felt like the world was spinning. In the next moment, he felt his spiritual energy increasing rapidly, and everything around him became clearer. A golden light flashed at his skull, and two golden flames appeared. In the next moment, Xianlei felt like the world was spinning. In the next moment, he felt his spiritual energy increasing rapidly, and everything around him became clearer. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, golden holy dragon skull. Waha, I've struck it rich. Xianlei hurriedly crossed his legs and sat down. However, he quickly realized that the skull seemed to have fused with him. He didn't feel any pain, nor was there any rejection. The fusion was completed just like that. After all, Xianlei had some experience and accumulated knowledge. He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Could it be that his compatibility with this soul bone was 100%? Was it really that easy to fuse with it? He closed his eyes and meditated as he circulated his soul power. He confirmed once again that the soul bone had indeed fused with his body. However, he didn't feel any other changes apart from the increase in his spiritual power. Xianlei stood up with some doubts and walked back to where Lan Xuanyu and the rest were. You still haven't found it? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask when he saw him return empty-handed. Xianlei shook his head and said, I found it. In fact, I've already fused with it. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. You fused with it so quickly? What skull did you choose? Xianlei blinked and looked at Erming. He said, it said that it's a golden holy dragon. He was too embarrassed to say that it was the king of beast kings in front of Erming. It said? Erming was also stunned. Why would it say that? Xianlei said, it seems like this soul bone has its own consciousness. It told me that it's a golden holy dragon and the beast god Tion's teacher. What the hell? The beast god Tion's teacher? That's the biggest joke in the world. Where did Tion's teacher come from? His masters are the dragon gods. The dragon gods taught him personally. Where did this golden holy dragon teacher come from? Furthermore, we don't even have a golden holy dragon here. Even if we did, it would be a radiant holy dragon. At most, it would be on the same level as the beast god. Tion is also dark type. Do you have a brain? Have you ever heard of a darkness-attributed person finding a light-attributed person as a teacher? Erming said unhappily. After hearing what he said, Xianlei immediately came to a realization and asked, Then what soul bone did I fuse with? Erming's eyes flickered. His right hand made a grabbing motion, and Xianlei was immediately brought to him. He raised his hand and pressed it on Xianlei's forehead. Lord Beast King, please don't be angry. At this moment, a flattering voice suddenly sounded. Then, a wisp of golden mist floated out of Xianlei's ear and formed a small figure with a fawning expression. That's right, it was an existence that looked like a human. It was only a foot tall, and its head was extremely large, almost taking up half of its entire body. Its eyes were also very big, and its eyeballs were rolling around. Its pair of protruding ears were shaking, and it looked very strange. If that was all, it would have been cute, but it had a pig's nose on its face. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. There were even a few strands of yellow hair on his head, gently floating in the air. It's you? Why are you in the treasure cave? Erming's expression darkened. Lord Beast King, cough cough, it's like this. I came in by accident. That time, when you and the Azure Beast King came together, I felt your aura sweep past me. It scared me to death, and I had no choice but to turn myself into a soul bone. Once I did, I couldn't turn back. I wanted to cry, but no tears came out. After that, I stayed here. This time, this human happened to be looking for a soul bone, so I discussed with him and fused with his body, becoming a part of it. Skulls can't be removed, right, Lord Beast King? Erming looked at this weird-looking fellow, and his expression became very interesting. He looked at it, and then at Xianlei. You agreed to let him become your soul bone? Erming asked Xianlei. Qianlei also looked as if he had seen a ghost. It wasn't like this just now. It was an old man just now, and it even said that it was the king of beast kings, the golden holy dragon, and the beast god Dtion's teacher. What's going on? What is it? Erming's mouth twitched. He really wanted to slap this little thing in front of him to death. However, it had already become Qianlei's skull. This meant that if it was really destroyed, Qianlei's skull would break, and there was a possibility that it would die on the spot. How could there be such a mistake? You filthy thief, liar, and bastard! Erming yelled as he grabbed onto the little thing's head in an enraged manner. Ayaya, Lord Beast King, please calm down, calm down. If I die, he will die too. I really had no choice. Otherwise, I would have to stay here forever. I really had no choice. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Qianlei was even more stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. What happened to the golden holy dragon? What happened to the king of beast kings, the beast god's teacher? What the hell was going on? Erming's expression was very ugly. He hadn't been angry for a long time, but he was furious now. He turned his head to Lan Xuanyu and said, I didn't expect this bastard to sneak into the treasure cave. If Big Brother and I hadn't used our divine senses to scan the cave, this fellow would have stolen the soul bone. I don't know how much we would have lost. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked, Senior Erming, what is this? Erming Dao said, it's a very special soul beast. To put it nicely, it's called the money beast. To put it bluntly, it's the dirtiest thief in the world of soul beasts. It's the most despicable and shameless thief. Lan Xuanyu was astonished. There's a thief among soul beasts? Erming continued, all the soul beasts that found this fellow wanted to kill it. I don't know how this thing reproduced, and the source of its bloodline is unknown. However, it was born with strong illusory abilities and is best at disguising itself. If its main body was still around, it could change itself into any appearance. Even soul beasts much stronger than it would be scared away by it. It would take the opportunity to plunder treasures. It would feed on all kinds of natural treasures and is extremely greedy. When we soul beasts encounter natural treasures, we would usually guard them and wait for them to ripen before plucking them. However, if it were discovered, it would think of ways to swindle or deceive it with illusions to get the natural treasure. Furthermore, this fellow is ever-changing and is very difficult to find. This time, it actually stole into our treasure cave. Qianlei was about to cry. After hearing Erming's words, he finally understood that he had found the soul bone so quickly. He knew a lot about soul bones. If it was a limb bone, he could still think of a way to take it out and fuse it again in the future. However, what about the skull? He couldn't remove its head. The current soul tool technology wasn't at that level yet. Listening to Erming's explanation, the golden beast didn't say anything. It only looked at him pitifully with a flattering expression. Erming smiled bitterly. The situation is a little troublesome now. It must have planned to turn into a skull long ago. It was waiting for this opportunity. If I crush it now, your skull will explode and you will probably die too. If you really hate it, there's a way. After returning to the Human Federation, you can contact the Tang men with the best soul tool technology. You can directly replace the skull with a metal one and use a rare metal to forge one. Then, you can replace it and kill it. However, you won't be able to fuse with the skull in the future. Your head will also become an implant. If you don't want this to happen, you can only make do with this skull. However, this fellow's illusory abilities are extremely strong, and its spiritual power shouldn't be weak. I suggest you make do with it. If it doesn't listen to you, you can change it again. Qianlei's face was sullen as he stared hatefully at the golden beast in Erming's hand. He really wanted to kill this fellow. There are so many people out there, but you didn't do it. Why did you do it to me? Who did I offend? However, if he really wanted to kill this money beast and replace his head with a metal one, he would never agree to it. If his skull turned into metal, would he still be human? He hadn't even fallen in love or gotten married yet. No matter how strong the metal was, his own head was still better. Erming coughed and said, since this is our mistaken problem, I will pick another torso bone for you as compensation. What a mess. Today was really full of surprises. Not only were many good things taken away, there was even such a mistake. In fact, the money beast was also a legend in the world of soul beasts. In fact, no soul beast was able to confirm the existence of the golden beast. This was because the golden beast never showed its true appearance to humans. Every time it appeared in front of other soul beasts, it would transform into a different form, such as the appearance of a particularly powerful soul beast. If not for Erming's rich experience as a beast king and his long history, he really wouldn't have guessed this guy's origin. Boss, what should I do? Helpless, Xianlei could only ask Lan Xuanyu for help. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, of course replace it with a metal skull. If you leave such an unstable factor, it could be a ticking time bomb at any time. Moreover, it could very well affect your mind. Having a dragon-eating beast is already troublesome enough, we can't have another thief. Ah? Xianlei was stunned. Then, he saw Lan Xuanyu winking at him. Because Erming was holding the money beast's head, it couldn't see Lan Xuanyu's face, so it naturally didn't know what his expression was like. As soon as he heard this, he immediately wailed, "No. I am useful, I can't mess with your mind, I don't have that ability. Sir, spare me, spare me." Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, a faint seven-colored halo rippled in front of his chest, and the bloodline aura of the dragon gods was immediately emitted. The golden money beast's voice came to an abrupt halt. Its pair of large eyes suddenly widened, and it looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. You are the dragon gods? You are still alive, you are still alive." Its voice had completely changed at this moment. It no longer had the flattery from before, and all that was left was intense excitement. This time, Lan Xuanyu and Erming were also stunned. Why did Lan Xuanyu tell Qianlei that he wanted to kill this golden beast? Of course, he wasn't being sincere. How could he let his good brother replace its skull with metal? Naturally, he had to trick the Qianlei into telling him what kind of abilities he had, and that he had to cooperate well with Qianlei in the future. To become Qianlei's assistant. His dragon god's aura was extremely effective against soul beasts, so he wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate them. But who would have thought that the golden money beast's mood would change completely? Lan Xuanyu turned around. His brain was working quickly, and with his hands behind his back, he said faintly, "You recognize me?" Then, he saw big drops of tears flowing down from the golden money beast's eyes. Of course, it didn't have real tears. Those were all condensed from energy, but they looked very real. Lan Xuanyu instantly felt a little dizzy. From the golden skull, strong spiritual fluctuations were emitted, and they were very unstable. Humph. Erming snorted coldly. His divine sense surged, and only then did he suppress the strong spiritual fluctuations. But he was also shocked. The strength of this golden money beast's spiritual power was far beyond his expectations. In some aspects, it even had some characteristics similar to divine sense. The golden money beast seemed to have felt that its spiritual power was too strong. It hurriedly retracted it, and returned to its previous state. "Woo-woo, Lord. Dragon gods, it's me. I am your treasure-seeking beast, your little treasure. Don't you recognize me? I'm Little Treasure." Little Treasure? What the hell? Erming immediately grasped the key point in its words, "You know the dragon gods? How is that possible?" The treasure-seeking beast blinked, and no longer flattered Erming, "That's because you're ignorant. I was the treasure-seeking beast before the dragon gods. When I dominated the heavenly realm, you didn't exist yet." This respectful attitude seemed to have found a backer. "I advise you to let me go quickly, or else the dragon gods will be angry, and you will be turned to dust in an instant." The treasure-seeking beast said proudly. "Wait a moment." Lan Xuanyu waved his hand at it. "First of all, I have forgotten my previous memories, so I can't remember you. Tell me about your origin, what's going on?" The treasure-seeking beast was stunned. "You forgot your origin? You are the king of the divine beasts, the dragon gods. The highest ruler of the heavenly realm." Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "Don't you know about the dragon race disaster? What's the use of saying all this now? Tell me about what happened back then, and your origin." If this treasure-seeking beast was really a divine beast that survived from the ancient heavenly realm, then it was extraordinary. Even Erming was a little surprised at this moment. Because he really did feel the fluctuation of divine sense from the treasure-seeking beast. And divine sense was something that only God-level powerhouses could have. The divine sense fluctuation from the treasure-seeking beast was not strong, but it was still there. It was just that it seemed a little different from his divine sense, as if it was very weak. But no matter how weak it was still divine sense. The treasure-seeking beast looked at Lan Xuanyu, and tears flowed down again. Dragon race, the dragon race is over. It's all because of those despicable gods. Woo-woo, also, great dragon gods, you really couldn't control your emotions back then. Why? Everything was fine back then. The more Lan Xuanyu listened, the more he felt that what it said was true. He frowned slightly, and said, what happened back then? The treasure-seeking beast thought that he was the dragon gods, so he would pretend to be the dragon gods now. The treasure-seeking beast said, back then, you were the ruler of the heavenly realm, and everything was fine. The dragon race was the strongest race in the heavenly realm. You were lenient and allowed those humans who had cultivated to a certain level in the lower realm to enter the heavenly realm to continue cultivating. However, the humans' cultivation speed was indeed very fast. After a few years, the humans had already gained a foothold in the heavenly realm, and there were also a few first-level gods. At that time, many people advised you not to let the humans continue to develop as gods. Otherwise, it would very likely affect your ruling position. At that time, you also listened to their advice and reduced the number of humans in the lower realm who could become gods. The heavenly realm had always been peaceful, and those humans had always respected you. Later on, for some reason, some problems appeared in your personality. You would often get angry, and you even killed many of your original subordinates. The heavenly realm began to become turbulent as a result. I heard from the Light Dragon King that you possessed the power of life and destruction at the same time. The fusion of the two gave birth to the strongest power. You became the strongest divine king. However, the two were in constant conflict, and this caused you to develop many negative emotions. As the heavenly realm grew stronger and expanded, you scattered too much of your power to stabilize the heavenly realm. This caused problems with the stability of your own divine sense, and this led to such a situation. You could only recover by constantly adjusting and recuperating. At that time, you were still able to control yourself. However, as time passed, you became more and more unable to control your emotions. Moreover, during that time, the human gods grew very quickly. I don't know who said something to you, but you suddenly began to slaughter those human gods. As a result, the human gods brazenly rebelled and joined forces to fight against us divine beasts. Originally, they were no match for us. However, at that time, you had completely lost control of your emotions. Many of your originally capable subordinates became disloyal. Some of them were even affected by your emotions, and their own emotions became problematic. Thus, a huge problem started to appear internally. That's why we lost so badly in the end. Almost all of us were lost. The dragon race fell, and your body was slashed open by the Azura god, releasing the aura of life and destruction in your body. That time, the heavenly realm was severely damaged. More than 70% of the humans and divine beasts died. The heavenly realm also shrank. Many planes that were originally under our control started to lose control. The aura of the heavenly realm leaked out, especially after a large number of divine beasts died. The aura of our bloodline leaked out and landed on a planet called Douluo planet. This affected the living beings there. Ordinary animals there evolved, and so did humans. From then on, soul beasts and human soul masters appeared. Lan Xuanyu was extremely shocked when he heard this. He never thought that the soul masters and soul beasts of the Douluo continent actually came from this. It was actually caused by the bloodline aura of the divine beasts that landed on the Douluo planet when the god realm was on the verge of collapse. I'm not clear about what happened after that. However, you are undying and indestructible, so those human gods shouldn't be able to kill you. However, you seem to have split into two groups, and I don't know the specifics. Without a doubt, everything that the treasure-hunting beast said was an absolute secret to Lan Xuanyu and Erming. It was a huge calamity in the early days of the god realm. And the source of this calamity was actually the dragon gods. This was something they never thought of. Erming knew a little about the situation in the god realm, but when he first entered the god realm, there were no more divine beasts, only human gods. If he didn't rely on the sea god Tang San, he wouldn't have even entered the god realm, let alone become the divine beast king he was now. The credibility of everything that the treasure-hunting beast said was very high. Then what about you? Tell me about your situation. What's the matter with you? What's your relationship with the dragon gods? Lan Xuanyu asked. The treasure-hunting beast said, I was originally your subordinate. Speaking up to here, it seemed to be a little embarrassed. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, Speak. Yes. The treasure-hunting beast was obviously very afraid of Lan Xuanyu. It didn't hesitate and continued, I am your most loyal subordinate. Actually, in the early days, I was just a parasite on your body, a big parasite. However, you are a divine king. Every day, under the influence of your divine king aura, I began to evolve. I don't know how many years later, I gained sentience. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred, and said, You are a parasite on my body? Are you the only one, or are there many? The treasure-hunting beast said, Of course there are many. I have many companions, but after that great battle in the god realm, it seems that I was the only one who was lucky enough to survive. Later on, I went to the Douluo continent. There are many treasure-hunting beasts. Let me know, Lan Xuanyu said. The treasure-seeking beast said, After we gained sentience, we began to evolve. Then, the great dragon gods discovered us and gave us some abilities. Because of the uniqueness of our existence, we can only truly survive by relying on your aura, so we are naturally your most loyal subordinates. If you want to read it, go to Chioga and read it. You bestowed us with divine sense, powerful illusory abilities, and powerful perception abilities. You let us guard the divine world's gardens for you, and we were responsible for taking care of those immortal herbs and immortal fruits. Occasionally, you would even give us some to eat. We only need to return to your side regularly to maintain our abilities. Speaking of this, its mood suddenly became somewhat gloomy. Actually, in that battle, not many of our companions died or were injured. At least in the beginning, there weren't many casualties because we were part of your body after all. Until the final battle, many of his companions were affected and died. After you were separated, we also lost the main body too. Rely on. Later on, many of our companions died because they lost the nourishment of your aura. Erming couldn't help but ask, then why are you still alive? Who knows how many years have passed since that great battle in the god realm? If you were relying on the aura of the dragon gods to survive, then how did you survive? The treasure-seeking beast said proudly, I am the first parasite of the great dragon gods to gain sentience. How can those juniors compare to me? When I was at my strongest, I had the strength of a first-tier god. All these years, I kept a low profile and bided my time. I didn't use my abilities easily and had always been carefully maintaining the aura of the great dragon gods. In addition, I ate some spiritual herbs to replenish my energy, which allowed me to survive. Furthermore, I slept for a very long time. Even I don't know how long I slept for. Now, the great dragon gods have returned. With the nourishment of the great dragon god's aura, I can live forever again. Great dragon gods, you have finally returned. In the end, the treasure-seeking beast couldn't help but cry again. After listening to its story, Lan Xuanyu finally knew the origin of this guy. So, you have the ability to find treasures? The treasure-seeking beast said proudly, Of course, I am your most loyal treasure-seeking beast. As long as it is a treasure that appears in the god realm, no matter what it is, it cannot escape my eyes. I can help you find it immediately and nourish it to grow. If you want to read it, you can go to the pavilion and read it. As long as you give me enough divine power, I can make them evolve quickly. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this guy was not completely useless. Furthermore, what it said should only be a part of the secrets of the god realm. Alright, since you have become my brother's soul bone, you will follow him and help him in the future. If I need your help, I will also ask for your help. From the strong spiritual power that the treasure-seeking beast emitted, and its description of its abilities, this guy was still useful. It was not a bad thing for Qianlei to fuse with such a skull. No. Most honorable dragon gods, my master, I am your little treasure. Since you are still alive, how can I follow anyone else? I must follow you. Gorilla, let me go. Otherwise, the dragon gods will not be polite to you. Xianlei looked at the treasure-seeking beast, who was pretending to be powerful, and said in surprise, "Didn't you say that you can't leave after fusing with me?" The treasure-seeking beast said disdainfully, "That was just now. Now, with the dragon gods and the aura of the dragon gods, how can things be the same as before? Lord Dragon Gods, please separate me from his head and let me follow you and serve you like before." Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and said, "I don't know how." How could Lan Xuanyu know how to do something like a skull? Perhaps even the god-tier beast King Erming could not do it. The treasure-seeking beast was stunned. "How can you not know?" Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "Why don't you feel my aura? I have only just recovered. I am still far from having the full strength of the dragon gods. I don't know how long it will take for me to recover. How can I separate you?" The treasure-seeking beast was too agitated before. Now that it had calmed down, it released a wave of spiritual power and scanned Lan Xuanyu's body. Then, its eyes became dull. "Your aura is still yours, but how can your strength be as small as an ant's? How can it be like this? Great dragon gods, what happened to you?" As it spoke, Lan Xuanyu's face turned ugly. He thought to himself, "How can I be as weak as an ant? This guy really doesn't know how to talk." Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, "I am like this now. If I want to recover, it is not something that can be done in a day. You can follow my partner for now." "No, absolutely not. Before you returned, I could even be a thief. But now that you are back, I am a noble treasure-seeking beast, your most loyal subordinate. No matter what, I have to return to your side. Lord Dragon Gods, don't you want Xiaobao anymore?" Woo-woo. Okay, don't cry. It's not that I don't want you, but I have no choice. You've already turned into a skull. Lan Xian didn't know what to say. What a mess. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly. Is this possible? He turned his head to look at Erming, and Erming nodded at him. Erming still had some doubts about what the treasure-seeking beast had just said. After all, the gold coin beast was the #1 liar in the world of soul beasts. It wasn't impossible for this guy to have fabricated everything. However, the soul bone it had transformed into was real. In other words, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be able to escape no matter what. As long as he could see if it could separate itself, he would be able to see the relationship between it and the dragon gods. With Erming's affirmation, Lan Xuanyu placed his palm on Qianlei's forehead. The dragon god's scales on his chest lit up again, and the gentle aura of the dragon gods lingered on his palm. At this moment, the big head in Erming's hand suddenly changed. The originally golden head emitted a faint colorful halo. The treasure-seeking beast's head seemed to become transparent at this moment, and in the center of its head, there was a faint colorful halo rippling. The divine sense aura that Erming had felt before appeared again. Although it was very weak, he was completely sure this time that it was definitely divine sense. Divine sense wasn't something that could be faked. It was the most mysterious and powerful aura of a god-rank powerhouse. Lan Xuanyu's palm shook, and he suddenly felt that the aura of the dragon gods he had released was being absorbed by Qianlei's forehead. It was being absorbed into Qianlei's head. Qianlei only felt waves of dizziness, and his whole body couldn't help but sway slightly. At this moment, dots of colorful light began to emerge from the top of his head, condensing in the air. The head in Erming's hand also turned into dots of light and floated out. It actually broke away from Erming's control and condensed above Qianlei's head. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his power of the dragon gods was being consumed very quickly, and the colorful light in the center of his bloodline vortex quickly dimmed. Just when he was about to be unable to hold on any longer and was about to use the dragon god transformation to fight, a figure condensed and formed. Wasn't it the appearance of the treasure-hunting beast from before? Qianlei's face paled, and he fell to the ground, clearly feeling that he had lost something. I'm out. And I've changed back, ha ha ha, I'm no longer a soul bone. Most respected dragon gods, your Xiaobao is back." As he spoke, he had already pounced at Lan Xuanyu's feet and kissed his shoes. Erming sneered, "It's good that you've come out. Let's see where you're from before Xiao, Yuve, Qianlei and Qian. Save me, dragon gods, save me. Gorilla, let go of me, or else the dragon gods will get angry and kill you. The treasure-seeking beast flew into a rage and angrily shouted at Erming. Erming disdainfully said, he's not a real dragon god yet, your umbrella isn't strong enough yet. Dragon gods, save me, I'm your servant who will always follow you. The treasure-seeking beast hurriedly shouted. Lan Xuanyu said, Senior Erming, what do you think, Erming Dao, this guy is full of lies. This is the biggest liar in the world of soul beasts, everything it said just now might be a fabrication. Furthermore, it has the ability to transform. Once it leaves here, I might not be able to stop it if it wants to escape. Escape? Why would I escape? Only by following Lord Dragon God will I be able to regain my former glory. You're slandering me, absolutely slandering me. Dragon gods, I'm your most loyal servant, please accept the allegiance of my divine sense. While speaking, the treasure-seeking beast shook its head in anger, and a faint rainbow-colored halo suddenly rippled out and floated towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was also stunned, he didn't know what to do. Divine sense, Erming immediately said, use your spiritual power to guide it, this is an enslavement contract. A divine sense enslavement contract can't be violated no matter what. Also, if the master dies, the slave dies, it's the most unfair contract. Only at this moment did he completely believe that everything the treasure-seeking beast said before was true. Divine sense couldn't be faked, and an enslavement contract imprinted with divine sense couldn't be faked. Unless the treasure-seeking beast in front of him was stronger than him. But how was that possible? This treasure-seeking beast didn't even have the cultivation of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, let alone a god rank. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously released his spiritual power and connected it with that strand of divine sense. Instantly, he felt his spiritual sea shake violently. It was as if the sea had been overturned in an instant. However, the dual-colored vortex in his spiritual sea started to rotate violently, and the rainbow-colored halo in the center of the vortex trembled, sucking in that strand of divine sense. Lan Xuanyu's spirit shook, and something suddenly appeared in his mind. When he looked at the treasure-seeking beast again, he immediately felt all the emotional fluctuations and energy fluctuations on its body. Furthermore, he had a feeling that as long as he thought about it, he could immediately kill this treasure-seeking beast. What a tyrannical slave contract. This thing didn't even exist now, it was a very ancient contract. It could be seen that this treasure-seeking beast had existed for a very long time. Erming only let go of the treasure-seeking beast now, allowing it to run to Lan Xuanyu's side and hug Lan Xuanyu's calf. Master, I'm finally back by your side. I can call you master again, sob. Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. This treasure-seeking beast sounded pretty good, but it really loved to cry, and it would cry bitterly at the slightest thing. Alright. Calm down. What form will you be following me in from now on? Will you be a spirit soul or something else? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Who has the qualifications to be your spirit soul? I'm just the same as before. I'm just a parasite on your body. As long as you use your spiritual power, you can contact me and order me to do anything. As the treasure-seeking beast spoke, its body trembled, and it immediately turned into specks of golden light, which floated onto Lan Xuanyu's body. From the outside, nothing could be seen anymore. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect that he would find this treasure-seeking beast in this soul beast treasure cave, even though he didn't obtain a soul bone. Although he didn't know how useful it would be, it definitely wouldn't be a loss to him. Furthermore, it had knowledge from ancient times, and was once a servant of the dragon gods. It should be of help to him in his future cultivation, especially when he was breaking through. What about me? What about me? A pitiful voice sounded. Qianlei was sitting on the ground at this moment, looking at him and Erming with longing eyes. Erming said unhappily, consider me unlucky today. I'll bring you to find a suitable soul bone. Let's go. As he spoke, he grabbed Qianlei and walked into the cave. Qianlei finally had a skull again, so there naturally wouldn't be any problems this time. They found a soul bone that was most suitable for him, one that could stabilize his spiritual sea and increase his spiritual power. After that, there were no more problems, and everyone's soul bones fused smoothly. During the fusion process, Lan Xuanyu also communicated with the treasure-seeking beast on a spiritual level, and more or less understood the treasure-seeking beast's abilities. This treasure-seeking beast was indeed a very strange existence. It had an innate sensitivity to all treasures. As long as it was within a certain range, it would be able to discover it. Furthermore, it had the ability to nurture treasures, and the aura it emitted was able to mature natural treasures. After all, it used to be in charge of medicinal gardens in the god realm. Therefore, when it was called the money beast, it would be able to consume spiritual herbs in the shortest time possible every time it scared away its opponents, and replenish its needs. There was also the ability to transform. This treasure-hunting beast could transform into anything. Although it had been away from the dragon god for too long and its divine sense was extremely weak, it was still once a divine beast. Now that its cultivation had fallen, its transformation ability was still superior to all soul beasts with illusions. The largest size it could transform into could even reach 1,000 meters. This was under its current weak condition. As long as it had seen something before, it could transform into anything. The treasure-hunting beast's abilities were limited to these two aspects. According to it, at its peak, it could transform into any creature and still have a certain amount of that creature's abilities. At most, it could achieve 30% of that creature's standard. This ratio didn't seem high, but it had to be known that the creatures it transformed into were all at the level of divine beasts. Of course, to recover to that extent, this treasure-hunting beast would probably have the strength of a level 1 god. No matter what, it was still quite useful. However, while it was useful, it also brought about a problem. It followed Lan Xuanyu and had to constantly absorb the dragon god's aura on Lan Xuanyu's body. Only then could it maintain its ability. It had lived for so long, but most of the time, it was actually sleeping to prevent the loss of energy. It was the same for eating spirit herbs. However, after coming to Lan Xuanyu's body, it could only absorb Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's aura to replenish its many years of deficit. This was undoubtedly a long process. However, the current Lan Xuanyu was still very weak. There were still problems with his own strength, and his speed of improvement was very slow. After being absorbed by the treasure-hunting beast, he could clearly feel the loss of his dragon god's aura. It would definitely be a big problem for his own cultivation. In this regard, the treasure-hunting beast repeatedly promised that it would help him find the most suitable spirit herbs for cultivation and improvement to help him increase his dragon god's aura. Only then would it absorb a part of it to replenish itself. When Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's aura declined, it would stop absorbing. It could control this aspect. With this guarantee, Lan Xuanyu could finally relax. Because of the existence of the slave contract, he was naturally not afraid of the treasure-hunting beast deceiving him. He still couldn't tell if the treasure-hunting beast was good or bad. He would have to see what it could do in the future. 3 hours later, everyone had finished absorbing the soul bones. When Erming led them out of the cave, he felt like he was sending off the god of plague. After telling Lan Xuanyu that he would pick him and Qian Lei up the next day, Erming left in a hurry. He had to go back and discuss with Big Ming about what happened today. What the treasure-hunting beast said could be considered a secret. At that time only he, Lan Xuanyu, Xiaoqi, and Lu Feng heard it. Regarding this, Erming suggested that they keep this matter a secret and not easily leak it out. Although the treasure-seeking beast's words didn't mean much to the Douluo Federation, they were very meaningful to soul beasts. The harvest from this trip to Sanluo planet was undoubtedly huge. That night, Xiaoqi called everyone together. Although there were only vegetables and fruits to eat, it could be considered a celebration for everyone. Looking at the group of disciples sitting in front of him, Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel complacent. Who wouldn't want to have such outstanding students, especially Lan Xuanyu? The fact that the treasure-hunting beast said that he had the aura of the dragon gods shocked Xiaoqi greatly. He vaguely knew that Lan Xuanyu's bloodline was considered a secret in the academy. Dining Luohong, Dean Wang Tianyu, and Master Shu seemed to know a little. But they didn't tell him. Therefore, he didn't ask much about this matter. After returning, it was as if nothing had happened. First of all, I will celebrate on behalf of the Academy. Congratulations on defeating your opponents from the Federation's Central Academy and getting a clean sweep. At the same time, congratulations on breaking the Dusty Beast fighting record. Everything you have done will be recorded in the archives. It will become the glory of your life. In addition, I have just received a notice from the Academy that in view of your outstanding performance, the Academy will make an exception and include you in the inspection list. When you are admitted to the inner court, the inspection will officially begin. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Teacher, what inspection is it?" Xiaoqi smiled slightly, and at this moment, there seemed to be a light in his eyes. The new generation of Shrek 7 monsters. Hearing the word Shrek 7 monsters, Lan Xuanyu and the others were all shocked. Of course, they understood what these words meant. The Shrek 7 monsters had left behind countless miracles and memories in the history of mankind. They no longer belonged only to the Shrek Academy, but also to all of mankind. Almost every generation of Shrek 7 monsters had left behind a rich and colorful record in the history of mankind. The most famous Shrek 7 monsters in human history included the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters. Among them was the founder of the Tangmen, the thousand-hand Douluo Tang San, who later became the god of the sea. It was said that he and his companions all cultivated to become gods, and no one could surpass them. However, after the disappearance of the god realm, there was no trace of them. 10,000 years later, when human civilization developed to the Soul Tool era, the Sun-Moon continent collided with the Douluo continent, resulting in a war between the two continents. The conflict between mankind and soul beasts reached its peak. It was at that time that the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation stepped forward and rebuilt the declining Tangmen, allowing the Tangmen to regain their glory. The leader of that generation of Shrek 7 monsters was the one who created the spirit soul system, allowing humans and soul beasts to coexist peacefully. He was the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. It was said that his wife, the dragon butterfly Douluo Tang Wutong, was the daughter of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters, sea god Tang San, who went to the lower realm to train. There was no doubt that during the age of firearms on the Douluo continent, they had created countless miracles and glory. They allowed the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen to reach unprecedented heights. 10,000 years later, as human civilization developed, soul beasts were on the verge of extinction. The Holy Spirit cult, formed by evil soul masters, became arrogant and despotic, and the abyssal plane threatened the survival of the entire human race. The Shrek Academy was even razed to the ground, and the enormous Sea God's Lake was actually created by the terrifying Godslayer missile. The Shrek Academy was almost completely destroyed. It was in the face of such a disaster that the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters, led by the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin, worked hard to rebuild the Shrek Academy. With the help of the Tangmen, they led the Douluo Federation and finally defeated the Abyssal Plane. Furthermore, they absorbed the enormous life energy of the Abyssal Plane, allowing the Douluo continent's seed of life to grow anew. This was how the Tree of Eternity and Eternal Sky City were born today. It was also how the entire Douluo planet was upgraded and had the ability to give birth to god-rank powerhouses. It was no exaggeration to say that the 3 generations of Shrek 7 monsters changed the history of the Federation, allowing the human race to reach its current state. It was the contributions of the past generations of Shrek 7 monsters that allowed the Shrek Academy to have such a transcendent status in the Federation. This allowed the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen to have special privileges in the Federation. There was no doubt that the name Shrek 7 monsters was a supreme honor for any student of the Shrek Academy. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu and the others heard that they were qualified to compete for the position of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters, how could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? For a moment, the 7 of them were so excited that their faces flushed red, and they were speechless. When Xiaoqi said this to them, his eyes were filled with envy. How he wished that he would be the one to have such an opportunity. He also understood what it meant for a soul master to be able to become one of Shrek's 7 monsters. If these students of his could really become the current generation of Shrek 7 monsters, then they would undoubtedly receive the full support of the Academy. They would be supported by all kinds of resources and would become the most dazzling existences of this generation. Lan Xuanyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Teacher Xiao, what you said, is what you said true? Xiaoqi said snappily, would I joke about this kind of thing with you? Everyone's breathing became heavier. Tang Yuga said, Teacher Xiao, You just said that we have become the test subjects of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters. That means that we are not the only ones who can become Shrek 7 monsters. Who are our competitors? What level do we have to reach before we can become Shrek 7 monsters? Xiaoqi said, I don't know what the specific test includes. I only know that Shrek 7 monsters are extremely important to the Academy. Because Soul Masters have long lives now, and Shrek 7 monsters won't appear at any time. In the history of our Academy, the 7 monsters were only born at some important times, but all of them were amazing powerhouses. I don't know who your competitors are, but what I can tell you is that they are definitely the best in the inner court. You are definitely the weakest team, there is no doubt about that. Lan Xuanyu had already calmed down. Teacher Xiao, then are there Shrek 7 monsters in our academy now? Xiaoqi took a deep look at him and nodded. Yes, I do. If you succeed in the test, you will be their successors. Lan Xuanyu said, then can you tell us who the current generation of Shrek 7 monsters are? Xiaoqi said, Shrek 7 monsters have always been the most powerful force in the academy, and can also be said to be the representatives of our academy. Even I don't know who the seniors of the 7 monsters are, because some seniors have revealed their identities, while others have hidden their identities. The 7 monsters that I currently know include Dean Wang, whom you have met, and Dean Lin from Douluo branch. Xiaoqi's words undoubtedly verified Master Shu's introduction of Lin Mahua. He was indeed one of the current generation of Shrek 7 monsters, which meant that he was absolutely trustworthy. Wow, Dean Wang is actually one of Shrek 7 monsters. That's my grandmaster. Waha! Xianlei danced with joy. He was Ying Luohong's disciple, and Ying Luohong was Wang Tianyu's disciple. It was indeed correct to say that he was Dean Wang's disciple. Xiaoqi said, I'm telling you all this today because you represented the 4th years and defeated the opponents from Douluo branch. This was one of the tests. If you lose this time, you will naturally be disqualified. At this point, his expression became serious. As far as I know, in the history of our academy, there are very few precedents of outer court students being investigated. In other words, the academy has already made an exception for you because of the abilities you have displayed. However, the people you'll be facing are all seniors from the inner court. Furthermore, they're all seniors who are more outstanding than you. Every time the academy launched an inspection of the Shrek 7 monsters, it was because of the emergence of particularly outstanding elites that they were given the opportunity to obtain this honor. Of course, the opening this time is not because of you. Therefore, the opponents you will be facing will definitely be stronger than you can imagine. If you really want to become the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters, you will have to put in a lot of effort. Do your best, youths. Lan Xuanyu's brain was working at high speed. Everything Xiaoqi said was extremely stimulating for them. That was the Shrek 7 monsters. Who would have thought that they would actually be included in the list of the current generation of Shrek 7 monsters? This was simply too big of a surprise. However, they were only included in the inspection list. If they wanted to become the true Shrek 7 monsters, who knew how many inspections they had to go through before they could stand out in the end? However, since they had already entered the inspection list, Lan Xuanyu's desire for the title of Shrek 7 monsters had already reached its peak. No matter what, he had to work hard in this direction. How could they become the Shrek 7 monsters? The most basic point was to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. They had to become stronger in order to have the possibility of becoming the Shrek 7 monsters. He wasn't the only one thinking. His teammates were the same. Everyone's expressions were very interesting. The only thing they had in common was that they subconsciously clenched their fists. Xiaoqi said, alright, I've already told you what I need to tell you. Although I really hope that this will be the motivation for you to continue working hard, I still have to remind you. Safety is the most important thing. Whether it's carrying out the Heaven Fighter mission or during normal cultivation, you must not take any risks. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Teacher Xiao, we understand. Don't worry. Xiaoqi smiled slightly and said, I've always been very assured of you. Alright, I'll leave the rest of the time to you. You have to split up for the time being. If there's anything you need to tell everyone, tell them. The Heaven Fighter mission must be completed. Since you've decided to lead the class to complete the mission, you're duty-bound. Yes, don't worry. Xiaoqi left first. Only Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 were left in the room. Waha, we have the chance to become the Shrek 7 monsters. We're already candidates for the Shrek 7 monsters. Haha. Qianlei jumped up in excitement. He didn't feel any pain even when his head hit the ceiling. He excitedly waved his fists in the air. Lan Xuanyu flung out a strand of blue-silver grass and pulled him down. Now isn't the time to be happy. Calm down. Boss, aren't you excited at all? Qianlei asked in astonishment. Lan Xuanyu said, of course I'm excited. But it's enough to be excited. After all, we're not Shrek 7 monsters yet. When we really become Shrek 7 monsters, it won't be too late to be excited. Moreover, Shrek 7 monsters isn't just about glory. More importantly, there's a heavy responsibility. We've all studied the history of Shrek 7 monsters. Whenever a new generation of Shrek 7 monsters appears in the academy, it's almost always due to special circumstances that require the Shrek 7 monsters to turn the tide. During peacetime, Shrek 7 monsters rarely appear. It's almost impossible for 2 generations of Shrek 7 monsters to coexist. Teacher Xiao just said that the Shrek 7 monsters will only appear when there are elites. I think there might be some unfinished business here. It's just that we're not the real Shrek 7 monsters yet, so we don't know the real situation yet. Tang Yuga frowned. What you're saying is that the academy has realized that there's a crisis related to the academy, so they've selected 2 generations of Shrek 7 monsters in a row? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it's possible, but it's not necessarily because of the academy. Why did the Heaven Fighter missions appear? We've all seen that the high-level Heaven Fighter missions are very difficult. The highest difficulty we can see now is actually the 5th or 6th level. If the 6th level missions are targeted at God-ranked experts, then what about the 7th, 8th, and 9th level missions? Therefore, it's not necessarily a crisis for the academy. I think it might even be a crisis for the Federation. The Federation is expanding in the universe, and we don't even know what kind of enemies they're facing. But where did so many space fleets go? There must be a destination. When we can carry out more and higher-level Heaven Fighter missions, we'll definitely have to face them. Bai Xiaoxiao said, no matter what, we still have to be strong ourselves. Only when we're strong can we know more. Lan Mengqi nodded and said, that's right. So, let's work hard together. Lan Xuanyu said, we must keep the matter of us becoming candidates for Shrek 7 monsters a secret, even among the 33 wings of heaven. Our future competitors will definitely be especially powerful seniors. We're the weakest, so we have to pay more attention to hiding ourselves. Qianlei nodded and said, I understand. If we aren't chosen and everyone finds out, how embarrassing would it be? As soon as he said this, he felt the malicious gazes around him and quickly shut his mouth. Lan Xuanyu said, you guys go back first this time. Qianlei and I will stay here for a period of time. We will return in a month at most. After you guys go back, continue with the Heaven Fighter mission. You must do it safely and try to complete another level 3 Heaven Fighter mission. Currently, we already have 8 points for the Heaven Fighter mission. Ding Zhuohan and Old Bing's escort mission shouldn't be a problem. That's 10 points. After a month, we will only need 3 months. As long as you guys can complete another level 3 mission, we will have completed 13 missions of different difficulty levels. We will have completed more than half of the mission in a quarter of the time. For the remaining Heaven Fighter missions, I will be safe and only complete the level 3 missions with everyone. This will also ensure that our class passes the assessment. We will not be rash. After we complete all the missions, I will start making 2-word battle armors for everyone. We must let all the students wear 2-word battle armors before graduation. Lu Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Xianyu, are you really going to take our entire class to take the inner court exam? I'm afraid that's not realistic. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I know, but we still have to try. At the very least, I hope that every partner will be qualified to take the exam. To qualify for the inner court exam, one had to first complete the 4th-year Heaven Fighter mission and then get a 2-word battle armor. This was something that had to be achieved to graduate from the outer court. Only official graduates of the outer court had the chance to enter the inner court. Tang Yuga also said, every year, the difficulty of the inner court exam will be adjusted according to the strength of the students. The difficulty of our experimental class will definitely be the highest. Xianyu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, when we established the Triostrumsa wings, I told everyone not to abandon and not to give up. In life, some partners can be trusted for a lifetime, and the relationship between classmates is one of them. In the future, regardless of whether we stay in the academy, join the Tang men, or enter the army, we will never be able to change anything. The people we can trust the most are our companions. I also know that it's impossible for everyone to enter the inner court. Teacher also reminded me that the cultivation resources in the inner court are limited, so there's a limit to the number of people who can be recruited. But how do we know if we don't try? If they didn't try, how could they be willing to give up? We are still young, and everyone has the hot-bloodedness that comes with youth. No matter how difficult or impossible it is, as long as we try, there will be a chance. If we give up, then there will be no chance at all. Do you understand what I mean? Tang Yuga took a deep breath. You deserve to be the class monitor. Let's do it. Let's work hard together. We're in the experimental class. Nothing is impossible. Xian Lei's eyes sparkled. Lu Feng nodded. Also, Xianyu, you can't be the only one working hard. If you want to enter the inner courtyard, everyone has to do their best, or even overdo it. Everyone will help you in turn. I agree. Lan Mengqin said in a deep voice, you're the one with the lowest soul power in the class. Although we don't know why it's so difficult for you to cultivate your soul power, you still spend a lot of time forging for everyone. We saw everything. You can't be the only one helping us. We have to help you in turn. Lan Xuanyu chuckled. It's okay. My situation is different. It's not something that can be improved just by cultivating. It's mainly because my martial soul is more special. I need more accumulation and a stronger life force to be able to continue breaking through. But every time I break through, the changes will be greater. Tang Yuga glanced at Lan Mengqin and said, let's not talk about this for now. You and Qian Lei can cultivate here without worry. Sanluo planet is a treasure land. Try to get as many benefits as possible. You don't have to worry about wings of Triostrumsa heaven. We're here. We'll do as you say and complete the safe mission. Lan Xuanyu nodded. When I'm not here, the heavy responsibility of being the class monitor will be handed over to you. Tang Yuga didn't stand on ceremony. She was the strongest person in the class, and also the oldest. She was once the class monitor for 2 years in high school. Everyone was convinced by Tang Yuga. Of course, Yuan and Hui Hui was an exception. Lan Xuanyu's gaze fell on Yuan and Hui Hui at this time. Hui Hui was usually very active, but for some reason, he didn't speak from beginning to end today. Only when he learned that he had become a candidate for Shrek's 7 monsters did he show excitement. Hui Hui, are you okay? Lan Xuanyu asked with concern. Yuan and Hui Hui shook his head. Brother Xianyu, I'm fine. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. Looking at Yuan and Hui Hui's hesitant look, how did he look fine? Hui Hui, what's wrong? If there's anything, just say it, and we'll help you solve it together. Before we separate, Lan Xuanyu asked. Yuan and Hui Hui's expression was a little awkward. That's right, I feel that I'm very close to the 7th ring road. I don't know if I should break through now or wait. It's okay to be well prepared, but I don't know how to choose. If I choose to break through now, I'll have to choose my gender. I'm a little confused. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Tell me more about it. Yuan and Hui Hui said, you also know that I'm a boy during the day and a girl at night. This has always been a big problem for me. But my mother told me that we, the possessors of the elf royal bloodline, will occasionally have this situation. But when we reach adulthood, we will have a chance to choose another gender. According to the elf clan's age of adulthood, it's naturally a long time ago. But my father is a human, so my adulthood should be between the ages of 16 and 18. When my body develops to that stage, I'll be able to feel it. Also, if my cultivation breaks through to 7th ring and I'm about to have a martial soul true body, I'll also have to choose my gender. I feel that I haven't reached adulthood yet, but I should be close. But my cultivation has already reached the peak of 6th ring. I'm not far from breaking through to 7th ring. So, I don't know how to choose. As soon as he asked this question, not to mention himself, even Lan Xuanyu and the others, including Tang Yuga, looked at each other. The other choices were easy to make, but who could help him choose his gender so easily? Qianlei said, "Do you want to be a man or a woman?" Yuan and Hui said blankly, "I don't know either." Qianlei chuckled and said, "This is simple. Do you like men or women? If you like men, you'll be a woman. If you like women, you'll be a man. Isn't that enough?" Yuan and Hui was stunned and said, "But I don't know what the relationship between a man and a woman is about. I don't really understand either." "What do you mean like?" "I like all of you, but there are both men and women." Qianlei suddenly became alert and said, "Don't like me. I'm a man who's taken." "Ah. No, you can't like them either. This is not good, not good. Although you're a little small, you're still quite good looking. This is indeed a problem that makes people feel conflicted." Seeing that Yuan and Hui was even more confused by his words, Lan Xuanyu kicked him in annoyance. "Go away, don't make trouble here." "Hui, I think we should wait a little longer. You can continue to suppress your cultivation like you did when you were 5th ring. After all, your body hasn't fully developed yet. It won't be too late to break through when you feel that you've fully developed and both of you are facing a breakthrough. But there's one thing that Qianlei is right about. During this time, you should observe the people around you and see if you like men or women. It'll be easier for you to make the final choice when the time comes." Yuan and Hui nodded, and said, "What a troublesome matter. Don't worry, calm down and think it through." Tang Yuga raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Yuan and Hui was stunned for a moment, and raised his head to look at her. The two siblings looked at each other, and Yuan and Hui still nodded, a warm feeling in his heart. Was this the feeling of blood being thicker than water? For the first time, he felt that the way she looked at him made him feel very comfortable. The concern in her eyes was definitely not an act. The decision had been made. Tang Yuga's group of 5 would first return to the mother planet to meet up with the other members of the 33 Heavens Wings squad, and then continue to complete the heavenly battle mission. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei would stay behind. Early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei had just sent off their companions when 3 people came to pick them up. It was the dean of the Federation's Central Academy, Lin Mahua, one of the current Generation 7 monsters, as well as Master Shu and Number 2. "What, you're still worried and want to go together?" When Erming arrived, Master Shu and Lin Mahua had already arrived. Erming couldn't help but say unhappily. Master Shu chuckled, and said, "Why would we be worried about you?" Master Shu took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Lan Xuanyu, and said with a smile, "Take this. There are 3 drops of life essence inside. No matter when you feel that your body can't take it anymore, take 1 drop. It will have a miraculous effect." "Life essence? Whose life essence? Could it be Master Shu's own?" Lan Xuanyu stared at Master Shu with a puzzled expression. Master Shu said unhappily, "What are you thinking about? This isn't this old man's. These old bones of mine can't squeeze out any more life essence. If I squeeze any more, I'll be done for. I still want to live for a few more years and watch you grow up, so I really cherish myself right now. This is the life essence of the eternal tree. Who knows how many levels higher than my life essence? You have to take good care of it and keep it strictly confidential. The value of this thing can't be measured with money." When the eternal tree's life essence heard this, even Erming's eyes lit up with surprise. "It's the fastest way to read it. Is this something that you can decide? Even you can't decide how to use a drop of life essence in the Sea God's Pavilion. You stole it?" Erming asked in surprise. Master Shu smiled bitterly. "How could I have stolen it? The eternal tree asked me to hand it over. It's a gift to the new leader of the School of Life, and it's also taking care of our School of Life. This is outside of the Academy's jurisdiction. Our Life School of Thought can decide on our own." Lin Mahua nodded, confirming Master Shu's words. He and Master Shu were the two big shots of the School of Life, and also the only two God rank experts. Since they had confirmed it, there naturally wouldn't be a problem. Lan Xuanyu looked at Master Shu, then at Lin Mahua. This is too precious. Master Shu, why don't you consume it? Will it allow your life force to recover a little more? Master Shu waved his hand and said, the most important thing is to make the best use of it. I used it in my early years. If it wasn't for its help, how could I have broken through to the God rank with my aptitude back then? The Eternal Tree's life essence can be said to be the concentration of the entire Douluo planet's life essence. Furthermore, only people with extremely high affinity with life energy are qualified to use it. Of course, there's also an age limit to the user. My old bones can't absorb it anymore. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. He immediately realized what it was and said to the treasure-hunting beast in his heart, calm down. Good stuff, Master. This is definitely good stuff. This is the life essence of a God-rank treasure. Wow, it seems like it also has the aura of the Heart of Life. It's really good stuff, Master. Lan Xuanyu was moved by the Heart of Life, but it wasn't convenient for him to communicate with the treasure-hunting beast. He bowed deeply to Master Shu and Lin Mahua and said, thank you Master Shu and Dean Lin. I also thank the Eternal Tree for its recognition. Master Shu chuckled and said, I came here this time mainly for this matter. If you want to use these 3 drops of essence, it's very troublesome even within our School of Life. You need the agreement of both the leaders, and the most important thing is to obtain the Eternal Tree's recognition. You're the chosen successor of the Eternal Tree, so obtaining its recognition is naturally not a problem. Mahua's test for you this time is also related to these 3 drops of essence. Remember, don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. It'll be extremely useful at the crucial moment when you're trying to break through. You must keep a drop and use it when you try to break through to the God rank in the future. It'll definitely help you smoothly step into the God rank. Yes, thank you Master Shu. Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat actually sped up. Without a doubt, the leader of the School of Life had to reach the God rank, and these 3 drops of essence from the Eternal Tree were the guarantee for breaking through to the God rank. He never expected that after agreeing to Master Shu's request to join the School of Life, it would be the fastest for him to see the treasures. He would actually obtain such great benefits. Just as Master Shu had said, its value was definitely not something that could be measured by money. Lin Mahua smiled and said, the Eternal Tree's judgment is very accurate. Work hard, junior brother. I look forward to you growing up soon so that you can take over the position of us old guys. Master Shu said unhappily, in front of me, you have the right to say that you're old. You're only about the same age as little Wang. Let's go, let's go. Don't disturb Senior Erming from guiding them in their cultivation. Ben Xian solemnly kept the 3 drops of divine life essence. The treasure-hunting beast's voice rang out in his mind once again. What are they thinking? That they can help you with just these 3 drops of life essence? It's impossible for you to return to the divine level. They don't know how much energy you'll need to return to the divine level. It can be said that it's impossible to do so without the energy of a planet. To put it bluntly, even this planet is not qualified. It must be the energy of a planet or plane that has reached the divine level. Only then will it be possible for you to return to the divine level. You're the king of God kings. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. What does the energy of a divine level planet mean? The treasure-hunting beast said, you don't know? It seems that you've really forgotten a lot of things. Every time you transform, you'll need an extremely large amount of energy as the foundation. You're still in your infancy now, and your bloodline hasn't really fused. When you've fused all your power in the future, when you fuse the split King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King, you'll definitely need an extremely large amount of energy. After that, the energy required for each transformation will increase exponentially. The moment you step into the divine level, you'll be truly reborn. When will I be able to fuse with King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King? After that, will I be able to use the Dragon God's transformation all the time? Lan Xuanyu asked. The treasure-hunting beast said, what Dragon God's transformation? Once you fuse with them, you'll be the Dragon Gods. According to human masters, when you can manifest the true body of the dragon gods, you'll be able to fuse with them. Is it the martial soul true body? Lan Xuanyu asked. Maybe, but it's very difficult. I've checked your condition. Although you have the bloodline of both King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King, you're missing the most important core of the dragon gods, which is your heart. Without the core, no matter how much you cultivate, the power of King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King will never be able to fuse into one. Do you know where the core is? The treasure-hunting beast asked. Lan Xuanyu now felt that accepting the treasure-hunting beast as a disciple of the dragon god's core was the right choice. Everything else aside, just the knowledge it was talking about was something he didn't know at all. This was the first time he'd heard about the core of the dragon gods. I don't know, Lan Xuanyu said with a bitter smile. How could he have known that while he was talking to the treasure-hunting beast, Erming had released energy to sweep him and the Qianlei up and fly them in the direction of the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well? Nice reading, smiley face. Right at this moment, another voice suddenly rang out in Lan Xuanyu's mind. I know where the core of the dragon gods is. When Master cultivates to that level, I will naturally bring Master to find it. Ditian? This sudden voice naturally belonged to beast god Ditian. Ditian? The treasure-seeking beast also exclaimed at the same time. You are also with Master? Beast god Ditian sighed and said, Treasure Master, I didn't expect you to still be alive. And you are actually still on Sanluo planet. When I was still on Sanluo planet, couldn't you sense my aura? The treasure-seeking beast snorted and said, So what if I sensed it? Am I supposed to find you? You know my situation. If I fall into your hands, can I still have my freedom? Other than Master, no one has the right to make me lose my freedom. Treasure Master, you must be joking. Ditian said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, What's going on? Beast god Ditian said honestly, Treasure Master is afraid that I will capture him after discovering him to help me search for treasures. Back then, Treasure Master was the favorite of the dragon gods. He was in charge of collecting and planting all kinds of immortal herbs. He was extremely sensitive to all kinds of treasures. Now that he can return to Master's side, it can't be any better. Lan Xuanyu finally understood. Furthermore, for the treasure-seeking beast to be recognized by Ditian, it must be quite useful. The treasure-seeking beast said, Ditian, how do you know where the core of the dragon gods is? Tell me quickly. The earlier you find it, the earlier Master can reap the benefits. Ditian said in a low voice, Although I know where it is not suitable for Master to obtain it now. Don't you know how powerful the energy fluctuations of the core of the dragon gods are? Once it appears, how can it not be coveted? Before Master can truly fuse with the core, he can't be together with it. If the core appears beside him, its aura can't be concealed. After a moment of silence, the treasure-seeking beast said, That's true. As long as you can confirm where the core is, it will be fine. Master, with the core, you really have a chance to recover to your peak in the future. That's great, ha ha ha. Lan Xuanyu had a strange feeling about the core of the dragon gods. He had a vague feeling that the core of the dragon gods that the treasure-hunting beast and Ditian were talking about was really closely related to him. At this moment, the scenery before his eyes changed, and that strange scene appeared before Lan Xuanyu again. He had arrived at the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well. Wow, what is this place? Qianlei looked at the scene in front of him curiously, his eyes full of surprise. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. With a flash of light, the treasure-hunting beast's head emerged from between Lan Xuanyu's eyebrows. It was as if another head had grown out of Lan Xuanyu's forehead. The treasure-hunting beast's eyes were wide open, and its pig nose was trembling. This is, the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well? No, this was not natural. It seemed to be man-made. The Yang Spring and the Ice Spring were deliberately concentrated to achieve a balance. He did have some ability. What a pity, what a pity. If this was a natural Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well, that would be great. Erming naturally saw the treasure-hunting beast as well. Liar, you have good eyesight. You can even tell that our Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well is man-made. The treasure-hunting beast snorted and said, Who's the liar? I'm not. I don't care about the things here. Erming laughed. Oh, you have someone to back you up now, don't you? You're even more imposing now? The treasure-hunting beast saw that he was looking at him with ill intentions and shrank its neck. It shook its head and said, "No, no. I'm just expressing my disdain for the things here. Master, there's nothing good here. The seeds are all right, but the ones cultivated are trash. They can't release their medicinal properties at all. It's useless to eat them." Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised. That can't be. I can feel that the life energy of the various spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits here is very rich. Many of them are more than 10,000 years old. He had eaten 100,000-year purple immortal lingji before and had seen some high-grade natural treasures. Naturally, he could feel that there were many good things here. It's different, Master. The foundation of these things is good, but the people who planted them don't know how to take care of them. Although this man-made ice-fire yin-yang well can't be compared to natural ones, if used properly, it can be twice the result with half the effort. It's just that they don't know how to do it. Such a waste of such a good environment. Otherwise, the quality of the things here could be improved a few more times. Erming was now interested. Liar, you know how to grow spiritual herbs? The treasure-hunting beast was a little proud now. It raised its head and pointed its pig nose at Erming. Back when I was still in the God realm, I was in charge of all the celestial herbs in the God realm. I was in charge of all the nurseries of the celestial herbs. I was in charge of planting and cultivating them. I used the celestial spiritual energy to nourish the celestial herbs. Even a first-grade god would have to respectfully call me treasure-hunting master when they saw me. If I still had the cultivation I had back then, you wouldn't be able to threaten me. Humph. Erming narrowed his eyes and said, "You're a first-rate liar. You've already followed Xianxia, yet you're still not honest. Are you still trying to cheat me of my celestial herbs? Dream on. You think you can grow celestial herbs and manage the nurseries of the God realm? You're even more unreliable than bragging that you're the king of beasts. You. The treasure-hunting beast was suddenly enraged. I'm not a liar. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to survive, do you think I would care about the celestial herbs in your lousy place? If I had enough energy, would I use such methods to obtain them? You can say anything about me, but you can't doubt my past glory. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." The enraged treasure-hunting beast came out from Lan Xuanyu's forehead with a swish and landed on the ground. Erming looked at it with a smile and didn't stop it. Lan Xuanyu looked at Erming, and Erming gave him a look. As the saying went, it was better to provoke someone than to invite them. In reality, when the treasure-hunting beast said that the ice-fire yin-yang well here was man-made, Erming already believed that it knew how to grow celestial herbs. In reality, the celestial herbs they transplanted here were all from the real ice-fire yin-yang well. To them, the ice-fire yin-yang well here was no different from the ice-fire yin-yang well in the Tangmen. However, the effects of the celestial herbs here were much worse. Compared to ordinary celestial herbs, the celestial herbs grew much faster. However, compared to the real ice-fire yin-yang well, they were much slower. This gave Deming and Erming a headache. They didn't know why. When the treasure-hunting beast said that there was a big problem with the celestial herbs here, Erming was a little moved. If this guy was really in charge of the celestial herbs for the dragon gods, then he might really have a way. If he could improve the environment here and speed up the growth of the celestial herbs, then he would have profited greatly. At this moment, the treasure-hunting beast landed on the ground. Its pig nose twitched, and then it came to the side of an inconspicuous herb. This herb was green in color and looked no different from ordinary leaves. Every leaf had 4 forks. Compared to the various heaven and earth treasures around it, it looked very ordinary. It didn't even look as good as the blue-silver grass. The treasure-hunting beast squatted in front of it and stretched out its right hand. Dots of white light appeared on its slender fingers. The dots of light silently landed on the surface of the herb. Immediately, the herb started to tremble slightly. The treasure-hunting beast pursed its lips and stood up again. It walked towards the ice-fire yin-yang well and came to the place where the celestial spring and the celestial spring met. It opened its hands and its 10 fingers started to move gently. A faint white light emitted from each of its fingertips. the light swirled and gradually gathered together to form a transparent white ball of light about a foot in diameter. This ball of light looked a little illusory and wasn't solid. However, the treasure-hunting beast carefully placed the ball of light between the celestial spring and the celestial spring. It was like a container that was immersed in the celestial spring and the celestial spring. The treasure-hunting beast quickly picked up the ball of light, then quickly walked back to the four-petal grass and clasped its hands together. As soon as the yang spring and ice spring left the ice-fire yin-yang well, the ball of light began to fight with each other, emitting a large amount of mist. However, the mist couldn't escape from the ball of light. As the treasure-hunting beast clasped its hands together, the ball of light began to compress. At the bottom of the ball of light, a drop of sparkling and translucent milky white liquid slowly formed and dripped down. With a pu sound, the drop of liquid lightly dripped onto the surface of the four-petal grass. Lan Xuanyu, Erming, and Qian Lei were all watching its actions. At this moment, they felt as if the four-petal grass had a life of its own as it suddenly stiffened. In the next instant, the four-petal grass began to tremble slightly. The originally ordinary-looking blade of grass actually began to become transparent. Then, the blade of grass stretched out and rapidly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a pu sound, another drop of milky white liquid dripped down. Immediately, the four-petal grass's growth sped up again. The originally four-petal grass gradually grew into 5, 6, and 7 petals. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't know much about natural treasures, as the future leader of the School of Life with his life affinity constitution, his perception of life energy was extremely strong. He could clearly feel that the originally ordinary-looking blade of grass's life energy was crazily growing. Within the transparent blade of grass, a faint red color gradually emerged, transforming into red threads that appeared on the surface of the blade of grass. On every petal of the blade of grass, there was a red thread. The red color was bright, just like blood. Immediately, this made the herb appear who knew how many times more magnificent. With a pu sound, another drop of milky white liquid dripped down. Immediately, the blade of grass's growth sped up again. The blade of grass that was originally only 5 inches tall had already grown to over 2 feet tall in just a short while. Under the contrast of the many 7-petal grass, a main stem gradually emerged from the center, and a small fruit began to take shape. The ball of light in the treasure-hunting beast's hand had disappeared, and there was no longer any milky white liquid. Its aura had obviously weakened, and even its eyes had dimmed. The fruit only stopped growing when it reached the size of a fist. It was a vermilion fruit with 7 golden threads on its surface. It exuded a faint fragrance, and one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary fruit. The treasure-hunting beast stretched out its hands, emitting a faint white light. It carefully plucked the fruit, then turned around and ran in front of Lan Xuanyu. It raised the fruit above its head and said, "Master, please enjoy." Lan Xuanyu took the fruit. It was warm and soft, even hotter than his body temperature. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this?" The treasure-hunting beast said proudly, "This is the golden thread fruit, also known as the 7-petal living spirit fruit. It has the function of consolidating one's foundation, and is most suitable for treating internal injuries that have damaged one's foundation. At the same time, it could sort out the blood vessels and nourish the meridians." Unfortunately, the ice-fire yin-yang well here was a fake. It was not a real divine spring. Otherwise, it might have been able to grow a 9-petal living spirit fruit. That would be a heavenly treasure. At this moment, Erming also made his way over to conceal the astonishment in his heart as he asked, "How old is this 7-petal spirit fruit?" The treasure-hunting beast said disdainfully, "This is not a heavenly treasure in my eyes. It's just a fruit for my master to eat. As for its age, what do you know? For a heavenly treasure, the most important thing is its maturity. How can its age be more important? Different heavenly treasures have different maturity periods. The best time to pluck it is when it is about to develop sentience, but before it develops sentience. Once it develops sentience, it will be a true life form with intelligence. If you forcefully pluck it, you will have karma. According to the rules of the God realm, this kind of spirit fruit can cultivate on its own. It can't be consumed as a heavenly treasure. In your human world, it can be considered a soul beast. Erming said doubtfully, heavenly treasures can develop sentience after cultivating for 10,000 years. Their effects are really strong after 100,000 years. Doesn't that mean that heavenly treasures that are 100,000 years old can't be consumed? The treasure-hunting beast's expression became even more disdainful. What do you know? First of all, not all spiritual herbs could give birth to spiritual wisdom. Some can't develop sentience, but that doesn't mean that these spirit herbs are bad. On the contrary, these heavenly treasures that can't develop sentience are the best for nourishing the body. Because all the nutrients are in the body, and it doesn't evolve in another direction. Secondly, as long as I'm here, what's the point of preventing a stalk of immortal grass from gaining sentience? Not to mention 10,000 years, even if it's 100,000 years old one, as long as I don't let it develop sentience, I can guarantee that it won't develop sentience. Why else do you think I take care of spirit herbs in the God realm? The God realm has divine springs and immortal spiritual energy. Isn't it easy to develop sentience? But if all the spirit herbs develop sentience, what will the gods use to nourish their cultivation? The God realm can't accommodate so many gods. Don't say that your knowledge is shallow, because that's the truth. Erming didn't care about the treasure-hunting beast's arrogance at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Treasure Master is right. I am indeed shallow in this aspect. Can you cultivate all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures here? Cultivate them until they mature?" Lan Xuanyu stood at the side, speechless. This senior Erming didn't seem to be as honest as he seemed on the surface. Seeing that the treasure-hunting beast could really cultivate spirit herbs, he even used honorifics. The treasure-hunting beast said indifferently, "I don't care. Didn't you say that I'm a liar? What does a liar know about cultivating spirit herbs?" Erming laughed. "No, how can there be a liar? There's only Treasure Master here. If you have any requests, you can tell me." The treasure-hunting beast's eyes darted around, then looked at Lan Xuanyu. "Master, do you want to help him?" Lan Xuanyu looked at Erming and said, "Senior, I saw that Treasure Master's aura has weakened after cultivating this spirit herb. I'm afraid he can't cultivate too much, right?" Plop. The treasure-hunting beast knelt down. It knelt down to Lan Xuanyu. Master, don't call me Treasure Master. I can't accept it. You can just call me Little Treasure." Lan Xuanyu was a little helpless. He reached out and pulled it up from the ground. Then, he handed the golden thread fruit over. "You seem to have weakened a little. Eat it." The treasure-hunting beast shook its head. You eat it. When I'm by your side, I will absorb the aura of your bloodline. When you eat it to replenish your body, I will naturally absorb the excess energy. So if you eat it, it's equivalent to me eating it. It's fine if you eat more. I will help you adjust the medicinal effects of these spirit herbs. I guarantee that it will only benefit your body and not harm you. If ordinary people can't absorb it, I can help you absorb it." Xianxia had been looking at the treasure-hunting beast the whole time. When he heard what it said, he couldn't help but blurt out, "You can also help with digestion?" He was already regretting it now. It seemed that this treasure-hunting beast was really quite useful. The treasure-hunting beast rolled its eyes at him. "If you don't understand, then go away. Didn't you dislike me?" No, when did I dislike Treasure Master? Who is that?" Xianxia smiled apologetically and said, "Treasure Master, I had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. If I had known." "Don't say that. I was just using you. Even if I followed you out, I still had a way to get rid of you. Other than Master, I can't follow anyone else. So, you don't have to regret it." The treasure-hunting beast put its hands behind its back and said with disdain, "Let's get down to business. Go away." Erming pushed Xianxia to the side and squatted in front of the treasure-hunting beast. "Treasure Master, what was that milky white liquid you made just now?" When this man-made ice fire yin-yang well was first built, he and Deming were present. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. However, he had never made the spring water here look like it did just now. It was very obvious that the spring water in the ice fire yin-yang well had nourished the spirit herbs. This had led to the transformation just now and the birth of the golden thread fruit. The treasure-hunting beast said, "It doesn't matter if I tell you. you can't do it anyway. Even in the god realm, the ice-fire yin-yang well is also known as a divine spring. It's one of the 3 divine springs. The blazing sun spring and the extreme yin ice spring are in harmony with each other. The most valuable thing was not the 2 types of spring water themselves, because each of them contained an extreme aura. Just one of them was harmful to any natural treasure. But why is it that the ice-fire yin-yang well is beneficial to natural treasures when combined? Have you considered this question before? Let me tell you, the reason is very simple. It's because a strange existence is born when the 2 springs are combined. It's called the chaotic water. It's the best divine spring, only second to the primordial water. Of course you can't produce the chaotic water, but as long as the balance between yin and yang is maintained, the ice-fire yin-yang well will automatically release a weak amount of chaotic aura. With this chaotic aura as a foundation, the natural treasures in the surroundings will grow faster and possess a certain amount of chaotic characteristics. It's much more effective than natural treasures. Think about it. If the ice spring sunspring and ice spring sunspring were alone, wouldn't the surroundings be barren? Then you'll know if I'm right. This chaotic aura is formed by the balance of yin and yang. Unfortunately, this is a fake ice-fire yin-yang well. It doesn't have the life origin to support it, so it can't produce the real chaotic water. Naturally, it can't nurture the real immortal herbs. But even so, it can still produce some chaotic aura. Those few drops just now were the chaotic aura I produced. It's better than nothing. It can be used to nurture normal fruits. Erming, Lan Xuanyu, and Qian Lei were all amazed by the treasure-hunting beast's words. These things had never been recorded in human history. Erming asked anxiously, then can the chaotic aura you produced be produced on a large scale? The treasure-hunting beast rolled its eyes and said, what are you thinking? In order to produce chaotic aura, it needs divine sense to control and separate it. Even in the god realm, only I can do it. Otherwise, why do you think I'm in charge of all the immortal herb nurseries? It required one's divine sense to be able to control it to an extremely fine degree, and one had to have a very high understanding of the balance of yin and yang. Although you barely managed to step into the deity realm, your divine sense is too crude. Even if it was you, you wouldn't be able to do it. Even if it's me, Treasure Lord, producing primal chaos G will consume a large amount of my divine sense. If I consume too much, I'll be finished. If it was back in the day when I was at my peak, I would have been able to get as many as I wanted. In any case, he had immortal chi to replenish his divine sense. But where did the chi of immortals come from? Unless you can find the real ice-fire yin-yang well and allow me to plant immortal fruits to nourish my body, the cycle will only be possible. The things nurtured by your fake ice-fire yin-yang well are not much more nourishing to my spiritual sense than they are to my consumption. Moreover, why should I cultivate it for you? No way, no way. Erming's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, you're saying that you'll be able to nurture immortal fruits that possess immortal spiritual energy if you have the true ice-fire yin-yang well? And it can even form a cycle and nurture them on a large scale? The treasure-hunting beast shook its head and said, I can't guarantee that. It depends on what level the spring of chaos in the ice-fire yin-yang well can reach. If the level is high enough, it's possible. But at the very least, as long as it's the real spring of chaos, it'll still be possible to nurture some immortal fruits. Alright, I understand. Erming stood up and said, since you know the use of the ice-fire yin-yang well, you naturally know how to cultivate the ice-fire yin-yang well? I originally wanted to let Xianyu cultivate here to improve his physical constitution and bear the power of his bloodline. What do you suggest? The treasure-hunting beast's eyes lit up, and it said, of course that's good. With me around, I can help Master achieve a better balance. There won't be any danger. In the process of cultivating the ice-fire yin-yang well, the most important thing is to find that point of balance. It's indeed suitable for Master to cultivate. Unfortunately, it's not the real ice-fire yin-yang well. It would be even better if it was real. But it'll definitely be helpful to Master's body. Erming Dao said, then let's begin. If you want to let Xianyu eat the natural treasures here, I have no problem with that. But if you let him eat one, you'll have to nurture another one and leave it for us. The treasure-hunting beast's eyes darted around as it snorted, and it said, I'll reluctantly agree. Master, eat the golden thread fruit first, and then I'll guide you into the Icefire Yin-Yang well to cultivate. Alright. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate any longer, and he gently bit into the skin of the fruit. Instantly, a fresh and sweet juice flowed into his mouth, and he instantly swallowed the entire golden thread fruit. The sweet juice slid down his throat, and in the next instant, Lan Xuanyu felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. In an instant, it was as if all the blood in his body had been ignited, and the speed of his blood circulation increased by several times. Even the surface of his skin became a shade of crimson red. Erming had been observing Lan Xuanyu's situation from the side, and he couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw this. The effects of this medicine were very strong. The fruits nurtured by the treasure-hunting beast were indeed different. The treasure-hunting beast leaped into the air and merged back into Lan Xuanyu's body. In the next instant, Lan Xuanyu felt a cooling sensation spread from his spiritual sea, and the unbearable burning sensation from before was instantly reduced by half. He no longer felt as if his blood was about to explode. Qianlei was right, this treasure-hunting beast really did have the ability to aid in digestion. In his mind, the treasure-hunting beast's spiritual waves were transmitted, and Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to delay. He quickly walked to the front of the Icefire Yin-Yang well and jumped into the spring water. A layer of faint white light shone from his forehead, forming a thin film on the surface of his body. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu opened his arms, and golden scales emerged from his right hand, and silver scales emerged from his left hand. They quickly covered his entire body, and his entire body became half gold and half silver. Only the 7 rainbow dragon scales on his chest exuded a rainbow glow. With a splash, Lan Xuanyu jumped into the water and disappeared from the Icefire Yin-Yang well. Qianlei blinked and looked pitifully at Erming. "Senior, what about me?" Erming was thinking about something, and when he heard this, he said, "Go play by yourself. I have something to do first. You can talk later." After saying that, he leaped into the air and disappeared with a flash of light. Qianlei's mouth twitched. What's going on? He really felt a little uncomfortable in this place. It was hot and cold at the same time. However, the life energy here was indeed very rich. He sensed Fatty Jin's instinctive reaction, but he didn't leave. He sat down and began to meditate. The moment Lan Xuanyu jumped into the Icefire Yin-Yang well, he immediately felt extreme cold and extreme heat enter his body. Half of his body was scorching hot, and the other half seemed to be frozen stiff. The intense pain made him groan involuntarily. He suspected that if it weren't for the protection of the gold and silver dragon scales, he would have turned into ashes in an instant. It was also at this moment that the 7 scales of the dragon gods on his chest shone brightly, and the bloodline vortex in his chest began to rotate violently. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that there seemed to be some unknown energy in his limbs and bones that was rapidly pouring into the bloodline vortex, causing the aura of the bloodline vortex to increase greatly. "Master, calm your heart and energy, and guard your origin." The voice of the treasure-seeking beast sounded. At this moment, the 2 extreme temperatures of heat and cold had already poured into Lan Xuanyu's body, rampaging through his body. A part of his meridians seemed to be burning, and a part seemed to have condensed into ice. As a result, Lan Xuanyu's soul power circulation was not smooth. He tried his best to remain calm and resisted the urge to rush out of here. He circulated his bloodline vortex with all his strength to resist the aura of ice and fire. The bloodline aura circulated throughout his body, driving his soul power in reverse. The burned meridians were impacted by the bloodline aura, and gradually recovered to normal. The same was true for the frozen meridians. The bloodline power protected Lan Xuanyu's meridians, fighting against the extreme cold and extreme heat that rushed into his body. This process sounded simple, but in reality, every time he was burned, frozen, and dissolved, Lan Xuanyu was in immense pain. His clothes had already been reduced to ashes, and even his hair had been reduced to ashes. The gold and silver scales were constantly changing colors. Lan Xuanyu originally thought that the treasure-hunting beast would use the Icefire Yin-Yang well's energy to nourish his body. However, the treasure-hunting beast seemed to have fallen silent. After saying that, it didn't say anything else, nor did it do anything to help him. Lan Xuanyu tried his best to calm himself down, but the pain was so intense that it was impossible for him to calm down. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that his soul power was basically useless. His soul power was completely unable to withstand the impact of the extreme cold and extreme heat. The only thing protecting his body was his bloodline power and soul power, which was driving his soul power to neutralize the damage done to his body by the power of ice and fire. It was simply too painful. His body was constantly changing between extreme cold and extreme heat. Every part of his body felt like it was being torn apart. His bloodline power was also being depleted very quickly, and the colors in his core were constantly fading. As the intense pain became more and more intense, Lan Xuanyu's body gradually became a little numb. This was his body's self-defense mechanism due to the excessive pain. The circulation of his bloodline power also started to weaken. The energy of the golden thread fruit that he had consumed earlier was also almost depleted. Just as Lan Xuanyu felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, he prepared to rush out while he could still control his body. Suddenly, his spiritual sea shook, and the treasure-hunting beast seemed to emerge from between his brows. After that, Lan Xuanyu felt the ice-fire yin-yang well spring water suddenly spin around him. The original heat and coldness were greatly reduced, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Furthermore, he felt that he seemed to have left the spring water. He subconsciously opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately greeted by a strange scene. He was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the ice-fire yin-yang well. The ice-fire yin-yang well was not very deep, only about 3 meters deep. At this moment, the surrounding spring water was swirling around his body. Blue and red colors were swirling back and forth, and a faint white airflow began to appear. The treasure-hunting beast floated in front of him and waved its hands like a conductor, directing the spring water to move back and forth. "Master, if you trust me, give me a drop of the divine life origin that those two people gave you." The treasure-seeking beast's weak voice sounded. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize that its body was trembling violently at this time, and even became somewhat transparent. "Okay." Without any hesitation, Lan Xuanyu took out the small bottle from the Ring of Fate. With such a simple action, he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He reluctantly opened the bottle and shook it lightly. Immediately, a drop of sparkling, translucent, dark green liquid floated out. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, Lan Xuanyu felt a refreshing aura that seemed to linger around him. Just by sensing its aura, the pain in his body was greatly reduced. It was as if everything had become beautiful. What powerful life energy! In the next instant, the treasure-seeking beast turned its head and opened its mouth, sucking the drop of dark green liquid into its mouth. Boom! Dark green flames erupted from its body almost instantly. The treasure-hunting beast gave off the feeling that it was a barrel of gunpowder that had been ignited in an instant. The rising yang spring and ice spring around it froze in an instant. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that the treasure-seeking beast in front of him was emitting an incomparably powerful spiritual aura. Moreover, this spiritual intent seemed to be connected to him. Although he could not see with his eyes, at this moment, his senses seemed to extend thousands of meters, or even tens of thousands of meters away. The treasure-seeking beast's body became sparkling and translucent. Its previous weakness and dispiritedness were swept away. The dark green light was instantly restrained. In the next moment, a blazing white light burst out from its body. The red spring water and blue spring water spun violently again. This time, the treasure-seeking beast seemed to be able to control them as easily as moving its fingers. Under the treasure-seeking beast's feet, a faint white halo appeared. Inside the halo, one could see that there seemed to be a variety of plant patterns. They were densely packed and extremely complicated. A faint white fog began to appear. This fog condensed above Lan Xuanyu's head. Following that, drops of milky white liquid, which was the same liquid that the treasure-seeking beast had used to water the golden thread fruit, fell from the sky and landed on Lan Xuanyu's body like a drizzle. The moment Lan Xuanyu's scales came into contact with the liquid, they immediately lit up. It was as if he had activated Jinlong's mighty body and greedily absorbed the liquid into his body. His originally throbbing meridians only felt waves of coolness entering his body. It was indescribably comfortable. He could clearly feel that his life energy was increasing at an alarming rate. Without needing the treasure-seeking beast's reminder, Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state. He controlled his soul power and bloodline power to absorb the life energy to replenish his body. The exhaustion from before quickly recovered. The pain in his meridians also disappeared. His internal organs felt as if they had been soothed. It was indescribably comfortable. Was this the chaotic water? Previously, a few drops of the chaotic water were enough to produce a golden thread fruit. Now, so much chaotic water was only used to nourish his body. The extreme cold and extreme heat in his body were automatically neutralized after the chaotic water entered his body. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that after being cleansed by the chaotic water, everything that had been damaged by the two extreme powers of ice and fire had recovered. Furthermore, he had become even stronger. After an unknown period of time, the comfortable feeling silently disappeared. The scorching heat and extreme cold surged again, causing Lan Xuanyu to return to reality from that comfortable feeling. However, this time, he could clearly feel that the pain wasn't as intense as the initial pain. His body's resistance to the yang spring and the ice spring had increased significantly. Furthermore, when the extreme cold and extreme heat invaded his body again, Lan Xuanyu discovered that there was an obvious layer of light on his bones and meridians. Although it wasn't intense, this light allowed his body to resist the extreme powers of the ice-fire yin-yang well. So this is what the ice-fire golden body looks like. After sensing the changes in his body, Lan Xuanyu immediately calmed down. He also felt that the treasure-seeking beast had returned to his spiritual sea. With the help of that drop of God-tier life essence, the treasure-seeking beast's aura had changed significantly. It no longer felt illusory. Instead, it had become more solid. In fact, when it returned to his spiritual sea, Lan Xuanyu felt that his spiritual power had become much stronger. Little Bao. Since the life essence is so effective for you, do you need another drop? Lan Xuanyu asked in his mind. He could sense that even if he directly consumed the life essence, the effects wouldn't be stronger than the chaotic water that he had absorbed earlier. The life essence strengthened the treasure-seeking beast, and the treasure-seeking beast could use the chaotic water to strengthen him. Furthermore, the life energy absorbed could be used to nourish the treasure-seeking beast. This was a positive cycle that was very beneficial to both of them. Clearly, this was the better choice. There's no need for that, Master. You can keep it. That thing can save lives. Furthermore, I only need one drop. 1 or 2 more drops won't make much of a difference. With this drop, it can be considered as awakening my divine sense and stabilizing my vital signs. This way, I won't be wasting or losing your energy when I absorb your energy. If you really want me to return to my peak, I'm afraid that I'll need all the life energy from the eternal tree. Let me replace it and become the life origin of Douluo planet. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. This treasure-hunting beast seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. Furthermore, after this round of cultivation, he could feel that the treasure-hunting beast was extremely helpful to his cultivation. Disregarding everything else, just in terms of experience alone, the treasure-hunting beast god might not be able to compare to the treasure-hunting beast god. This time, Lan Xuanyu was able to last much longer. The yang spring and ice spring contained a huge amount of energy. This energy contained fire poison and ice poison. While Lan Xuanyu's body was being refined subtly, he was also being attacked by the fire poison and ice poison. Every time he accumulated too much fire poison and cold poison in his body to the point where he could no longer bear it, the treasure-hunting beast would make a move and turn the surrounding ice spring and yang spring into chaotic water to cleanse his body and get rid of the problem, turning it into nourishment for his body. After doing this a few times, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his body was starting to change. Regardless of whether it was his muscles, meridians, bones, or organs, they were all covered in a layer of lustrous light. His body was also starting to become transparent and faintly golden. It wasn't just a layer of pure gold. Instead, it had become like a golden crystal. His body seemed to be constantly transforming as it was being cleansed by the chaotic water. Lan Xuanyu could feel that his life level was constantly increasing. What surprised him even more was that the scales of the dragon gods on his chest were also starting to change. There were originally only 7 scales, but as they were continuously being cleansed by the ice-fire yin-yang well and the chaotic water, the number of scales was slowly increasing. After he started cultivating, the number of scales of the dragon gods on his chest had already increased to 13. This change undoubtedly meant that Lan Xuanyu could use the dragon god's transformation for a much longer time, and its power would also increase. At the same time, it also meant that the power of his bloodline was constantly increasing. This was many times faster than the speed of his cultivation when he was cultivating normally. As expected, he still needed to have good things. This ice-fire yin-yang well was simply a cultivation paradise. Just as Lan Xuanyu was having a good time cultivating, a huge suction force suddenly came from above. In the next instant, his body was sucked out of the ice-fire yin-yang well. An angry voice sounded. What have you done? Lan Xuanyu's feet touched the ground and landed on the shore. He opened his eyes in a daze. Standing before him was none other than the enraged Erming. Lan Xuanyu looked at him in confusion. Senior Erming, what's wrong? Erming pointed to the side. What's wrong? Why are you asking me? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Lan Xuanyu looked in the direction of his finger and saw that it was the ice-fire yin-yang well. When he saw the ice-fire yin-yang well, he was, of course, of the extreme spring, and the extreme sunspring was dark blue, and the sun spring. And the spring. The spring. However, when he looked at it again, the color of the spring water had clearly changed. It had become a lot lighter. Even the temperature they exuded seemed to have become less extreme. It was no wonder that when he was cultivating before, he didn't feel the burning heat and the icy cold feeling as obvious as before. What had happened to the ice-fire yin-yang well? What's going on? Senior Erming, what's wrong with the ice-fire yin-yang well? Lan Xuanyu asked in confusion. Erming snapped, what's wrong? You're the only one who went in to cultivate. Nothing else happened. You should be the one telling me what's wrong. Lan Xuanyu's heart jolted. Could this have happened when he was condensing the chaotic water? He hurriedly summoned the treasure-seeking beast in his mind. Little treasure, did we do this? There was a flash of light, and the treasure-seeking beast emerged from Lan Xuanyu's forehead. It looked at Erming and snorted. Your fake ice-fire yin-yang well isn't good. You've only cultivated for a short while, and it's already weakened. But it'll be fine. The spring water will circulate. In a few days, it'll naturally return to its original state. Erming looked at the treasure-seeking beast in front of him and was slightly stunned. This fellow's body was no longer transparent. Instead, it had become very solid. Even its aura had become much stronger. Its spiritual fluctuations didn't dissipate, and there was really a faint divine sense fluctuation. It was obvious that it had received some benefits. You make it sound so easy. Do you know that these two springs are formed by the convergence of the Douluo planet's life source? What did you do? How did you make it consume so much? You're consuming the planet's life source. You can't cultivate anymore. Otherwise, the life energy of the entire Douluo planet will be affected. The treasure-seeking beast pursed its lips. This is because the life source of this planet isn't strong enough. It's only weakened a little. It's not even 1/10,000. Why are you so anxious? 1/10,000. You make it sound so easy. That's 1/10,000 of a planet, Erming said angrily. At the same time, he was also observing Lan Xuanyu. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed the changes in Lan Xuanyu. At this time, the dragon scales on Lan Xuanyu's body had been retracted. The surface of his skin had become crystal clear. Although he didn't have any hair, his head was also bald. It looked a little funny. However, his skin was crystal clear and moist. And the light of treasures was faintly discernible. Moreover, his entire body was filled with an extremely rich life energy. This life energy was restrained, but it gave people the feeling that he was the greatest treasure. It was obvious that he had received a lot of benefits. Lan Xuanyu naturally felt the changes in himself. The power of his bloodline had increased greatly. The rainbow energy in his bloodline vortex had more than doubled. His soul power had also increased significantly. Although he didn't know what rank it was exactly, he felt that his soul power had probably exceeded rank 45. The most important thing was the strength of his body. He could feel that his strength had become extraordinarily strong with every movement. His spiritual power had also increased. Although he didn't know how long he had been cultivating here, he had already benefited a lot in this short period of time. It was even better than cultivating for a few years by himself. The treasure-seeking beast snorted and said, "Gorilla, you should know what Master's future is. What does it mean for the soul beasts? Only Master's true return can give you a bright future. Can't bear to part with this little consumption?" The anger on Erming's face gradually disappeared. He said in a low voice, "It's not that I can't bear to part with it. It's just that Douluo planet was built to its current scale with great difficulty. Moreover, everything here isn't really decided by us. On Douluo planet, there are still observers from the Federation who can observe the changes on the planet at any time. The Douluo Federation will treat this place as a future resource reserve. Once they discover that the loss of life energy is too great, they will definitely come looking for us. At that time, we will be in trouble. Although the Douluo Federation gave us this planet to live on, they are constantly paying attention to all the changes here. We built the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well in secret. Only the higher-ups of the Shrek Academy and Tangmen know about it. We can't afford to lose it. A 10,000th of the life energy fluctuation is already enough to cause a huge fluctuation in all the detection devices. We can't continue. Otherwise, this place might be exposed." Lan Xuanyu naturally wanted to continue cultivating. The benefits this place brought him were too great. If he continued cultivating, he might be able to break through to fivering in less than a month or two. This place was simply a treasure ground among treasures. It was the most suitable place for him to cultivate. But Erming had already said so much, so he couldn't continue insisting. "Senior Erming, please don't make things difficult for me. I'll stop cultivating here. Can I still come here every year in the future?" The corner of Erming's mouth twitched. "If you want to cultivate according to your previous method, then don't come here anymore. We can't stand it either." Just as the treasure-seeking beast said, "Our Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well is man-made. It's not natural. We paid a huge price for it. Your method of absorbing life energy is destructive to Douluo planet, and it can easily cause the Douluo Federation to be unhappy with us. You're still too weak now. If they find out that you're cultivating like this, it won't be good for you. What you've gained this time is enough for you to digest for a while. We'll see when you're about to break through the bottleneck." "I understand. Thank you, Elder," Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. It would be great if he could come here when he was trying to break through his bottleneck. With the help of the chaotic water, it would be much easier for him to break through. At the very least, he would have enough energy to improve himself. Erming took a deep look at the treasure-hunting beast before he said to Lan Xuanyu, "You have to be careful around this fellow too. I understand now. It can extract some impressive things, and it can even help you absorb the energy faster. However, its method is similar to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It doesn't care if it expends too much energy, and it only extracts the essence. After the essence is extracted, the enormous amount of energy will dissipate. It's just like you guys here. If you can really absorb 1/10,000th of the energy of a planet, you'll probably become a tidal Douluo many times over. However, your improvement won't be that great, because it's wasting 1/10,000th of the energy. In fact, what you've absorbed is probably not even 1/10,000th of the energy." The treasure-hunting beast said disdainfully, "So what? I'm taking the essence and discarding the dregs. My master only absorbs the essence, and discards the dregs. Don't think that you guys are at a disadvantage. Look at the nursery around you and feel the changes." Erming was stunned, and he subconsciously looked around. With a glance, he also realized that something was amiss. Earlier, his attention was completely attracted by the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well, and he didn't notice the plants here. Only now did he realize that the plants around the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well were a lot taller than before, and their life energy was also a lot richer. The treasure-hunting beast looked at Erming with disdain and said, "What do you know about killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? This is called separating and nourishing. You should absorb the energy of a certain level depending on your level. Do you think that the most powerful energy is the best for ordinary spirit herbs? That will speed up their growth and even allow them to mature instantly, but in fact, that's a real waste of energy. When I'm extracting the chaotic water to nourish my master's body, the excess energy is being released here. The energy from the chaotic water can save the plants in your nursery for at least 1,000 years. You still have the nerve to say that. It's clearly your own fault for not having good eyesight. I've only used up 1/10,000th of my energy. My master only absorbed a very, very small portion, but the rest of the life energy is in these plants. If you want to see something, remember to ask for help. Go home and see if you get lost. So, on the whole, the life energy of the planet itself hasn't weakened by much. I'm just helping you concentrate that 1/10,000th of the life energy here. Originally, since Master was cultivating here, I was going to pay you for helping you increase the life energy of the spirit herbs. Since you feel that this is draining the pond to catch fish, then forget it. Let's not work together in the future and go our separate ways. Master, let's go to another planet. As long as the source of life exists, I can find a similar place for you to cultivate. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. You wasted so much of my energy. Hearing the treasure-hunting beast's words, Erming was stunned. Most importantly, he released his divine sense and sensed carefully. It was really the case. The overall vitality of this place had greatly increased. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were rapidly growing. Without a doubt, this was definitely a good thing for the Douluo planet's soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu was also a little surprised, but he immediately understood. This treasure-hunting beast was originally in charge of the nursery for the dragon gods. If it really only knew how to drain the pond to catch the fish, how could it be in that position? It didn't explain earlier because it was waiting to slap Erming's face in the future. Erming's expression kept changing. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Senior, look at this." Erming's face alternated between green and red. He coughed and said, "Treasure Master, why didn't you say so earlier?" The treasure-hunting beast spread out its hands. "Is there a need to ask? You're a god-tier expert with divine sense, but you can't even notice such an obvious situation. You even questioned us and didn't allow my master to cultivate." Erming said awkwardly, "Yes, I was wrong. Treasure Master, this is a misunderstanding. Why don't you continue cultivating? But after the heavenly materials and earthly treasures mature, I can pick them and they can grow again, right?" The treasure-hunting beast said indifferently, "No more cultivating. Let's go somewhere else. If this place doesn't want me, there will be another place for me." "Master, let's go." Erming said unhappily, "That's enough. Other than here, where are you going to find the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well?" The Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well in the Tangmen is an absolute restricted area. Unless you have made a great contribution to the Tangmen, you won't be allowed to enter. Only here is Xianyu's bloodline open to him. Do you think I don't know that any planet can give birth to such a powerful life source and even allow you to find the source? If you had this ability, you would have exhausted your divine sense and been on the verge of death. The treasure-hunting beast widened its eyes and was about to say something when Lan Xuanyu stopped it. "Senior Erming, I'm sorry. I'll try to persuade it. Don't worry, as long as you agree, we're naturally willing to cultivate here. You're only letting me stay for my own good. Xianyu will never forget this kindness." Erming's expression improved a lot, but the treasure-hunting beast said, "Master, we can't cultivate anymore. After all, this is fake. We've already converted most of the accumulated energy. In order to prevent it from breaking, we'll need at least a few months to recover. When it recovers, we can come back again." Erming blurted out, "Didn't you just say that it'll recover in a few days?" The treasure-hunting beast said, "Can't I just say it? Otherwise, how can so many spiritual herbs mature in such a short period of time?" Erming frowned slightly. "What's the best way for the treasure-hunting beast? When it recovers, we'll come back again to cultivate and help you cultivate more spiritual herbs. You won't get lost when you go back home. Not all heavenly treasures need to be more than 100,000 years old. With me here, I can suppress them and keep them in a state where they're on the verge of forming spiritual wisdom. You can quickly harvest them. Also, different spiritual herbs need different methods to harvest them. I can teach you this and also tell you when to harvest them. Take it as an exchange for my master's right to cultivate here. However, after the spiritual herbs are harvested, their life force will leave this planet. You can think about how to solve this problem yourselves. With so many spiritual herbs, it'll be enough for you to cultivate more powerful soul beasts. Erming nodded slightly. That works too. In that case, you can stay here for a while longer. Help us harvest this time and tell us when we can harvest the spiritual herbs that aren't mature enough. Okay, the treasure hunting beast agreed happily. However, I'll also choose some for my master and me to use to replenish our energy. That's not too much, right? Erming Dao said, 3 spiritual herbs, no more. The spiritual herbs you can choose will definitely be the best. The treasure hunting beast smiled and said. He regretted it secretly. It seemed that he was too generous. This liar was really difficult to deal with. However, he had to admit that with the help of the treasure hunting beast, the Icefire Yin Yang well would be very useful. In the past, they didn't know how long it would take to harvest a mature heavenly treasure, and they might not even be able to harvest it at the best time. The treasure hunting beast's knowledge of heavenly treasures was very helpful to them. After asking, Lan Xuanyu found out that they had already cultivated here for 11 days. After that, he decided to stay here and meditate alone to digest and absorb what he had gained this time. At the same time, he could control his body's changes. Erming naturally wouldn't be in charge of harvesting the heavenly treasures himself. He found the 10,000-year golden liger, Jenny, and followed the treasure hunting beast to learn relevant knowledge. The golden liger was extremely intelligent. Furthermore, she was the successor of the Douluo star lineage that Deming and Erming had decided on. She followed the treasure hunting beast to harvest heavenly treasures every day and recorded the maturity time of each heavenly treasure. On the other side, Erming also stayed here to guide Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia in their cultivation. Erming was the representative of extreme power among soul beasts. He was definitely a top-notch expert in the control and use of power. You won't get lost if you look at it. Under his guidance, Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia made great progress in the use of their own power. Especially Lan Xuanyu. After the ice and fire golden body refinement, his power increased greatly. At one point, he was in a situation where he couldn't control his body. With Erming's guidance and a suitable cultivation method, he improved in the blink of an eye. Another 5 days passed. Lan Xuanyu basically controlled his body and improved at a rapid pace. Alright, starting today, I'll teach you my secret technique. Erming walked over. He also had a comprehensive understanding of it. These days, his mood was getting better and better. This was because Jenny had harvested over 100 mature spirit herbs. With so many spirit herbs, Jenny could quickly grow to the 100,000-year level and become a true expert. Senior, what's your secret technique? Xianxia asked excitedly. Erming raised his hand and pounded his chest. Divine Titan Fist has ended this trip to Douluo Star. Graduation season is about to begin. In the next book, the thing you're looking forward to the most will happen. I can't help but reveal it to you. Prince Yu and Nana will meet for the first time in the next book. I'm very excited myself. Happy reading, wonderful reading, smiley face, Divine Titan Fist? Hearing these words, Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia's eyes lit up. Of course, they knew that Erming was a Titan giant ape who had cultivated into a human. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and this was undoubtedly an ability that he had created himself. Erming Dao, Divine Titan Fist, in simple terms, is a way to completely unleash one's strength. Among my various abilities, Divine Titan Fist is the most powerful offensive ability. I'm not teaching you this so that you'll be restricted to the way I use my strength, but to let you understand that there is a way to use strength. For you, if you want to become truly powerful, you must find your own path. In the process of cultivation, you can learn from other people's cultivation methods, but in the end, only you can comprehend what is most suitable for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lan Xuanyu and Erming nodded. Walking one's own path was emphasized many times in Shrek Academy's teachings. Erming Dao, Divine Titan Fist is the application of the power of the Titans. But in reality, the derivation of my Divine Titan Fist is related to you humans. Have you learned the disorder-splitting windhammer technique? It's a method of forging tangmen. Erming asked. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, and said, "I've learned it." Erming immediately smiled, and said with deep meaning in his eyes, "As expected, it's passed down from generation to generation." Xianlei said, "Senior, is your divine titan fist also related to forging techniques?" Erming Dao, "Yes, and it's very related to the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique. Tens of thousands of years ago, when you soul masters were still relatively weak, you must have heard of it. That's the leader of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, the god of the sea, Tang San, who later became a god." Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei nodded. Of course, they knew about Tang San. He was one of the most important figures in the history of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Erming Dao said, "Back then, my big brother and I were friends with Tang San. Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu, was actually a soul beast that had cultivated into a human. She's a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, and a good friend of ours who grew up together. At first, we didn't have a good impression of Tang San. After all, he's a human and we're soul beasts. But later, in order to save Xiao Wu, Tang San did not hesitate to give up his life, and that really moved us. Later on, in order to save Xiao Wu, we all sacrificed ourselves to Tang San and became one of his soul rings." Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei looked at each other. What Erming said was not recorded in history. Erming smiled and said, "Maybe it's because our actions accumulated good fortune. After Tang San became a god, and after he became one of the 5 supreme gods of the god realm, he thought of a way to revive us and become a god too. Some people think that we broke the restriction that soul beasts couldn't become gods. But in reality, my big brother and I didn't achieve such a feat in terms of talent. We're not stronger than the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King, Ditian. If he couldn't do it, how could we? In these tens of thousands of years, the soul beasts that could become gods were all attached to you humans. My big brother and I were like that, and so were the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. They were in the form of spirits, and we became Tang San's soul rings. After Tang San brought us to the god realm and the god realm awakened, we naturally became gods. But even Tang San couldn't go against the rules of the god realm, so we were only the weakest ordinary god official. In the beginning, when we were in the god realm, everyone was very free, and we often sparred together. Tang San taught me his chaotic splitting wind hammer technique. I comprehended the technique of exerting force from it, and perfected my divine titan fist." At this point, he looked at Lan Xuanyu. "Since you've learned the chaotic splitting wind hammer technique, you should know the direction of exerting force." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "The chaotic splitting wind hammer technique exerts force from the calf. The calf is the source of the force, and it will be transmitted to the thigh, waist, back, shoulders, arms, and finally the hand. It fuses the strength of the entire body into one." Erming nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. So, the most basic technique of exerting force is actually the connection. The most important thing is to perfectly connect the strength of the entire body. Different muscles in the human body all have different strengths. Generally speaking, the strength of the entire body is only using a portion of the muscle's strength, and not the true meaning of the entire body. My divine titan fist, in fact, is to mobilize the strength of as many parts of the body as possible, and completely coordinate them together, thereby exploding with the strongest strength. The chaotic splitting wind hammer technique exerts force from one leg, but my divine titan fist exerts force from both legs. The source of the force is still the calf." As he said that, Erming's aura suddenly changed, and he slightly raised the heels of his feet, and his calf instantly tensed up. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei only felt that the Erming in front of them had started to change. Following the exertion of force from his calf, there seemed to be a force that was instantly transmitted from the bottom up, and this force was also becoming stronger and stronger. Just as Erming said, the strength of his entire body was being mobilized, and finally poured into his arm. He punched the air, and punched towards the sky. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei only felt an extremely terrifying fist force burst forth, and the air current that appeared in that instant even lifted them, who were standing to the side, off the ground. The sky suddenly shook violently, and the clouds thousands of meters in the sky instantly swayed, and a huge hole appeared. After seeing this punch, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei felt their hair stand on end. What a terrifying fist force! Our ultimate strength pursues the principle of using strength to overcome 10 attacks. No matter how many techniques you have, I will only use one punch. Erming said as if nothing had happened. It was as if the punch just now hadn't been released by him at all. The muscles have strength, the bones have strength, the meridians have strength, and the internal organs have strength. The integration of all of these strengths is the ultimate strength. In addition to the fusion of soul power and some other applications, the ultimate strength is the ultimate strength. That way, you'll be able to form your strongest punch. On the basis of my Divine Titan Fist, a descendant of the family Titan lineage once created his own fist technique called the Divine Cloud Vortex Fist. Do you know what it's used for? Lan Xuanyu said, I seem to have heard of this Divine Cloud Vortex Fist. Hui Hui is also a descendant of the family Titan, but his cultivation method is more inclined towards the fairy tribe, so he wasn't taught. Erming Dao, he's actually a descendant of mine. To be precise, the entire family Titan lineage is my descendant. It's just that I'm a little embarrassed to admit this as an ancestor. Only the patriarchs of the family Titan lineage know of my identity. Family Titan, Titan Giant Ape, Qianlei was astonished. Could it be that the family Titan lineage is a soul beast lineage? He immediately regretted asking this question. However, Erming didn't seem to be angry because of this. It's just a part of the bloodline. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue talking about fist techniques. The advantage of the Divine Cloud Vortex Fist is that through the spiral control, the ultimate strength released by one's body can be condensed and unleashed within a certain range. This creates an even more powerful destructive force. Just like this. As he spoke, Erming raised his hand and punched out again. This time, his punch didn't make any sound, and Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei didn't feel anything either. However, in the sky, a black hole with a small diameter instantly appeared at the location of the large hole that had been torn open by the clouds earlier. The void had actually been blasted apart. The surrounding clouds and mist were instantly swallowed and absorbed by the black hole. After a full 10 seconds, the black hole was finally destroyed. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Just how powerful was this? Were God-ranked powerhouses this powerful? In the distance, the treasure-seeking beast that was guiding the golden lion tiger to identify spirit plants looked up into the sky, and it pursed its lips as it murmured to itself, all you know is brute force, humph. The golden lion tiger shot a glance at it, and said, don't be so sarcastic. In terms of control over power, there's most likely no human who can compare to Second Daddy. After Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei came to their senses, Erming's voice sounded again. Hence, there are two main things that the Divine Titan Fist teaches you. The first is the use of power. You have to completely integrate and release your power. The second is the control over your power. You have to do your best to condense your power. I didn't use the power of rotation in that punch as I was able to control my power and unleash it within a small area. However, rotation is relatively easier to control. That's how the Divine Cloud Vortex Fists came to be. Erming's demonstration and explanation undoubtedly opened up a whole new door of power for Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. After that, they learned this technique from Erming every day. Lan Xuanyu's golden bloodline itself was pure power. After the ice and fire refining golden body, his strength had undergone an earth-shaking change along with the strength of his body. Qianlei's golden behemoth was an extremely powerful existence, so it was naturally much easier for him to learn the Divine Titan Fist. Under Erming's guidance every day, their control over their power also became more and more proficient. Time passed by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already stayed at the ice-fire yin-yang well for 25 days. They had already finished processing all of the spirit items the day before, and the golden lion tiger had also memorized the time and characteristics of the spirit items that had yet to mature. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei had learned many things from Erming, and the golden lion tiger had also learned many things from the treasure-seeking beast. It could be said that everyone had benefited immensely. You can go back tomorrow. I will inform you when the ice-fire yin-yang well recovers, Erming told Lan Xuanyu after a day of cultivation. Lan Xuanyu bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Erming. Erming waved his hand and said, you don't have to be so courteous with me. In terms of seniority, you should call me grandfather. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Grandpa? He knew that this Titan giant ape's seniority was extremely high. Even Master Shu had to address him as senior. If he was only a grandfather, then wouldn't his seniority be terrifyingly high? Erming saw him in a daze and smiled. Don't think too much. You'll know when the time comes. If you know some things too early, it will disturb your mind. Cultivate well and make yourself stronger. You have the bloodline of the dragon gods and are the future of our soul beast lineage. In the future, if you can really make the dragon gods return, be it our Douluo lineage or the lineage that went to the elven planet, we will all obtain the greatest benefits. You are the true hope of soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu was very smart. He knew that it was precisely because of his bloodline that so many seniors helped him and looked forward to his growth. When he was almost done with the Heaven Fighter mission, he would really have to go home and ask his mother where the mutation of his bloodline came from. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei boarded the spaceship returning to the mother planet. Lin Mahua personally came to send them off and told Lan Xuanyu that he was welcome to come again at any time. When the spaceship rose rapidly and rushed out of the atmosphere, the planet beneath their feet gradually became smaller. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. This trip to Douluo planet had truly gained a lot. The level of the Heaven Fighter mission and the Heaven Fighter points had become the smallest part of his gains this time. Apart from him, everyone else had obtained a soul bone, and he also had the help of the treasure-hunting beast. In addition, he had consumed heaven and earth treasures, the ice and fire golden body, and the chaos water. Lan Xuanyu originally thought that it would be impossible for him to break through to 5 ring even after graduating from the outer court, but it seemed like he had a chance. According to the speed of his improvement this time, he would have the possibility of breaking through to 5 ring after 2 more rounds of the ice and fire golden body. And once his cultivation broke through to 5 ring, would his soul ring become a 100,000-year soul ring? And if it became a 100,000-year soul ring, would it have another skill? A 100,000-year soul ring should have 2 soul skills. Through the sparring with the branch school on Douluo planet, Lan Xuanyu understood that his strength was actually different from ordinary soul masters based on the number of soul rings they had. Just like his control over the elements, as long as he was in a suitable environment and had enough time to prepare, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a 7-ring opponent. Although every breakthrough was very difficult, as long as he could complete it, it would be a qualitative leap. Continue to cultivate hard and work hard to become stronger. Prior to his departure, Ming had spoken to him in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Ming told him that although human soul technology was very advanced now, any external power was still external, even battle armors. Only one's own power truly belonged to him and would never abandon him. At the same time, Ming also told him that with Lan Xuanyu's status in the life school, there would definitely be a chance to go to the real ice fire yin yang well in the Tangmen in the future. At that time, there was no need to be polite with the Tangmen. The effect of the ice and fire golden body there would definitely be better. Although it felt like Ming didn't want others to have an easy time after suffering a loss, it was clearly for his own good. After returning this time, the next step was to continue working hard to complete the Heaven Fighter mission. After completing the 24 mission levels, it would be time to forge 2-word battle armors for everyone. After going through the ice and fire golden body, his physical fitness had greatly improved. Lan Xuanyu felt that he would definitely improve in forging as well. It would be much easier to make 2-word battle armors. Before graduating from the 6th year, it shouldn't be a problem to complete all the 2-word battle armors. After everyone graduated successfully, they would enter the inner court. Let's see how many people could get in. He had done his best for his teammates. He hoped that more people could get in. His thoughts gradually calmed down and he began to meditate. The treasure-hunting beast also fell silent. During this lonely flight, meditation was undoubtedly the best way to solve the loneliness. Lan Xuanyu meditated very deeply this time, and the speed of the bloodline in his body was reduced to the slowest. As the core of his bloodline power, the dragon god's bloodline, strengthened, the conflict between the gold and silver bloodlines was clearly better controlled. Even if the speed of circulation was reduced, there was no danger of it exploding. Even Lan Xuanyu could feel that the power of his bloodline was constantly improving his body. Whether it was the ice and fire golden body or the chaos water, they were actually a kind of energy supplement to his body. The more energy the outside world replenished, the stronger the stimulation on his bloodline. His bloodline would release more energy to neutralize it, thus strengthening him. His bloodline was the biggest treasure trove, but it seemed that he had to be especially careful in the process of exploiting this treasure trove. Buzz, a slight buzzing sound gradually woke Lan Xuanyu up from his meditation, and then he heard the electronic voice prompt. About to enter the mother planet's atmosphere, please prepare for impact. He rubbed his eyes, stretched his body, and felt the gradually rising life aura in the cabin of the flying ship. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. I'm back. I'm finally back. Turning his head to look out of the porthole, the familiar scene of the mother planet came into view again. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. I'm finally back. After passing through the atmosphere, he landed smoothly in the Shrek City Space Center. The moment Lan Xuanyu walked out of the spaceship, the voice of the treasure-hunting beast sounded in his mind. What a comfortable air. As expected of a God-rank planet. Although it's just a beginner God-rank planet, it's still quite beautiful. Lan Xuanyu said, can you find treasures here? Of course. There's no problem. However, it's also much more dangerous here. I can feel a lot of dangerous auras. The treasure-hunting beast said. Dangerous? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, what kind of danger? The treasure-hunting beast chuckled and said, think about it. Good things usually have owners. If we keep thinking about good things with owners, we'll naturally be in danger. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Of course we can't touch things with owners. We'll just pick up scraps. The treasure-hunting beast said, it won't be easy to pick up real good things. Lan Xuanyu said, don't make trouble for me. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as Senior Erming. Let's go back to the academy first. You can be quiet for a while. When Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei returned to Shrek Academy, the academy was as quiet as usual, but the life aura brought about by the eternal tree still made them feel relaxed and happy. Qianlei stretched and said, it's best to be back. Boss, I'm going to see God Lake for a soak tonight. Are you coming? Lan Xuanyu said, I won't go first. I'll go ask the teacher about the situation in class, then go to the Heaven Fighter mission to see if there are any suitable missions for us. I'll make some preparations. You can go by yourself. Qianlei smiled and said, I feel more and more that our life school is good. It's really wonderful to be able to cultivate freely in Sea God Lake. The two returned to the dormitory together and separated at the door. Lan Xuanyu took a shower and then dialed Tang Zhenhua's soul communicator. Soon, the soul communicator connected. Teacher, I'm back. Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Zhenhua said, it's good that you're back. I heard about your situation from Xiaoqi. This time, it's not bad. The branch has already raised a protest, haha. They said that the students we sent were too strong and affected the enthusiasm of their students. Your harvest this time is pretty good. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, not bad. Teacher, how is everyone's mission going? Tang Zhenhua said, it went well. The previous escort mission was completed normally. It's nothing. This time, they went to carry out another mission. It seemed to be a level 3 mission. A group level 3 mission wasn't that difficult. You don't have to worry. Yuga was very strong now, so there wouldn't be any problems with her leading the team. That day, your principal Ling told me that the 24 ranks of the Heaven Duelist mission seems to have been set a little too low for all of you. According to your current speed, you should be able to complete it in half a year. She even asked if she should consider increasing the difficulty for you guys. Lan Xuanyu said anxiously, don't. Teacher. Going out to gain experience is important, but we still have to cultivate. In the process of completing the Heaven Fighter mission, everyone's cultivation would be affected. He still had to make his battle armor. Don't increase the difficulty for us. Tang Zhenhua said in a low voice, Xianyu, there's something you have to pay attention to. We all know that you have good intentions and want to lead the entire class to improve together. However, different soul masters have different talents. No matter how hard you work, it's impossible for everyone to keep up with your pace. And in the process of moving forward, if you think too much about helping others, it will undoubtedly drag down your own cultivation speed. This is not what we want to see. Even if you can lead them to graduate from the outer court in the future, it's absolutely impossible for them to enter the inner court. When the time comes, don't force yourself. At the same time, you have to give yourself more time to cultivate. Don't waste your talent by helping others. This is the unanimous opinion of all the teachers. You've already done very well, but you don't need to do any better. Do you understand what I mean? Lan Xuanyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Teacher, is there really no way for us to enter the inner court together? We are the Star War experimental class." Tang Zhenhua said in a low voice, "The 6th-year graduation exam is over, and so is the inner court exam." Only 4 people entered the inner court: Sima Xian, Rong Yuyo, Morong Shang, and Shui Yubing. Among them, Morong Shang and Shui Yubing barely managed to get in because of their special martial souls. It's already a rare situation for 4 people to enter the inner court in 1 year. Normally, the number of people admitted is less than 3. Lan Xuanyu said in shock, "Even the Black Tortoise Shield brothers didn't get in?" "Yes. Therefore, you can imagine how difficult it is to enter the inner court. The resources of the inner court are limited, and the number of people must be controlled. Your class is very strong, and the academy will definitely make an exception to recruit a few more, but it's impossible to recruit all 30 of you. How will the academy explain this to the students who didn't get in? Your class's situation is already very special. It's already good enough if you can guarantee that the 7 of you can get in. If 10 people can get in, it'll be the first time in hundreds of years. This is also because your class is really outstanding and has good fortune." Lan Xuanyu fell silent again. That's right. According to the teacher, even if they were an experimental class, considering the number of people the inner court could take, the academy would increase the difficulty of the inner court's assessment. It really wasn't easy to get everyone into the inner court. "Teacher, I understand what you mean. I'll just do my best. I'll do my best. Don't worry, I won't delay my cultivation. I've gained a lot from Douluo this time and improved a lot. I'll continue to work hard." Tang Zhenhua said, "It's good that you understand. You're a smart child. Smart people shouldn't be stubborn and listen to other people's opinions. You're not bad in this aspect. In fact, it's not necessarily a bad thing even if they can't get into the inner court. And the Tang men are also willing to preserve the integrity of the 33 wings of heaven. In the future, when they graduate from the outer court, the Tang men will fully accept and support you. They'll let you develop in the direction of lifelong heaven fighters. This is a very good choice. Although the Tangmen's individual cultivation resources are not as good as the inner courts, they're the best in terms of equipment. You don't have to worry about the future of your experimental class at all." "That's great." Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Zhenhua said, "Rest well for a few days since you're back. Don't cultivate for the next few days. You're too tense. You'll have plenty of time for the heaven fighter missions later. Don't be in a hurry to succeed. Safety first, stability first. Then you should think about the future graduation exams. Xiaoqi has already told you that the 7 of you have the qualifications to be Shrek's 7 monsters. Although this is a good thing for you, it also means that the academy will give you more difficult assessments in all aspects. And every assessment will be included in the scope of the selection of Shrek's 7 monsters. You'll have to work harder." After ending the communication with Tang Zhenhua, Lan Xuanyu relaxed and immediately felt mentally exhausted. That's right. Ever since he started the Heaven Fighter mission, he had been tense. Now that he had completed half of the mission, this level was finally not a big problem. Next, he had to work hard in a new direction. There was still more than a year before the graduation exam. It seemed like a long time, but there were really a lot of things they had to do. Next, just as his teacher said, he would take advantage of this opportunity to rest for a few days. When his teammates returned, he would face the next Heaven Fighter mission together with everyone. The forging of the 2-word battle armor had to start. It was time to use the forging room on the 33 wings of heaven. The next missions wouldn't be too difficult. Everyone would focus on completing the missions while he would focus on forging. 18 years old was a beautiful season for many people, but for some it was a strange time. For example, Yuan and Hui Hui was like this. He was almost 18 years old, and at 18 years old, he had to face an important choice. Should he choose to become a man or a woman? This question had actually troubled him for a few years. When he started to carry out the Heaven Fighter mission in his 4th year, his cultivation had reached the peak of 6 rings. Now, he was still at the peak of 6 rings, so why hadn't he improved at all? It wasn't that he couldn't improve, but he didn't dare to. Once he broke through to 7 rings, he would have to face his own choice. The breakthrough in his cultivation and the formation of his martial soul true body were even more important than reaching 18 years old. He had to make a choice without any delay. Therefore, he had been painstakingly suppressing his cultivation. Standing in front of the window of the dormitory's meditation room and looking at the dark green, Yuan and Hui Hui felt a little lost. As a result, he didn't have the mood to cultivate during this period of time. Everyone's cultivation had been increasing for more than a year. Everyone in the team was working hard with all their might. It wasn't just the 7 of them led by Lan Xuanyu, but the entire Traistrumsa wings was the same. After completing more than half of the Heaven Fighter mission, Lan Xuanyu chose the safest way to ensure that the entire class completed the mission. He didn't care about the Heaven Fighter points, but chose the level 2 mission that was easy to complete. It took an entire half a year to complete 6 level 2 missions without any mistakes. A month before the deadline set by the academy, he finally led the entire class to complete the mission. They also became the first class in history to pass the Heaven Fighter mission. They were worthy of being called the experimental class. One had to know that they needed to complete the 24 levels of the Heaven Fighter mission, not 18 levels. There was another advantage to choosing the level 2 mission. In a relaxed state, Lan Xuanyu didn't participate in the mission most of the time. Instead, he was forging and working hard to improve his forging skills so that everyone could start forging the 2-word battle armor they needed. It was already the second half of the 6th year and everyone was about to graduate. The entire class was only missing the last few sets of 2-word battle armor. It could be said that Lan Xuanyu had put in a lot of effort for the sake of his classmates. It was precisely because of this that the 33 Wings of Heaven became even more united. Furthermore, everyone was holding their breaths in their hearts. They would never forget what Lan Xuanyu had said to them. Lan Xuanyu had told them that what he was going to bring to everyone might not necessarily be able to enter the inner courtyard, but it was definitely a chance to enter the inner courtyard. As they grew older, each member of the Wings of the 33 Heavens had their own ideas, but without exception, all of them were striving. Many people had never thought that they would have the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Some people even thought that it would be difficult for them to graduate from the outer courtyard. However, in the past few years, under the leadership of Lan Xuanyu, their strength had continuously increased, and their external conditions had never been better. Such an opportunity had already surpassed any other grade. What reason was there not to work hard? Therefore, everyone worked very hard. Other than the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu, everyone else in the class was at least a 6-ringed soul emperor. There were also more than 8 7-ringed soul sages. Among all the graduating classes in the past, this could be considered to be second to none. There was also an 8-ringed soul Douluo, and it was impressively the strongest, Tang Yuga. As for Yuan and Hui Hui, if he was willing, perhaps he also had the opportunity to touch the 8-ringed soul emperor. After all, when he had just entered the Shrek Academy, he was already a 5-ringed soul king. However, he didn't. He was still at the peak of 6-ringed. In the past 2 years, his soul power had almost not improved at all. He had always suppressed it within this range. What should I do? How should I choose? Yuan and Hui Hui really had a headache. Qian Lei had once told him that the choice depended on his sexual orientation. If he liked girls, he would be a man. If he liked boys, he would be a girl. However, in the past few years, he had completed missions, cultivated, and improved himself. Yuan and Hui Hui had always been at a loss when it came to the matters between men and women. He had never had any goals, so he naturally didn't know what he liked. Thus, his problem had never been solved, and he naturally didn't dare to choose to break through. They were about to graduate. What they were about to face was not the graduation season of ordinary academies, but the extremely important matter of entering the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Furthermore, they were the future competitors of the Shrek 7 monsters. Yuan and Hui Hui had reached the point where he couldn't continue suppressing it. If he continued to suppress it, his strength would undoubtedly not be able to keep up with the pace of his companions. It would be too big of an impact. He had to choose to break through. At least, he had to choose before graduation. In other words, it was time to choose his gender for the rest of his life. At this moment, the soul communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Yuan and Hui Hui, who was deep in thought, jumped in fright. When he looked down, he saw a familiar number. However, he revealed a look of astonishment. Subconsciously, he opened the communicator on his wrist and pressed the answer button. "What's the matter?" he asked doubtfully. A familiar female voice came from the other side. She said calmly, "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you thought it through." Yuan and Hui Hui smiled bitterly. "Not yet. I don't know what to choose." "Open the door. I want to talk to you," the voice said calmly. "Ah? You're here?" Yuan and Hui Hui jumped in fright. However, he didn't know why, but when he heard that the other party had arrived, he felt relieved. He even felt as if he could rely on her. He hurriedly ran downstairs and opened the door. A young girl in a yellow dress was standing outside the door. The young girl's long hair was draped over her back. Her white knee-length dress didn't have any complicated patterns. It was simple but refreshing. Her face was beautiful, and she had a somewhat otherworldly temperament. Her expression was peaceful, just like the girl next door. Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but be slightly swayed by her appearance. After entering the Shrek Academy, his height hadn't changed much over the years. Therefore, he had to look up to see the young girl's face. Although they met almost every day, Yuan and Hui Hui still felt a little unrealistic when he saw her like this today. Was this really an 8-ringed soul Douluo, the one who was definitely the strongest person in the entire outer court? Yes, the person who came was none other than his half-sister, Tang Yuga. "You won't let me in?" Tang Yuga asked. Oh. Come in." Yuan and Hui Hui hurriedly opened the door and invited her in. When they first entered the academy, their relationship wasn't very good. There were always problems. However, as time passed, and they had been partners for so long, the problems from the past no longer existed. At some critical moments, Yuan and Hui Hui called her sister more than once. However, he definitely wouldn't call her that normally. After closing the door, Yuan and Hui Hui followed Tang Yuga to the living room of the dormitory. Tang Yuga didn't stand on ceremony. She pulled a chair and sat down. "You don't have time to hesitate anymore. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. Do you really not have any thoughts at all?" Tang Yuga went straight to the point. Yuan and Hui Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I really don't have any thoughts. Sometimes, I even deliberately avoided this question. I also know that it's time to make a choice. However, the more I'm like this, the more I'm afraid of making a choice. Do you have any suggestions for me?" Tang Yuga frowned slightly and said, "For you, this is a major event that concerns your entire life. No one is qualified to help you make this decision. I'm not qualified, and neither are your parents. But you're getting closer and closer to your coming-of-age ceremony. Your cultivation should have broken through to 7 ring a long time ago. You can't continue to hesitate. It's not far from graduation. You still need to familiarize yourself with your abilities after your breakthrough. You've broken through to 7 ring and chosen a gender. There will definitely be a big change, and you need time to get used to it. I think you'll have to make a decision in half a month at most. Can you stop pressuring me?" Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly said in exasperation, "I know. I also know that I have to make a decision. But it's really difficult. Do you know? This is a gender issue." Tang Yuga looked at him silently and said, "What are you struggling with? Do you like both boys and girls at the same time?" Yuan and Hui Hui shook his head. "No. I don't. I don't dare to like anyone at all because I don't know what choice I'll make in the future. How can I dare to like anyone?" Tang Yuga sighed softly. "But you have to make this choice in the end." Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes were slightly red, and his emotions fluctuated violently. "I've asked Dad and Mom. They're not willing to make this choice for me. You're all the same. None of you are willing to bear this responsibility. Are you all afraid that I'll blame you in the future? Will I? I just need someone to help me be the backbone. I'm really at a loss. It's also very painful for me because of this. Just like when you were 18 years old and didn't want Dad to come to your coming-of-age ceremony, but you hid by the sea god lake and cried alone. Tang Yuga's delicate body trembled slightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. His entire body seemed to have tensed up in an instant. Yuan and Hui Hui, who seemed to have vented his anger, suddenly stopped. He also realized that he had said something wrong. He raised his head and looked at Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and then he slowly stood up. Yuan and Hui Hui subconsciously took a step back and shrunk her neck. Right now, he was no match for Tang Yuga. What are you afraid of? Tang Yuga's voice carried a hint of reproach. You're my brother after all. Do you think I'll eat you up? Yuan and Hui Hui was stunned. There did not seem to be any anger in Tang Yuga's voice. Tang Yuga's gaze had regained its calmness. Amidst the calmness, there was a hint of gentleness. She walked up to Yuan and Hui Hui and gently patted her head. All these years, the hatred in my heart has gradually disappeared. I can feel that he has always wanted to make it up to me. I didn't let him come to my coming-of-age ceremony not because I still hated him, but because I didn't want my mother to be sad. I won't vent my anger on you because of him. After all, we are siblings and blood is thicker than water. You're right. At a time like this, you need someone to help you complete your backbone. Since they're not willing to bear this responsibility, I'm your sister. I'll bear it. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes immediately reddened. His voice trembled slightly. He subconsciously called out, "Sister." Then, he threw himself into her arms. Tang Yuga's pretty face was slightly red. She wanted to push away Yuan and Hui Hui who was buried in her chest, but in the end, she could not bear to do so. She raised her hand and finally put it around his shoulders. You can't be bothered by this anymore. With your talent, you should have broken through to the 8th ring by the time you were in the 6th grade. Make a decision. Dad already has me as his daughter. A daughter and a son, that's a good name. How about you be a boy? Tang Yuga said seriously. Yuan and Hui Hui raised his head and looked at her. There were still tears on his face. Seeing the encouragement in Tang Yuga's eyes, he nodded vigorously and said seriously, Okay, then I'll be a boy. Thank you, sister. No matter what the future holds, I won't regret it. Come with me. As he spoke, Yuan and Hui Hui took Tang Yuga's hand and quickly ran upstairs to his meditation room. Watching him close the door, Tang Yuga could not help but ask in surprise, Do you want to break through now? Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes were full of burning brilliance. There's no moment that makes me want to break through more than right now. Sister, thank you. Thank you for giving me confidence and support. In this life, no matter what their elders do, I will definitely treat you well and protect you well. Tang Yuga smiled. Perhaps, before today, although they had already recognized each other, there was still a layer of barrier in their hearts. But now, she could no longer feel it. That layer of barrier had finally disappeared completely. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded to Tang Yuga, then sat down cross-legged in the middle of the meditation room. Tang Yuga opened her mouth and wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She had already helped Yuan and Hui Hui establish a backbone and made a decision. She could not help him with everything. Yuan and Hui Hui also needed to grow on his own. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuga's eyes became bright. She released her spiritual power and felt the changes in Yuan and Hui Hui's aura. If anything went wrong, she would immediately help. Yuan and Hui Hui did not. Immediately rushed to break through to the 7-ring level. For him, after suppressing his cultivation for so long, breaking through to the 7-ring level was just a matter of time. His emotions gradually stabilized, and his soul power steadily circulated. He soon entered a state of forgetting everything around him. There was a faint and peaceful smile on his face, as if there had never been a moment more peaceful and comfortable than at this moment. With Tang Yuga by his side, his heart was filled with a sense of security. Because of this, his speed of entering meditation this time was unprecedentedly fast. Gradually, the soul power circulation speed in Yuan and Huihui's body gradually increased, and his entire aura began to change. With his body as the center, the soul power fluctuations gradually gathered into a whirlpool. Tang Yuga narrowed her eyes slightly and quietly watched him. She could feel that Yuan and Huihui's aura fluctuations were rapidly increasing at a speed of several times. Without hesitation and suppression, he was releasing the power that he had painstakingly suppressed bit by bit. This required a process, and he could not be careless in the slightest. Otherwise, he would be in danger of going berserk. But at this moment, Yuan and Huihui gave her a very stable feeling, without the slightest recklessness. His whole person became unusually calm. The speed at which he released the suppressed soul power was very slow and stable, and he sat there motionless. There was a feeling of unity between man and nature. The life energy that was sucked into the meditation room through the surroundings was also quickly absorbed by him. Yuan and Huihui's aura continued to rise steadily. Suddenly, the entire room trembled slightly. Yuan and Huihui also opened his eyes at this moment. In front of him, a halo flickered, and two circular light shadows appeared. The two light shadows were also him, but one was a heroic man in his male form, and the other was a beautiful woman in his female form. The two of them flickered with each other, and Yuan and Huihui's body was also constantly changing. He did not hesitate, and instantly raised his hand and pointed to the male side. Suddenly, his male form suddenly enlarged, and his female form instantly turned into bubbles and disappeared into the air. Did he make a choice? Tang Yuga unconsciously tensed up at this moment, and stared at Yuan and Huihui. The male light shadow floated in front of Yuan and Huihui and quietly integrated into his body. In the next moment, Yuan and Huihui's aura erupted like a geyser. A crystal-clear green light soared into the sky, and he, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, also floated up. He stood up from his original sitting position. The green light grew stronger and stronger until it completely enveloped Yuan and Huihui. Tang Yuga could no longer see Yuan and Huihui's figure clearly, but she could clearly feel that Yuan and Huihui's body was changing. She could even hear his bones cracking. He had broken through to the seventh ring. At this moment, Yuan and Huihui's aura was increasing at a crazy rate. A ball of white light surged out and floated above his head. The illusory fairy Longshu spread its colorful wings, and circles of white light began to close in. It was truly beginning to merge with Yuan and Huihui. Within the green light, a golden halo gradually began to ripple outwards. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the green halo. "Sister, do you know why I've always had difficulty making a choice? Do you know why father and mother never gave me any advice? It's because the blood of the Titans flows in my body. At the same time, I also have the blood of the elven royal family. I've received the approval of the illusory fairy dragon. If I choose to become a woman, then I'll definitely be able to become the next elven queen." This was what his mother and grandmother wished for. However, father is more willing to let me become a man. Just like you said, he already has you as his daughter. He wants me to be his son. More importantly, he doesn't want me to leave his side and become the elven queen. I know that they've argued many times over this matter. Therefore, even if it's not for my own sake, I'm still in a very difficult position. Thank you. Apart from them, you're also my closest kin. You don't know all this, but you've made a choice. For me. Thank you. I'm willing to be a man. I want to be a strong little brother who can protect my sister. I love you, sister. Tang Yuga listened to all of this in shock. She really didn't know that Yuan and Huihui's difficulty in making a choice had so many explanations. However, she didn't regret it. She didn't regret it at all. If she continued to delay it, it would cause real harm to Yuan and Huihui. Making a decision in a timely manner was the most responsible way to treat him. He needed more strength to welcome the upcoming graduation season. If she knew about this, perhaps she would be even more determined to have Yuan and Huihui become a boy because she also didn't want her younger brother to leave her and live on the elven planet. The green light became stronger and stronger, and the illusory fairy dragon slowly descended. One could see the dazzling five-colored wings on Yuan and Huihui's back opening and closing. This was a sign that the illusory fairy dragon had completely fused with him like a spirit. These wings had already become Yuan and Huihui's wings, and they could fuse with his suit of two-word battle armor. The green light gradually converged inward, but the aura released by Yuan and Hui Hui became more and more intense. It definitely wasn't something that someone who had just become a seven-ringed soul sage should possess. His suppressed strength was constantly breaking through, and the final fusion with the illusory fairy dragon was also promoting this point, causing his aura to constantly rise. All of a sudden, the green light in the surroundings began to spiral rapidly, like a vortex that was violently pulsating. Tang Yuga was shocked and subconsciously opened her mouth to remind him. But at this moment, she saw a pair of slender arms extending out from the green light. Those arms each drew a beautiful arc and closed inwards, causing the green light to immediately gather towards the center. As the green light closed towards the center, Yuan and Hui Hui's legs that had clearly grown larger were revealed first, followed by his slender and powerful calves. Gradually, his head was revealed as well. Originally, he needed to look up at Tang Yuga, but at this moment, he looked to be over 185 meters tall. His long hair had turned a deep dark green color that emitted a faint halo, and his originally different colored eyes had become more and more crystal clear, turning into a faint green color. There was also a small crack on his forehead, as though it was a third eye that could open at any time. Yuan and Hui Hui was originally very good-looking, and now that he had truly grown up, he looked even more handsome, a kind of handsomeness that was different from Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's handsomeness was tall, straight, and elegant, and had an irresistible charm. On the other hand, Yuan and Hui Hui's handsomeness was a kind of clear and gentle handsomeness, as though he was the embodiment of nature and could warm everything around him. Although Tang Yuga already knew that Yuan and Hui Hui's body would definitely change after breaking through to Seven Ring, and that he would no longer maintain his youthful appearance for many years, she did not expect him to change so much. To such an extent. He simply did not look like a human anymore. Only between his eyebrows, one could still vaguely see the original appearance of Hui Hui. But now, he had completely become a handsome young man full of attractiveness. Gradually, the green light below Yuan and Hui Hui's knees had converged, and the light above his shoulders had converged. Yuan and Hui Hui's clothes had long since disappeared, so all that could be seen was his skin. Tang Yuga's pretty face turned slightly red, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. She wanted to leave, but she was worried that there would be problems with his breakthrough. This was because she knew very well what Yuan and Hui Hui was doing right now. He was clearly trying to condense his soul core in one go. Once he succeeded, it would mean that Yuan and Hui Hui would enter the ranks of the truly powerful. Having a soul core and not having one were completely different. A soul core could greatly increase a soul master's endurance, and was also the most important step in opening the door to becoming a 9-ringed soul Douluo in the future. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes moved as he looked at Tang Yuga. From his eyes, Tang Yuga could see confidence. The green light spun faster and faster, surging towards Yuan and Hui Hui's chest, and his slender and strong thighs were gradually revealed. Tang Yuga finally did not dare to look anymore. Her pretty face was flushed as she closed her eyes, but she did not leave in the end. She only used her spiritual power to silently sense the changes in Yuan and Hui Hui's body. At this moment, a green spot of light was continuously expanding in Yuan and Hui Hui's chest. The green light that was absorbed into his body quickly condensed, and formed a whirlpool in his chest. In the center of the whirlpool, a sparkling and translucent green crystal slowly took shape, and a small projection of the illusory fairy dragon revolved around its surface. With the help of the illusory fairy dragon, the formation of his soul core did not require much effort. He had been accumulating strength for a long time. Otherwise, he would have completed his breakthrough more than a year ago. The effect of his breakthrough after suppressing it was surprisingly good. He fused perfectly with the illusory fairy dragon, and borrowed the illusory fairy dragon's aura to increase his cultivation. The moment his soul core was formed, his soul power had reached the peak of 7-ringed. It was just like when he first broke through to 6-ringed. After the formation of his soul core, all the green light was immediately absorbed into Yuan and Hui Hui's body like rivers flowing into the sea. At this moment, he also noticed the changes in his body. He subconsciously looked at his hands that had obviously become bigger, and then looked at his body. He was stunned at first, and then he used his hands to protect his lower body in an abnormally embarrassed manner. "Don't open your eyes, sister, don't open your eyes. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes." He quickly opened the door of the meditation room and rushed out like the wind. After sensing that he had rushed out of the meditation room, Tang Yuga was relieved. However, in her mind, Yuan and Hui's changed appearance, as well as the previously exposed shoulders and long legs, kept flashing in her mind. This was the first time in her life that she had seen a boy's body. The visual impact was really too strong. "He's my younger brother, he's my younger brother," Tang Yuga kept repeating in her heart. Her mood calmed down a little. At this moment, a scream came from outside. "Ah! What's wrong?" Tang Yuga subconsciously rushed out. Then, she saw a strange scene. Yuan and Hui was putting on his clothes, but his pants couldn't be pulled up halfway. A pair of shorts were hanging on his waist, revealing his beautiful muscles. His long dark green hair was a little messy on his body. Tang Yuga suddenly felt that she might have a needle's eye. Her gaze only stayed for a moment, then she quickly turned around. Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Yuan and Hui smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, the clothes are too small, I can't wear them. Can you help me borrow a set of clothes from brother Xianxia? My figure may be similar to his now." Tang Yuga realized why Yuan and Hui was screaming. Yes. His figure had changed so much, how could he still wear the clothes from before? "Okay, you wait." After saying that, she blushed and ran away. Looking at her back that was running away in panic, Yuan and Hui simply didn't wear his pants anymore. He threw his pants aside and muttered to himself, "Sister looks so cute today." Ha ha ha, was she being shy? It turns out that she can be shy too. Ha ha. Tang Yuga naturally didn't hear Yuan and Hui's mocking and teasing sneer. After rushing out of Yuan and Hui's dormitory, her mood relaxed a little, but the previous scene kept flashing in her mind. His change was too great. He had turned from a boy into a man in an instant. And he was really quite good-looking. And a man is still better. If he became a girl, wouldn't he be a disaster to the country and the people? She raised her hand and dialed the number of the soul communicator on her wrist. It rang a few times before it was connected. "What's wrong, Yuga?" A gentle voice came from the other side. "Xianyu, can I borrow a set of your clothes? Hui has broken through, and his figure has changed a lot. He can't wear his own clothes anymore. I want to borrow a set of your clothes." On the other side, Lan Xuanyu was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly placed the forging hammer in his hand on the forging table in front of him. Breakthrough? Hui chose? Lan Xuanyu naturally knew that Yuan and Hui had been in low spirits recently. The main reason was that he needed to make a choice, but he couldn't make the decision himself. "Yes, I did." "A man," Tang Yuga said. Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath and said, "It's good that you've made your choice. Where is he?" "Dormitory?" "Okay, I'll send it to him. You can wait for me in his dorm." After hanging up the call, Lan Xuanyu left the forging workshop and ran straight to Yuan and Hui's dormitory. He didn't need to go back to his dormitory to get his clothes. There were some in the Ring of Destiny. He couldn't wait to see what state Yuan and Hui was in after making his choice. He should have broken through as well. Not long after, when he ran to the door of Yuan and Hui's dormitory, he saw Tang Yuga in a long yellow dress waiting there. Tang Yuga waved at him. "This way." "Why didn't you go in and wait for me?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. "Isn't he naked?" Tang Yuga blushed slightly. Looking at her, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't just Yuan and Hui. He had never seen Tang Yuga shy before. Lan Xuanyu was the same. "Yuga, your face is so red." Haha. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. Tang Yuga gave him a dirty look. He wasn't even 18 years old, but he was already more than 1.9 meters tall. He was already the most handsome guy in the outer court. She said in a bad mood, "You go in first. Call me when he's dressed." "Okay." Lan Xuanyu didn't tease him anymore. He quickly walked into Yuan and Hui's dormitory. When he saw Yuan and Hui, he was shocked. He looked at Yuan and Hui from head to toe. "Xianyu Gij." Yuan and Hui had a big bath towel wrapped around her waist. She looked at him with a slightly red face. Don't look at me like that. I'm a little weak. Lan Xuanyu laughed. Weak? You're so handsome. I'm almost jealous. You should have made your choice a long time ago. However, I'm actually thinking, you're so handsome as a boy. What will you look like as a girl? Do you regret it? Yuan and Hui Hui shook her head. I don't regret it. It's good to be a boy. What's the use of being a girl? Unless you don't want to be with Sister Xiaoxiao anymore. I can consider it, hee hee. Lan Xuanyu said in a bad mood, if you have the ability, say it in front of her. Everyone had been too busy in the past 2 years, especially him. He had been forging for everyone day and night. He had spent less time with his friends than with them. However, everyone knew about his relationship with Bai Xiaoxiao. Lan Xuanyu took out a set of his school uniform and threw it to Yuan and Hui Hui. Change into it. Your sister is still waiting outside. Yuan and Hui Hui quickly changed into Lan Xuanyu's clothes. He was now only slightly shorter than Lan Xuanyu, but he was also a little thinner. However, Lan Xuanyu's clothes barely fit him. It was much better than his original clothes. Yuga, it's done. Come in. Lan Xuanyu shouted outside the door. Tang Yuga walked in slowly from outside. When he came to the living room, he was stunned when he saw Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui standing side by side. Lan Xuanyu had a head of black hair. His eyes were bright, and he was so beautiful that even girls would be jealous of him. However, he was much more handsome than when he was young. Although he was handsome, he was still full of the sunshine of a boy. Yuan and Hui Hui, who had long dark green hair, stood beside him. She was not much inferior. Her temperament was gentle, her face was fair, and her beautiful green eyes had a mysterious charm. Her ears were slightly pointy, which was undoubtedly inherited from the elf bloodline. When the two of them stood side by side, it was really pleasing to the eye. I'll order some new clothes later. Sis, do you think my figure will change again? Yuan and Hui Hui did not notice the strange light flashing through Tang Yuga's eyes. She subconsciously looked at her figure. Tang Yuga said, I don't think so. How's the condensation of your soul core? Yuan and Hui Hui said, it's quite stable. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, the soul core has formed? Yuan and Hui Hui nodded. After breaking through to 7 ring, it formed together. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Can I say that I'm very jealous? Yuan and Hui Hui smiled and said, Big brother Xianyu, you're different from us. Aren't you also at the peak of 4 ring? When are you going to break through to 5 ring? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, wait until I finish forging the last 2 sets of 2-word battle armor. It's almost done. I think it'll take another half a month. I'll be able to complete it. Tang Yuga said, how's your 2-word battle armor? Lan Xuanyu said, Xiaoxiao is almost done with it for me. It seems like I'm only missing the last helmet. Tang Yuga sighed softly. You've done too much for everyone these past few years. After you finish forging, you really have to hurry up and break through. We're all looking forward to seeing your 5-ring strength. Ever since Lan Xuanyu defeated a 7-ring soul sage with his cultivation level, everyone understood that his strength was no longer something that soul rings could compare to. There was quite a big difference between him and ordinary soul masters. However, after 2 years, Lan Xuanyu was still stuck at 4 ring. This improvement was a little too slow. The graduation exam was approaching, especially the inner court exam. If he only had 4 ring as the captain, he was indeed a little stretched. However, he did not dare to break through easily. After all, his breakthrough was different from others. It required a huge amount of life energy. At the same time, his body had to withstand the collision of the 2 bloodlines during the breakthrough. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. In the past 2 years, it was all thanks to the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang Well and the treasure-seeking beast that he was able to reach the peak of 4 ring so quickly. It had been 4 months since he reached the peak of 4 ring. Lan Xuanyu didn't know if he had accumulated enough, but his breakthrough would definitely take place in the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang Well. He had already made preparations. After forging the metals needed for everyone's two-word battle armor, he would make a trip there. Now that he was a 6th-rank blacksmith, spirit refining was like an extension of his arm, so his forging speed had been increasing. But before graduation, he should be at this level. If he wanted to reach a higher level in the future, he would have to wait until he entered the inner court. It's great that Hui broke through. Now, among us, Yuga has 8 rings, Hui has 7 rings, Mengqin and Frenzy have 7 rings, Qianlei is at the peak of 6 ring, and Xiaoxiu is also at 7 ring. I'm the only one left who's holding them back. This time I will definitely succeed in breaking through. Lan Xuanyu actually knew that if time allowed, he should stabilize for a while more before trying to break through. Back when he broke through to 4 ring, he had suppressed it for a long time. Even so, he still encountered some problems when breaking through. This breakthrough would definitely be more difficult than the last time. According to the previous situation of his soul rings, after this breakthrough, all 5 of his soul rings might become 100,000 years. If that was the case, then the improvement would not be small. Nana had also reminded him that it was best to wait for more than a year before breaking through. But could he wait? He couldn't wait any longer. Entering the inner court was his dream. He also hoped to lead more of his teammates to enter. He was about to graduate this year, so waiting another year was unrealistic. Without a 5-ring cultivation base, how could he enter the inner court? How could he lead his teammates to compete for the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters? Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had already made up his mind to break through. Of course, he had done a lot of preparation work for this. If he didn't have enough cultivation experience, he would rely on resources. Yuan and Hui looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Big brother Xianyu, you must ensure your safety before breaking through. Actually, there's still all of us. You've always been doing your best for the class, so it's time for us to help you." "Oh, right, this is for you." As she spoke, Yuan and Hui took out a box and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Of course, Lan Xuanyu recognized this box, but he still subconsciously opened it. Inside, there was a black badge lying quietly. "Black rank emblem? Where did you come from?" Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. The Shrek Academy's black emblem was different from the previous levels. It wasn't something that could be casually exchanged for. One needed to complete an extremely outstanding mission and accumulate enough experience before it was possible. At the level of their outer court, it was almost impossible to exchange for a black emblem. Yuan and Hui said, "I have a cousin who is a senior in the inner court. I used the purple emblems that I had accumulated over the years to exchange with him. You need a lot of resources to break through, so this is a small token of my appreciation." "No, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Lan Xuanyu flatly refused. Yuan and Hui's eyes reddened. "Big brother Xianyu, when you helped us, you never asked for anything in return. You said that you wanted everyone to take credit first, but after so many years, you've never asked us for money. What's more, without you, how could we have gained so much over the years? Only when you break through can you lead everyone further, and only then can more students enter the inner court. You must accept it, this is a small token of my appreciation." Tang Yuga said from the side, "Accept it, Xianyu. You are our class leader, and also everyone's spiritual leader. Right now, other than you, everyone in the class is already at least 6 ring. Do you think everyone feels good just because you're a 4-ring soul master? It's not only Hui who has this kind of thought, all of us actually have it. Everyone has already decided that when you're about to break through to 5 ring, we'll collectively give you a gift. Originally, we were going to give it to you when you were about to break through, but considering that you still have to purchase and prepare, we'll give it to you first. Hui's gift is too precious, so he gave it to you alone. Everyone else's things are with me." As she spoke, Tang Yuga opened her storage soul tool. Then, Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded as she poured out a large pile of purple emblems. They were all purple emblems. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, or even more. To the outer court of Shrek Academy, this was definitely a huge fortune. "You, what are you doing? Everyone is about to graduate, and they all need resources. Why are you giving them to me at this time?" Lan Xuanyu's voice trembled slightly. Tang Yuga said solemnly, everyone has already left behind what they need for their cultivation, so you don't have to worry. In fact, just this bit of emblems is far from what you've done for everyone all these years. It's not even enough to pay for your 2-word battle armor. However, this is what everyone has done their best to gather, and there will be more in the future. We'll give it to you when we have it. Xianxia, the wings of the Xianxia heaven doesn't belong to you alone, and you can't lead everyone to the peak alone. The wings of the Xianxia heaven belongs to all of us, so you have to give us something in return. Hearing Tang Yuga's words, Lan Xuanyu fell silent for a long time. Gradually, he smiled and silently stored all the emblems in front of him into his ring of destiny. Alright, I'll accept everyone's kind intentions, but before I enter the inner court, don't give me anything else. In fact, I'm even richer than you think. After all, my forging is still quite profitable. After saying this, he looked at Yuan and Hui Hui. Hui Hui, do you want to celebrate your breakthrough to Soul Sage? Yuan and Hui Hui said somewhat embarrassedly, no, I'll adapt to my current appearance first. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, you should get used to it. You're not the same as before. You can't have red eyes so easily. Yuan and Hui Hui blushed. Big brother Xianxia. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, alright, the clothes are here. My mission is complete. You siblings can chat for a while. I'll continue forging. I have to hurry up and finish the last 2 sets. After that, I have to prepare to go to Douluo planet. Lan Xuanyu left first, and Tang Yuga had already regained his composure. Yuan and Hui Hui said, sister, do you think that big brother Xianxia is putting too much pressure on himself? Tang Yuga shook his head and said, no, he's different from us. He's already been recognized by the academy as a prodigy of this generation. He's also the future successor of the School of Life. The responsibility he has to bear is naturally much greater than ours. Although I don't know what's going on with his martial soul, I'm almost certain that if he can successfully break through step by step in the future, he'll definitely be more powerful than we can imagine. If our goal is to break through to the God rank, then his goal is probably to break through to the rank 11 Transcendent God rank. If he can break through to Soul Sage this time, we should be able to see some things. Every time he breaks through, it's a true transformation. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded and said, I'm also looking forward to seeing big brother Xianxia complete his breakthrough. He'll lead us further and further. Yuan and Hui Hui's breakthrough put Lan Xuanyu in a good mood. On the way back to the forging room, he even hummed Prince Yu's song. After completing the Heaven Fighter mission, his life became busier and busier. All kinds of cultivation and forging took up almost all of his time. As usual, Nana would come once a month to give him pointers. However, at the Soul Sage level, Lan Xuanyu's control of his own abilities was already very strong. There wasn't much room for improvement. He had gone to the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well twice after that, and each time, it had helped him to a considerable extent. The reason why he was able to reach rank 49 a few months ago was closely related to the gains from the Ice-Fire Yin-Yang well. The chaos water synthesized from the treasure-hunting beast was very helpful to Lan Xuanyu's physical fitness. This was also one of the fundamental reasons why he was able to break through to 5 ring. The next thing he had to face was the graduation exam. In about 3 months, the graduation exam would arrive. The graduation exam of the Shrek Academy's outer court was the same as the inner courts. Generally speaking, as long as there was no problem with the outer court's character and they had a 2-word battle armor, they would definitely be allowed to graduate from the outer court. The cultivation of a 6-ring Soul Emperor was not a hard and fast rule. After all, there were definitely not many people who had a 2-word battle armor who had not broken through to 6 ring. The most important thing in the graduation exam was whether one could enter the inner court. The inner court would set a cutoff line to select the graduating students of the outer court. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to guess to be sure that the graduation exam of their experimental class would definitely be much more difficult than previous years. This was also the reason why he was in a hurry to increase his strength. Not only did he want to enter the inner court, but he also hoped to bring as many of his companions from the wings of the 33 heavens into the inner court as possible. Right now, the students of the wings of the 33 heavens were all rank 2 heaven fighters. However, they were not too far away from rank 3. This was mainly because Lan Xuanyu had chosen the easier missions in the Heaven Fighter missions to ensure that he could complete them. The Academy did not tell them about their future plans for the wings of the 33 heavens. They only told them that those who did not enter the inner court could also enter the Tangmen. Of course, they could also choose their own path. Regarding this, the entire class had specially discussed it. Then, without exception, all of them chose to stay with the group. This was not just about feelings, but also about benefits. The wings of the 33 heavens allowed everyone's cultivation speed to exceed their imagination, and they even had resources from the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Even if they did not consider their relationship as classmates, there was nothing better than this. As for their experimental class, the Shrek Academy had never publicized it to the public and had always kept it a secret. Even the junior students of the outer court didn't know much about their seniors. Lan Xuanyu was walking forward when a sudden gust of wind hit him head-on. A figure quickly ran towards him. Narrowing his eyes, Lan Xuanyu saw clearly that it was a tall outer courtyard student. He didn't recognize him, but he was obviously a junior. He subconsciously stepped aside, preparing to avoid the other party. But that student's speed suddenly increased, and soon he was in front of Lan Xuanyu. "Junior, be careful." Lan Xuanyu raised his hand in front of his body. Just before the opponent was about to touch him, he gently pushed it aside. At the same time, his body turned halfway. The outer courtyard disciple's body slanted, and his forward direction suddenly changed slightly. He rushed out to the side, and Lan Xuanyu wasn't hit by him. "Do you know how to walk?" The male student's eyes were red, and he angrily scolded before he could stand firm. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. The Shrek Academy's outer court occupied a large area, but there were less than 200 students, so he didn't usually run into students from other grades. He had been in school for more than 5 years, and he had never had any experience of fighting with anyone on campus. Just now, it was clearly the other party who had bumped into him. How could the villain complain first? At this time, the male student had already steadied himself, and he rushed towards Lan Xuanyu without giving up, grabbing at the front of Lan Xuanyu's clothes. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, raised his right hand, and blocked the other party's hand. He grabbed the other party's hand and said in a low voice, "Junior, you can't use force in the academy. Besides, you were the one who took the initiative to bump into me. You're courting death." The male student didn't care. His eyes were red, and he actually looked a bit like Qianlei when he entered his bloodthirsty state. At this time, his hand was grabbed by Lan Xuanyu, and he felt as if he had fallen into a pair of large iron pliers, unable to struggle free. In his anger, he immediately released his martial soul. Soul rings rose from his feet, and in an instant, 5 soul rings appeared. He was actually a 5-ringed soul king. Following the release of his martial soul, his hands suddenly became soft, and boneless. There was also a slippery feeling to it, and it actually broke free from Lan Xuanyu's grasp. His entire body trembled like a wave, and then he slapped both hands towards Lan Xuanyu's chest. This change was extremely fast, and the other party's second soul ring immediately lit up. Lan Xuanyu's personality was relatively gentle, and he usually got along well with everyone. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. He was the class monitor of the Star Combat Experimental class, and the leader of the 33 wings. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest in the outer courtyard, but he was definitely the one with the most charisma among the students. Faced with the other party's continuous provocation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Without releasing his martial soul, he took a step forward with his right foot and stomped on the ground. In an instant, the male student opposite him felt that the overly beautiful male student in front of him had suddenly changed, and an indescribable ferocious aura suddenly burst forth from his body. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but a ferocious beast. With a stomp, the entire earth couldn't help but tremble. Amidst the violent rumbling, the male student only felt that his surroundings suddenly turned golden, and his body directly rose from the ground, unable to move at all. 8 Jinlong legs rose from the ground and surrounded the male student. They didn't attack him, but imprisoned him, and his martial soul was directly suppressed back into his body. This stomp came from Prince Yu's teachings. It was the first time that Lan Xuanyu saw Prince Yu destroy a battleship in space with a shocking stomp, Jinlong earth-shaking. Of course, he was far from Prince Yu's cultivation, but following the continuous stimulation of his bloodline, the power of his bloodline was much stronger than before. In addition to the explosive increase in his physical fitness, how could the student in front of him resist this stomp? Jin Long earth-shaking, Lan Xuanyu stretched out his hand, and a golden-patterned blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around the other party's body, tightly binding him. The male student only felt a suction force from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, and his entire body instantly went limp, unable to exert any strength. Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass could strengthen a person's bloodline power, but it could also strip the power of a person's bloodline. Looks like I have to bring you to the teaching office. Junior, you've violated the school rules. A smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face once again. The boy opened his mouth and was about to say something angrily when a strand of golden-patterned blue-silver grass blocked him and wrapped around his mouth, suppressing his voice. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to hear anyone scolding him. As for how to deal with this junior, that was the school's business. With a wave of his hand, he lifted him up like he was carrying a piece of straw and walked towards the teaching office. The male student couldn't even struggle. His entire body went limp, and gradually, he felt like he was trembling. The suppression of his bloodline was too strong. At this moment, 7 to 8 people chased from the direction that the male student had run from. When they saw Lan Xuanyu carrying the male student, they immediately cried out in alarm and quickly chased after Lan Xuanyu. Senior, please wait. Shrek Academy had different marks on the school insignia for different grades. The male student from before didn't notice it in his anger, but the 7 to 8 people who chased after him were clear-headed. They saw the Shrek Academy insignia on Lan Xuanyu's chest that represented the 6th grade. Lan Xuanyu stopped in his tracks and realized that the few people who chased after him were staring at the male student in his hands. He naturally understood that they knew each other. What's wrong, juniors? What's the matter? Lan Xuanyu asked. The leader was a girl with an extremely beautiful appearance, wearing a green Shrek Academy uniform. She anxiously said, Senior, why did you tie him up? He's our classmate. Lan Xuanyu said, he just bumped into me and took the initiative to attack me. As you all know, private fights are not allowed in the academy. He violated the academy's rules, so I have to send him to the disciplinary office. Senior, don't. The girl exclaimed, and the others immediately stepped forward and surrounded Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was immediately amused. What's wrong with these juniors today? Are they going to rebel? What do you mean by this? Lan Xuanyu asked with a smile. The girl said softly, Senior, I'm sorry. My classmate is in a bad mood today, so he accidentally bumped into you. Look, can you be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against him? Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, looking at your school badges, you are also 4th-year students. In your 4 years at Shrek Academy, the academy not only teaches you knowledge and skills, but also sex. You all should know that in Shrek Academy, sex has always been the most important thing. Today, he took the initiative to attack me because he was in a bad mood. Then, after he graduates from Shrek Academy and meets with setbacks, will he vent his anger on others? If he doesn't learn his lesson today, what will happen to him in the future? So, I can't let him go, this is my responsibility to him. As for how to deal with him, that's the disciplinary office's business. The girl's face suddenly became a little ugly, and the others around her looked very angry. They actually had the intention to attack, but the girl raised her hand to stop them. She said, Senior, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on his behalf. Today's situation is really special. All of us are in a bad mood. You are experienced, so you should know about the heaven fighting mission. We just came back from a heaven fighting mission. Another classmate from Heaven Do planet like him was seriously injured and died, so his mood is especially bad. Remember, asking for help is the fastest way. That classmate died in order to protect him. He especially blamed himself, so he couldn't control his emotions. Please forgive him. As she said this, she bowed deeply to Lan Xuanyu. The smile on Lan Xuanyu's face disappeared, and he said seriously, his feelings are pitiful. I understand your feelings, and I also understand his feelings. However, as soul masters, we have abilities that ordinary people don't have. If our actions are influenced by our emotions, then what if we hurt the innocent? We can't bend our emotions on strangers just because of what happened to us, right? We still have to go to the teaching office, but I will plead for him. Now, please move aside. The girl's face suddenly turned cold. A boy next to her said angrily, "How can you be so unreasonable? Haven't you ever seen a classmate get hurt while carrying out a mission?" Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "No." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were instantly enraged. In their eyes, this was simply Lan Xuanyu provoking division Douluo. 4 of them couldn't control their emotions and released their martial souls. "Stop. Don't do anything," the girl in the lead shouted. The others seemed to be more convinced by her and did not take any further action. The girl bit her lower lip and looked at Lan Xuanyu, then looked at the boy in Lan Xuanyu's hands. She stomped her foot and said, "All of you go back and quickly. Tell the teacher about this. Ask the teacher to come to the teaching office." "Senior, can I go with you to the teaching office?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Of course you can. Junior brothers and sisters, I advise you to calm down. The Heavenly Battle Mission is an important test for everyone. Not only does it test one's strength and adaptability, but it also tests one's temperament. If you can't pass this test, then you won't have the qualifications to graduate from Shrek Academy." How could the surrounding 4th years listen to his words? Instead, they looked like they wanted to step forward and make a move. The girl stood in front of Lan Xuanyu and pushed her classmates away one by one. She pulled Lan Xuanyu's arm and walked away. Lan Xuanyu sighed in his heart. He really sympathized with the experiences of these juniors. In the process of carrying out the Heavenly Battle Mission, there weren't many situations where the executors met with mishaps. Generally speaking, the Academy would send teachers to secretly protect the executors during the initial stages of the mission. These 4th years must have encountered some special circumstances that caused some of them to die. The girl pulled Lan Xuanyu to the teaching office. After walking for a few minutes, she realized that she was still pulling Lan Xuanyu. She turned her head to look at Lan Xuanyu. Only now did she notice that this senior was actually so good-looking. She froze for a moment, then hurriedly let go of his arm and said, "Senior, I'm Li Shuiying. I haven't asked who you are." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "6th year, Lan Xuanyu. Junior sister, you're very calm and didn't let the situation escalate." Not bad, this senior who clearly didn't look much older than her actually spoke like an elder. Li Shuiying couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, "Of course we'll go to the teaching office together. Because they can't control their emotions, they're not qualified students and need to be educated again." Li Shuiying couldn't help but complain, "Senior, you're really impartial. Are you planning to enter the teaching office after graduation?" Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, "Of course not. I just want to change my school uniform from green to red. The red uniform is the exclusive uniform of the inner courtyard disciples." Li Shuiying's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, she understood what Lan Xuanyu meant. One had to know that this was the goal of almost all the outer courtyard students of Shrek Academy. Can you tell me what happened to you guys? There were actually students who died while carrying out the Heavenly Battle Mission? Lan Xuanyu asked, puzzled. Li Shuiying's eyes instantly turned red when she heard his question. "We were carrying out a mission to kill an origin dragon on the Dragon Source planet. Everything was fine until we found a cave. At that time, Wu Zhiqian and Wang Xiaoyi entered the cave to investigate. I don't know why an accident happened. Dragon Source planet." Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised when he heard her mention this name. When they carried out the Heavenly Battle Mission, it was the first one they chose. The mission was to go to the Dragon Source planet to kill an origin dragon. He didn't expect this group of juniors to also choose this mission. Back then, we started from the Dragon Source planet mission. At that time, we even encountered an origin dragon beast tide. What happened to you guys in the cave? Lan Xuanyu put down the boy he was carrying. There was no doubt that this should be either Wu Zhiqian or Wang Xiaoyi. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass was withdrawn. Due to his weak body, the boy squatted on the ground and panted for a while before standing up. At that moment, his eyes were no longer red, but his expression was still ugly. Remember, asking for help is the fastest way. He muttered, I don't know. I don't know what happened either. After that, my mind went blank. I seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. Wang Xiaoyi was in front, and I was behind. We seemed to have seen something, but we were quickly attacked. The origin dragon attacked you guys? Lan Xuanyu asked. Wu Zhiqian shook his head and said, I don't remember. I don't know why, but I don't remember. Li Shuiying continued, we waited for them outside. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, they were suddenly blasted out. Wang Xiaoyi asked everyone to run. He seemed to have seen something particularly terrifying. His eyes widened, and then he fainted. We realized that it was dangerous there, so we quickly ran back to the base with the two of them. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and looked at Wu Zhiqian. You don't remember anything at all? Wu Zhiqian said blankly, red, a lot of red. That's all I remember. Lan Xuanyu released his mental power and felt the changes in Wu Zhiqian. This Wu Zhiqian seemed to have been mentally stimulated. He shouldn't have attacked him out of his own will. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. He turned to Li Shuiying and asked, then did you report this matter to the military and then investigate? Li Shuiying nodded and said, we did report it and went to investigate. However, we couldn't find the cave when we went back. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. Dragon Source Star? Those origin dragons didn't have much intelligence, but their attacks were powerful. They had gained a lot from the Dragon Source planet. Whether it was Dragon Source Gold or Dragon Source Crystals, they could bring a lot of wealth. Especially Dragon Source Crystals, which were highly valued by the Federation. What's the situation on the Dragon Source planet? Why did you choose to carry out the mission there? Lan Xuanyu asked. Li Shuiying said, the number of origin dragons on the Dragon Source planet seems to be increasing. The Heaven Fighter mission is relatively easy and rewarding. That's why almost everyone chooses this. We can also take on team missions. There are a lot of origin dragons, so the rewards from killing them are quite good. Even the Academy recommended us to complete the level 3 Heaven Fighter mission, so we went. However, we didn't expect Wang Xiaoyi to meet with misfortune. Lan Xuanyu frowned and looked at Wu Zhiqian. Think about it carefully and see if you can remember the situation in the cave. Perhaps we need your memories to avenge your classmate. Wu Zhiqian frowned and thought hard. After a while, he suddenly hugged his head and groaned in pain. Okay, don't think about it. Li Shuiying quickly hugged him and comforted him. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, okay, don't think too much. Junior sister, take this junior brother to the infirmary. I don't think he needs to go to the teaching department. His emotions must have been stimulated by this incident, and it must have been a strong stimulus that caused him to lose his memories intermittently. He also has some mental trauma. Let's go to the infirmary for treatment. We must let him go back to class after he stabilizes his emotions. Li Shuiying was overjoyed when she heard that she didn't need to go to the teaching department. She quickly said, thank you, senior. Li Shuiying left with Wu Zhiqian. Lan Xuanyu looked at their backs thoughtfully and couldn't help but recall their encounter on the Dragon Source planet. All the official records said that origin dragons only had combat instincts and didn't have any intelligence. However, he could still clearly remember the changes in the eyes of that especially huge origin dragon. Was that something that an unintelligent creature? However, origin dragons as a whole were silly. They were constantly born, dying, and then resurrecting and producing new Dragon Source crystals. To the Federation, this was simply a matter of course. The Federation was very important. If he hadn't met these juniors today, Lan Xuanyu would have already forgotten about the situation on Dragon Source planet. After all, they could only complete this rank 3 Heaven Fighter mission once. A week later. Lan Xuanyu finally finished forging the rare metals for all his classmates' 2-word battle armor and handed the last set of rare metals to his classmates. The remaining time should be enough for them to complete their suits of 2-word battle armor. Completing this mission allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, it was time for him to head to Douluo planet to break through. Sitting on the floor of the dormitory's meditation room, Lan Xuanyu took out his savings from the Ring of Destiny. If an outer court student saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. They were all Shrek emblems above purple rank. It wasn't that Lan Xuanyu didn't have any yellow emblems, but that he had changed all his yellow emblems to purple ones. There were 3 black emblems. One was given to him by his teacher, Tang Zhenhua, one came from Yuan and Hui Hui, and one was exchanged for by Lan Xuanyu with a purple emblem and contribution points. These 3 black emblems were undoubtedly his most precious wealth. Other than that, he also had more than 500 purple emblems. Without a doubt, this was definitely a huge fortune. Back then, the honest youth, Zheng Longjiang, could be considered a little expert at earning money, but compared to Lan Xuanyu, who was a 6th-rank blacksmith, he was still quite a distance away. This was because Lan Xuanyu had let everyone buy the rare metals for their 1-word battle armor and 2-word battle armor on credit. The value of spirit-refined metals from fusion forging was also very high in Shrek. It was the best metal for making 2-word battle armor. A large portion of the money in front of Lan Xuanyu was obtained from selling forging metals. Lan Xuanyu counted his wealth. He had 3 black emblems and 526 purple emblems. Over the past year, he had eaten a lot of good things. With the treasure-seeking beast around, it was enough to help him identify all kinds of heaven and earth treasures that were worth consuming, and he wouldn't have indigestion. Although he didn't have 5 rings yet, his body was much stronger than when he first had 4 rings. Right now, his most precious wealth was still 2 drops of God-level life essence. This thing could save lives, and it was also Lan Xuanyu's trump card that he would definitely be able to break through to 5 ring. What he needed to do now was to use this money to exchange for heaven and earth treasures that were suitable for him to consume when he broke through. There were still 3 months until the graduation exam. Lan Xuanyu applied for a month's leave for this trip to Douluo planet. In the 6th year, the academy's teaching was actually very loose. Most of the time, the students relied on themselves to make the final adjustments to face the final graduation exam. Therefore, after Lan Xuanyu asked for leave, it was easily approved. Now, not only were they looking forward to the graduation exam, even the teachers were looking forward to what kind of results their Star War experimental class would achieve in the final graduation exam. After checking his assets, Lan Xuanyu put them away. He went straight to the exchange center. He was definitely a frequent customer of the special exchange center, and he was definitely a big customer. He had even gotten a discount a long time ago. He took the elevator and arrived at this familiar place. As soon as he entered, a young girl came up to him. The young girl was none other than Bai Xiaoxiao. Yes, the new stuff has just arrived. It's ready, Bai Xiaoxiao said to him in a low voice. Every student had to work hard for their own Shrek badge. After ending the Heavenly Fighter mission, Bai Xiaoxiao competed for a job and became a service staff member of the Special Exchange Center. This was a suggestion given to her by Lan Xuanyu. The Special Exchange Center wasn't that busy, so it didn't affect her cultivation. At the same time, there were many good things here. The aura of various heaven and earth treasures also had the effect of nourishing people. It was a rare place. The income was also quite good. After a month, she would be able to earn a purple emblem. If she added in the commission, it would be even more. Lan Xuanyu, a big customer, naturally had a lot of commission when he bought things. He didn't want the goodies to flow into other people's fields, so he naturally had to benefit his own people. Compared to more than a year ago, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't look much different, but her face was more beautiful. Her charm was more and more mature, and her figure had developed more perfectly. Her long, dark blue hair was tinged with a faint purple color under the illumination of the light. Her entire being was cold and carried a hint of mystery. Although she was extremely beautiful, she gave off a feeling that strangers shouldn't get close to her. Compared to her, Lan Mengqin had changed much more. In the past, Lan Mengqin looked even colder than her, but after fusing with the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, Lan Mengqin's temperament gradually became gentler. Anyone in front of her would feel like a spring breeze. Okay. Let me take a look. Lan Xuanyu naturally pulled Bai Xiaoxiao's hand. Bai Xiaoxiao slapped his hand away. I'm working. Don't disturb you. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and didn't say anything. He followed Bai Xiaoxiao inside. All the students were well aware of their relationship. But from beginning to end, the two of them were passionate and restrained by etiquette. They didn't go any further. They didn't make it clear that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Although they didn't say it to each other, they both had the same expectation in their hearts. They would talk about it after they entered the inner court. They were still young now, so they had to work hard and enter the inner court first. He followed Bai Xiuxiu into the special exchange office. Instantly, a fresh aura assaulted his senses. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was stronger than before, so his perception of life force was naturally sharper. He immediately felt the rich life force fluctuations here. With a flash of light, the treasure-hunting beast came out of Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Lan Xuanyu said, "Little Bao, you choose. According to the price range we can afford. It doesn't matter if we spend it all this time. Nothing was more important than breaking through. It was better not to use the god-level life essence if possible. They could rely on other treasures to accumulate as much as possible." "Okay, master, leave it to me." The treasure-hunting beast directly came out of Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Compared to more than a year ago, its body was obviously much more solid, and there were even 3 strands of yellow hair on its head. It looked a little funny. The pig's nose twitched, and then it immediately floated inside. Lan Xuanyu followed behind it, and Bai Xiuxiu prepared to record at the side. "Master, although there's nothing particularly good, as long as it's produced by the eternal tree, we want it. The eternal tree is the true origin of the planet, and it's god level. Everything it produced was tainted with some divine aura. Just like why the water of the sea god lake is so helpful, it's not just a matter of life force, but because of the level of life. The life force of some Luo planet is not inferior to here, but the level of life is inferior. Therefore, we should still focus on the things produced by the eternal tree. Yes, we'll take all these endless life fruits. I'll make juice for you later. 6 endless life fruits. Any one of these things would be sold for a sky-high price outside. Of course, there were many emblems needed inside the Shrek Academy. This is not bad. It was the star anise mysterious ice grass. Although it's not old enough, I can cultivate it a bit more and raise it to another level. Although it wasn't at the level of 100,000 years, it was still acceptable. Yes. Lan Xuanyu took a closer look. The 30,000-year star anise mysterious ice grass was priced at 25 purple emblems. So expensive. It was really expensive. 25 purple emblems were enough to buy an antimatter missile. The treasure-hunting beast didn't stop. It was very clear about how many assets Lan Xuanyu had. In just a short while, he had spent more than 300 purple emblems. "That's all, master. The rest aren't worth buying." The treasure-hunting beast shook its head and returned. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Are these things enough for me to break through?" The treasure-hunting beast said, "If you're going to use the divine-level essence, then that's enough. Then we'll need at least one true 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure. We don't have it here." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Of course he didn't want to use the divine-level life essence. However, he heard that only the inner court had 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures. "Alright, that's all. I'll ask teacher if I can exchange for a 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure from the inner court. Then what do you think is the most suitable for me among the 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures?" Lan Xuanyu asked. The treasure-hunting beast said, "The first choice should be the 100,000-year-old strange velvet heaven-connecting chrysanthemum. The strange velvet heaven-connecting chrysanthemum is extremely beneficial to bones and meridians. It can help protect your body during the breakthrough process. With it, your breakthrough should be more stable. Of course, if you add the blazing delicate apricot and the 100,000-year-old star anise mysterious ice grass, it'll be the best. With these 3 100,000-year-old immortal herbs added together, I can guarantee that there won't be a problem for you to break through." The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Putting aside whether the academy had them or not, the key was that they had to be able to afford them. He had heard of these 100,000-year-old immortal herbs before. To ordinary soul masters, eating one would increase their soul power by 5 or 6 ranks. Yet, the treasure-hunting beast said that he had to eat 3 to ensure a successful breakthrough. Wasn't this too extravagant? Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously took a step or 2 back. "What are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu's senses were sharp and he immediately noticed. Bai Shoushou giggled and said, I don't think I can afford to raise you. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, it's okay, I'll raise you. Bai Shoushou slapped his outstretched hand away again. Who needs you to raise me? I can raise myself. You should take good care of yourself first. Do you have enough emblems? I still have some. I'll give them all to you. As she spoke, she took out more than 20 purple emblems and handed them to Lan Xuanyu. More than 20 purple emblems were indeed quite a lot, but if it was to buy 100,000-year-old immortal herbs, it was definitely far from enough. Lan Xuanyu glanced at her and didn't stand on ceremony with her, keeping them all. Looking at Bai Shoushou, he sighed softly. Why are you sighing? Do you think it's too little? Bai Shoushou kicked his calf. Lan Xuanyu said, no. I just feel that since I've sold myself to you, I'll be yours in the future. Bai Shoushou blushed. Dream on, who bought you? I already said that I can't afford to raise you. Lan Xuanyu said with an aggrieved expression, I don't eat much, I can afford to raise you. He grabbed Bai Shoushou's hand and pulled her towards him. What are you doing? Xiaobao is still here. Bai Shoushou hurriedly raised her hand and pushed his chest, her face turning even redder. I can't see, I can't see. The treasure-seeking beast was tactful. With a whoosh, it returned to Lan Xuanyu's forehead and disappeared. Lan Xuanyu exerted some strength, and Bai Shoushou's hand slipped. She didn't seem to be able to push him away and was pulled into his embrace. He hugged her gently, his palm covering her soft hair. Through the hair, he could clearly feel the elasticity of her slender waist. Smelling the faint fragrance of her body, the lines on Lan Xuanyu's face unconsciously softened. Are you tired? Bai Shoushou asked softly. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. I'm not tired. It's just that there's a knot in my heart that hasn't been untied. I know. Don't think too much. If you really want to know more, then wait for your father to come back and ask him together. Bai Shoushou naturally knew what was bothering him. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger, and he had gained the recognition of the Academy's higher-ups. He had even gained the recognition of the two soul beast kings. However, it was also because of this that he became more and more curious about his own bloodline. Where did his gold and silver dragon king bloodline come from? Where did his fusion of the dragon god's bloodline come from? He had asked Nanqing before, but his mother had told him that it was just a mutation. With Lan Xuanyu's intelligence, he could hear the ambiguity in Nanqing's words. When he asked again, his mother changed the topic. However, as a top student of the Shrek Academy, he increasingly felt that it was impossible for it to be a mutation. His mother's elemental control and his father's weak martial soul could mutate into the bloodline of the dragon gods? How was this possible? Bloodline was related to one's origin. He was also worried that he would hurt his mother's feelings, so he didn't dare to ask too much. However, this knot in his heart had always been there. He was about to break through again. Once he succeeded, his bloodline would definitely improve. He had always had this thought in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it. Bai Shoushou was the closest person to him in the academy. She naturally understood what he was thinking. However, she couldn't say anything about this matter. He could only rely on himself to solve it. Lan Xuanyu nodded gently and said, let's wait until we enter the inner courtyard. When my father comes back, I'll go home and ask them about it. At least I have to know why my bloodline mutated. Okay. Don't think too much. Now that everyone is done with the forging, you have to prepare well for the next 3 months. You're the backbone of all of us. Your condition is also related to our condition. End of chapter. Don't worry, I will. Lan Xuanyu hugged her a little tighter. He really didn't want to let go. Hurry up and go. Bai Shoushou punched him on the shoulder, blushing adorably. Lan Xuanyu's fresh and pleasant smell, especially his hot breath on her neck, made her heart beat wildly. Lan Xuanyu reluctantly let go of her. Don't forget what we agreed on. After you enter the inner courtyard, you'll be my girlfriend. Bai Shoushou pushed him out, but didn't say anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Lan Xuanyu was still smiling at her until the elevator door closed. The elevator went down. Bai Xiaoxiu looked at the closed elevator door, and a smile appeared on her face. She spat softly. Dream on. Humph. It really wasn't easy to find Tang Zhenhua now. Ever since he worked with the Tang men to develop the Heavenly Wings mecha, Tang Zhenhua didn't spend a lot of time at the Shrek Academy. Instead, he was at the Tongmen's Research Institute. Lan Xuanyu called his teacher and waited for almost 2 hours in Tang Zhenhua's office before Tang Zhenhua hurried back. You want 100,000-year-old natural treasure? Tang Zhenhua immediately asked Lan Xuanyu as soon as he entered the door. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Yes. Teacher. I'm preparing to break through to 5 ring. This breakthrough will definitely require a lot of vitality. I need enough natural treasures to support it. Can you ask the inner courtyard to let me buy a few types? A few types? Do you know how valuable 100,000-year-old natural treasure is? Tang Zhenhua said angrily. I can ask for you. What do you want? Do you have a target? Lan Xuanyu said, 100,000-year-old strange velvet sky chrysanthemum, 100,000-year-old blazing delicate apricot, and 100,000-year-old star anise mysterious ice grass. Tang Zhenhua stared at him, dumbfounded. Then, he pointed at the door. Leave. Do you think 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures are cabbages? 3 at once? Do you know how much this thing costs? Lan Xuanyu chuckled. I'm just checking to see if there are any. How would I know the price? Tang Zhenhua said, starting from 3 black emblems. If you want these 3 at the same time, you have to get a red emblem. Otherwise, it's impossible. Lan Xuanyu was secretly speechless. He thought that he was already quite rich, but he didn't expect that this 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure would be so expensive. Isn't it said that a black rank emblem can be exchanged for 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Tang Zhenhua snorted and said, that depends on the item. How much was the purple immortal Lingji you bought back then? There were different types of 100,000-year-old heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as their rarity and uses. The 3 that you just mentioned are all among the best. How can a black emblem be exchanged for them? Lan Xuanyu opened his mouth, but Tang Zhenhua continued, I still have some savings over the years, but it's not enough to help you exchange for them. I'll ask your Diening to gather more. I estimate that 4 black emblems will be enough. How many do you have? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, no need, teacher, I don't want to trouble you. Actually, if it's possible, I only need 1 singular velvet heaven connecting chrysanthemum. I have 3 black emblems myself, and 200 purple emblems. You should be able to exchange for them, right? Tang Zhenhua said in surprise, you're so rich? Didn't you say you wanted 3? Lan Xuanyu said, that's the most ideal situation. Actually, 1 singular velvet heaven connecting chrysanthemum should be enough. Blazing delicate apricot and star anise mysterious ice grass should be used together for the best effect. The price is too expensive, so forget it. Let's talk about it in the future. Help me ask the inner court if there are any singular velvet heaven connecting chrysanthemums. I should have enough money. There's also a black emblem here for you. Tang Zhenhua narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, what do you think you can achieve if you break through to 5 ring? A conservative estimate. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I can't guarantee it either. Because my situation is quite special, even I don't know what I'll become after breaking through. But it feels like there's a qualitative change. Tang Zhenhua took a deep breath and said, I understand. How about this, you wait here with me, I'll go to the inner court now. See if there are any immortal herbs you want. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took out his black and purple emblems and handed them to Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua accepted the emblems, pondered for a moment, and turned to leave. Lan Xuanyu secretly prayed that there must be a singular velvet heaven connecting chrysanthemum. With this item, he would be fully prepared. He had to set off as soon as possible. He really didn't know what he would become after breaking through this time. The reason why he had to prepare on such a large scale was because he had cultivated in the ice fire yin yang well many times and had accumulated quite a lot of experience. It was because he had a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. If this time, after breaking through, all his soul rings could turn red and become 100,000-year soul rings, that would definitely be a huge change that would allow him to be reborn. A 10,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul ring were definitely not the same concept. Even he himself couldn't judge how strong he would become. But if he could have 500,000-year soul rings, and they were twin martial souls, he would probably not be too far off from an ordinary 8-ring soul master. Because of this, if he wanted to bear so many 100,000-year soul rings, the requirements for his body would definitely be extremely high. That was why he had prepared all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. This was equivalent to using treasures to accumulate cultivation. With 2 drops of God-rank life essence as his foundation, he would try not to use them for this breakthrough, but if he had to use them, he could only go all out. He had to break through to 5-ring at all costs. The most important thing was whether he could truly have 500,000-year soul rings. This was the most important point. If he succeeded. If that were the case, then he would probably be the first soul master in history. As for how far he would break through to 6-ring in the future, that was not something he could consider now. From 5-ring to 6-ring, it might take many years. By then, he would have already entered the inner court and could slowly accumulate. When he thought about the possibility of his soul rings breaking through to 500,000-year soul rings, his heart couldn't help but pound. Furthermore, he wasn't worried at all that this situation would shock the world. He now had a treasure-hunting beast that was good at illusions. Although the treasure-hunting beast was far from its peak, it still had its divine sense. Its illusions could even be seen through by God-rank experts if they didn't pay special attention. Lan Xuanyu could disguise his soul rings into whatever color he wanted. What Lan Xuanyu didn't expect was that he would wait for an extremely long time. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. The sky outside gradually darkened, but Tang Zhenhua still hadn't returned. Teacher was actually gone for such a long time? Could it be that he didn't, even with Lan Xuanyu's calmness, he couldn't help but worry about personal gains and losses at this time. He wanted to call Tang Zhenhua, but in the end, he endured it. He secretly told himself in his heart that it was okay, if he really couldn't do it, he could just use the God-rank life essence to break through. After all, a top-notch 100,000-year immortal herb wasn't so easy to obtain. Night fell, and finally, when Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but want to go back, Tang Zhenhua had returned. And he wasn't the only one who came back. Along with Tang Zhenhua were Ying Luohong and the unexpected Master Shu, who Lan Xuanyu didn't expect. Master Shu, teacher, Dining. You are. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up to greet them. Master Shu said in a bad mood, "Why didn't you tell me that you were preparing to break through? Are you looking down on this old man?" "Ah? I just don't want to trouble you," Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. Master Shu curled his lips. "Do you think little Tang can do some things? Without me, you still want the 100,000-year-old immortal herb? It's simply a pipe dream. How could such a thing be so easy to obtain? Even in the inner court, it needs special approval. We still need to discuss it with the Tang men. What's more, you asked for 3 at once. This is not something that can be measured with emblems." Tang Zhenhua smiled. "It's all thanks to Master Shu this time. Otherwise, let alone 3, we wouldn't have been able to get one. Master Shu is really too good to you." Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Listening to his teacher's words, the matter was settled, Master Shu said solemnly, "A 100,000-year-old immortal herb at the level of a heaven and earth treasure is not only expensive, but more importantly, it is rare. If we are willing to sell it, who knows how many people will buy it with astronomical amounts of money. Therefore, there has always been an agreement between Shrek and the Tang men. A treasure of this level must be approved by both parties at the same time, and the buyer must be verified before it can be sold. You are not an inner court disciple yet, so logically speaking, you are not qualified to be specially approved. However, you are the future leader of the life school that I have determined, and it has already been filed with the school, so the situation is different. Moreover, your bloodline is special, so you need these things without any other thoughts. I applied for an impromptu Sea God Pavilion meeting, and invited the higher-ups of the Tang men to come over and study it. In the end, I decided to sell it to you." In addition to your own part, little Tang and Xiaoying helped you pay a part of it. The rest was made up for by the internal members of the school. But this is the school's public funds, and you will have to pay it back in the future. It cost a total of 16 black emblems. 16? Lan Xuanyu exclaimed and almost jumped up. This was not a purple emblem, but a black emblem. 16 black emblems, this was definitely an unimaginable astronomical figure. Ying Luohong glared at him and said, holding a sea god pavilion meeting for an outer court disciple like you is even more amazing than 16 black emblems. It's clear how important you are to the academy. If it weren't for Master Shu and your identity as the successor of the School of Life, as well as the competitors of Shrek 7 monsters, you wouldn't have been able to do anything. This was simply impossible. This thing can't be measured by its value. Thank you, Master Shu. Thank you, Dean and teachers. I understand. While Lan Xuanyu was shocked, he was also moved. It had been 5 hours since Tang Zhenhua left. He didn't expect so many things to happen in these 5 hours. How could he not feel the love that his teacher, Master Shu, and Principal Ling had for him? This was especially true for Master Shu. Ever since they first met, Master Shu had spared no effort in helping him. The Life Scepter, the Ring of Destiny, the Divine Tier Life Essence, the free cultivation in the Sea God's Lake, and the Sea God's Pavilion meeting to purchase these 3 natural treasures. This kindness was so great that Lan Xuanyu didn't know how to repay it. Master Shu waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. Since I still have a few years to live, I naturally have to help you on your journey. Otherwise, your position as the leader won't be stable in the future. Furthermore, I see hope in you. I don't want you to be like me, relying on the support of the school to barely make it to the god rank. I hope you can become a truly powerful god rank. There's no need to thank us. If you really want to thank us, then take down Shrek's 7 monsters. That's what we're most grateful for. According to the rules, these 3 natural treasures can't be given to you directly. The school and Tangmen won't allow them to be sold. Therefore, I'll personally go to Douluo planet with you and watch you consume them to cultivate. I've vouched for this in the Sea God's Pavilion. At the same time, I'll stand guard for you. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and resisted the urge to cry. Then, he bowed deeply to Master Shu again. There was no need to express his gratitude. At this time, he only felt that the tiredness from forging and the slack from being busy had all disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was only a strong fighting spirit. Without further delay, early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu and Master Shu took a spaceship to Douluo planet and left the mother planet. Shrek Academy, Outer Court Dean's office. He's gone, right? Ying Luohong asked Tang Zhenhua. Sitting on the sofa. Tang Zhenhua nodded. With Master Shu personally standing guard for him, there shouldn't be any problems with the breakthrough this time. Although he's only going to break through to 5 ring, I don't know why, but I have a hunch that this kid will definitely have a qualitative change when he comes back this time. Ying Luohong said angrily, how can there not be a qualitative change? 3 kinds of natural treasures at the level of 100,000 years. Only you guys insist on accompanying him, aren't you afraid that he'll be stuffed to death? Tang Zhenhua said, the Sea God's Pavilion doesn't object, what am I afraid of? This kid's 5-ring strength can't be judged by common sense. During the battle in the branch courtyard, didn't you also gasp in amazement when he controlled the elements with a 4-ring cultivation? When he reaches 5-ring, who knows what he'll become? Ying Luohong said, the academy does indeed attach great importance to him. I didn't expect that even the pavilion master would come to the Sea God's Pavilion meeting yesterday, and personally support the sale of these 3 natural treasures to him. Otherwise, just us alone wouldn't be enough. The academy seemed to have given him too much of an advantage. However, I believe that the teacher's foresight must be more accurate than mine. I'm also looking forward to what kind of little monster this kid will become. Tang Zhenhua chuckled and said, then let's wait and see. By the way, what exactly is their class going to be tested on in the graduation exam, are they ready? Ying Luohong said, the general questions have already been set. The situation of their experimental class is special. Therefore, the graduation exam set by the academy for them must be difficult and as safe as possible. After all, even the students who can't enter the inner court will collectively enter Tangmen to continue their studies and studies. After entering the inner court, they will have more practical activities to cultivate. Tang Zhenhua said, let's wait for them to bloom. Maybe the Trayasturmsa wings will become the pride of our academy in the future. These are the students I taught. Luo Hong. You see how hard I work to cultivate the outer court students. Shouldn't you consider the matter between the two of us? Ing Luohong said coldly, what matter between the two of us? Didn't we cut off all ties a long time ago? Tang Zhenhua stammered, it's been so many years, you still can't forgive me? It was really a misunderstanding at that time. Although this misunderstanding is also my fault, it's all my fault. But you have to give me a chance. You also know that I haven't even stepped out of the academy's gates these years. Even if you sentence me, there will be a day when it will expire, right? Ing Luohong snorted, and her voice didn't seem as cold as before. You were sentenced to life imprisonment. Tang Zhenhua couldn't be more familiar with her, and could hear that she was softening again. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, even if it's life imprisonment, there's still a probation period. It's been 10 years. For 10 years, you can see what I've been doing every day. I've been repenting for 10 years, and I deeply know that I was wrong. Why don't you set another deadline, no matter how long it is, I'll wait, okay? Ing Luohong rolled her eyes at him, okay what? Hurry up and leave, aren't you still doing research and development with Tangmen? Tang Zhenhua pursed his lips and made an N sound, a bit more lonely and desolate in his eyes. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, he looked at Ing Luohong with a somewhat complicated expression, and then turned around and left. Looking at his slightly desolate back, Ing Luohong opened her mouth and wanted to call out to him, but in the end, she didn't. She subconsciously clenched her fist and slowly opened it again. The spaceship flew steadily in space. Lan Xuanyu sat upright and still beside Master Shu, listening to Master Shu tell him about the School of Life. Although Master Shu had long decided that he was the successor of the School of Life, he really didn't have much time to communicate with Master Shu. Master Shu smiled and said, since I have the opportunity to come out with you this time, I will tell you about our School of Life. Our School of Life was established on the day Eternal Sky City was established. In fact, our biggest role is to be the contact with the Eternal Tree. At the same time, we protect the Eternal Tree and the life source of our mother planet. This is also the most important duty of our School of Life. The School of Life only has one criterion for recruiting newcomers, and that is life affinity. Everyone has their own life force. The strength of life force often determines a person's physical state, and the amount of life force determines a person's lifespan. The so-called life affinity is the degree to which one's life force resonates with the life force of the outside world. Normally speaking, the life force of an ordinary person can't resonate with the life force of the outside world. There are many sources of life force in the outside world. Soul beasts have life force, plants have life force. Even rare metals that have undergone high-grade forging may have their own life force. Life affinity refers to our ability to have affinity with the life force of the outside world, to be able to resonate with it, and even absorb it, as well as stimulate it to improve. The reason why you were chosen is because your life affinity physique is something we've never seen before. You have an almost homogeneous affinity with the life force of the outside world, especially the life force of the plant system. That's why you can absorb such a huge amount of life force from the outside world. Let me give you an example. Ordinary students can also feel the life energy of Sea God Lake when they cultivate in our academy, and can also feel the life force from the Eternal Tree. However, this huge life force will only have a subtle influence on their life force. It is absolutely impossible for them to be like you, where you don't have to do anything at all, and the life energy will naturally surround you, or even take the initiative to join your body. You may be used to it by now, but I have to tell you that you are very different from others in this regard. Even I can feel very comfortable by your side. This is the natural attraction of life energy. When I'm with you, your life affinity will make my nearly exhausted life force feel rejuvenated. Lan Xuanyu listened to Master Shu's explanation, and for the first time, he truly understood life affinity. Master Shu continued, life affinity is the foundation. With such a strong life affinity constitution, your future is limitless. Although your martial soul is special and it's difficult to improve, you must believe in your own foundation. What's more, not only do you have life affinity, but you also have elemental affinity. Such a unique constitution is something that has never been recorded in history, let alone seen before. The reason why it's so difficult for you to increase your cultivation might also be related to this. After all, when God opens a door for you, it is very likely that he will close a window for you. Lan Xuanyu didn't say that it was because of the conflict between his two bloodlines that made it difficult for him to increase his cultivation. In fact, the increase of his soul power was also relatively slow. What Master Shu said was very likely true. Because of his life affinity constitution, and also because of his special body, a lot of the energy absorbed during the process of cultivation was actually absorbed by his body and not converted into soul power. This was so that his body could withstand the strength of his bloodline. Lan Xuanyu felt this especially clearly in the past 1 or 2 years. With the help of the treasure-hunting beast, he had eaten many good things, and also had the nourishment of the chaotic water. During this process, he discovered that his body had actually absorbed a lot of energy. With so much energy, if all of it was used on soul power, his soul power would have broken through long ago. However, it was also because of this that the strength of his body continued to increase. Perhaps it was because he had accumulated a lot of energy, but now, even he didn't have an accurate estimate of how strong his body was. After all, after the 5th and 6th years, the academy wouldn't do a basic physical test. The only standard to measure his strength was that he had undergone a test with Qianlei. In terms of strength, the current Lan Xuanyu wasn't inferior to Qianlei's bonded golden behemoth in the slightest. Furthermore, this was under the premise that Qianlei had transformed into his human form. Only his friends knew just how powerful Lan Xuanyu was in this aspect. Furthermore, his regenerative abilities were also extremely strong, and he almost didn't know what fatigue was. When he practiced forging, he never stopped because his body was exhausted. This was because he didn't feel tired at all. He would only stop forging when his mind couldn't take it anymore. His immense strength and continuous energy were the only things that had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank in just a few short years. His success rate for spirit refinement was extremely high now, and this was under the circumstances of fusion refinement. He was only one step away from becoming a true grandmaster, and he would be able to forge soul-refined metals. If it weren't for the upcoming graduation exam, Lan Xuanyu really wanted to make a breakthrough in soul refinement. With his accumulation, as long as he had the guidance of an expert, a breakthrough would be a natural process. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu was no longer worried about the slow progress of his cultivation over the past 2 years. It was completely different from when he first entered Shrek. The continuous improvement of his physical fitness greatly made up for the problem of his soul power. He was already 17 years old now, and he knew more and had more ideas than before. Accumulating more was definitely not a bad thing for him. The best age for a normal soul master to cultivate and improve was before the age of 30. However, Lan Xuanyu felt that even if he was older, the speed of his improvement wouldn't decrease. Although he only had 4 rings now, he was indeed not inferior to an ordinary 7-ring soul sage. With the combination of his various characteristics, he still had an important position in the team. Master Shu said, "Our life school is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the mother planet, so we have a very special position in the Federation. I'm also a member of the Federation, which you might not know. After you take over in the future, you will also inherit this position. Our position is permanent, so we don't need to go through an election. Also, you can enter the Sea God's Pavilion in the Academy. Because you are young, you might be an ordinary member when you enter the Sea God's Pavilion in the future. But as your strength increases and your contributions increase, you should be able to become a Deputy Pavilion Master. This is all given to you by the Life School." At this point, Master Shu's expression suddenly became serious. "However, you also have to bear the responsibility of the Life School. First, you have to protect the Eternal Tree. The Eternal Tree is the source of life of the entire Mother Planet, raising the Mother Planet to the God rank. Within the Federation, who knows how many people covet the Eternal Tree's immense life force? If it weren't for the Academy's protection, who knows what would have happened? And we are in charge of protecting the Eternal Tree in the Academy. Internal conflicts are easier to deal with. After all, those people only want to use the Eternal Tree. More importantly, they come from the outside. With the Federation's interstellar colonization, we have already touched the interests of some old and powerful forces. The war has always been going on, but it's all in the outer star system, so the people aren't aware of it. After so many years, these forces from the outside world have long known the significance of our eternal tree to the Federation, so there have been several powerhouses who have come to the mother planet in an attempt to destroy our eternal tree. Therefore, we are duty-bound to protect the eternal tree. Even if we have to pay with our lives, we must protect it well. It is the core of the entire Federation. Yes. Lan Xuanyu agreed solemnly. Master Shu said, other than the eternal tree, we have many other assets. They are all related to life energy. For example, on Douluo planet and the Elven planet, our life school represents the Federation and has benefits. Especially the control of the life cores of these two planets. After you enter the inner court, I will bring you to these two planets to check on the life cores. We also have to protect the life cores of these two planets. The soul beasts will also cooperate with us. Why is Lin Mahua on Douluo planet? He is actually representing our life school to protect the life cores there. The life cores of Douluo planet are extremely important. As for the Elven planet, because the Federation and the elves have reached an agreement, the life cores there are mainly guarded by the elves, but we have the right to inspect them. This is all under the responsibility of our life school. Lan Xuanyu memorized everything. The more he listened to Master Shu, the more he understood how important and powerful the life school was. There aren't many people in our life school, only about 200 people in total. After all, there are too few soul masters with life affinity, and this is the foundation for joining our life school. When you enter the inner court, I will officially introduce them to you. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Master Shu said, now, let me tell you some important things to take note of in our life school. In the next few days, during the flight, Master Shu began to teach Lan Xuanyu earnestly and explained all sorts of important matters regarding the life school, allowing Lan Xuanyu to gradually understand this important school. He also gradually understood how important the life school was. The life school actually didn't only belong to the Shrek Academy. It was just closer to the Shrek Academy and came from the Shrek Academy. But in fact, the life school was also responsible to the Tangmen and the Federation government. More directly, the life school belonged to all of humanity. In the life school, there was a portion of people who specialized in life energy research with the goal of increasing human lifespan. There was also a portion of powerhouses who existed to protect the life sources that the life school had to protect. Like old Shu himself, he was actually more inclined towards the direction of research, while Lin Mahua was more inclined towards the direction of protection. Hence, Master Shu wasn't the number one powerhouse in the school, Lin Mahua was. This was also the important reason why Lin Mahua wanted to inspect Lan Xuanyu when he first came to Douluo planet. Only with Lin Mahua's approval would he be able to live up to his reputation as the future leader of the school. The life school of thought had a huge amount of resources. Everyone wanted to live longer. Therefore, in the Federation, the life school of thought had a transcendent status. The leader of the life school of thought had 3 great tokens, and the Ring of Fate was one of them. The other 2 tokens would only be given to Lan Xuanyu when he became the leader of the School of Life in the future. Time passed very quickly during the learning process. When the green color of Douluo planet appeared outside the porthole, Master Shu stopped talking. Lan Xuanyu had been here several times, so he was very familiar with this place. The more he came, the more he understood the difference between Douluo planet and Mother planet. Just like what the treasure-hunting beast had said, Douluo planet lacked divinity compared to Douluo planet. It wasn't inferior in terms of volume, but its level was obviously inferior. The amount of life energy required to raise the level of life on a planet was definitely astronomical. Mother planet had only completed its final transformation after it was devoured by the abyssal plane that tried to invade. However, the total amount of life energy in Douluo planet was still very large. Cultivating here, especially in the ice-fire yin-yang well, was very beneficial to Lan Xuanyu. After his few visits, the soul beasts were still very welcoming. The reason was very simple. Every time Lan Xuanyu cultivated, the aura of the chaotic water that was filtered by the treasure-hunting beasts and the chaotic energy produced by the ice-fire yin-yang well would cause the surrounding vegetation to grow faster. Many heaven and earth treasures had matured. Although the ice-fire yin-yang well would consume a lot of energy every time and needed a long time to recover, such a process was undoubtedly a good thing for soul beasts. It could help more soul beasts break through. The spacecraft slowly landed in Douluo City Space Center. Outside the spacecraft, someone was already waiting to pick them up. A beautiful woman with long, golden-red hair draped behind her back and a figure so hot that no normal man could take their eyes off of her stood at the exit. When she saw Lan Xuanyu and Master Shu, she waved at them. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly walked forward and smiled. "Sister Jean, why did you come to pick us up?" The girl said, "I can't help it." "Who asked you to bring us so many benefits every time you come?" This beautiful woman with a sweet smile was none other than the Golden Lihu who had been appointed as the successor by the Great Ming and Second Ming. She had consumed many heaven and earth treasures beside the ice-fire yin-yang well and completed her breakthrough. She had completely transformed into a human. However, because of her special bloodline, she didn't need to cultivate again. Furthermore, she could return to her Golden Lihu form. Lan Xuanyu wasn't too sure about her strength. He only felt that she was unfathomable after her breakthrough. She definitely couldn't reach the god rank, but according to Lan Xuanyu's judgment, she was at least a titled Douluo. "Master Shu, you're here too." Jean greeted Master Shu. She was actually much older than Master Shu. Although Master Shu was a god-rank powerhouse, she didn't know how to use honorifics. "Hello, Jean Wang." Master Shu chuckled. "Let's go. Eldest uncle and second uncle are waiting for you. I'll send you directly to the ice-fire yin-yang well." As she spoke, she whistled. Suddenly, the sky was pressed down, and a huge figure descended. It was a huge green bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. There were actually a few seats installed on the back of the green bird. This green bird had close to 80,000 years of cultivation. Using it as a mount was the best treatment for soul beasts on the Douluo star. The three of them got on the green bird. The green bird flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. Sitting on its back, they couldn't feel any wind blowing at them. This was because it naturally released a layer of green barrier that protected its entire body. The scenery under their feet flashed by quickly. The green bird's flight was extremely stable. It was even more comfortable than sitting on an airplane. Soon, it determined its destination. It spread its wings and glided down towards the ground. Two tall figures were already waiting there. Other than Erming, who Lan Xuanyu was familiar with, there was also a middle-aged man who looked like a deep pool. That middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. His long green hair was draped behind his head. His face was simple and unsophisticated. Just by standing there, it felt like the world was in his grasp. His aura was even stronger than Erming's. Lan Xuanyu and the other two dismounted from the green bird. The Jin Wang ran over with a smile and said, "Eldest uncle, second uncle, I brought them here." That green-haired man smiled and nodded. Lan Xuanyu and Master Shu hurried forward. Master Shu smiled and said, "Why did the Green Emperor come today?" The green-haired man smiled and said, "I'm also here to take a look." "Xianyu, right? Come." As he spoke, he waved at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurried forward and said respectfully, "Senior Deming." Without a doubt, this was the strongest beast king on the entire Douluo star. He was the divine beast king known as the Green Emperor, the Sky Azure Bull Python, Deming. Erming's face darkened and said, "What emperor? Don't call me that. It's quite unpleasant to hear." The Jin Wang giggled. "Second uncle, weren't you very happy when everyone called you that back then? Wasn't it because you found out that the humans had a pet dog called Teddy that you were too embarrassed to use this title?" End of chapter, you little girl. Erming glared at her with an ugly expression. "Tigarch? Teddy?" Lan Xuanyu almost laughed out loud, but he forced himself not to. Deming sized up Lan Xuanyu, who was standing in front of him. He seemed to be silently sensing something, and then he slowly nodded. "You are indeed the seed of hope. No wonder Di Tian made such a choice despite his arrogance." I heard that you are preparing to break through today. Are you ready? Lan Xuanyu nodded. I should be able to. Deming said, then rest for a while, and then you can begin. We will watch over you here. Thank you, senior. Lan Xuanyu felt his heartbeat quicken. To him, this breakthrough was too important. He couldn't be careless, but he was also looking forward to the effects of this breakthrough. He didn't say anything else. He walked to an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to meditate to adjust his state. Deming looked at Master Shu and asked, "How confident are you?" Master Shu nodded and said, "There shouldn't be any problems. I have brought many natural treasures this time. They were all specially approved by the Academy. The Academy also values this child very much. The Life School of Thought will also support him wholeheartedly. The Sea God's Pavilion is also waiting to see the results of his breakthrough. This is closely related to the teaching and guidance he will receive when he enters the inner courtyard." Deming said, "Our research results are almost complete. After 2 more rounds of testing, we should be able to mass-produce them. Since you are here, help us take a look and see if there are any problems." Master Shu's eyes lit up. "That's great. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Mahua is hosting over there?" Deming nodded slightly. "We can still hide the fact that we are conducting small-scale tests. Once we mass-produce them, it won't be easy to hide. That's why I am preparing to place them in the Myriad Beast platform. Then, I am preparing to leave with the Myriad Beast platform for a while and conduct tests in places that the Federation can't find. That's why I am here today to tell you. When the time comes, Lin Mahua will definitely be coming with me. As for the Central Academy of the Federation, you have to ask Shrek to send someone over. At the very least, it's a temporary replacement." Master Shu frowned slightly. It'll be troublesome for the Central Academy of the Federation to change people. After all, this had always been the Federation's most important school. How long will it take? Do you have an estimate? Deming said in a deep voice, "About half a year to a year. At least at this time. Otherwise, the test wouldn't be complete. This time, I plan to get 3 to 5 people to test it out. If it's possible, we can manufacture it on a larger scale." Master Shu said, "All right, I'll think of something. I will report this matter to the Pavilion Master when I return." "When will you take me there?" Deming said, "Let's wait for Xianxia to complete his breakthrough. For the Life School of Thought, this is also a big deal. If you think it's okay, he can also go and take a look." Master Shu was slightly stunned. Their cooperation with the Douluo planet soul beasts was extremely secretive. Even the Federation didn't know about it. It was truly a top secret. Although Lan Xuanyu was already the successor of the Life School of Thought, he was still young and hadn't truly taken over. He didn't expect Deming to think so highly of Lan Xuanyu. One had to know that this top secret was the most important thing to the Douluo planet soul beasts. The level of secrecy was far higher than the ice-fire yin-yang well. "I have no problem. There's nothing wrong with this child's temperament. Even the Sea God Pavilion recognizes him. As long as you think it's okay, then I think it's definitely okay." Master Shu hurriedly said. Deming nodded and said, "Let's watch him break through first. After he succeeds, we'll go and take a look together." "All right." Lan Xuanyu took longer to adjust than everyone expected. After a full 5 hours, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were completely adjusted to their peak state. When Lan Xuanyu slowly stood up, his aura started to change. The Jin Wang was the closest to him, so she could feel it the clearest. When Lan Xuanyu stood up, she felt as if there was a huge dragon stretching its body in front of her. The blood energy fluctuations that burst forth from Lan Xuanyu's body made her feel as if her own blood was boiling. So hot, it wasn't really hot, but the intense blood energy fluctuations that burst forth from Lan Xuanyu's body caused her to feel this way. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused as he looked at the ice-fire yin-yang well in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he didn't communicate with anyone else. Instead, he walked over step by step. With every step he took, the blood energy fluctuations on his body became denser. Vaguely, waves of dragon roars started to reverberate around his body. It wasn't just one dragon roar, but two dragon roars. One was deep and heavy, while the other was clear and impassioned. The two dragon roars started to become more and more intense as he walked forward. Gradually, light flickered on both sides of his body. The left side was silver, and the right side was gold. From behind, Lan Xuanyu's hands were covered in scales of different colors. Shock flashed through Deming's eyes. He was a sky azure bull python and could be considered a sky dragon. However, he wasn't a pure sky dragon. After becoming a god, he had evolved into an sky azure divine dragon. He didn't have a pure dragon race bloodline, but his strength wasn't inferior to a true dragon's. However, at this moment, he felt pressure from Lan Xuanyu's body. Even his god-level bloodline was trembling slightly. What a powerful bloodline power. Compared to him, Erming's reaction was less. The difference between the Titan Giant Ape bloodline and the Dragon Race bloodline was far greater. However, the Jin Wang's eyes were shining. In particular, she stared at Lan Xuanyu's right hand. As the inheritor of the golden bloodline and a true golden beast king, she could feel that the golden scales on Lan Xuanyu's right hand were emitting the aura of the golden bloodline. This was the first time she felt that someone's bloodline was purer than hers. The aura of the golden bloodline, which was filled with violence, made her blood boil even more. She even had the urge to pounce on him and feel his bloodline up close. King Jinlong, King Huang Jinlong. This was the aura of the golden bloodline, the most powerful bloodline. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already walked in front of the ice fire Yin Yang well. At this moment, his eyes had turned gold and silver. As he walked forward step by step, he had already let go of the suppression on his soul power and allowed it to increase. Meanwhile, his gold and silver bloodlines, which had been circling around each other but didn't touch each other, started to fight once again. But this time, Lan Xuanyu felt different from when he broke through to Foring. The biggest difference was that the rainbow-colored scales on his chest emitted a gentle rainbow-colored halo that covered his bloodline vortex, causing the bloodline power of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King to not be so violent this time. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and jumped into the ice fire Yin Yang well. His entire body sank in. The moment he sank into the ice fire Yin Yang well, the treasure-hunting beast came out of his forehead. Lan Xuanyu's ring of destiny was already on its hand. The treasure-hunting beast waved its hand, and all the endless life fruits they had exchanged for flew out. Instantly, a strong life force burst forth and entered Lan Xuanyu's body from his limbs and bones. Master Shu could naturally sense the aura fluctuations of the endless life fruits, and his mouth twitched. There were so many endless life fruits. If they were sold anywhere in the Federation, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. However, the treasure-hunting beast gave them to Lan Xuanyu just like that. He wasn't the only one. Deming and Erming's eyelids twitched. In terms of extravagance, no one in this world was more extravagant than the treasure-hunting beast. Erming had seen it many times before. When the treasure-hunting beast gave Lan Xuanyu natural treasures, it would only take the essence. The rest would turn into life force and dissipate into the air. It didn't care about wastage at all. According to the treasure-hunting beast, only that little bit of essence was worthy of its master's identity. After all, this essence was the easiest to absorb and was the purest without any impurities. However, the remaining things were also good in the eyes of Master Shu, Deming, and Erming. What a waste, yet, the treasure-hunting beast did this. This was very beneficial to all of the plants around the ice fire Yin Yang well. The life force energy that had drifted through the air would fuse into the plants around the ice fire Yin Yang well, thereby accelerating their growth. As such, Deming and Erming naturally had nothing to say. Master Shu was the most distressed because the treasures that the treasure-hunting beast used now were all brought over from the Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu, whose body was immersed in the ice fire Yin Yang well, was exceptionally calm at this moment. He silently felt the changes in his body. The bloodline power in his chest became more and more restless, and so did the vortex in his spiritual sea. The fierce and restless bloodline power caused the bloodlines of King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King to collide again. At this moment, the nourishment of the chaotic water over the past 2 years and the benefits of the Icefire golden body were shown. At first, he did not feel any pain. His strong body withstood the collision of the two bloodlines. Remember, the fastest way is to ask for help. This also allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, especially when the life energy that had fused with his limbs and bones was rapidly nourishing his body, allowing his endurance to become even stronger. Although the collision of the two bloodlines became more and more intense, and the ice and fire energy from the ice-fire yin-yang well began to invade his body, it was still within Lan Xuanyu's endurance. Minutes and seconds passed. Lan Xuanyu's situation was still very stable. The ice and fire energy entered his body and merged with his body under his guidance. It merged with the bloodline power of King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King. There was collision and infiltration. He could feel the changes in his body. He began to feel pain, but he could still endure it. His strong body blocked the intense impact time and time again. His spiritual sea was protected by the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense. For a moment, he entered a benign state. His body began to absorb the bloodline aura produced by the collision between the bloodlines of King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King, and this bloodline aura began to nourish his body. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself. Looks like it's really useful to have a good foundation. Especially with the improvement of my body, the benefits are starting to show. At this moment, the treasure-hunting beast's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Master, don't be careless. This is just the beginning. It won't be that easy. The more you suppress it, the more intense the reaction will be. You must be prepared and not relax. Lord Jinlong's bloodline and the Silver Dragon King's bloodline are completely different. One represents creation while the other represents destruction. As your bloodline power increases, so does the other. They had yet to truly collide, but once they did, it would be as if the heavens and earth were to fall apart. Every time you make a breakthrough, it's actually a process of breaking and then building. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. The treasure-hunting beast's words made him tense up again. He hurriedly focused and felt the changes in his body, trying to control his bloodline as much as possible. Indeed, under the influence of his dragon god's bloodline, the collision between the Jinlong and Silver Dragon King bloodlines had decreased by a lot. However, they still continued to search for each other's power to collide. The breakthrough of soul power was like breaking through the thin film that separated the two, allowing them to constantly come into contact. The two bloodlines seemed to be brewing emotions. Although they were controlled and suppressed by Lan Xuanyu and did not collide with each other at full strength, it did seem like something was accumulating. Lan Xuanyu sensed it silently, and time passed by minute. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu felt that something was wrong. This was because he realized that at first, the Jinlong and Silver Dragon King bloodlines did not affect his emotions. As time passed, their influence on his emotions became greater and greater. It was a feeling of the wind sweeping through the tower before a storm. If this continued, once the Jinlong and Silver Dragon King bloodlines collided more violently, it would really cause the world to collapse. Would he explode and die? Little treasure, this can't go on. The two bloodlines seem to be getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the bloodlines is increasing exponentially. What should I do? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked the treasure-hunting beast in his mind. The treasure-hunting beast said helplessly, Master, this is what you have to face when breaking through. After the power of the bloodlines increases and then fuses, it will cause a qualitative change in your strength. This is indeed difficult, but it is a path that you have to go through. Don't worry, I will help you control it, but you have to be prepared to withstand the bloodline explosion. Okay. At this point, Lan Xuanyu had no other choice but to face it. After an unknown period of time, the aura of the two bloodlines in Lan Xuanyu's body became stronger and stronger. What made Lan Xuanyu even more uneasy was that the spiritual vortex in his mind was also becoming more and more violent. Even the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense was somewhat unable to suppress it. The spiritual vortex and bloodline vortex were connected to each other. At this moment, the two began to fluctuate violently and affect each other, as if something was being drawn out. Lan Xuanyu tried his best to calm down and absorb the energy from the ice-fire yin-yang well, as well as the life energy from the various natural treasures that the treasure-hunting beast was constantly purifying for him, increasing his body's tolerance. He now understood that the moment the two bloodlines exploded would be the moment he broke through. Perhaps it would happen in an instant. What he had to do now was to prevent himself from exploding and dying at that moment. On the shore of the Icefire Yin-Yang well, the four powerful beings were still waiting. 3 days had already passed. Apart from occasionally releasing a rich life energy, Lan Xuanyu hadn't done anything. This meant that he hadn't completed his breakthrough yet. The treasure-hunting beast hadn't even condensed the chaotic water once. It was as if Lan Xuanyu had fallen asleep inside. "Big Father, will he be fine?" Jenny couldn't help but ask. Deming shook his head. "It won't be that easy for him to break through. He'll need some time. This is the process of his body's evolution, so we'll just have to wait and see. I can sense that it won't be too long." That's right, it won't be too long. Lan Xuanyu could also sense that the two bloodlines in his body were becoming more and more violent, and this was affecting his own emotions. At this moment, the importance of the treasure-hunting beast was on full display. At this moment, it was constantly taking out some spiritual stabilizing natural treasures to stabilize Lan Xuanyu's mind. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest and the spiritual vortex in his mind were both constantly expanding. After 3 days, they had practically filled Lan Xuanyu's chest and mind. The feeling of fullness made Lan Xuanyu's body tremble slightly. He knew that the most critical moment was about to arrive. A low dragon's roar erupted uncontrollably, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake in the Icefire Yin-Yang well. Roar! The impassioned dragon roar woke up the 4 people on the shore. In the next instant, a Jinlong line suddenly emerged from the Icefire Yin-Yang well. It was clearly formed from energy, but it appeared to be extremely realistic. Jinlong's ruby-like eyes were filled with ferocity. Waves of dragon roars erupted and reverberated between heaven and earth. The waves in the Icefire Yin-Yang well below them surged violently. In the next instant, another dragon roar sounded, and a silver dragon drilled out. Around the silver dragon's body, various elements quickly condensed, forming a colorful light around it that intersected with Jinlong's radiance. The dragon's roar continued, and it became more and more intense. The strong and crazy power continued to press down on the other party, as if it wanted to devour the other party. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Ming took a deep breath upon hearing this. Impressive. Master Shu waved his right hand, and a green light flashed. 3 jade boxes appeared in front of him. He stared at the surface of the lake, ready to attack at any moment. The dragon's roar became louder and louder. Deming slowly flew into the sky, and a layer of green light rippled from his body, sealing off the entire area around the Icefire Yin-Yang well. He had no choice but to do this. The dragon's roar had already affected the surrounding soul beasts. Many of the soul beasts that heard the dragon's roar were already crawling on the ground. If this carried on, they would probably be scared to death by the dragon's roar. Finally, when the dragon's roar reached its loudest, Jinlong and the silver dragon moved at the same time. They charged towards each other. And at this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was in the lake, finally underwent a drastic change. At this moment, he felt like someone who had drunk too much. He was trying his best not to vomit, but he couldn't take it anymore. He finally vomited. The bloodline power in his chest suddenly erupted, and the two bloodlines violently collided. The enormous mental energy in his spiritual sea instantly fell from the top and crashed into the bloodline vortex in his chest. At this moment, all the rainbow scales on his chest exploded, and turned into a large amount of colorful air current that flowed into his chest. Lan Xuanyu felt his mind go blank. At this moment, he couldn't feel any pain. The only thing he could do was to fuse all the power he could control into his body at the moment before he exploded. Boom! The Icefire Yin-Yang well's extreme chill ice spring and blazing sunspring exploded at the same time. They rose dozens of meters into the air, and with the 2 dragon kings as the center, they instantly turned bluish red. Right at this moment, a ball of milky white light burst forth in an instant, and a suction force instantly appeared. Among the 3 jade boxes in Old Shu's hand, the one in the center instantly flew up in the direction of the Icefire Yin-Yang well. The box had already opened during its flight, and its contents were revealed. It was a golden-red chrysanthemum with pale golden fur. The moment the box opened, a strange fragrance wafted out. A layer of golden light formed around it. 100,000-year-old singular velvet sky reaching chrysanthemum, a burst of golden light erupted, and the petals of the singular velvet sky connecting chrysanthemum suddenly parted, revealing the innermost stamens. They were like golden diamonds, and they were emanating intense light. At the next moment, a white light engulfed it. All the strange aroma disappeared at this moment. A massive projection suddenly appeared above the ice-fire Yin-Yang well. When the silhouette appeared, the expressions of the 4 people present, including De Ming and Erming, changed. It was a 100-meter-long dragon covered in 9 colored scales. A dazzling golden light radiated from his eyes, and in the instant that they appeared, all of the light within the ice-fire Yin-Yang well seemed to dim. Even the auras of the gold and silver dragon kings dimmed. The Jin Wang fell to his knees with a plop. Even the 3 divine-level experts, De Ming, Erming, and Master Shu, could not help but tremble, almost dropping to one knee. The dragon gods? De Ming blurted out. However, the 9-colored silhouette only lasted for an instant before bursting like a bubble and disappearing. At the same time, it turned into countless raindrops and entered the ice-fire Yin-Yang well. If one was close enough, they would be able to see that all of the spring water in the ice-fire Yin-Yang well had disappeared. It had turned into a huge colorful whirlpool, revolving around Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting cross-legged in the center. Drops of rainbow-colored light continuously drilled into his chest and merged into his body. Lan Xuanyu frowned, and his entire body was trembling slightly. However, his aura kept on growing stronger. Behind him, the gold and silver streams of air collided and entangled with each other, and streams of air kept gushing out from his body. The treasure-hunting beast's illusory figure floated not far in front of him, and it grinned as it sensed the colorful light rain falling around it. Its body was also bathed in the light rain, and it became solid once again. Its big eyes were filled with excitement. It was the treasure-hunting beast that had forcibly conjured the figures of the dragon gods. Although it was just an illusion, the moment the aura of the dragon gods appeared, it suppressed King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King, weakening the aura that exploded after the collision between the two for an instant. In just a split second, Lan Xuanyu's body was able to receive the energy produced by the collision of the two forces much more easily. In the next moment, all of the energy was completely integrated. With the singular velvet sky connecting chrysanthemum as the core, the energy gathered in the ice-fire Yin-Yang well was converted by the chaotic water. Then, it gushed into Lan Xuanyu's body under the influence of the aura of the dragon gods. The real breakthrough only began at this moment. The front was broken, while the back was standing. The effects of the 2 years of accumulation and the 2 years of ice-fire golden body were completely displayed at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's aura quickly stabilized. The golden and silver scales that had begun to crack on the surface of his skin quickly healed, and he became more angular and three-dimensional. A colorful halo spread out from his chest, and pieces of colorful scales continuously took shape. It was no longer just 1 or 2 pieces. Instead, it quickly spread out. In a short while, it covered an area the size of a palm, and a total of 36 colorful dragon scales covered it. Lan Xuanyu's aura also began to rise, and the 36 colorful scales became exceptionally bright. All of the rainbow-colored light rain poured into his body from this position. Even the gold and silver light shadows behind Lan Xuanyu's back overlapped temporarily during the continuous collision, forming a colorful shadow. At this moment, his body was like a greedy giant beast, crazily absorbing all of the energy around him, making the entire ice-fire Yin-Yang well feel like it was about to be sucked dry. The treasure-hunting beast reached out. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough was already set in stone. However, the extent of his breakthrough depended on how much energy he could replenish from the outside world. Master Shu's hand shook, and the other 2 jade boxes also flew into the air. They flew straight into the fog of light. Since it had already taken them, how could the treasure-hunting beast let him take them back? The 2 jade boxes opened in the air, and a fiery red herb that looked like a cabbage flew out. It was the 100,000-year delicate inferno apricot. The other was an icy blue, 100,000-year star anise mysterious ice grass. When the 2 herbs appeared, the ice-fire Yin-Yang well shook violently, and more spring water gushed out from the spring. The treasure-hunting beast clasped its hands together, and the 200,000-year herbs quietly shattered, turning into two balls of light that circled around its body. The treasure-hunting beast took a step forward and arrived above Lan Xuanyu's head. It made a circle with its hands, then pressed downwards. Instantly, a red and blue pillar of light descended from the sky, landing directly on Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu had just felt his consciousness return, and his body was like a sponge that was absorbing energy from the surroundings. He instantly felt a blazing heat and extreme cold surge into his body, and his entire body trembled violently. In the next moment, his meridians, bones, and organs seemed to have become transparent. If the Icefire Yin-Yang Well's Icefire golden body came from the outside to the inside, then the 100,000-year delicate Inferno apricot and star anise mysterious ice grass came from the inside to the outside. Furthermore, these two herbs came from the mother planet, and they were divine herbs. In addition to the singular velvet sky connecting chrysanthemum from before, Lan Xuanyu's body instantly changed again. At this moment, he only felt that the multicolored light in his bloodline vortex had become unprecedentedly bright. At this moment, the golden and silver bloodlines in his body seemed to have temporarily lost their emotional fluctuations after the intense collision just now. They had become the purest form of energy, and a part of them was slowly fusing as they came into contact. The speed of this fusion was related to the amount of life energy absorbed from the outside. Every bit of fusion required a huge amount of life energy. At this moment, with the star anise mysterious ice grass and the blazing delicate apricot, the fusion speed increased significantly. This was why the rainbow power of the dragon gods in the core was so bright. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu discovered to his surprise that a small crystal had appeared in the rainbow core. The crystal wasn't big. It was only the size of a grain of rice when it first appeared. Gradually, it became the size of a soybean as the rainbow energy around it poured in. This was enough to shock Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that the energy in the solid state was much more condensed than before, which was just a halo. It could be seen how huge the changes brought to him by this breakthrough were. The rainbow energy in the surroundings revolved around this small crystal and was then absorbed by it to strengthen itself. On the shore, Deming and Erming's expressions gradually turned ugly after the initial shock. This was because they could sense that the energy in the Icefire Yin-Yang Well was depleting at an alarming rate. This time, it was completely different from how much energy Lan Xuanyu used in the Icefire Yin-Yang Well every time he cultivated. It was as if he was draining the pond to catch all the fish in it. Even the natural treasures around the Icefire Yin-Yang Well didn't receive any feedback from the chaotic aura. Instead, they showed signs of their life energy being stripped away. If it were anyone else, Deming and Erming would have already stopped them. It seemed like they wanted to destroy the Icefire Yin-Yang Well. How much life energy did this kid need to absorb to break through? 300,000-year-old immortal herbs weren't enough. Did he want to drain the entire Icefire Yin-Yang Well? This was too cruel. Master Shu stood quietly at the side. He was also very pained that the three immortal herbs had been absorbed at once. The Life School also had shares in these top-grade immortal herbs. But now, he could sense that the Icefire Yin-Yang Well's aura was weakening. It was all gathering towards the center. What else could he say? Compared to the losses suffered by the Douluo Star Soul beasts, cough cough. After all, Xianxia was one of them. He was also the future successor of the Life School. So be it. He just hoped that this time, he would be able to reap even greater rewards. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had gradually entered a state of forgetfulness. He could no longer feel anything in the outside world. His mind was focused on observing the changes in the bloodline vortex. With the appearance of the crystal, both the gold and silver bloodline powers and the rainbow bloodline powers in the surroundings began to revolve again. In his spiritual sea, the gold and silver halos gradually returned to normal. The multicolored halo at the core of his spiritual sea had clearly become larger, but there was no crystal like the bloodline vortex in his chest. After the breakthrough, the soul force in his body had clearly increased by a large amount. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, the magnitude of this increase seemed to have more than doubled. It was only a breakthrough of one level, but the change was so great that it was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. At this moment, thick and heavy soul power revolved around his bloodline vortex. Following the undulations of his bloodline vortex, this soul power was swallowed and absorbed before being released again. The soul force itself and the bloodline vortex seemed to have formed a symbiotic relationship that could be exchanged at any time. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that the crystal formed by his bloodline vortex heavy sword wouldn't have a similar effect to the soul core formed after becoming a 7-ring soul sage, right? He was only 5-ring. The function of the soul core was to allow the body to begin to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to produce soul force on its own, allowing the soul force to produce an effect of endless growth. And now it seemed that after the combination of his bloodline power and soul force, a similar effect was born. If his bloodline crystal core was his soul core, then he would have profited greatly. If he could produce endless soul force and bloodline power, then his cultivation would very likely be comparable to a 7-ring soul sage. And he was only 5-ring. He was happy in his heart, but in fact, all of this was normal. In the universe, energy was conserved. At this time, Lan Xuanyu still didn't really know how much life energy he had absorbed during this breakthrough. The breakthrough this time was relatively smooth for him. The only danger was the moment when the gold and silver bloodlines collided. But it was only for an instant. With the protection of the treasure-hunting beast, it simulated the power of the dragon gods for him at that moment to suppress the eruption of his bloodline. Then, it immediately helped him to start the fusion. Coupled with the protection provided by the chaos water, his breakthrough was relatively smooth. This was the result of his accumulation of power. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was completely focused on his inner vision. What he didn't see was that soul rings were slowly rising from below his body. The fog in the ice-fire yin-yang well dissipated. Deming and Erming quickly came to the lakeside and looked inside. Less than a third of the 2 types of spring water in the ice-fire yin-yang well was left. Furthermore, it looked much more transparent than before. If Deming hadn't used his powerful divine sense to envelop this area, the Federation personnel in charge of inspection would have discovered that the life energy had been greatly reduced. Through the transparent lake water, they saw Lan Xuanyu. They saw Lan Xuanyu's chest emitting a 7-colored halo. His appearance didn't change much. His entire body was like jade. The golden and silver scales had faded away. Only the palm-sized 7-colored scales on his chest were shining brightly. They were still absorbing the surrounding life energy. But what made Deming and Erming's pupils contract was that a total of 5 soul rings were hovering around Lan Xuanyu's body. Every single soul ring was bright red. Red. Yes, there were 5 red soul rings, which represented 100,000-year soul ring. If Lan Xuanyu's soul rings were all black, then he would be a 100,000-year-old soul ring. In the normal world of soul masters, it was still possible to achieve this through some special methods and with twin martial souls. After all, the Spirit Ascension platform existed in the Spirit Pagoda. Red, on the other hand, was completely different. Red represented a 100,000-year soul ring. This was a red soul ring that the Spirit Pagoda was unable to create. Red represented the pinnacle of soul rings. How many orange gold soul rings could there be in the entire human world? A 100,000-year soul ring. Although there were only 5 rings, they were all 100,000-year soul rings. From this moment onwards, Lan Xuanyu was different from others. There was no doubt that the price of this breakthrough was huge. Sunluo planet paid a huge price, as did Shrek Academy and Tangmen. But in the end, they still achieved this monstrous situation. In the 30,000 years of Shrek Academy's history, there had never been a soul master with 5 rings who all had a 100,000-year soul ring. The former sea god Tang San hadn't done it. The founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao, hadn't done it. Even the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin, the existence who led Shrek Academy to prosperity, hadn't done it. However, such a magical scene had happened to Lan Xuanyu. Originally, when they felt the decline of the ice-fire yin-yang well, Deming and Erming were so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. But at this moment, their eyes became incomparably bright. Their breathing quickened as well. Thinking back to the appearance of the projection of the dragon gods, they knew that their guess was correct. In Lan Xuanyu's body, there really was the pure bloodline of the dragon gods. What did the dragon gods mean? To human soul masters, they might only feel powerful. But to soul beasts like them, it meant the revival of a divine beast. In the past, the dragon gods were the top godly kings of the god realm. They were the rulers of the god realm. It was because of the fall of the dragon gods that soul beasts couldn't become gods. If the dragon gods really revived and became godly kings again, then it wouldn't be just one or two soul beasts that would benefit. Instead, all soul beasts would have a chance to enter the god realm. The door that had blocked this path for so many years could finally be opened to the entire soul beast world. What could be more exciting than this? Tian, Deming, and Erming were the same. At this moment, the two godly beast kings were so excited that their breathing quickened. They didn't feel any dissatisfaction or pain about the decline of the ice-fire yin-yang well. What was the price to pay for the birth of the dragon gods? Even if the price was the life energy of the entire Douluo planet, they felt that it was worth it. Erming suddenly turned around and grabbed Master Shu's collar, pulling him in front of him. A strong and fierce aura instantly erupted. Although they were both gods, Master Shu wasn't particularly good at fighting. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. You can't say it, okay? You can't say it. You can't say anything about what you saw just now. Erming's voice was urgent and trembling. To the soul beast world, the birth of the dragon gods was too important. Right now, Lan Xuanyu was still an immeasurable distance away from becoming a true dragon god. He needed time, a very long time to grow and become a dragon god. And during this process, he could not let the humans know about it. This was because they weren't sure if humans would allow the birth of the dragon gods. Right now, there was no god realm in this world, and there were no human godly kings. In other words, once the dragon gods were truly born, it was very likely that they would rebuild the god realm. A god realm with godly beasts as the foundation. Although the soul beasts had reached an agreement with the Douluo Federation, the Douluo Federation was still the leader. No matter what, they wouldn't reject the existence of a divine realm with a divine beast as its foundation. Calm down, Senior Erming. Master Shu hurriedly patted Erming's hand with a strange expression on his face. Deming raised his hand and slapped the back of Erming's head. Then, the light in his eyes returned to normal. What are you thinking about? Erming was stunned. He let go of Master Shu and turned around to look at Deming in confusion. He did not understand why his big brother would slap him at this time. Deming said indifferently, even if Xianxia succeeds in the future, don't forget that he has the blood of a human flowing in his veins. He's not a soul beast. He merely possessed the bloodline of the dragon gods. Therefore, even if the revived dragon gods are the dragon gods of the past. Erming was stunned. Is that so? Then. Deming waved his hand and said, but if he succeeds, it's still a good thing for us. At the very least, the rule that soul beasts cannot become gods is very likely to be broken. As long as we can achieve this, we can be considered to have rewritten history. After saying this, he turned to Master Shu and said in a low voice, Xianxu's situation is a little too shocking. I think it has never happened in the history of the human race. Therefore, we do need to hide some things. But as for the higher-ups of the academy, let them know what they need to know. After all, his future growth is not something that any of us can help him achieve. After saying this, Deming's facial muscles twitched. Master Shu immediately understood what he meant. Wasn't that right? After breaking through to 5 ring, look at what Lan Xuanyu had done. Although the ice-fire yin-yang well here was man-made, it was still formed by gathering the life essence of the entire planet. Now, it was almost dried up by Lan Xuanyu. And this was under the condition that he had absorbed 300,000-year-old immortal herbs. If not for those 3 immortal herbs, the ice-fire yin-yang well might have been cut off from the roots. He was only 5 ring. What about when he broke through to 6 ring, 7 ring, 8 ring, and 9 ring in the future? How much life energy would he have to absorb to achieve that? Therefore, in order to let Lan Xuanyu truly grow and become a powerhouse of his generation, he might even be able to restore the position of the dragon gods. Then, the resources he would need would definitely be an astronomical figure. Only the Shrek Academy, the Tangmen, and the 2 lineage soul beasts might be able to do it. Erming said to Master Shu embarrassedly, I'm sorry, little tree. I was a little excited just now. Master Shu smiled bitterly. It's fine, it's fine. Who would have thought that this child would change so much? This time, it can be considered a transformation, right? Deming nodded. After this breakthrough, he can be considered to have the true bloodline of the dragon gods. In the outside world, you must protect him well. Of course, with the bloodline of the dragon gods, he won't die so easily. He definitely has a lot of luck on him. Now, we can only hope that he can grow quickly and safely. In our lifetime, we can really see the scene of a divine beast rising again. The 5 red soul rings were simply too eye-catching. The 3 god-ranked experts felt a little dazzled when they saw them. However, in the next moment, the 5 red soul rings suddenly flashed and underwent a sudden change. The red color gradually deepened, and then all of them turned black. You guys saw wrongly. The one just now was dyed red by the blazing sunspring. A voice with a strange smile sounded. The treasure-hunting beast sat on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and looked at them with a smile. The 3 god-ranked experts' eyes lit up. Was this a cover? Of course, the treasure-hunting beast's words were just for show. However, with it around, this soul ring cover was indeed very interesting. Okay. Deming nodded. The treasure-hunting beast's situation was a little miserable. Its body was clearly much more illusory. It waved at the 3 god-ranked experts, and in the next moment, it drilled into Lan Xuanyu's forehead and disappeared. This time, it had consumed a lot of energy and needed to recuperate properly. However, Lan Xuanyu's dragon core had been successfully condensed. To it, the energy of the dragon gods that it would replenish in the future had become endless. It could also absorb it without worrying about affecting Lan Xuanyu's cultivation. Overall, it was a good thing. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu stopped absorbing the life energy of the outside world and entered a stable state of meditation. Deming and Erming heaved a sigh of relief. As he stopped absorbing, the spring water in the ice-fire yin-yang well started to rise. Although it was very slow, there was still a chance for recovery. In fact, they really had to thank the Shrek Academy. Without the star anise mysterious ice grass and the blazing delicate apricot, Lan Xuanyu's dragon core wouldn't have been able to condense. Furthermore, it would really have devoured everything here. Lan Xuanyu had been silently feeling the changes in his body, and he gradually had a clear sense of that almost metamorphosis. The gold and silver streams of energy eventually returned to their original state. They no longer merged and absorbed each other. However, the dragon core in the center of his bloodline vortex had already stabilized at the size of a longan. It steadily absorbed all the energy around it to replenish itself. Then, it exhaled its own aura, allowing Lan Xuanyu's dragon gods to form a cycle. As it breathed in and out, it also absorbed and changed the energies of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. This process wasn't considered fast. The energies of the 2 Dragon Kings still had their own persistence and mania. However, at least it wasn't like before where it couldn't be converted. If this continued, he would be able to accumulate more and more dragon gods' energies through his own cultivation. This was definitely the best situation. This would even allow his soul power cultivation speed to increase. He wouldn't need to let his bloodline vortex absorb all his soul power first. Furthermore, the absorbed energy could only be converted into the gold and silver dragon king's energies. The drastic increase in his soul power came as a surprise to Lan Xuanyu, and everything within his body was shimmering with golden light. It was far more stable than it had been in the past. What he had to do now was stabilize his cultivation base. It was a pity that the same core hadn't been born in the spiritual vortex in his mind. Otherwise, perhaps his spiritual power would have been able to progress as well. He had already reached the spirit abyss realm for quite some time, but the more powerful his spiritual power became, the slower his rate of improvement became, and there was still a massive gap between him and the spirit domain realm. Lan Xuanyu could sense that if a dragon core could be born in his spiritual vortex in the future, then there was a very good chance that he would be able to break through to the spirit domain realm. He wondered if he would be able to do that when he reached the 6th soul ring. Deming and Erming stayed behind to protect Lan Xuanyu. The main reason for that was because the changes here were far too drastic, resulting in massive changes in the life force energy, so they had to be isolated from the outside world by their spiritual sense. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to leave until the ice-fire yin-yang well was mostly recovered. After being immersed in the state of stabilizing his realm for an unknown period of time, when Lan Xuanyu woke up on his own, he felt that his body was surrounded by coolness and warmth, intertwining with each other. He reflexively opened his eyes, and he immediately realized that he was still within the ice-fire yin-yang well. However, what was strange was that the same spring water was no longer scorching or icy cold. It was only pleasantly cool and warm. "Come up here if you're awake, you little brat," Erming's voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu reflexively waved his arms through the air, and his body immediately rose up into the air. His bloodline vortex began to circulate on its own, and his soul power surged out of his pores to propel his body upward. His body broke through the surface of the water, and he didn't stop there. Instead, he rose up into the air. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt as if he had appeared in a sea of elements, and all of the elements around him seemed to have become a part of his body. The azure wind elements were supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall, and all of the elements were exuding an aura of intimacy toward him, as if he had become their master. This feeling was wonderful and comfortable. As long as he willed it, the surrounding elements would naturally help him complete everything according to his thoughts. The wind element carried his body, bringing him to the shore and putting him down. In Lan Xuanyu's eyes, a colorful halo flickered. With just a thought, a colorful halo appeared around his body. It was completely formed by the condensation of dense elemental power. This kind of feeling was simply too good. If it was said that he only had elemental affinity before, then the current him was like the ruler of the elements. Water, fire, earth, and wind, the four basic elements, were like his soldiers, and he could command them as he wished. No, not only these four elements, but there was also a white, warm element among them. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't know what his fifth soul ring was, he could clearly feel it at this moment. Light element. Yes, that was the fluctuation of the light element. The fifth soul skill of his silver-patterned blue-silver grass should be the control of the light element. Compared to the four basic elements, there was no doubt that the light element was a more powerful existence. Deming, Erming, and Master Shu were all present. Their gazes were also focused on Lan Xuanyu, who was descending from the sky. Seeing his surprised expression, the three god-ranked powerhouses couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. He was blessed by the heavens. They could naturally feel the affinity of the various elements in the air towards Lan Xuanyu. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu's body was also emitting a dense aura of life, to the extent that the immortal herbs around him were growing at an accelerated rate. Master Shu was the happiest. As expected of the physique with the strongest life affinity. The current Lan Xuanyu was like a part of the life energy. "Thank you, Senior Deming and Erming." "Thank you, Master Shu." "I succeeded." Lan Xuanyu had already regained his senses and bowed respectfully to the three of them. Master Shu waved his hand. Deming frowned slightly, but Erming said without any trace of politeness, "You stinking brat, you've ruined us quite a bit this time. Let me give you a suggestion. You can't just come here to ruin us. Go back and make a trip to the Spirit Ascension platform, the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform. Go directly to their headquarters on the Mother Planet and ask the Shrek Academy to get you an admission ticket to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Go inside and absorb their things. Those are also good things. They're simulated soul beast bloodline auras and are pure energy. Go there and see how much you can absorb." Master Shu almost laughed out loud. This Erming was too unkind. With Lan Xuanyu's life affinity and his powerful bloodline power, who knew what would happen if he went to the Spirit Ascension platform? However, this seemed to be something that could be considered. I'll see how the Academy will arrange this when I go back. I've already completed my breakthrough, so I'll take my leave." Lan Xuanyu still didn't know that his soul rings had appeared on their own. He couldn't wait to find a place where no one was around to release his soul rings and see if they had really become 100,000-year red soul rings. In front of Deming and Erming, he didn't want to do it. Deming said, "Don't come to us in the future. If you do it again, our ice-fire yin-yang well will be completely destroyed. I'm afraid you'll have to find another place for your next breakthrough. If you need to devour more life energy, you'll have to think carefully about where to go." "Oh. Okay." Lan Xuanyu was a little disappointed. However, when he flew out, he could feel that the ice-fire yin-yang well's energy undulations were much weaker. It was probably because of him. Deming turned to Erming and said, "You stay here and guard. I'll take them to see that thing." "Okay." Erming nodded and released his divine sense to guard this place in Deming's place. He didn't want the weakening of the life energy here to appear outside. According to the current situation, it would probably take a year or so for the life energy here to recover to a state where it wouldn't arouse suspicion. At least one of them had to stay here to guard this place. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Senior Deming, where are we going?" Deming looked at him meaningfully and said, "You just have to follow me. Let's go." A green light flashed and swept up Lan Xuanyu and Master Shu into the air. Lan Xuanyu's perception was clearly much stronger than before. When he was swept up by the green light released by Deming, he immediately felt that he was isolated from the elemental power of the outside world. It was as if he had entered a sealed space. The silver elements around him that he couldn't control should be the power of space. At the level of a god-ranked expert, they seemed to have a certain level of control over the power of space. Teacher Nana was also like this. Lan Xuanyu already knew that Nana was a god-ranked expert. If she wasn't a god-ranked expert, how could she teleport to his side from such a long distance? They flew in the air, but they couldn't see anything around them. The green light isolated everything. Master Shu was used to this, and said to Lan Xuanyu, "Xianyu, congratulations. This breakthrough is like a metamorphosis for you, and it's very significant. Especially those 500,000-year soul rings of yours, they're really too shocking." Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, "You saw them?" Master Shu nodded slightly. "After you broke through, your soul rings appeared on their own. You have to keep this a secret, even if it's your teammates. After all, this is the first time in history, and the entire history of the Soul Master world will be rewritten because of this. But before you're strong enough, it's better to keep this a secret. Your treasure-seeking beast is pretty good, it can help you conceal your 10,000-year soul rings. You have to remind it at all times to not forget to conceal them." Okay. After the initial shock, Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. Success, he actually succeeded. Although according to his previous judgment, this should be the case. However, he also knew the difference between 10,000 years and 100,000 years. He was very clear about what it meant to break through to the 100,000-year level. From this moment onwards, he was no longer the weakest in the team. And now, he had a dragon core that was comparable to a soul core. His cultivation should not be inferior to a 7-ring soul sage. In addition, he had twin martial souls and the characteristics of the dragon god's bloodline, as well as the dragon god's transformation. He should be able to fight against Tang Yuga one-on-one. It was hard to say who would win. As the leader of the team, not being strong enough had always been his regret. After this breakthrough, everything should change. He really couldn't wait to test how much his cultivation had increased. What kind of combat ability could he reach? Master Shu smiled and said, "Senior Erming's suggestion just now was indeed good. The Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform is a place to hone your skills. In the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, you can even encounter 100,000-year simulated soul beasts. It will be of great help in battle. After we return, I will report to the Academy and think of a way for you. I believe the Sea God's Pavilion will be happy to see the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform weakened. But you have to think of a way to cover it up for you so that the Spirit Pagoda won't find trouble with you. Your true ability can't be exposed yet." Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements," Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Right at this moment, the green light retracted. In the next moment, they felt that they were on solid ground. The surroundings were still green. They were also on Douluo planet, but Lan Xuanyu was not familiar with this place, so he naturally did not know where they were. But judging from the time they flew just now, they should be quite far away from the ice fire in Yangwell. In front of them was a green mountain that rose and fell endlessly. All the mountains were covered in all kinds of green vegetation and were filled with moisture and the aura of life. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. Although he didn't know where this place was, since Big Ming brought them here, there must be something for them to see. Master Shu, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He walked over to Big Ming. Ming flipped his wrist, and something appeared in his palm. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that it seemed to be a metal card. Deming pressed a button on the card. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the card and landed in front of him. Then, he was shocked to find that with a creaking sound, the ground in front of him suddenly moved horizontally, revealing a huge cave entrance. Most importantly, the entrance to the crypt seemed to be made of metal. Metal? This was the Douluo planet, a world of soul beasts that was filled with life. There was a metal crypt, and it looked quite high-tech. This had indeed subverted his understanding. Deming took the lead and walked inside. Master Shu followed closely behind. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly followed. His heart was filled with curiosity. As they entered, the entrance behind them slowly closed. The light in the crypt was a little dim. There were lights around them, and after getting used to it, they could see clearly. What exactly was this place? Lan Xuanyu was very curious. Most of the surroundings were rocks, which should have been excavated. However, there were many places that had been reinforced with metal. From the feel of the metal, it was quite a good metal. There were even some places that were made from an alloy of rare and ordinary metals. The crypt became bigger as they went deeper. Very quickly, Lan Xuanyu saw a huge space. This huge space was about 300 meters tall and a few thousand meters wide. It was extremely huge. It was many times bigger than the largest stadium Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. From the surrounding walls, it was obvious that this place had been excavated. This also meant that the mountain that he saw earlier should be hollow inside. Furthermore, he could feel that there was a special soul tool releasing energy that completely protected the inside. Although he didn't know what this energy was, there was no doubt that it had the ability to isolate external detection. Was this a secret place of Douluo Star's soul beasts? The inside of the cave was very spacious, and he couldn't see anything. However, in the next moment, everything changed. Deming waved the card in his hand, and a ray of light flickered. Then, he took a step forward, and his body actually disappeared like water ripples. Lan Xuanyu was still in shock, and was pulled by Master Shu to follow him. A strange energy wave swept across their bodies, and in the next moment, noisy sounds could be heard. The scenery in front of them also changed drastically. The cave was still that huge cave from before, but Lan Xuanyu could clearly see countless busy figures in the cave. They were soul beasts of all kinds, and they were all busy. What shocked Lan Xuanyu the most was that in the center of the pane, there was a huge body. It was a huge body that was over 300 meters long. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge soul beast. This soul beast looked like a huge bird, but its entire body was covered in scales, and there were no feathers. The scales were silver, and they were shining brightly. The huge body was crawling there, and it clearly didn't have any signs of life. A corpse? The corpse of a powerful soul beast, and the soul beasts that were busy around it seemed to be going in and out of its body. When their bodies approached the huge soul beast, silver light flickered, and they could actually drill into it and disappear. What were they doing? A huge question mark appeared in Lan Xuanyu's heart. Deming said to Master Shu beside him, "It's basically done. Next is the experiment process. Once the experiment is successful, we will continue to manufacture it. Explain it to Xianxia." "Okay." Master Shu nodded. Lan Xuanyu couldn't wait to look at him. Master Shu said in a deep voice, "This is a plan. It's a plan that our academy, the Tangmen, and the Douluo soul beasts have worked together. This plan is called the ecological battleship. The huge beast you see in front of you is actually an extinct soul beast that existed in ancient times. It's called the Silver Armored Great Rock. It's a 100,000-year silver armored great rock. It used to be in existence on the same level as the phoenix. After it died, its corpse didn't completely rot, leaving behind this huge body. With the development of our soul tool technology, soul beasts have become weaker and weaker in front of us humans. They don't have soul tools, warships, or spaceships. Even God-rank experts can't fly through space without the support of our battle armors. Therefore, Senior Deming asked the Academy if there was a way to let them have the ability to fly through space. After many years of research, this ecological warship plan was developed. Lan Xuanyu's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but he held back. Do you want to ask why the Tangmen and Shrek Academy are helping us when this ecological warship plan is only beneficial to us soul beasts? Deming asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded. After all, in the past, soul beasts and humans were known to be enemies. Let's not talk about how this ecological warship plan was carried out and completed. If soul beasts were too strong, wouldn't they be a threat to humans again? Deming said in a deep voice. First of all, we are indeed cooperating with humans. But we don't really trust the Douluo Federation. We trust the Shrek Academy and Tangmen. For us soul beasts, we need the ability to protect ourselves. Living on Luo planet, it seems like we have a place that belongs to us, but in fact, everything is still under the control of the Douluo Federation. We don't really have the freedom that belongs to us. Once the ecological warship experiment is successful, we will be able to explore the outside world and find our own living space. We will no longer be controlled by humans. Secondly, the Douluo Federation has always been very afraid of Shrek and Tangmen. All along, they have been working hard to cultivate various forces, especially in the construction of the space fleet. You should know that students who graduated from the inner court of Shrek Academy are not allowed to join the army. Even students who graduated from the outer court are almost unable to be the commander of a battleship. This is all because of the Federation's suppression of you. For Tangmen, there is even a blockade of technology and resources. These are all games of the upper echelons. It is all for the day when the independent kingdom of Shrek and Tangmen is completely controlled by the Federation. At the same time, they will also control the most important and precious resource, the Tree of Eternity. Therefore, Tangmen and Shrek Academy need to have the power to protect themselves. While keeping a low profile, they have also been working hard to cultivate their own strength. But on the mother planet, there is too little space for them to display their strength. This can be said to be another stronghold of Tangmen and Shrek Academy. And we are the most reliable partners. Therefore, the ecological battleship belongs to us, and also to Tangmen and Shrek Academy. We provide the resources, and Tangmen and Shrek Academy provide the technology. There are thousands of Tangmen scientists and engineers living here. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, "Is it already so difficult for the Academy and Tangmen in the Federation?" Master Shu said, "It's not difficult. Although the Federation has been trying to suppress us. But they also have to rely on our strength. After all, God-level powerhouses are still an irreplaceable strategic existence. And we, Tangmen and Shrek Academy, have the most God-level powerhouses. As long as we maintain our numerical advantage, the Federation can only suppress us in the dark and won't dare to really do anything to us. But the most important thing is to prepare for a rainy day and have a truly powerful strength. We have never thought of doing anything to the Federation, but we have to have the power to protect ourselves. The scene of Shrek Academy being blown up 10,000 years ago must not be repeated. So, all these years, we have been accumulating our own strength. Let's take a step back. Right now, the Federation was facing many difficulties in the outside world. The Federation's war against the outside world wasn't always smooth sailing. When the Federation needs us, our strength is likely to be the last firewall of the Federation. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "I understand. It's just that I know such a top secret too early, don't you think?" Master Shu smiled and said, "It was a little early for you to break through this time, but now that you've succeeded, you'll definitely enter the inner courtyard in the future. Moreover, you are the successor of the life school of thought. You need to know these things. This is because the ecological battleship itself is also a part of our life school of thought. Transforming life energy into power is what we are best at." Lan Xuanyu asked, "What's with this ecological battleship? Using the body of a powerful soul beast as the main body of the warship?" Master Shu nodded. "That's the basic theory. Different soul beasts have different abilities. This silver-armored rock's body wasn't so huge to begin with. We used our life school of thought's biotechnology to amplify its life energy. After a long period of absorption and conversion of life energy, it became what it is now. We used it as the shell of the ecological battleship. All the abilities of the ecological battleship, including its flying ability and compatibility, are based on the amplified soul beast's abilities when it was alive. Therefore, when choosing the shell of the ecological battleship, we have to be very careful. Hearing Master Shu's words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be shocked. Only then did he understand that the Life School of Thought's biotechnology had reached such a level. It could even allow the corpse to continue growing? That was too terrifying. Deming said in a deep voice, the greatest advantage of the ecological battleship is that after it's finally created, it won't be extremely cold. Instead, it will be a created life form. And as the pilot, it will be its brain. As long as one is strong enough and has spiritual power, at least at the spirit domain realm, one will be able to pilot an ecological battleship. Master Shu's eyes lit up, and he said, the ecological battleship will definitely become one of the most high-end battleships in the entire Federation in the future. Because it has a powerful mimicry ability, we can even preserve the money-saving nature of soul beasts and use technological methods in our Life School of Thought's research direction to amplify the original soul beast's abilities. Therefore, every ecological battleship will be unique and will have its own powerful abilities. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. He was a student of the Space Battle Command faculty and the class monitor of the Space Battle Experimental class. However, the concept of an ecological battleship was still extremely novel to him. If a soul beast's body was used as a battleship, what would it be like in battle? Erming Dao, the greatest advantage of an ecological battleship is that it is not only very agile, but it also has its own special abilities like the soul master of a battleship. Ordinary battleships only have soul tools to attack. Can you imagine what a battleship with soul skills would be like? Interstellar combat will enter a new era with the appearance of ecological battleships. A powerful ecological battleship can carry out missions that ordinary battleships can't. Furthermore, ecological battleships are based on biotechnology and are immune to the majority of detection radars. Most detection radars are thermal detection and metal detection. Our ecological battleships don't have any metal on the surface, and the number of internal metal components is extremely small. They can be completely covered by their own thick flesh. Furthermore, their body temperature regulation allows them to have any desired temperature. What moved Lan Xuanyu the most was the mention of the soul master of a battleship. This was simply too interesting. A battleship that could release soul skills, Master Shu smiled and said, with the development of technology, when technology gradually reaches a peak, more breakthroughs will need to be completed through ingenious ideas. In the end, the Tangmen were the ones who came up with this idea. After a long period of research and exploration with the limitless soul beasts, we are finally about to achieve something. The silver-armored rock battleship in front of you will be the first ever battleship in history. As you know, with the advancement of soul technology, the role of soul masters is constantly being diminished. Even God-grade powerful beings can only take a detour in the face of powerful battleships. There is still talk among soul masters that powerful battle armor masters can carry out many missions that battleships can't due to their small bodies. However, with the emergence of space battleships, soul masters really are far less important than they were in the past. Even a normal person can become a battleship commander, soul masters are just icing on the cake. However, it's different for ecological battleships like ours. Our ecological battleships are extremely powerful and very personalized, so it's virtually impossible to create an identical ecological battleship. If you want to become the commander of an ecological battleship, you have to possess extremely powerful spiritual power and soul power. Otherwise, you won't be able to become the brain of the ecological battleship. As such, the commander of an ecological battleship has to be at least a titled Douluo with spirit domain realm spiritual power. This threshold will exclude the vast majority of people. In terms of top-tier soul masters, who else has more than our Shrek Academy? Therefore, the ecological battleships in the future will belong to our academy, the Tangmen, and the limitless soul beasts. It's impossible for others to replicate them even if they want to. Lan Xuanyu's heart was filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but ask, "Can I see what this ecological battleship looks like in battle?" Deming shook his head and said, "Not yet. The silver-armored rock has basically been completed. We will secretly take it to outer space for a period of time to test whether it is suitable for high-intensity battles in the universe. If it is, then we will mass-produce the ecological warship. I let you know this because of your different status. In the future, you will definitely become a part of the ecological warship plan. You may even become the commander of an ecological warship." At this point, Deming smiled and said, although I can't let you try the silver armored rock, I have prepared a gift for you. Among the ecological warships, you can also differentiate them according to their size. However, this class is different from the Federation's warships. The main reason for the larger ecological warships is that they can release and store more energy. On the other hand, smaller warships aren't necessarily weak because they also possess their own soul skills. Lan Xuanyu suddenly interrupted, Senior Deming, I have a question. Since the ecological warship is different from the previous warships, what is its power source? Is it still a single positive circulation source core array? Deming said, there isn't much difference. After all, we can't find a better substitute. However, while using it as a power source, we have added more advanced biological technology to convert the single positive circulation source core array into a type of life energy that can be used by our ecological warship. That's why we say that our warship is actually more like a life form. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air and was incomparably shocked. How powerful was the ecological technology to be able to create such a warship? However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Was this ecological warship really much stronger than a normal warship? At this moment, Deming waved his hand and a green light appeared beside him. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked over and immediately opened his mouth in shock. It was a bird that Lan Xuanyu was very familiar with. It was an existence known as the killer of the soul beast world. Although its body was small, it was incomparably valiant and had extremely strong offensive abilities. The emerald demon bird, however, the emerald demon bird in front of him was really too big. It was more than 100 times bigger than a normal emerald demon bird. Normal emerald demon birds were no more than a foot long. Those with lower cultivation bases were only the size of a palm. However, the demonic emerald bird in front of him was over 3 meters long. Its entire body was green and translucent, and its pair of ruby-like eyes seemed to be flashing with an ominous glint. Its wings were spread out on both sides of its body, and they were almost the same length as its body. What a huge emerald demon bird. Senior Big Ming, could this also be? Lan Xuanyu said in surprise. Deming nodded and said, building an ecological battleship requires a large amount of life energy. That's why we have to be extra careful when we choose. However, there was no doubt that the more powerful a soul beast was, the more powerful it would be when its corpse was turned into an ecological battleship. This was because the biggest feature of the ecological battleship was that it retained part of its abilities from when it was alive. This emerald demon bird was one of our earlier attempts. It was an emerald demon bird with a cultivation of 30,000 years that had passed away. It's almost the maximum age the emerald demon bird can reach. You know that the emerald demon bird is also known as a killer among soul beasts. Once it appeared, almost all the soul beasts would attack it, and it would be impossible for it to break through to the 100,000-year level. The emerald demon bird doesn't know what endurance is, and it can't leave killing. Therefore, it's really not easy for it to live for 30,000 years. We used ecological technology to upgrade it, and it became the smallest ecological battleship. It can only seat one person. Although it's much smaller than a fighter jet, I'm still willing to call it a battleship, because a fighter jet can't be compared to it. Now, I'm giving it to you. If you can ensure that no one notices, you can try to control it. From there, you can start to familiarize yourself with the ecological battleship. Because it's very small, it shouldn't be a problem for a spirit abyss realm cultivator to control it. You should still be at this level of spiritual cultivation. Lan Xuanyu's eyes couldn't leave the emerald demon battleship. After hearing so much from Deming and Master Shu, he was now completely sure that this ecological battleship was the most advanced product in the entire human world. It was also the trump card of the Tangman and the Shrek Academy. Although the Emerald Demon battleship was very small, Deming had already said that this thing could retain some of the Emerald Demon bird's abilities from when it was alive. How powerful would it be? This was an enlarged Emerald Demon bird. Not only was its size enlarged, but its abilities were also enlarged. Lan Xuanyu's breathing couldn't help but become a little rapid. Even with his calm personality, he couldn't help but ask, Senior Deming, can I try it now? Master Shu smiled and said, young man's temperament. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head embarrassedly. Deming waved his hand and said, give it a try, but be careful. Lan Xuanyu said, then how do I enter? Erming stretched out his right hand. In his palm, there was a small green crystal. There was a thin chain on it, and it seemed to be a pendant. The green crystal was also in the shape of the emerald demon bird. This is its main control switch. We have built-in spatial technology. If you activate it with your spiritual power, you will be directly teleported inside. The first time you make a spiritual connection with it, you will be bound. Once it is bound, unless you remove the spiritual connection yourself, others won't be able to control the emerald demon battleship even if they get hold of this main control switch. Master Shu smiled and said, "This process is like recognizing a master. This is also one of the characteristics of our ecological battleship." Lan Xuanyu said sincerely, "It's really too advanced. Can I give it a try?" He took the main control switch and hung it around his neck. His eyes moved slightly, and his spiritual power was injected into the main control switch. In an instant, he only felt a strange feeling appear in his spiritual world. In that instant, it was as if countless memories flooded into his brain. Those were memories of galloping unhindered. Wherever the green light passed, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. Patches of bloody light burst forth, flashing in his mind. Killing intent, constantly stimulated his spiritual world. Fortunately, his spiritual power was strong enough, so he wasn't hit too hard and stabilized his mind. This process wasn't long, but Lan Xuanyu was even more surprised. He understood that this should be some of the memories of the emerald demon bird on the emerald demon battleship. The ecological battleship was actually able to preserve some of its memories. What kind of technology was this? Master Shu said in a low voice. "All creatures, even if they're dead, their bodies will still carry their own unique spiritual imprints. We extract the spiritual imprint and make it into a spiritual core, which is the most compatible with its body. So, what you need to control and fuse with is the spiritual core. The spiritual core will carry some memories left behind by the creature itself, which will produce a certain impact. The stronger the battleship, the stronger the spiritual core, and the stronger the impact. This is also one of the reasons why the controller's spiritual power is required. Stabilize your mind, feel the connection, and then take the initiative to fuse with it." With Lan Xuanyu's intelligence, he immediately understood. Spiritual power continued to be released from the main control switch. Immediately, he felt as if there was a ball of light touching his spiritual power. "Do you want to bind?" A prompt sounded in his mind. Lan Xuanyu gave an affirmative answer in his spiritual world. In the next instant, he suddenly felt that his surroundings had turned completely green. In the next instant, he realized that he had changed. He opened his eyes and looked forward, but he realized that his perspective seemed to have changed. He was originally standing beside Master Shu and Big Ming, but his vision was now facing them. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously moved his body and immediately felt the sky and earth spinning. His whole body flew out with a so sound. Lan Xuanyu almost cried out in surprise. What made him even more shocked was that he saw wings, green wings. And the movement of those wings was exactly the same as when he waved his arms. He directly flew out, lost his balance, and hit the side of the cave wall, bounced back, and fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha, kid, you have to get used to it. From this moment on, you are the Emerald Demon Battleship, and the Emerald Demon Battleship is you." De Ming laughed heartily. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't hurt from the fall, he was still a little dizzy. He calmed himself down, and then carefully and slowly raised his arms. Immediately, he saw a pair of emerald green wings. When he lowered his head to look at his body, he saw a completely emerald green body. He had actually become one with the Emerald Demon Battleship. At this moment, he truly understood how powerful the ecological battleship was. Lan Xuanyu began to feel the condition of his body. He immediately discovered a strange situation. Accurately speaking, it was as if he had two bodies. One was his, and the other was the Emerald Demon Bird. His body was wrapped in a layer of skin. This layer of skin was the Emerald Demon Battleship. Moreover, this layer of skin contained an extremely large amount of energy. He felt that not only could he use this large amount of energy, but he could also use some special methods to release this large amount of energy. This was truly too miraculous. Lan Xuanyu carefully opened his wings, and controlled the Emerald Demon Battleship to fly up. He didn't feel like he was controlling a machine. This was just like a real emerald demon bird, and the current him had become this emerald demon bird. If this emerald demon bird's body wasn't too big, and if Deming and Master Shu weren't beside him, he might have thought that he had been hit by some strange spell and turned into a soul beast. Lan Xuanyu lightly flapped his wings, and his body slowly floated up. Begging Pavilion Number 1. He slightly moved his mind, and felt that he could use the Emerald Demon Battleship's 3 skills. The Emerald Demon Battleship was completely connected to his mind. As long as he moved his mind, he could immediately use the skills. He tried to use his mental power to perform one of the skills. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu only felt a pushing force, and the scenery in front of him became blurry. Bang! Master Shu and Deming watched as the Emerald Demon Battleship slowly floated up. Then, it suddenly leaped away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant cave wall. Master Shu said in surprise, "Is it that hard to control?" Deming said, "The Emerald Demon Bird is known for its speed and ferocity. Its most powerful ability is this attack. It's definitely not easy to control. It needs a certain amount of time. It's his first time piloting it, so it's normal that he can't control it well. When can he truly treat the Emerald Demon Battleship as his own body? Only then will he be able to fully control it." As he spoke, Deming rose into the air, opened his hand, and waved at the hole in the wall in the distance. A dragon claw appeared, and a huge suction force appeared. In the next moment, the Emerald Demon Battleship was attracted. "Xianyu, are you all right?" Master Shu asked with concern. Lan Xuanyu replied, I'm fine. I didn't feel too much of an impact, but it was so fast that I didn't even have a chance to control it." He now truly understood why large ecological battleships required spiritual power of at least the spirit domain realm to control. This small Emerald Demon Battleship was already so difficult to control, so large ecological battleships would be even more difficult to control. When he had crashed into the cave wall, he hadn't felt much pain. In that instant, the Emerald Demon Battleship had tightened, and its entire body had become extremely sturdy. The cave wall was punctured like tofu, and it had been punctured for at least 100 meters. Lan Xuanyu was just wondering how to get out when Deming sucked him out. Even though he hadn't been able to control the Emerald Demon Battleship successfully, Lan Xuanyu was already struck by the allure of the ecological battleship. After being modified into a battleship, the Emerald Demon Bird's offensive prowess could only be described as terrifying. This wasn't something a fighter jet could compare to. That was the Emerald Demon Bird's soul skill. Lan Xuanyu could even sense that his soul skills and martial soul seemed to be able to affect the Emerald Demon Battleship, and they were being enhanced to a certain extent through the Emerald Demon Battleship. "Can I get out?" "How do I get out?" Lan Xuanyu asked. In the next instant, Lan Xuanyu's vision blurred, and he found himself outside again. Beside him was the Emerald Demon Battleship, which appeared to be completely unchanged. Deming said, "You'll be able to do whatever you want with just a thought, and you can also store it into the main control switch." The main control switch itself is a storage soul tool that can store the Emerald Demon Battleship. When you want to enter the Emerald Demon Battleship, you can instantly infuse your spiritual power into it, and you'll be able to transform into the Emerald Demon Battleship. You'll be able to complete everything in an instant. Lan Xuanyu issued a mental command, and the Emerald Demon Battleship immediately flew into the main control switch as a streak of green light. This gift is far too valuable. Lan Xuanyu was extremely fond of this Emerald Demon Battleship. This was simply too convenient. Such a small battleship actually possessed such a powerful fighting strength, and it was also extremely convenient to use. No wonder Master Shu praised the ecological battleship so much. How could such a good thing be bought with money? This was the strongest battleship. Deming waved his hand. "Giving it to you is also a trial. You're the first person to truly pilot an ecological battleship, so if you have any thoughts or suggestions, you have to report them to us at any time." Lan Xuanyu said, "I do have some questions. Senior Deming, I just felt that when I was controlling the Emerald Demon Battleship, my aura, soul power, martial soul, and even bloodlines seemed to have fused with the battleship. This also means that my martial soul and soul skills can also affect it, and even give it some additional skills. These skills can even be enhanced through the battleship. Isn't that right?" Deming nodded slightly. That's right, that's it. This is another characteristic of the ecological battleship. For Soul Masters, under normal circumstances, only mechas can do this. A battleship can't do this because it's too big. However, our ecological battleship can enhance your soul skills. It doesn't really enhance the power of your soul skills, but it simulates and transforms the biological energy of the ecological battleship. The characteristics of your soul skills are then used on the ecological battleship. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lan Xuanyu said, what you're saying is that the ecological battleship has learned my soul skills, and simulates and releases them through its own biological energy, right? Deming nodded in satisfaction and said, you're worth teaching. That's how it is. Lan Xuanyu said, then if the bloodline of the soul beast that's made into an ecological battleship is similar to mine, and its abilities are similar, will it be easier to simulate my soul skills? Will the characteristics of my soul skills be enhanced more? If the ecological battleship I'm controlling is made from a dragon-type soul beast, will the effects be better? Deming nodded and smiled. This question is very good. Theoretically speaking, it should be like this. It's precisely because every ecological battleship is unique that how much it can be used depends on the combination of the ecological battleship and the Soul Master. This is also the direction we'll be exploring in the future. The Emerald Demon Bird isn't very compatible with your bloodline, but this is the only mature product we've produced so far. You can use it first and explore it more. I can also tell you another interesting characteristic. Our ecological battleship has another strong point, and that is its ability to evolve. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, evolve? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. A battleship can evolve? Deming smiled. Didn't we tell you from the start? An ecological battleship isn't a pure battleship. You can think of it as a life form. As a life form, it naturally has the ability to grow. The evolution of an ecological battleship is mainly dependent on the pilot. The stronger you are, the better your martial soul, bloodline, and soul skills will fuse with the battleship during battle. During this process of fusion and battle, the power produced will also be greater. During this process, the ecological battleship's life system will be positively influenced, and some subtle changes will occur. Of course, this change will be very slow, but I can tell you with certainty that there will be changes. For example, if you start piloting the Emerald Demon battleship now, and you cultivate to the god rank in the future, and pilot it often, it will definitely evolve into an even more powerful existence. Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath. He had learned too much today. It could be said that the ecological battleship had opened a brand new door for him, and what lay behind this door was the most advanced technology in the world. It was very likely to be a revolutionary technology, Deming said. The ecological battleship's technology has basically matured. The next step is to test it. In fact, we've done many tests over the years. But this time it has truly taken shape. Hopefully, there won't be any problems. We preserved the corpses of some powerful soul beasts. It's possible to mass-produce it. However, the resources required to produce an ecological battleship are simply too great, so it's destined that the production won't be too high. Furthermore, we have to consider the combination of different ecological battleships in the future. All of this is in the planning stages. When you grow up and can truly take charge, I hope that we'll have a fleet of ecological battleships by then. When that time comes, we won't have to fear the Federation anymore. We can go and find a true home that belongs to us. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. Everything he had learned today was subversive to him. He needed more time to digest all this new knowledge, including the piloting of the Emerald Demon battleship. He needed a long time to experiment. This Emerald Demon battleship was much smaller than a fighter jet. This meant that he could even pilot it to battle on the surface of a planet. Just how powerful was this existence? He had yet to fully understand the power of the Emerald Demon battleship, but he could clearly feel that it was not something a fighter could compare to. Because the Emerald Demon battleship has biological characteristics, its power source can be replenished by devouring metal. However, the metal it needed to devour was of the spirit-refined grade. You have to be prepared for that, Master Shu reminded him. What the hell? Lan Xuanyu was happily thinking about the power of the Emerald Demon battleship in the future. Master Shu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. A battleship that eats spirit-refined metal? Wasn't this too delicate? What kind of metal was spirit-refined? It had to be forged from rare metals. Two-word battle armor only required spirit-refined metals, Deming smiled wryly. Now you understand why I said that ecological battleships can't be mass-produced. The problem of the power source was something that could not be solved at the moment. For example, the silver-armored giant Pung battleship has to consume spirit-refined metal. All of the top-tier blacksmiths in the Tangmen are on our side, but there's still a limit to the high-grade metals that can be forged. Lan Xuanyu turned to Master Shu, and asked, then how big is its appetite? How much spirit-refined metal does it consume in a day? Master Shu glanced at him, and said, you'll have to calculate that by the minute. If the Emerald Demon battleship were to be used in battle, it would require a standard piece of spirit-refined metal every 10 minutes. If it's just flying, it should be able to last for 2 hours. Lan Xuanyu really wanted to bury his face in his hands. This was too expensive. Then wouldn't the silver-armored giant Ping battleship's consumption be an astronomical figure? Deming saw Lan Xuanyu's expression fall, and hurriedly reminded him, it can eat fine grains. If the Emerald Demon battleship consumes spirit-refined metal, then it can consume a standard piece of spirit-refined metal. A standard piece of spirit-refined metal would be enough for it to fight for an hour or fly for an entire day. Lan Xuanyu had a helpless expression on his face. This was too expensive. How expensive was a piece of spirit-refined metal? It was the main material for making three-word battle armor. It was a good thing that was priceless. Ordinary battleships only needed to consume ordinary rare metals. There was no need to forge anything. How high was the failure rate of spirit-refined and soul-refined metal? How much rare metal did it consume to power it? Master Shu said, aren't you a blacksmith yourself? I remember that you can forge spirit-refined metals. Save up more in the future. Lan Xuanyu smiled wryly, and said, I was planning to make money by forging. He had just completed the forging of two-word battle armor for all of his companions. He thought that after he went back, he would be able to use spirit-refined metals to exchange for Shrek badges, and he would quickly become a tycoon in the academy. But who would have thought that another glutton would appear, and it seemed to be an endless glutton. Why was it so difficult to earn some money? Master Shu said, with the emergence of ecological battleships, blacksmiths will definitely become more and more popular in the future. Our academy can't make it too obvious, but the Tangmen have already begun to nurture blacksmiths in secret. You have to work hard in this area as well. If you can become a grandmaster blacksmith and forge soul-refined metals, it'll be fine. What else could Lan Xuanyu say? He could only nod in silence. He had originally planned to make a breakthrough in blacksmithing after entering the inner court and progressing to soul refinement. But now, it seemed that for the sake of the Emerald Demon battleship, he would have to come into contact with the secrets of soul refinement as soon as possible. After all, using spirit-refined metals to drive a battleship was simply too taxing. Deming said in a serious voice, let's stop here. Let's go. Xian, you should also go back. Little Tree, I'll leave him to you. Master Shu nodded, and said, don't worry, Senior, Xianyu is also the most important to our life school of thought. He's about to take his graduation exam, and after entering the inner court, he should continue to pursue his studies. But where should he go the next time he breaks through? The corner of Deming's mouth twitched. With his talent, the next time he needs to break through, bring him to the Tangmen. Let him show off his 500,000-year soul rings and borrow the real ice fire Yin Yang well. We can't afford to hurt him here. Or the eternal heavenly lake above Eternal City should be fine. These two places are the opportunities for him to break through in the future. However, don't forget to make a trip to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Who knows, there might be a great harvest there. But you have to be careful to cover him up in the Spirit Ascension platform. Don't let the Spirit Pagoda discover his uniqueness. Master Shu said, I won't forget. Being able to scam the Spirit Pagoda will make everyone very happy. Deming sent Master Shu and Lan Xuanyu back to Douluo City and didn't see Lin Mahua again. They were arranged to board a spaceship and return to their mother planet. Lan Xuanyu realized that Douluo planet was really a blessed land for him. Every time he came, he would gain a lot. After breaking through to 5 ring, the excitement in his heart couldn't be any greater. Furthermore, after reaching 5 ring, he had completely confirmed that although his soul power cultivation was low, his overall strength was definitely not weak. It also fully displayed the advantage of his bloodline. This breakthrough already had 5 red soul rings. If he broke through again, would it become 6 orange gold soul rings? This breakthrough almost sucked the ice fire yin yang well dry, and even absorbed 300,000-year immortal herbs. What about the next breakthrough? This was also a headache. The epidemic is very serious recently. Everyone should try to reduce gatherings and go out as much as possible. Remember to wear a mask when you go out. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year and the health of the entire country. Even a 6-ring or 7-ring soul master could solve it. What about an 8-ring or 9-ring soul master? What should he do? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously thought about these questions. However, this seemed to be a matter of the future. He should consider it after entering the inner court. It was useless to think too much now. Although it was obvious that breaking through would become more and more difficult, it didn't mean that there was no chance. He would take it one step at a time. He would first familiarize himself with the ability of this breakthrough and complete the graduation exam. The spaceship flew steadily in space. Lan Xuanyu meditated along the way to stabilize his newly broken through realm. Master Shu wasn't idle. Through the spaceship's communication system, he extravagantly communicated with the mother planet. Douluo planet, Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion. The long wooden table was faintly golden. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting at the wooden table. Sitting on the main seat was a woman with a veil on her face. She was the current Sea God Pavilion master. On her left was the white-haired elder who usually followed her. On her right was the palace master of the Tangmen Douluo Palace, Meng Fei. Below the white-haired elder was the vice pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu. Pavilion master, what instructions do you have for me? Meng Fei said with a smile. The Sea God Pavilion master said, Little Tree sent news that Lan Xuanyu has successfully broken through. The 3 100,000-year-old immortal herbs have been completely absorbed. His 5 soul rings have directly evolved from 10,000 years to 100,000 years, and all of them have turned red. It's unprecedented. What? All of them have evolved into red 100,000-year-old soul rings? The smile on Meng Fei's face changed and she was shocked. Wang Tianyu said, that's why you guys have profited greatly by getting him into the Tangmen. I have to say that Master Shu's foresight is accurate. He has long been confirmed as the leader of the life school of thought. Meng Fei looked at the Sea God Pavilion master and said, Pavilion master, what do you mean? The Sea God Pavilion master said, the academy will increase the confidentiality of all aspects of him. At least before he graduates from the inner court, his abilities will not be revealed to the public. His bloodline is extremely special. From the current observation, he seems to possess the bloodline of the Jinlong King and the Silver Dragon King at the same time, as well as the Dragon God's bloodline. It could be said to be the #1 talent in the past 10,000 years. Although his soul power breakthroughs were slow, there was a qualitative change every time he broke through. Shrek will support his cultivation and provide him with the highest level of protection. Meng Fei nodded and said, of course. What do you need from us in Tangmen? The master of the Sea God's Pavilion said, the little tree said that Senior Deming suggested that Xianxia make a trip to the Spirit Pagoda's Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. With his special constitution and bloodline, he might be able to gain more benefits there. But we can't expose his abilities. Therefore, we need the cooperation of the Tangmen. Meng Fei's eyes flickered. Are you saying that you hacked the Spirit Ascension platform system? The master of the Sea God's Pavilion nodded and said, exactly. Let's give our old rival some trouble. No problem. The Spirit Pagoda has been getting more and more arrogant recently, and they're putting a lot of pressure on us on the heavenly planet. This was especially true when it came to the competition for resources. Using the excuse of expanding research and development, they had repeatedly proposed to the Federation to increase the budget. On the other hand, we've always been suppressed by the Federation, and one of them is behind it. If we can make them suffer this time, it won't be bad. Furthermore, we can take the opportunity to see if we can get some secrets from them. The master of the sea gods pavilion said, "You already have a plan?" Meng Fei coughed and said, "I have some ideas." This was suggested by boss. Although he hasn't been back for a long time. We've been preparing. Hearing him say the word boss, Wang Tianyu's eyes lit up and a rare smile appeared on his face. "Tell me about it," the master of the sea gods pavilion said. Meng Fei said, "We will launch a comprehensive information attack on the Spirit Pagoda, and our target will be their core information vault. This place is the most important to the Spirit Pagoda. Once it's attacked, it will definitely trigger all their forces to defend and resist. If we can steal something useful from it, we'll have made a huge profit. During this process, they definitely won't have the time to care about anything else. As long as we use some tricks in the Spirit Ascension platform, they definitely won't notice anything." Wang Tianyu said, "You're hiding something?" Meng Fei smiled. "That's right. Furthermore, with our current preparations, we'll definitely make the Spirit Pagoda suffer a huge loss. Lan Xuanyu going to the Spirit Ascension platform is just a matter of convenience." The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion said, "Alright, let's do it." Meng Fei said, "Pavilion Master, boss also asked me to pass a message to you." "What is it?" the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion asked. Meng Fei's expression became serious. According to the information he gathered, the Dragon Horse Galaxy seems to be brewing a huge conspiracy against us. We don't know what it is exactly, but it's definitely against us. Just this warning alone cost a huge price. Therefore, we need to remind the Federation to be careful. The unknown is the most troublesome. The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion frowned and said in a deep voice, "This news is very important. I will immediately contact the Federation's government and military. The Dragon Horse Galaxy has been too quiet these past few years, and this isn't a good thing. The overall strength of the other side is actually stronger than ours. If it weren't for the fact that we were guarding a few wormholes, we wouldn't be their match on the battlefield. Leave this matter to us. If there's any latest news, send it over immediately." Wang Tianyu said, "Could it be that there's some big operation targeting the wormhole?" The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion said, "It's not impossible. If it's targeting the wormhole, it will definitely be a big operation. There might even be top-notch experts taking action. We must not lose the wormhole, or else it will be troublesome." The white-haired old man who had been sitting below her said in a deep voice, "Why don't I make a trip?" The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion thought for a moment and said, "I'll contact the Federation's government first and see what they think. We still need the support of the military and cooperate with them." Meng Fei nodded and said, "That's what I think too. Strengthen the protection of the wormhole. That place is the most important. If there's any big operation, the final target will definitely be there." The master of the Sea Gods Pavilion said, "That's the only way. After all, we don't know when they will make their move. We can only investigate from all sides and make preparations to deal with it. Let's call it a day. I'll immediately contact the Federation's government. Meng Fei, proceed according to what you said as soon as possible. The Academy will let Tianyu be in charge of contacting you and determining the time of the operation." "Yes." Meng Fei replied respectfully. Although he was the hall master of the Douluo Palace, he was still very respectful to the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion. After the small Sea Gods Pavilion conference, the Shrek Academy was still thriving. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin stood side by side. Opposite them were the siblings, Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui. Lu Feng and Qian Lei watched from the side. At this moment, the four people in the field looked somewhat disheveled. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes were focused. The ice spear in her hand had already been replaced countless times. Beside her, Lan Mengqin was releasing a green halo that enveloped the two of them. A faint ice mist filled the halo. On the opposite side, Yuan and Hui Hui was standing slightly behind Tang Yuga. The longbow in her hand was in the form of the Elven King Bao. Tang Yuga was not in his martial soul true body state, but the light around his body flickered. Above his head, the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird spread its wings and circled. This was a 2-on-2 battle. It was obvious that Tang Yuga and his brother had the upper hand. However, Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin did not lose either. The battle that had lasted for nearly half an hour had exhausted both sides. If not for the fact that they were already 7-ring soul sages and had extremely fast soul power recovery speed, the battle would have ended long ago. Lan Mingqin and Bai Xiuxiu were at a disadvantage because they had yet to condense a soul core, so their recovery ability was not as good as the other parties. What's more, Tang Yuge was an 8-ring soul Douluo, and his overall strength was above theirs. But the advantage was that with the Emerald Swan Bai Ji's strong recovery ability, they were able to hold on. Even the Heavenly Stem Qilin could not completely break through Bai Xiuxiu's Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon Martial Soul defense. The Heavenly Stem Qilin's 10 major attributes did not include darkness, while the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's dual attributes of darkness and ice displayed extremely strong combat power without being restrained. What's more, Lan Mingqin's Emerald Phoenix blossomed and harassed with Guqin music. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. But if they continued to fight, Tang Yuge and the others would definitely have a higher chance of winning. They were currently sparring in the martial arts practice field, not in the simulation cabin. With their current strength, they had extremely strong control over their own bodies, and it was not so easy for them to really hurt their partners, not to mention Lan Mingqin's powerful healing ability. Battles in reality were always more realistic and effective than in the simulation cabin, and the body's reaction was also more direct. It's about time, let's stop here. If we continue, we will have to fight with our lives on the line, Qianlei said with a smile. He was right. If they really wanted to determine the winner, Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mingqin would definitely be the ones fighting with their lives on the line. At that time, the battle situation would probably be difficult to control. Lan Mingqin retracted her martial soul and said somewhat gloomily, Hui's arrows are really annoying. It's too hard to resist. If we relax a little, we will lose. Yuan and Hui, who had turned into a handsome guy, said angrily, Sister Mingqin, I should be the one who is depressed, okay? Your Emerald Phoenix Guqin has been controlling me non-stop. I haven't been able to shoot many arrows. I have to use the Eye of Reincarnation to control you in order to launch an attack. Lan Mingqin said, but every time you launch an attack, it's when the threat to us is the greatest. And you haven't used your Martial Soul True Body yet. If you use your Martial Soul True Body, I probably won't be able to control you. Yuan and Hui said with a smile, if I use too much strength, it's easy to lose control. It was good to stop at a certain point. I've learned a lot today. I've gained a better understanding of my body's problems and control. My martial soul is indeed more afraid of powerful long-range control-type soul masters. Especially when my martial soul is unable to suppress the opponent's attributes, it's even more obvious. Tang Yuge nodded and said, Xiuxiu, Mingqin, your tactics are very correct. When Mingqin's Jade Phoenix Guqin couldn't control it anymore, Xiuxiu used Deep Blue Gaze to make up for it. Thus, he was unable to unleash his attack power. Otherwise, with my Heavenly Stem attribute added to his Elf King Bao, your defense wouldn't be able to block it. I can only try my best to attack and weaken your interference to find an opportunity. Bai Xiuxiu said thoughtfully, if we each add one more person, who will you choose, Sister Yuge? Tang Yuge said without hesitation, I will choose Lu Feng. Let Lu Feng harass Mingqin and reduce her ability to supply you and control Hui. Although it will be a little difficult for me to block you and Qianlei in a 1 versus 2 battle, I should be able to block them for a short period of time. If we give Hui enough space to display his abilities, our chances of winning will be very high. Bai Xiuxiu nodded slightly and said, if we choose first, we should also choose Lu Feng. Let Lu Feng entangle Hui and not give him a chance to shoot an arrow. He will rely on his speed to deal with him. Then, we will work together to get rid of either you or Qianlei first. Sister Mingqin and my ice attribute and control are more effective against Qianlei, so he shouldn't be able to do much. Qianlei was dumbfounded. So you don't want me? Am I that pitiful? Yes, there is. Lu Feng added from the side with a calm expression. Lan Mingqin said disdainfully, you're useless to begin with. I'm not convinced. Lunatic, I want to fight you one-on-one. Qianlei grabbed Lu Feng beside him. Lu Feng's body flashed with silver light, and he moved to the side in parallel, causing him to grab nothing. You have no chance in a one-on-one fight. You can't touch me at all. Lu Feng said disdainfully. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Feng was definitely not Qianlei's opponent, but he only needed to rely on his speed and spatial ability to widen the distance. Qianlei really couldn't do anything to him. He definitely couldn't take advantage of him. Let's rest, Tang Yuga said. Lan Xuanyu wasn't here, so she was the temporary captain. Seeing that everyone had left, Qianlei suddenly felt depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only quickly catch up with Lan Mingqin's footsteps and ask in a low voice, "Mingqin, am I really that bad?" Lan Mingqin glanced at him. "Don't you know whether you're bad or not? Xiaoxiao and I have just broken through to the Soul Sage realm, so we can spar today." "You haven't broken through yet, right?" Wasn't that the case? Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang Yuga was an 8-ring soul Douluo. Other than her, Bai Xiaoxiao, Lan Mingqin, Lu Feng, and Yuan and Hui Hui had also broken through to the Soul Sage realm. Needless to say, Lan Xuanyu was at the bottom in terms of soul power. Only Qianlei was still at the Soul Emperor realm, a 6-ring Soul Emperor who hadn't broken through to the Soul Sage realm. It was strange. He had been at the peak of the Soul Emperor realm for some time, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. This made Qianlei very depressed. Even his spiritual power had broken through to the Spirit Abyss realm, but his martial soul couldn't take that step to complete the transformation. Although he was definitely considered a powerhouse among the Soul Emperors. But he still hadn't become a Soul Sage. Lan Xuanyu's situation was special, and his situation seemed to be a little special too. He couldn't feel when he would be able to complete his breakthrough at all. Qianlei said with an aggrieved expression, "There's nothing I can do. I also want to break through, but I don't know why, but I can't find the point. I think I should be like boss. Once I break through, I'll be especially strong and improve a lot." Lan Mingqin pursed her lips. "Your skin is getting thicker quickly. You even compared yourself to Xianyu. This time, when Xianyu breaks through and returns, you'll probably be at the bottom." With that said, she pulled Bai Xiaoxiao and left. Qianlei looked at their backs as they left and couldn't help but feel a little dejected. He turned to Lu Feng and said, "Frenzy, why can't I break through? I've tried many methods. Last time, I was beaten half to death by Yuga. I felt like I was on the verge of death, but I couldn't find an opportunity to break through during the battle. What should I do?" Lu Feng said, "Don't be anxious. Sometimes, breaking through might be an instant of enlightenment. When Captain comes back, let him try wrapping you with the upgraded golden-patterned blue-silver grass and see if he can find an opportunity to break through." Hearing that, Qianlei's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Let's wait for boss to come back and try. Speaking of which, Frenzy, I've been feeling a little threatened recently. What do you mean by threatened? Afraid that you won't be able to get into the inner court? Lu Feng asked curiously. Qianlei said in annoyance, "You're an Iron Man. You only know about the inner court and don't understand romance. I'm talking about Mingqin. Didn't you notice? After Hui Hui broke through, he became a handsome guy. I feel that Mingqin has been looking at him a lot more today than before." Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't I feel it? Are you worried or ashamed of your inferiority? Don't make wild guesses. Although Mingqin usually doesn't pay much attention to you, everyone can tell that she treats you differently from others. Your attentiveness isn't in vain. It's only right for you to work hard. Don't be suspicious. Besides, I think Hui Hui still hasn't fully adapted to his gender. He's really innocent." Qianlei scratched his head and said, "You're right. I just feel ashamed of my inferiority. I always feel that I'm not worthy of Mingqin. When I was young, I didn't care about anything and just tried. But as I grew older, I saw more and understood more. Instead, I had more thoughts about gains and losses. What do you think I should do?" Lu Feng said, "It's very simple. Get into the inner court first. What's the use of thinking so much if you can't get into the inner court? Work hard after you get in. Mingqin isn't really trying to discourage you, she's also encouraging you. Each of us is an individual, and we're all very special. Everyone has seen your improvement in the past 2 years, especially your spiritual power and the fusion with Fatty Gene. Now, you can completely control your emotions. Don't look at how Mingqin usually treats you coldly. Every time you're called back by her in your bloodthirsty state, we can all tell that she's very happy. Qianlei nodded and said, Mengqin is an especially good girl. I'll never forget the time when we were in the assessment. I was swept into the sky by the hurricane and vomited all over my helmet, but she didn't despise me. From that moment on, I liked her wholeheartedly, and I won't like anyone else anymore. I have 2 dreams in my life. The first is that I've already thought about it since I was very young. I want to be a millionaire. The other is to marry Mengqin. Lu Feng chuckled. It's good to have ideas. Work hard in this direction. Good girls are afraid of pestering men. Good luck. Qianlei suddenly lowered his voice and said, speaking of which, Frenzy, don't you have anyone you like? In our team, Yuga and Hui Hui are siblings. According to the pairing, you and her have a chance. Although she's slightly older than us, to us soul masters, a 2-year gap is no different from non-existence. Don't you have any thoughts? Lu Feng said, do you want to be beaten to death by Yuga for being a matchmaker? I don't have any thoughts. Before becoming a titled Douluo, I won't consider these things. I'm the one with the worst talent among everyone. I can only keep up with you guys by putting in more effort. Lu Feng's words were very plain, but Qianlei understood how much effort he had put in all these years. Lu Feng had already broken through to become a 7-ring soul sage. He was definitely the one who put in the most effort. At least in terms of cultivation, no one worked harder than him. Qianlei looked at him strangely and said, don't tell me you don't like girls? Yuga is so beautiful. Lu Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. Are you itching for a beating? Everyone has their own aesthetic standards. It's true that Yuga is beautiful, but she's not my type. Qianlei asked with a gossipy expression, what type do you like? Let me say this first. We're all brothers, you can't like my Mengqin's type. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Don't worry. My type is completely different from yours. You will know in the future. While they were chatting, Lan Xuanyu's spaceship had begun to enter the atmosphere of the mother planet. After waking up from his meditation state, he found that Master Shu beside him had also woken up. There was a gentle smile on his old face, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood after returning to the embrace of his mother planet. Master Shu, can I ask you a question? Lan Xuanyu said. Master Shu said, just say it. Why are you being so polite with me? Lan Xuanyu said, since the Emerald Demon battleship is a battleship, can it travel in space for a long time? Master Shu said, as long as you're willing to spend rare metals, of course it's not a problem. For example, flying from Douluo planet to the mother planet will cost you about 5 pieces of soul-refined metals. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. That's too expensive. Expensive? How can that be the same? It's much smaller than a space warship, but it can still travel in space. What are you thinking? Can your space warship replenish itself after leaving the mother planet? Just the Emerald Demon battleship's internal ecological charging system was already the most advanced product. If it's a space warship, it's useless even if you have divine rank metals. Lan Xuanyu said, but the gains still don't make up for the losses? The consumption is too great. The consumption of the Emerald Demon battleship is enough for a large battleship, right? I'm talking about the value. How many people can a large battleship carry? Master Shu glanced at him and said, there's something I might not have told you clearly. The ecological battleship consumes a lot of resources, so it can't be used on a large scale. But while it consumes resources, the effects it can produce are also different. For example, your Emerald Demon battleship's flying speed in space is 3 times that of an ordinary battleship. This means that if you drive it from Douluo planet to the mother planet, you can reach there in less than 2 days. This is a situation where it's fully accelerated, so the consumption I mentioned just now was just a casual remark. It's a little too much. About 2 to 3 pieces of soul-refined metals should be enough. Now, do you still think it's expensive? What? Lan Xuanyu exclaimed. So fast? 3 times faster than an ordinary battleship? What kind of terrifying speed was this? If that was the case, then it really wasn't considered expensive. As the saying went, speed was the most important thing in war. Many times, 1 second could be the difference between life and death. Not to mention 3 times faster. Furthermore, with such speed, the effects it could display on the battlefield would be completely different. Lan Xuanyu's heart thumped. What about the silver-armored rock battleship? Can it also be 3 times faster? Master Shu glanced at him and said, for short distances, it can only be 2 times faster, but for long distances, it can be 5 times faster. Haven't you heard of the rock spreads its wings for 90,000 miles? It can fly for long periods of time, and it's the strongest among all soul beasts. Even true dragons and phoenixes can't compare to it. Otherwise, why would it be chosen as the first truly powerful battleship? Furthermore, the silver-armored rock can't be replicated. There's only one carcass left from ancient times. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what to say anymore. Every time he learned more about ecological battleships, he discovered that he had a new understanding of ecological battleships. It was no wonder that Master Shu and Deming both said that ecological battleships were the most technologically advanced products and were the most powerful existences. The spaceship shook violently and gradually stabilized. It had already passed through the atmosphere. The air system was open to the outside world, guiding in the air that was rich with life energy from the outside world. Master Shu said, Xianxia. Remember, unless you have no other choice, don't rush to use the Emerald Demon battleship. It will be your most important trump card. Once it's exposed, our ecological battleship plan can't be hidden anymore. Although the Federation can't do anything to us now, once it's exposed, the Academy and the Tangmen will face a lot of pressure. After all, the ecological battleship is too special, and even soul beasts will be threatened. 10,000 years ago, we reached an agreement with the soul beasts to stop killing them and give them space to live. One reason is that we really need ecological balance and peaceful coexistence with the soul beasts. Another reason is that with the mass production of spirit souls, even 10,000-year spirit souls can be produced. Soul beasts don't have much of a benefit to us humans anymore. However, if the ecological battleship is exposed, and soul beasts don't have enough ability to protect themselves, then the tragedy of the past is very likely to happen again. This is also why Senior Deming has repeatedly emphasized that they need to find a home that isn't controlled by the Federation. Because as long as they are within the control of the Federation, soul beasts are like meat on a chopping board, they can be. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He actually had a good impression of soul beasts. Whether it was on the Elven planet or Douluo planet, he had obtained quite a bit of benefits from soul beasts. He also understood that the reason why Deming gave him the Emerald Demon battleship now was to let him use it to protect himself. This battleship couldn't be measured by its value at all, it was his protective talisman in the truest sense. Master Shu, don't worry, unless my life is in danger, I won't easily use the Emerald Demon battleship to cause trouble for the Academy and the Tangmen, Lan Xuanyu said seriously. Master Shu waved his hand and said, don't be too harsh on yourself. Your life is just as important. Don't hesitate when you're in danger. Especially if you use the Emerald Demon battleship, no one will be able to pass on the message. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He naturally understood what Master Shu meant. This gentle old man's tone was filled with killing intent. He wasn't a kind person himself. The spaceship slowly landed in Shrek City Space Center. In the past year, this was the first time Lan Xuanyu had left and returned. But no matter where he went, he felt that it wasn't as good as being in the Academy. After entering the inner courtyard, even if he had a period of vacation, he probably wouldn't be willing to leave this place. At that time, he didn't know if his father had completed another exploration mission and returned. He could bring them to Shrek City to stay for a period of time. Lan Xuanyu had long heard that Shrek Academy's inner courtyard disciples would be allocated a place to buy a house in Shrek City. This way, he would be able to own his own property in the city. When he thought of his parents, he couldn't help but feel helpless. He had already asked about his bloodline. Nanqing told him that as his mother, she didn't know what was going on. She also didn't understand why Lan Xuanyu would awaken such a martial soul. Lan Xuanyu was helpless in the face of his mother's ignorance. But with his spiritual power, he could feel his mother's mental tension when he asked. He didn't ask his father again. Not to mention that there might not be a secret behind this. Even if there was, what could he do if his parents didn't want to tell him? He believed that his parents definitely wouldn't harm him. They naturally had their reasons for not telling him. First, he had to work hard to become stronger. This was what Lan Xuanyu wanted to do the most right now. After alighting from the spaceship, Master Shu let Lan Xuanyu go back by himself. He took the lead and flew away. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to return to the academy. Instead, he made an interstellar long-distance call. Interstellar long-distance calls were very expensive. Even in the Shrek Academy, there was only a special place to call. Of course, the Space Center had them, but the price wasn't something the average person could afford. Lan Xuanyu had to use his Shrek Academy badge to pay for the discount. Soon, the call was connected, and a gentle voice sounded, "Xianyu, what's the matter?" A smile immediately appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face when he heard the sweet and familiar voice. "Uncle Yu, my soul power has already broken through. Fifth ring. My success rate for spirit refining should be high enough, and I've also mastered fusion forging. Is there anything you want me to do to attempt soul refinement?" Prince Yu's voice was heard. "You broke through? Congratulations, Xianyu. Are you about to take your graduation exam? Isn't it a little rushed to attempt soul refinement now?" Lan Xuanyu replied, "It's alright. I feel very good after this breakthrough, so there shouldn't be any problems for me to take my graduation exam. I'm planning to attempt soul refinement before graduation. It would be great if I can succeed. It'll be an extra weight for me when I graduate." Soul refinement abilities would undoubtedly add points to his chances of passing the inner court exam. In reality, Lan Xuanyu wasn't very nervous about passing the inner court exam. He currently had 500,000-year soul rings, and if he couldn't pass the inner court exam even with this level of strength, then there was most likely no one who could pass the inner court exam at the Shrek Academy. What he wanted the most right now was to have a few more friends to pass the inner court exam with him. Tangla smiled, and said, "Alright then. Seeing as you want to make a breakthrough at a time like this, I don't think it'll be a problem. You've already accumulated enough soul power. How about this? Wait for me. I'll be on Heaven Do planet for the time being, so I'll make some arrangements before heading to Shrek. I'll guide you on the spot so your chances of success will be higher." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I'll be waiting for you then," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Prince Yu smiled, and said, "Yes, about 3 days. It should be about time." Yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly agreed. After ending the call, Lan Xuanyu paid the interstellar call fee with a pained expression. Just as he was about to return to the academy, his communicator rang. "Teacher Nana?" Lan Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised. "How did you know I was back?" Nana's laughter sounded from the other end. "I can calculate. You're back, right? Did you succeed in your breakthrough?" Yes. Lan Xuanyu was a little excited. Nana said, "I'll be busy for the next 2 days. I'll come over in about 3 days to familiarize you with your elemental control after your breakthrough. Your 5th soul ring is light elemental control, right? You can really calculate?" Lan Xuanyu asked in astonishment. "Or do you have some secret technique that allows you to know my changes?" Nana laughed. "It's a secret. That's all, you can go back and rest first." After ending the call, Nana, who was in her personal office in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, had a gentle look in her eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, and soul rings rose from her feet. Every soul ring that rose from her body was a faint gold color, and they looked faintly discernible. A total of 11 faint gold soul rings floated around her body. She gently waved her palm, and the 5th faint gold soul ring on her body flickered, turning from faint gold to bright gold. Then, with her body as the center, the surrounding halo turned white, a white that was filled with a sense of holiness and light. "Because my 5th soul ring is also light elemental control," she muttered to herself, pursing her lips slightly, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Heaven Do planet. Let's postpone the performance for a few days. Tang Li said to Yu Qingling. "What's the situation?" Yu Qingling looked at him, puzzled. Tang Li's performance in Heaven Do planet was scheduled for 3 days later. They had already arrived, and they had already done a lot of preliminary work. Tanglu said, I have to make a trip to Douluo planet, let's postpone it for a week. I'll pay for all the damages. Yu Qingling said unhappily, do you know that this will affect your reputation? You've always been a man of your words. Tanglu said helplessly, Xianxia is about to break through, so I have to go and watch over him. It's rather sudden, so I have to go. I'm really sorry. What do you think about this? Tell the organizers that I'll be composing a new song during this concert. It'll be an exclusive debut. Because I'm suddenly inspired, I need some time to perfect the song. In order to not interrupt the inspiration, I have to postpone the concert. They should be able to understand. Of course, they could understand. One had to know that for so many years, Tanglu had only sung a dozen songs. Every time a new song was released, there would be no warning, but every concert with a new song would be regarded as a classic among classics. It was rare for a new song to be announced in advance. If the fans knew that Tang Li's new song would be released in this concert that they had already bought tickets for, let alone a week, even if they had to wait a year, they would still be willing. This was not something that could be measured by value. As for the organizers, although they couldn't earn money from the fans, with this news, it was absolutely impossible for all the advertising sponsorship fees to not double. They would definitely make a lot of money. Yu Qingling only had to weigh the pros and cons in her heart, and she was already sure that there was no problem. She was also very helpless about Tanglu. This guy always had a carefree look on his face. The only thing that he seemed to be worried about was the little guy in Shrek Academy. She had also seen Lan Xuanyu before. He was indeed very good-looking, and she vaguely had a special feeling. It seemed that as this little guy grew up, he looked more and more like Tanglu. It was just that his eyebrows were softer than Tang Li's. In terms of beauty, he was even better than Tanglu. It was just that he was too young and was far from having Tang Li's temperament. I say, that little guy isn't your illegitimate child, is he? Why do you like him so much? You can even postpone your concert for him and write a new song. Yu Qingling said with some rebuke. Illegitimate child? Don't talk nonsense. Tanglu said helplessly, but he didn't know why, but when he heard the words illegitimate child, there was a ripple in his heart. How could he not feel that Lan Xuanyu was similar to himself? However, it wasn't exactly the same. In addition to the similarities, there seemed to be an aura that conflicted with his own. But no matter what, every time he saw Lan Xuanyu, there would be an indescribable affection in his heart. It was a feeling that he was willing to do anything for him. It was like this when he first saw him, and it was even more so now. After more than 10 years, Lan Xuanyu gradually grew up, and they became more and more familiar with each other. For Tanglu, this seemed to be one of his few ties. Seeing that Tanglu was silent, Yu Qingling suddenly widened her eyes. It can't be true, right? I feel that he looks a bit like you more and more. He's even better looking than you. Be honest, did you in the past? Okay, arrange the fastest spaceship for me. I'm going to set off. Tanglu suddenly said with some restlessness. Yu Qingling was stunned. For so many years, Tanglu had always been as gentle as jade, as if he never had a temper. Even if he occasionally showed off his outstanding side, his emotions wouldn't change much. This was the first time she saw him so anxious. Could it be that that child is really? Yu Qingling looked at him deeply, didn't say anything, and immediately went out to arrange it. However, there was a sour feeling in his heart that kept spreading. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already returned to the Shrek Academy. He also realized a problem now. Uncle Lu made an appointment with him 3 days later, and teacher Nana also made an appointment with him 3 days later. Should he learn forging from Uncle Yu in 3 days? Or should he learn elemental control from Nana? Which one should he learn? After thinking about it, Lan Xuanyu's face suddenly revealed a strange smile. To him, the two most important aids in improving his cultivation were Prince Yu and Nana. However, it was strange that the two kings did not meet each other. He had been in the Shrek Academy for almost 6 years, and they had often come to visit him, but he had never met them. It just so happened that they ran into each other this time, so he decided to introduce them to each other. She wondered how Uncle Yu and Nana would react when they saw her. They were all so outstanding and outstanding. Uncle Yu was single, and so was Nana. Could he matchmake them? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously felt that in this world, only Uncle Yu was worthy of Nana. Hee, let's try matchmaking them. They were one of my favorite people. If they could be together, wouldn't it be perfect? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh foolishly. These thoughts just flashed through his mind. This was something that would happen in 3 days. What made him the most restless now was actually the Emerald Demon battleship. He really wanted to find a place to immediately drive his Emerald Demon battleship around and practice his control. If he could master the Emerald Demon battleship, then wouldn't he be able to roam freely in space? Even if he couldn't beat them, with the Emerald Demon battleship's speed, he could still escape. Unfortunately, due to confidentiality considerations, the Federation's various detection devices were monitoring the vicinity of the mother planet. How could he practice? It was simply impossible. Back in the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu first informed Bai Xiaoxiao and his friends that he had returned. He also told them the good news of his successful breakthrough and asked them to go out for dinner to celebrate. With the successful breakthrough, his biggest worry was solved. He was now very relaxed about the graduation exam in 3 months. He had been busy forging and hadn't gone out to play with everyone for a long time. Since he was back today, he could relax. The others readily agreed to gather at the school gate in the middle of the night. However, Bai Xiaoxiao told Lan Xuanyu to wait for her in the dormitory. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Lan Xuanyu opened the door and Bai Xiaoxiao was already standing outside. There were no decorations. It was just a simple green Shrek Academy's outer court uniform, but it looked so beautiful on her. Oh, little fairy is here. Come in quickly. Lan Xuanyu pulled her in and then opened his arms to hug her. Bai Xiaoxiao pushed his chest with both hands and bared her teeth cutely at him. I'm not a little fairy, I'm a little witch. Don't be naughty. Lan Xuanyu blinked his big eyes and said with an aggrieved expression, I just want a warm hug. You don't know how much I suffered during the breakthrough this time. I almost couldn't bear it. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned, and the arms that were pushing his chest naturally softened. Lan Xuanyu took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and give her a big hug without holding back. Warm and soft as jade, Lan Xuanyu hugged Bai Xiaoxiao, but the thoughts in his heart were incomparably pure. At this moment, there was only satisfaction in his heart. It was like a husband who finally came home after a busy trip and saw his wife waiting at home. She gave him a warm hug. That warmth was enough to support his entire heart. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, buried her small face in his shoulder, and wrapped her arms around his waist. A familiar breath, a stable embrace. How could she not be tired after cultivating hard every day? This was especially true for his mental state. At this moment, being hugged by Lan Xuanyu, she actually felt a little sleepy. She was so sleepy that she wanted to fall asleep in his arms immediately. The two of them hugged like this. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that Bai Xiaoxiao's breathing quickly became even, and then her whole weight leaned against his arms. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of heartache spread in his chest. He carefully picked her up. When he was about to walk to the bedroom, Bai Xiaoxiao woke up with a start. What are you doing? Looking at Lan Xuanyu who was carrying her in a princess carry, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly widened her eyes and woke up completely. Lan Xuanyu was stunned and said, I saw that you were so tired, so I wanted to let you sleep in the room for a while. Sleep, don't worry, I promise I won't do anything bad. I'll let you sleep well. Bai Xiaoxiao hit him on the shoulder. Put me down quickly. Sleep for what? It's not long before evening. Don't you have to go out later? I'm not going out. I'll inform everyone now. Just tell them that you're sleepy and want to sleep here for a while, Lan Xuanyu said subconsciously. You want to die? Bai Xiaoxiao struggled to get up, and her pretty face was already red. Lan Xuanyu realized the problem in his words and couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Xiaoxiao. When I'm with you, my IQ is a little low. What do you think I should do? Are you poisonous? Lan Xuanyu laughed shamelessly. You're the poisonous one. I'm here to talk to you about business. Don't interrupt. As she said that, Bai Xiaoxiao took 2 steps back and gave Lan Xuanyu a threatening look. What's the matter? Lan Xuanyu stopped laughing and asked. Bai Xiaoxiao said, "Your battle armor is done. I specially brought it to you. Give it a try." "It's done?" Lan Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised. Who didn't like battle armor? To soul masters, their battle armor was like their second life, especially high-grade battle armor. One of the requirements for graduating from the Shrek Academy's outer court was to have a two-word battle armor. This was a mandatory requirement that all outer court graduates had to meet. Lan Xuanyu was in charge of forging, and Bai Xiaoxiao was in charge of making his battle armor. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and opened her storage soul tool. A set of silver battle armor immediately appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. This set of battle armor was completely silver, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were many fine specks of golden light fused into the armor, and it was filled with spiritual energy. The battle armor itself gave off powerful energy fluctuations, and it gave off a dazzling feeling. Lan Xuanyu's battle armor was naturally forged by himself. When he was forging his two-word battle armor, he mainly used 3 types of rare metals: star gold, magic silver, and heavy silver. He used heavy silver because it was the type of rare metal that he had the highest affinity with. The higher the affinity, the easier it would be during fusion forging. Star gold and magic silver were both very high-grade metals, and they were extremely effective in amplifying soul power. Using heavy silver as a medium, he fused the 2 types of rare metals, and in the end, he achieved a perfect fusion of 3 types of rare metals. This fusion forged metal was the result of this set of battle armor. The fusion forging effect was extremely good, and it was close to 100%. The forging process of such a metal was actually more troublesome because it was too tough. Not only did it have to be calcined at high temperatures, it was also especially complicated when the formation arrays were engraved. Therefore, Bai Xiaoxiao took an especially long time to forge this set of two-word battle armor for him. Now, it was finally completed. Among the 7 people in their team, Lan Xuanyu was actually the last person to have a set of two-word battle armor. Looking at the silver battle armor in front of him, Lan Xuanyu was suddenly struck by a strange feeling. The metals used for his two-word battle armor were fused with the foundation of his one-word battle armor, and he had nurtured them for a long time, so it wasn't a problem for him to have an affinity with them. More importantly, he could clearly feel the battle armor in front of him calling out to him. The metal was forged by him, and it was created by spirit refinement. After spirit refinement, metals would have their own life. Although it was only the most basic of life instincts, it was completely different from the original metal. It could be said that spirit refinement was an important metamorphosis in forging. After spirit refinement, metals would possess many special characteristics. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and light flashed through his eyes. In the next instant, his bloodline aura abruptly burst forth. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was standing not far away from him, suddenly felt her bloodline surging violently, and an indescribably strong impulse abruptly surged out of her body. Lan Xuanyu's body instantly became taller and taller, and there was also a type of immense charisma that almost made her throw herself into his arms. After his breakthrough, Lan seemed to be completely different. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of metal, the two-word battle armor instantly separated and turned into pieces that floated towards Lan Xuanyu. The first to arrive was the chest plate. The thin chest plate immediately covered Lan Xuanyu's chest and back. There were 2 dragon patterns on his chest, one was silver while the other was gold. It was the appearance of the gold and silver twin dragon kings. The 2 dragon patterns weren't just beautiful, but there were also very complicated patterns on the inside. Those were the core arrays. Pauldrons, gauntlets, waist guards, leg guards, and battle boots all covered the armor. When Lan Xuanyu's face was covered by the mask, he suddenly felt as if his entire body had been extended because of the battle armor. If one looked closely, they would discover that his battle armor, which looked completely silver, actually had some color changes. The left side of his body was pure silver, and the right side of his body was more light gold. The most obvious changes were the mask and the wings on his back. They emitted a strange and mysterious halo. The design was completed by Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuge, and Lan Mengqin. Combined with the characteristics of Lan Xuanyu's abilities, a very detailed and complicated design was carried out. In terms of the complexity of the design alone, it wasn't much worse than a 3-word battle armor. Lan Xuanyu's right arm battle armor was obviously thicker. From the back of his hand to his forearm, there was a series of sharp spikes. The left arm battle armor was relatively thin, but in the palm of his left hand, there was a transparent gem. This gem was discovered by the treasure-hunting beast at the auction. At that time, this gem was auctioned among a pile of various gems. These gems didn't have any energy characteristics, but they were beautiful. The auction wasn't a high-end auction like Shrek's auction house. It was just an ordinary auction, a small auction. That day, Lan Xuanyu and the others came out to relax. As they were strolling on the streets, the treasure-hunting beast suddenly reminded Lan Xuanyu to take a look at the auction. Later, for this gem, Lan Xuanyu bought all the gems in the batch. The rest were given to the girls. This one was left behind. It was a round gem embedded in the palm of the battle armor. It was completely transparent and didn't have any energy fluctuations. However, Lan Xuanyu had already tested it. When any element passed through this gem, it would have an amplified effect. How did it amplify? It was like a small fireball that would become a large fireball after passing through it. The treasure-hunting beast told Lan Xuanyu that this was a very rare gem called the Starlight Stone. It was a gem that mutated after being illuminated by starlight for a long time. It had an extremely strong elemental affinity, but because it was very compatible with all kinds of elements, it didn't have any energy. However, it was the best amplifier for all elements. With it, the elemental power released by Lan Xuanyu would become even stronger. It was very suitable for combining with his battle armor. At least, it was very suitable for Lan Xuanyu's 4-word battle armor. After it was brought back, the treasure-hunting beast even used the chaos water to nourish it so that it could withstand more water. The wings on his back flapped gently, lifting Lan Xuanyu into the air. He could clearly feel that after the power of his bloodline flowed into his battle armor, it would naturally be separated under the guidance of the core formation and would not collide. The dragon core was still the core of the bloodline power, and when the bloodline power was injected into the battle armor, the characteristics of King Jinlong's bloodline and the Silver Dragon King's bloodline would be separated, each having their own advantages. The only problem with this battle armor was that when Lan Xuanyu used the Dragon God's transformation, he had to withdraw his battle armor. The battle armor could easily not withstand the characteristics of his Dragon God's transformation, and the core formation was in danger of being damaged. In fact, there weren't many materials that could withstand the characteristics of the Dragon God's transformation bloodline. It wasn't that the metal wasn't hard enough, but the internal characteristics of the metal and the core formation's characteristics couldn't withstand the impact of the Dragon God's bloodline. If the metal's characteristics collapsed, it would be useless. This was something that Lan Xuanyu couldn't do anything about. 1-word battle armor was better because it wasn't strong enough, and it only needed to rely on the aura of the Dragon God's transformation. However, spirit-refined metals already had their own lives, and the difference between them and the Dragon God's transformation was too great, so it couldn't bear the weight. But no matter what, a 2-word battle armor would greatly enhance Lan Xuanyu's strength without using the Dragon God's transformation. How do you feel? Bai Xiaoxiao asked expectantly. Lan Xuanyu smiled. It's great, I finally have a 2-word battle armor. Especially when the bloodline power is used separately, the effect is very obvious. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. When we designed it, we also followed the same method, which is to amplify the power of your 2 bloodlines. Because we can't control the bloodline after you fuse with your martial soul. That's the only way. And, no problem, it's already very good. Speaking of which, Xiaoxiao, now that you have a 2-word battle armor, you should be able to name it, right? What's your battle armor called? Can you help me think about this too? The words battle armor classification were actually a description of the battle armor. Since the day battle armors appeared, this had become a convention, and this convention was very important to almost all soul masters. Generally speaking, when soul masters named their battle armors, they would include their martial soul, the name of their lover, or a particularly meaningful word. When Lan Xuanyu said this to Bai Xiaoxiao, his meaning couldn't be more obvious. Bai Xiaoxiao blushed and pointed below his breastplate. Lan Xuanyu looked down. Although it was upside down, he could still see 2 small words faintly engraved in the corner below the breastplate. If he didn't pay special attention, he wouldn't be able to see them. This is Dragon Demon? Lan Xuanyu looked up at Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu blushed and turned her head away. These two words were very easy to explain. The dragon was the dragon of Lan Xuanyu's twin dragons, and the demon was naturally the demon of Bai Xiuxiu's ice demon dragon. Nice, domineering, and meaningful. Perfect, Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. What about you? Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him and whispered, Dragon Universe. The dragon of the ice demon dragon and the universe of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, then why don't you let my battle armor be called Dragon Beauty? Wouldn't it match better? Bai Xiuxiu looked at him and said, don't you think my name is tacky? Lan Xuanyu said, why should I? Your name is pretty nice. Besides, it's just a code name. My little fairy is so beautiful, anything is beautiful. Even if your name is Cui Hua, I think it's very beautiful. You're the one who's called Cui Hua. Bai Xiuxiu kicked him angrily, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Let's call it this. I've already engraved it for you. We'll talk about it again when you have your 3-word battle armor, Bai Xiuxiu said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then I'm leaving. Familiarize yourself with the abilities of your battle armor, and let me know if there's anything you need to change. Bai Xiuxiu was about to leave after she finished speaking because she felt that the way Lan Xuanyu was looking at her made her a little flustered. Why are you leaving? It's almost time for everyone to gather. Just stay here for a while. Lan Xuanyu reached out to pull her away as he spoke, and his suit of 2-word battle armor vanished into his body as streaks of light. Bai Xiuxiu stuck her tongue out at him. In a flash, she retreated to the door. Who wants to stay here with you, you big bad wolf? Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to catch up, she opened the door and ran away, leaving behind only a string of bell-like laughter. Lan Xuanyu gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't do anything to her. There was no hurry. He would wait until he was admitted into the inner yard. Humph, when it was time for school to end, the 7 of them gathered at the entrance of the academy. Upon seeing Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei was the first to rush up and congratulate him. Boss, congratulations! You successfully broke through. How do you feel? Is the improvement big? Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, it's alright. We'll give it a try later and you'll know. Alright. Boss, what do you think I should do? I still can't break through to the Soul Sage realm. Is there something wrong with it? Can you use the golden patterned blue-silver grass to help me try it later? After your breakthrough, the power of your bloodline should be even stronger. Lan Xuanyu said, there's no problem trying. Let's wait until tomorrow. Let's see if it's effective. However, our bloodlines are not of the same type, and my bloodline seems to suppress fatty gene, so the effect might not be good. I think it's better to try the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. The improvement of your martial soul is actually the summoning coin, so the silver-patterned blue-silver grass might be more suitable for you. Fatty gene would just let it grow naturally. The golden behemoth is already strong enough. Qianlei nodded and said, anyway, I'll just give it a try. It's fine as long as I can break through. They all have 7 rings and are bullying me. If I don't become a soul sage, I won't be able to survive. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, then what should I do? I just became a soul king. You're different. Let's not talk about this. Where are we going today? Qianlei smiled. Lan Xuanyu said, let's go eat a good meal first, then go to the auction. If there's anything good, buy some. If there's nothing good, just treat it as relaxing. Same old trip. Does anyone have anything? Naturally, no one had any objections. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiuxiu, who was holding hands with Lan Mengqin. Bai Xiuxiu made a face at him, then hid behind Lan Mengqin. Lan Xuanyu revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, sooner or later, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Big brother Xianyu, why is your smile a little scary? Yuan and Huihui's words made Lan Xuanyu feel a little awkward, and he hurriedly said, it's nothing, it's nothing. Let's go. The night in Shrek City was always so lively. Everyone came to the gourmet street and found a small shop on the street to eat hot pot. This small shop was called Ginger Hot Pot. There was no chili, but a large amount of ginger was used at the bottom of the pot, plus stock, various ingredients, and a certain amount of sesame peppers. The taste was very rich and very spicy, but it felt different from chili. It was most suitable to eat in winter. After eating it, one's whole body would be on fire, and all the cold would be dispelled. The 7 of them sat around a table and ate heartily. They were having a great time. They didn't use their soul power to dispel the heat and allowed themselves to sweat as they ate. It was extremely carefree and enjoyable. After eating the meal, everyone felt that their bodies were completely refreshed, and even their mental fatigue was washed away by the taste of the ginger. Walking out of the restaurant, the night wind blew, and it was as comfortable as it could be. The 7 of them strolled leisurely on the street. It was almost time for the auction to start, but they didn't have a clear purchase target, so they weren't in a hurry. Lan Xuanyu finally grabbed Bai Xiuxiu's hand when no one was paying attention, and then he didn't let go no matter what. Bai Xiuxiu struggled several times, but she couldn't escape from the devil's grasp and could only let him hold her hand. What ambitions do you have in the future? I mean after you graduate from the inner court, Lan Mengqin suddenly asked. Everyone subconsciously focused their eyes on her. Tang Yuga smiled and said, the person who asks questions should answer them first. Lan Mengqin said, I actually don't have any ambitions. I just want to protect my people. My family has been passed down for generations. After graduating from the inner court, we can't join the army. Maybe I'll train in the Tang men for a while, and then I might go back. Everyone more or less knew about Lan Mengqin's family situation, so they naturally understood what she meant. Their matriarchal society needed guardians. Moreover, Mengqin was blessed by the heavens. My ambition is to accompany you and marry you. Qianlei would never let go of such an opportunity to perform and immediately went up to her in a flattering manner. He said with a smile. Go away. Lan Mengqin kicked him in annoyance. Qianlei wasn't angry and just walked beside her. He didn't have the courage to hold Lan Mengqin's hand. Lu Feng glanced at Qianlei. Ambitious. Qianlei said angrily, madman, what do you mean? Lu Feng ignored him. After I graduate from the inner court, I should stay in the Tang men and enter the combat department, or continue to be a heaven fighter. Actually, I quite like the feeling of carrying out heaven fighter missions. Adventure, excitement, and doing something meaningful. That's my ambition, isn't it? Qianlei snorted and said, no wonder you said you don't want to find a girlfriend. So you want to go out and have fun? Yuan and Hui Hui smiled and said, I don't have any thoughts. I might go to the elven planet. Although I can't inherit grandma's position, I will go there. But I will go there more often. I like the feeling there. It's full of life, peace, optimism, and everyone is filled with the smell of sunshine. After graduation, if there are no special circumstances, I should stay there for more time. Then, I will cultivate on my own. Sister, what about you? Tang Yuga glanced at him and said, me? I'm similar to Madman. I want to continue being a heaven fighter, train myself, and break through to the god rank as soon as possible. She didn't hide her desire for god rank cultivation at all. End of chapter 831. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.